Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Chapter 901, The Fall of France Part LL. Elysia had marched towards the encampment outside the French royal palace. Battle lines were drawn between the loyalists and the revolutionaries, and if one so much as popped their head up behind cover, they were likely to have their brains blown out. Despite this, there was not the slightest bit of fear or hesitation in the young girl's eyes. Only the fire that one who had been consumed by hatred could understand. Nearly 2 years ago, when the war broke out, it was the Princess Sibylla who had personally killed Elysia's mother. There was no rhyme or reason to the sin. Rather, Sibylla, in her increasingly erratic state of mind, had grown paranoid and assumed that the young woman had conspired against her. This could not be further from the truth, but that did not matter to the cruel and merciless French princess. As a result, Sibylla had tossed Elysia's mother out of a window, leaving the poor girl to fend for herself. If not for the charity bestowed upon her by the German church, her fate likely would have been worse than death. Elysia was accompanied by the Order of St. Berenger, or at least a small platoon of them, who quickly made their way through the camp. The tabards they wore over their army signaled who they were, and all the Frankish revolutionaries kneeled before them. For they were the militia who protected the church in these blood-stained lands. They were surprised that a young nun had guided these brave warriors of St. Berenger, but they thought nothing of it. Ultimately, the lieutenant of this platoon spoke with the commander of the siege camp as he introduced Elysia to the man. This girl's name is Elysia. Her mother was a handmaiden to the witch Sibylla. She knows how to elude the defenses and gain entry into the palace. We are tasked with protecting her life so that our forces may prevail. The commander of the siege camp gazed upon the young girl with a hint of curiosity. However, he did not dare question the Order of St. Berenger. If they were acting now, then it meant that the German church had finally decided to intervene in this conflict. A toothy grin appeared on the man's face as he responded in the affirmative. Very well. If that is the will of the church, who am I to complain? They'll send my best men with you. Once you have infiltrated the palace, make sure to open the gates so that our men can flood through them. The lieutenant nodded his head in silence as he approached Elysia and asked her the question that was most important to him. Are you sure you want to do this? It is quite dangerous. You could just point the way and leave this matter to us. However, the young girl did not waver and instead shook her head before responding with a fierce tone. No, I doubt you or your men would be able to locate the entrance even if I told you where it was. They have concealed it well. I must do this for the sake of my mother and all the Franks. Upon hearing this, the lieutenant sighed before nodding his head. In that moment, he unsheathed his bayonet and affixed it to his musket. He vowed in his heart to protect this girl from any harm as he gave the order to his men. Protect this girl with your life. Leave the heavy lifting to the revolutionaries. The soldiers nodded their heads and pounded their fists on their chests in a primitive salute. They waited another 30 minutes until the cover of night could conceal their advance, where Elysia led them towards the edges of the walls while narrowly avoiding detection from the defenders on the ramparts above. After following the outer walls for some time, they eventually found themselves in an area that was otherwise unnoticeable. However, there was a small stone that was protruding from the wall where Elysia was quick to press it inward. She used all the strength in her petite body to do so, and once the stone was embedded in the wall, a section of it fell down, revealing a small stone drawbridge. The soldiers reacted in shock as they saw this. There was more than one stone that was slightly protruding. If they had not brought the girl who was intimately familiar with the secret tunnel, they would never have guessed its location even if she told them. Elysia looked at them with a hint of impatience as she was the first to enter the cavern. Well, what are you waiting for? Upon hearing this, the soldiers followed the young girl through the dark tunnel. It became increasingly clear that they were going underground as they moved forward. However, nobody spoke a word. Instead, Elysia pulled out a small flashlight and ignited it, allowing them to see their way into the narrow passage. Once they had reached the other side, they noticed a small chain on the wall, which the lieutenant of the order quickly pulled, allowing another hidden doorway to open up. It was at this point that the men realized they were already within the walls of the French palace, and thus their plan to open the gates to allow the main force entry had failed. Despite this, Elysia did not appear the least bit concerned and instead motioned for the men to follow her towards a certain room. This was the quarters of the Princess Sibylla, but only Elysia knew this. As the men prepared to kick down the door, they heard girlish moans on the inside. It was clear whoever was behind these doors was engaging in amorous activity. Ultimately, it was the young nun who chose to break the soldiers from the stupor. Are you going to kick it down or what? The soldiers looked at each other with a hint of shame before nodding their heads. After doing so, the largest man of the bunch approached the door and violently kicked it open. The scene that they all witnessed was truly shocking. Unlike what they expected to find upon gaining entry to the prince's quarters, these feminine moans of pleasure were not coming from the lips of the Princess Sibylla but from King Aubrey instead. Sitting on the princess' bed was the woman herself. However, in her lap was her brother King Aubrey, who was dressed in women's undergarments riding on his sister's strapon. The scene was so shocking that none of the revolutionaries knew how to react. Immediately upon seeing the intruders, Aubrey and Sibylla screamed, but it was too late. The Order of St. Berenger and the Frankish revolutionaries had sprung into action. They immediately leapt forward and pinned the two sinners to the ground, where they bound their limbs in iron shackles. Aubrey desperately struggled free from their grasp, but it was no use. There wasn't a hint of muscle in his entire body. How could he possibly break free from his bindings? All he could do was vent his frustrations aloud. "Unhand me, you filthy peasants. Who the hell do you think you are?" Elysia was still getting over the shock of what she had just witnessed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She could not believe that the French king and his sister were in such a relationship. Only one word entered her mind as she reflected on this. Sinful. Truly, it was the most sinful thing she had ever seen. However, she could not revel in her vengeance for long, as the shouts that Aubrey and Sibylla made had alerted the guards of the palace, and thus a great battle was about to ensue. Chapter 902, The Fall of France Part LLL. Elysia peered past the door of the French princess' bedroom and into the halls. She could see shadows on the wall which moved in tandem with the voices that erupted within. The guards of House de Valois were on the move. Their intent was to safeguard the king and his sister. The revolutionaries quickly lowered the muzzles of their muskets and pulled back the hammers, preparing for the moment the enemy turned the corner. They fully intended to kill their way through the royal guards and capture Aubrey's other siblings. Once the royal family was firmly in their hands, the war would come to an end. Or so they hoped. Aubrey continued to scream at the top of his lungs for help, but was eventually knocked unconscious by the soldier who held him down. After several moments, a group of knights flooded the hallway, where the echo of gunfire resounded throughout the stone corridors. The musketeers had fired their shots straight into the chests of the enemy knights, a mere meter away from them. Blood sprayed onto the walls as the bodies tumbled to the ground. Those who died on the spot were the lucky ones, as the survivors were too wounded to move. They could only grunt in agony as they slowly but surely bled out. After killing the initial wave of knights, the revolutionaries rapidly reloaded their muskets before charging through the hallway. However, before they fully rounded the corner, the leader of these men gave a quick command to the Order of St. Berenger. "Quickly escort the prisoners back to the siege camp." The militia members nodded their heads and carried King Aubrey and his sister Sibylla out of the room while protecting Elysia from any harm. The group quickly made their way through the tunnel and outside of its confines before rushing back towards the camp. As they did so, the sound of armed conflict erupted from within the palace. The revolutionaries boldly charged forward with the intent to capture Aubrey's other siblings. After all, even if Aubrey died, there were two more men who could fill the vacancy that the king left behind, even if they were puppets of a dying realm. By the time Elysia and the militiamen reached the siege camp, they were exhausted. However, that did not prevent the lieutenant tasked with leading the platoon from reporting the ongoing situation to the revolutionaries. "We've captured the king and the princess. However, your men went after the remaining two princes. I do not know if they yet draw breath." Just as the officer spoke these words, the gate of the outer walls opened, revealing the figure of a lone revolutionary who was signaling the army to advance and seize the palace. "Hurry! Before the enemy catches up. Storm the keep." Without a moment of hesitation, the army of some 2,000 revolutionaries rushed out of their siege camps and towards the palace's entryway. The entire garrison was busy fighting those brave souls within the building, allowing the rebels to charge through the gates without resistance. Elysia sat back in the camp along with the Order of St. Berenger, who had secured King Aubrey and Princess Sibylla. She could still not get the sinful sight she had just witnessed moments prior out of her head. In fact, both the king and his sister were still naked as they lie on the floor, bound and gagged. There was a murderous glint in Sibylla's eyes as she gazed upon the young nun who had led the enemy through the secret passages and into the palace. Upon seeing this visceral reaction, Elysia stared into Sibylla's eyes with an equally fierce intent before preaching to the sinful woman about her misdeeds. "Princess Sibylla, it has been some time since we last met. I'm sure you don't remember me, but I want you to know that without my help, we would have been forced to shed much more blood in the pursuit of justice. I want you to reflect on that as you march to the gallows." It was true that Sibylla did not recognize the girl or understand the reason for her grievance. However, she could not speak a single word in her defense, as she had long since been gagged and could only curse the little nun with her gaze. Not long after, the sounds of violence settled and the banners of the Reich flew high above the French palace. Within minutes, the Frankish revolutionaries reappeared with the king's two other siblings in tow, who they forced to kneel in the dirt. The royal family of France had fallen into captivity, and the remainder of the great noble houses within the kingdom who had yet to be trampled into dirt would soon face their maker. Elysia sighed heavily, her growing bosom heaving as the last remainder of vengeance disappeared within her frail heart. Finally, after what seemed like a lifetime, her mother's killer would face justice. In the coming weeks, the kingdom of France would stabilize as the last remnant of nobility were dragged from their homes and executed, leaving only the peasant class to reforge the destiny of their people. Weeks passed following after the day that Aubry fell into the hands of the rebels, and during this time the Kaiser was invited to the city of Paris by the leaders of the Frankish Revolution. Berenger spared no effort and arrived in the city within the confines of his armored car. Aside from a column of armored cars and trucks which housed the members of his Leibgarde, Berenger was well and truly alone in this visit to the neighboring kingdom. There was only one reason the Frankish revolutionaries would ask for his presence, and that was because they wanted him to be the judge who would decide the fate of the previous monarchy. The uniforms that these elite members of the Reichsguard wore were not the typical ceremonial garb that they normally dressed in. Instead, these men were equipped with all-black uniforms with matching Stahlhelms and greatcoats. On the left arm was a black, white, and gold armband which housed the von Kufstein coat of arms in the center. On their collars were a pair of tabs. The right side contained a white odal rune while the left side contained a rank insignia. If someone from Berengar's past life were to gaze upon these distinctive uniforms, they would immediately associate them with the Schutzstaffel, which is precisely what Berenger had modeled them after. As the members of his Leibgarde opened up the door to his armored car, Berenger gracefully stepped out and revealed his figure to the French public. The contrast between the medieval people of France and the modern attire of the Germans was truly a sight to behold as the Kaiser approached the town square where Aubry and his family members were currently bound in chains and awaiting their sentence on a center stage. As Berenger entered the scene, the members of the Frankish Revolution who had gathered to witness their previous monarch's execution raised their arms in the typical salute that the German army so commonly used and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Hail to the Kaiser!" Berenger waved to the men before approaching the leaders of the revolution who stood by, waiting for the Kaiser's judgment. He proceeded to shake hands with every leader before announcing his judgment to the public. "Long ago, you and I shared a common heritage. Through blood and culture, we were the same. However, due to the influence of the church, the nobles of your realm have changed into something unrecognizable by the German people. 2 years ago, during the height of your crisis, these men and women came together and declared their intention to go back to their roots, to become Germans once again. At first I laughed. The very idea that the people of France could reforge the bonds that have long since been severed was truly a joke in my eyes. Yet your determination has enlightened me. Today, all of you have proven you have what it takes to re-enter the German world. From this day forward, the Kingdom of France and its degenerate culture is hereby annihilated from this world in perpetuity. I announce here today that you all are now Franks, and I welcome your realm into the Reich as the Kingdom of Francia. The monarch who presides over you shall be a member of my own dynasty. As for these sinners who have led you all to ruin, there is only one price that must be paid for the devastation they have caused: death. Bring out the guillotine." With these words spoken, the Leibgarde reached into one of the trucks they brought with them and carried out a guillotine which they carefully placed on the stand. The Franks gazed upon this cruel device with fascination as they chanted repeatedly in the German tongue, "Death." Berengar's cruel gaze fell upon the members of the French royal family as a sadistic grin curled upon his lips. Among the vicious cheers of the crowd, he posed the question that he had been waiting to say for a very long time. "Now, who shall we start with?" Chapter 903, The Fall of France Part LV. Berenger gazed into the eyes of King Aubry and what remained of his royal family. For the hell of it, he activated the Eye of Horus as he gazed upon the true emotions hidden behind their expressions. Aubry was filled with terror and disbelief. There was not a single ounce of hatred in his aura, only deep regret. Sibylla's aura was as black as the abyss. Only killing intent appeared within her eyes. For the injustices she had suffered in the past, for the current situation she found herself in, she could only blame Berenger. It was such an overwhelming hatred that even Berenger thought perhaps the woman would become a vengeful spirit upon her death. As for the other two siblings, they had the same aura as Aubry. The entire royal family had been gagged, not even permitted their last words, as Berenger played a game of eeny, meeny, miny, mo with his left index finger to determine which of these 4 siblings he would execute first. In the end, his finger landed on the fat bastard. With a cruel smirk on his face, Berenger announced the result of his little game. "It appears that this little piggy is destined to die first. Remember to lift with your legs." Berenger did not even bother to remember the man's name, nor did he care to do so. The gluttonous pig squealed as he was lifted off the ground by the members of the Leibgarde and pushed towards the guillotine. After shoving the man's neck down into the allotted space, Berenger nodded his head slightly and, in doing so, sealed the man's fate once and for all. The soldiers of the Leibgarde pulled on the rope and the blade fell from above, cleanly severing the man's head from his shoulders, where it tumbled into a whisker basket below. Aubry and his siblings screamed as loud as they could, but the rags that were stuffed into their mouths muffled their words. Upon seeing this, Berenger merely clapped and cackled as if he was witnessing an exciting show. The act of which did not cause the slightest bit of concern to arise in the hearts of the Frankish revolutionaries. After the death of the glutton, Berenger pointed towards his next target, which was the craven fool. "He's next." Without the slightest hesitation, the soldiers of the Leibgarde dragged the lanky man towards the guillotine and stuffed his head into the device. The man's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as they gazed upon the fat severed head of his brother. He screamed as loud as he could and struggled out of the device, but it was no use. The executioners pinned the man down before pulling the rope, once more sending the uneven blade downwards and in doing so decapitating the poor prince. Upon seeing two of her brothers slain in a matter of seconds, Sibylla gazed furiously at Berenger and struggled with all her might to spit out her gag. Shockingly enough, she managed to do so where she proceeded to curse Berenger in her most shrill voice. Berenger von Kufstein. I endured the torment you put me through in your prison for an entire year. I swore from the first day I was confined that I would have my vengeance against you. It appears that such a thing was not part of God's plan in this life. However, I swear to you that should we meet again in the next life, I will do everything in my power to flay the flesh from your bones. The soldiers who held onto Sibylla immediately punched her in the solar plexus after hearing her wicked words, which caused the princess to double over and vomit out her bile. After striking Sibylla, the Leibgard stuffed her head into the guillotine when they received a shocking order from their Kaiser. Wait! This woman's remarks cannot go unpunished. Cut out her vile tongue, then you may execute her with the guillotine. The soldier nearest to Sibylla unsheathed his boot knife without hesitation and pulled out the woman's tongue before ruthlessly cutting through the organ as if it were mere butter. Blood sprayed onto the stand as the French princess choked on the sanguine liquid. Yet, her suffering did not last long, as immediately after, her head was stuffed into the guillotine and the blade decapitated her. Finally, all that remained of the royal family was Aubrey, who fell to his knees in agony over his sister's death. Despite the hopelessness of the situation, the feminine king of France spat the gag out of his mouth and pleaded for mercy. My Kaiser, please spare this foolish boy's life. I promise to serve you in any way you desire. Whether it is as your footstool or as your personal fuck toy, so long as you let me live, I will do anything you desire. The crowd reviled in disgust as they heard these shameful words and immediately threw refuse towards the stand. Shockingly, the Kaiser raised his hand and signaled the crowd to cease their hostilities. He approached the feminine king of France and grabbed the boy's dainty chin. A smile formed on Aubrey's face as he thought that perhaps his life would be spared. However, in the next moment, as Berenger whispered into his ears, his heart sank into a bottomless abyss. In an alternate life, assuming I was gay and you were not such a filthy slut, perhaps I could have fallen for your feminine charms. However, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, all I have ever felt towards you is pure disgust. This world is better off without your degeneracy. Now go to your death with the dignity of a man, not that you even know what such a thing is. After saying that, Berenger punched Aubrey in the face as hard as he could and in doing so broke the boy's nose before giving the order to execute the fallen king. Off with his head. The crowd erupted into cheers as Aubrey was dragged towards the guillotine. It was clear by the words they shouted that the Frankish people despised their king and his sinful dynasty. In his final moments, all that remained in the feminine king's mind was an overwhelming sense of regret. The last thing that Aubrey saw before the blade fell were the 3 severed heads of his siblings. Tears fell from the boy's eyes as he was decapitated by the guillotine, thus marking the end of the de Valois dynasty and the Kingdom of France. The cheers of the crowd continued for some time before Berenger lifted his hand to silence them once more. With the death of Aubrey and his siblings as well as the nobles who once ruled over the realm, a power vacuum was immediately created, but Berenger would not allow this to continue for more than a second. And because of this he made yet another announcement which concerned the fate of the Franks. With the death of King Aubrey and his dynasty of sinners, I hereby announce the annexation of the Kingdom of Francia. I shall place my son, Prince Franz von Kufstein, as the King of Francia, where I shall rule as regent until a time where he comes of age. In the coming days, your laws, customs, language, and culture shall be shifted to match those of the Reich. With your annexation comes a solemn promise: from this day forward, not a single Frank shall go hungry. Cheers erupted across the city of Paris as these words were swept by as swift as the wind. Now that the nobility was purged and the previous dynasty was eliminated, Germany would use its food surplus and the migration of its existing populace to re-Germanize the French until they were just another Germanic ethnic group. On this day, the Kingdom of France and its unique culture had truly fallen into the annals of history. Chapter 904, Setting Sail for the Last Time. After the defeat of France and the annexation of its lands, Berenger returned home where he found that Honoria was fully prepared for her journey to the east. There was a hint of unease on the woman's face as she realized this was very likely to be the last time she set sail towards unknown destinations in the pursuit of fortune and glory. Berenger could only smile as he wrapped his arms around Honoria's waist and whispered words of encouragement in her dainty ears. You're going to do fine. Once this is over, there's a new life ahead of you. You would be surprised how much you will enjoy spending time with your kids. A bitter smile appeared on Honoria's lips as she heard this. Her youthful days would finally be behind her once she returned from this journey. After all, by now she was in her late 20s and she knew no matter how much she wanted to continue her carefree lifestyle, she had responsibilities that she needed to fulfill. Responsibilities that she had run away from for long enough. However, what happened next shocked the woman as a servant rushed down the stairs of the palace with an extra set of luggage before handing them off to the Kaiser and bowing deeply with respect. As per your orders, I have packed your luggage, Your Majesty. Confusion existed within Honoria's mint-green eyes as she glanced over towards Berenger with a wry expression on her pretty face before posing the question that she felt the need to ask. You're coming with me? With a slight nod of his head, Berenger confirmed the woman's suspicions. However, his next words acted as clarification over the matter. Just until we reach Singapore. I have business with the Majapahit Empire that I need to undertake. I will fly back to the Reich afterward. It will be up to you to reach your destination from there. Anuria was surprised to hear this as her husband had not communicated his plans to her in advance. She did not know what was so important in Southeast Asia that the Kaiser personally needed to attend to matters, but she chose not to say a word and merely bit her lower lip as she nodded her head in agreement. It was at this moment that Anuria's children appeared in the hallway. Alexandros and his sister Helena were present. The young girl was holding the infant Constantinus in her arms with a worried expression on her face. She had seen her mother go on many perilous journeys within her short lifespan, and every time Anuria left her behind, she could not help but feel anxious within the depths of her heart. "Mother, are you leaving again?" Anuria's smile faded as she heard the concern in her young daughter's voice. In the next moment, she kneeled down and hugged the girl before answering her question. "I promise. This will be the last time I leave you three behind." Upon saying this, Anuria kissed the infant boy's forehead before repeating her action to Helena. As for Alexandros, he was pouting as he held his arms together stubbornly. His mother had seldom been in his life growing up, leaving his raising to Linda. Even after years of effort, he found it difficult to fully forgive Anuria for her selfishness. After kissing Helena on the forehead, Anuria approached her eldest son and wrapped her arms around him, bringing the boy into her substantial bosom. "Alex, my son, I know I haven't been the best of mothers, but upon my return, I promise to shower you and your siblings with all the love and affection that you deserve." The young boy remained silent as his mother said farewell before approaching her husband. Berenger gazed upon his children and activated the Eye of Horus. In doing so, he was able to see not only their affection for him, which was through the roof, but their feelings towards their mother. Upon seeing Alexandros' aura, Berenger could only frown. Judging by the color of his aura, there seemed to be some deep-seated resentment towards Anuria within the boy's heart. However, dispelling such negative emotion was easier said than done, and Berenger would leave that job to Anuria herself, for only she could make up for her past mistakes. After seeing that the woman was ready to depart, Berenger sighed once more before addressing his three children. "I will be joining your mother for the first half of her journey. So while I'm away, listen to what Linda has to say and behave yourselves. Upon my return, I will take you both out for a special meal, just the three of us. There are some matters which I need to discuss with you." Obviously, Berenger was leaving Constantinus out of this family meal as the boy was too young to be taken to a restaurant. Alexandros and Helena reacted with a silent nod of the head, not willing to speak any further. Upon seeing that they were agreeable, Berenger smiled faintly before departing from the palace. He and Anuria entered a car which took them to the closest rail station where the royal train was waiting for them. After nearly 3.5 hours they arrived at their destination, which was the city of Trieste, where Anuria's Corvette was awaiting her. The crew of privateers were dressed and equipped for combat, the majority of which were wielding MP-27 submachine guns. When Berenger gazed upon them, he could only recognize the two women. One was the vice-captain Melissa, who had been instrumental in Anuria's escape from her homeland all those years ago, and the other was the explosives expert Elfrun. However, Berenger almost didn't recognize the woman as she had long since matured into an astounding beauty. Elfrun had a bottle of rum in one hand while wrapping her other around a teenage girl's shoulder who appeared to be a recent recruit. Her firm yet dainty hands were squeezing the girl's breast, clearly marking her territory in front of the Kaiser. Upon seeing Anuria enter the scene, Melissa and Elfrun stopped what they were doing and greeted their captain. They knew that this was her last journey with them, and they had decided to make the trip a memorable occasion. Elfrun quickly approached Anuria and wrapped her arms around the woman's neck, hugging her tightly as she whispered in her ears the words she had wanted to say since she first learned of this retirement voyage. "I'm going to miss you, Captain. If not for you, I would have taken my life long ago." Anuria returned Elfrun's hug and embraced the woman for some time before letting go. She had a bitter smile on her face as she responded to Elfrun's affections. "I know, but I have responsibilities to fulfill, and I have run from them for long enough. This will be my last voyage, and after that you can all elect your next captain. The ship is a gift to you all, so let's enjoy ourselves this one last time." Elfrun glared at Berenger upon hearing this. It was clear that he was the primary reason that Anuria was hanging up piracy. She had never liked Berenger, most likely because he was Anuria's most beloved person, and she was envious of him for that. However, she did not dare act disrespectful in front of the man and quickly bowed her head before speaking. "My Kaiser, may I ask if you will be granting us the honor of sharing this voyage with your esteemed presence?" Berenger chuckled when he heard this. Upon a brief activation of his Eye of Horus, he could see just how bitter Elfrun felt towards him. However, he really didn't need a divine artifact to know this. The woman wore her emotions on her sleeve. It was clear as day that she despised him. Thus, he responded in a casual manner to the woman's question. "You can relax, Elfrun. I will only be sharing your journey for the first half. Once I'm in Singapore, I will depart so that you can enjoy your expedition in peace." Elfrun felt slightly better about the whole ordeal as she took another swig from her bottle of rum before giving orders to the crew of young women who all sought adventure and fortune. "Well, what are we waiting for? Time to set sail." With this said, the ship was boarded, where it quickly departed from the harbor in Trieste. Anuria stood upon the bow and gazed upon the city with a solemn gaze. Over the years, she had set sail from Trieste time and again. However, she knew this was likely to be the last time she gazed upon such a scene, and thus she ingrained it into her memory. Chapter 905, Trolling the Empress. Itami sat in her great hall and sighed to herself as she gazed upon the one man she least wanted to see. From the beginning of the Cold War that existed between the German and Japanese empires until this very moment, there had only ever been one means of contact between the two realms. Tillich Schofhausen was the lawyer that Berenger had selected to troll the Empress Itami Ryo in the past, and his very presence continued to act as an insult to the woman. The woman's bosom heaved heavily as she struggled to calm herself after once more seeing this man enter her palace. There was a hint of a smirk on Tillich's face as he bowed respectfully before the Japanese empress. Despite this act of decorum, Itami knew it was done in a mocking manner, and thus she hissed through her teeth as she asked the man just what reason he had to visit her once more. "Pray tell, to what do I owe the pleasure, Mr. Schofhausen? I have already done as your Kaiser requested and ceased the manufacture and sale of the so-called Mk2 Schmidt guns, so what possible reason could you have to pester me once more?" Judging by the tone in the woman's voice, Tillich could tell she was greatly displeased by his presence. So much so that he felt like the task he had been given wasn't even required. By simply entering her home, he had caused Itami to become distressed. However, the second Kaiserin Linda von Kufstein had specifically given him the order to present the Japanese empress with a gift, an item even he did not know the identity of, nor did he dare to take a peek. After hearing Itami's words of displeasure, the man could only bow once more before explaining the reason for his visit. The von Kufstein family has decided to impart a gift to the magnificent Japanese empress. It is their hope that you will enjoy this present to your heart's content. After saying this, the man whistled and two German men approached with a wooden crate, causing Itami and her guards to observe it with caution in their eyes. Itami did not know what kind of prank Berenger was playing on her now, but she would not easily fall for it. With a sharp tongue, she issued an order to her royal guardsmen. "Open it, but do so with caution." After saying this, she glared at the German lawyer before threatening the man in a severe tone. "I don't know what kind of games you or your emperor are playing, but make no mistake. If your precious gift offends me in any way, I will have your head." Tillich gulped heavily as he heard these words. From the expression on Itami's face, he knew she was not making an empty threat. He was seriously concerned over just what kind of gift Linda had prepared for Itami. Clearly, it was something meant to antagonize the woman. The Japanese guards pried the crate open with a crowbar and pointed their weapons towards it in fear that it might be some kind of threat. However, when they peered inside, they found nothing more than a frame painting. After pulling it out, they displayed it towards their empress as they kneeled before her. The look on Itami's face caught Tillich by surprise. It was as if she was stunned into silence. The painting was none other than a portrait of Berenger within his imperial regalia. It was entirely photorealistic and was done by the hands of the first princess of the Reich, who had signed her signature in the bottom right corner. Itami slowly raised from her seat and approached the painting without even realizing it. The act of which caught everyone who witnessed it by surprise. It was as if she was in a trance. She had to admit that she never imagined Berenger would be so handsome. Then again, she tried her best to deny this reality as she slowly regained control of her thoughts once more. After doing so, she glared at the Tillich before questioning him about the painting. "This is your Kaiser? And why would he send me a portrait of himself?" The German lawyer scratched the back of his head before responding to the woman's question. He didn't even know what the present was prior to this moment, let alone why Linda had sent it to Itami. Initially, he thought it was as a means to antagonize the woman, however, there was simply nothing antagonistic by the extravagant portrait. Thus, he could only answer honestly. A minor correction, while this is a painting of His Majesty, Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, this portrait was sent by Her Majesty Kaiserin Linda von Kufstein. I don't know the exact reason she sent it, and a lowly servant like myself could never speak on her behalf. However, this is my only reason for making such a long journey, so if that is all, then I will be departing. Itami was lost in her thoughts as she gazed upon the image. She had completely failed to notice the lawyer's departure while she tried her best to find some hidden meaning behind this gift. Though she had no way of knowing it, Linda was a master of manipulation, and the red-headed beauty knew how to get into a woman's head better than anyone. By presenting a portrait of Berenger when he was at his most handsome, Linda was gambling on the notion that the lone Japanese empress who was known throughout the world for her unreasonably high standards would subconsciously find Berenger to be more desirable, and in doing so weaken her resolve to fight a life or death struggle with the Reich. Itami had no way of knowing Lindy's intention, nor that she had actually succeeded. Though she had never met Berenger, Itami had been bested by the man at every turn, thus far. When combined with Momo's insistent nudging by calling the man brother-in-law along with personally witnessing Berengar's exceptional appearance, Itami's heart had been affected in a way she had yet to realize. Ultimately, it took Itami several moments of silence before she realized that Tillich had departed. Upon seeing that she was alone with her guards, Itami sighed heavily before revealing her thoughts about the gift. "Hang this painting within my quarters. At the very least, it is a decent piece of art." The royal guards did not hesitate to do as Itami had asked and were quick to whisk the gift away towards Itami's bedroom. As for the woman herself, only she knew what complex emotions she was feeling after witnessing her greatest rival's appearance. Itami had to admit that she had underestimated the Reich. At first, she thought that they had focused entirely on the path of war. But after seeing such a magnificent work of art, she realized that Berenger had not only progressed the industry of Germany but also the culture in ways she could not properly fathom. A deep sense of jealousy stained Itami's heart as she was starting to realize just how far behind she was from the empire that her rival had created. She posed a question to herself in her mind as she silently stared at her throne. If I were to have ruled for the same amount of time as Berenger, would I have accomplished the same feats? Despite dwelling on this question for some time, Itami knew the answer within the depths of her heart, which solicited a sigh from the beautiful young woman as she slowly walked back to her throne and sat upon it. Itami sat there for some time, lost in thought, until the sun began to set. In the end, she returned to her room where the portrait was hung across from her bed. With a bottle of sake in one hand, she continued to observe it in silence. The young Japanese empress reached out her hand and touched the painted cheek of the German Kaiser before mindlessly expressing her thoughts aloud. So handsome. However, after saying this, Itami looked back towards her bed where her Julian body pillow laid with a tinge of guilt in her blood-red eyes. This caused the woman to drop her bottle of sake and run towards the pillow where she dragged it into her bosom and consoled it as if she were speaking to Julian himself. Julian, it's not like that. It's just a fantastic piece of art, that's all. I don't have any feelings towards that smug bastard at all. Utter silence prevailed in the room as Itami's gaze drifted between the body pillow she had created, which represented her deceased love interest, and the extravagant portrait of the German monarch, until finally she fell asleep. Chapter 906, Sailing to Singapore. Berenger stood on board the Honoria-class corvette, which had replaced the previous iteration of the ship known as Queen Honoria's Revenge. This corvette was essentially a Ritter von Bettinger-class destroyer that was scaled down to the size of a corvette. The ship had a complement of 65 people and consisted of a limited armament of one 127mm automatic gun, two 20mm point defense systems, and 4 torpedo tubes. At the moment, anti-ship missiles were still under development, but once the technology was perfected, Honoria's crew would be able to modify their vessel to accept as such weapons. There were a total of 3 Adela-class destroyers which acted as escorts to the smaller ship. These ships each housed a detachment of Marines who would be accompanying Honoria and her girls on their journey to Australia. At the moment, Berenger gazed upon the Mediterranean Sea as the sun descended from the sky with a glass of his finest 12-year-old whiskey in his left hand. He sipped the amber liquid slowly, as if to savor the intense flavor. While the Kaiser was drinking alone, his third wife Honoria approached him. The two of them were currently dressed in naval uniforms, though Honoria adopted the appearance of a sailor and Berenger wore that of an admiral. While Berenger had noticed his woman's approach, he silently stared off into the sea while she wrapped her arms around him from behind. There was a faint smile on her perfectly sculpted face as she whispered the words just loud enough that the two of them could hear. It's hard to believe this is the last time we will sail off into the sunset together. In response to this, Berenger merely scoffed as he turned around and placed his hand on Honoria's cheek. There was a look of hope in the man's eyes as he spoke the words that his wife wanted to hear most. On the contrary, I believe there will be many voyages that await us in the future. However, rather than being militant in nature, they will be pleasure cruises which our entire family can enjoy. Perhaps after the war with Japan is over and the oceans are safe for us to travel, I will commission a grand yacht for our family to sail across the world and see all which it has to offer. Honoria rested her head on Berengar's chest. She gazed up into his deep blue eyes with a more noticeable smile on her pretty face before uttering the words that she felt deep within her heart. That sounds nice. Unfortunately for the couple, their romantic display was interrupted by the giggles of 3 women who rushed onto the deck in their underwear. From what Berenger could tell, Elfrun was playfully chasing after a few of the new recruits with a bottle of rum in one hand and a dildo in another. The veteran pirate called out to these young women as she wrapped her arms around one of them and stuck the toy in the girl's delicate mouth. Come on, girls. It's time for your initiation. As if Elfrun had utterly forgotten that the Kaiser was on board the vessel, she pushed the recruit down onto the ground and began to play with her body. Berenger merely sipped from his whiskey as he enjoyed the show. However, Honoria was in the middle of face-palming as she sighed in disappointment before alerting the trio of women towards her presence. Elfrun, did you forget that we have a guest on board? It's fine if you want to play with the girls in your own room, but to do so in the middle of the deck is inappropriate, don't you think? A shameless smile appeared on Elfrun's lips as she finished kissing the recruit's exposed breasts before nodding her head in agreement with her captain's words. I suppose you're right, girls. Let's head back to my quarters and I'll show you the true meaning of sisterhood. The 2 recruits blushed in embarrassment as they heard these words, but they did not resist in the slightest. It was only after the 3 women were gone did Berenger sigh and shake his head. She seems to be enjoying herself. Honoria merely snatched the glass of whiskey from his hand and quickly downed its contents before responding to the man's statement. A little too much if you ask me. However, most of these girls joined the crew to get away from their civil responsibilities. It's not really a surprise that half of them experiment with one another. A slight chuckle erupted from Berengar's lips as he wrapped his arm around Honoria's shoulder and dragged her close. The next question he posed caused chills to go down the woman's spine. What about you? Have you ever experimented with your crew? A single glance into Berengar's chilly gaze told Honoria that this question was more than just a mere curiosity. She was forced to calm her nerves before answering it with the honest truth. No. As much as Elfrun has wanted to get into my pants, I've never played with any of my crew. As a member of your royal harem, I felt it was inappropriate to lower myself to such common pussy. The only women I have ever been with are your other girls. Utter silence prevailed for several seconds as Honoria waited for her man's reply. In the end, a single word escaped his lips as he nodded his head in approval. Good. Not long after, Melissa entered the scene while shaking her head in disapproval. She couldn't help but comment on Elfrun's lustful behavior. Good God, that woman sure knows how to take advantage of the new girls. I think she's just coping with the fact that this is probably the last time she will ever see you. Melissa brought with her a bottle of rum and a pair of glasses which she filled up for herself and Honoria along with Berengar's empty cup. The trio clinked their drinks together as the former prostitute gave a toast to her captain. To a new tomorrow. I truly hope that you can be happy after putting the life of a privateer behind you. A bitter smile appeared on Honoria's lips as she heard this, but she refused to say anything and instead took a sip of the black spiced rum. Her eyes drifted to the sea as she contemplated what the future had in store for her. After several moments of silence, she finally commented on her situation. I'm sure you'll make a great captain, Melissa. After all, you have led these girls on more adventures than I have. However, in a shocking response, Melissa shook her head and sighed heavily. There was a defeated expression in her eyes as she commented on the whole ordeal. This is my last voyage as well. I've made a vast fortune during the time I've spent pirating with you girls. If I'm being completely honest, I don't even recognize half the faces on board this ship anymore. Most of the girls who I've seen as sisters have either perished in conflict or retired in peace. I can rest easy knowing Elfrun intends to continue what you started. Perhaps he'll settle in Nehafen. I hear the city is a den of vice, and that sounds like it is my kind of place. I might use the wealth I've gained to open up a brothel and treat the girls nicer than I was treated during my years in such a profession. I'm not going to lie. The only reason I have stayed on this long as a member of this crew was to make sure you were safe. Once you retire, I will go with you. Besides, there's something else that deeply concerns me. Be honest with me, this upcoming war with Japan is going to be more dangerous than anything we have come across before, isn't it? Honoria didn't answer Melissa's question. Instead, it was Berenger who replied to her with a solemn tone in his voice. More than you can possibly imagine. For the first time since I granted you girls a letter of marque and reprisal, you will be facing an adversary whose vessels are at the very least on a near-peer level. If this ship is unfortunate enough to be intercepted by a Japanese fleet, it is game over for you all. If I'm being perfectly honest here, this is the primary reason I am forcing Honoria to step down. Melissa simply nodded her head and sighed once more while she heard this before responding to the Kaiser's claim. I understand. While I know that I can't force Elfrun to retire, at the very least I can alert her to the danger she will be facing. Thank you for being honest with me. The two of you enjoy yourselves for the rest of the evening. I'm going to go make sure the crew is aware of their responsibilities over the upcoming days. After saying this, Melissa abruptly departed, leaving Berenger and Honoria alone on the deck together as they gazed upon the setting sun with troubled looks in their eyes. Only time would tell how much devastation would result from the war between Germany and Japan. However, one thing was certain to Berenger: the end result would be a new world where Germany reigned unchallenged for generations to come. Chapter 907, Wars in the East. Emperor Asha gazed upon a group of prisoners with a pitiful glint in his eye. He could hardly believe matters had come to this, but without punishing these men, he would never be able to retain his Japanese backers. Months had passed since the Bengal Emperor first began his campaign to unify the Indian subcontinent beneath his banner, and during this time, his troops, under fear of death, behaved themselves quite well. However, as the war continued and these men were forced to march endless miles in pursuit of a goal they themselves did not fully believe in, it was inevitable that some men would break the rules of war which were imposed upon them by a foreign empress, one which their own monarch desperately sought to win the favor of. Nearly 250 soldiers of the Bengal army were bound and gagged as they kneeled on the ground in front of a ransacked village. These men had committed mass rape and murder of the territory they now knelt upon, killing every man and boy while forcing themselves upon every woman and girl, regardless of their age. In the past, these actions would be overlooked as a natural consequence of war. However, the Empress Itami had already punished the Bengal army by withdrawing support in a certain critical aspect. As an act of reprisal for their previous abhorrent behavior, Itami Ryo had halted the sale of Gatling guns to their Bengal proxies. In reality, this was done as a measure to avoid invoking the ire of the Reich, who claimed to have patented the device years prior to her own invention. However, Itami did not explain this to Emperor Asha and instead said her actions were punishment for his previous crimes. Such a thing had prompted Asha to take immediate action upon realizing that his soldiers were not following the rules of war that the Japanese had insisted they followed, in fear that the Empress Itami might cut military support in other aspects. As a result, Asha did not look the least bit fierce as he sighed heavily before condemning 250 of his own soldiers to death. In fact, one might say he was overwhelmed with fatigue. You were all made aware some time ago about the rules and regulations which you were to abide during this conflict. Yet, here we stand. A devastated village brought to ruin by your own lust and greed. Such crimes cannot be tolerated, and thus I can only sentence you all with the harshest of punishments, death. Soldiers of Bengal, let this be a lesson to you all about the consequences of your actions. Do it. After saying this, the man looked the other way. Ironically, he was not able to face the consequences of his own actions. Despite the hesitancy on the part of their emperor, the most loyal soldiers of the Bengal army chambered a round into their lever-action rifles before pulling the trigger. A loud crackle of gunfire filled the air as the 250 war criminals were sent to the afterlife. Though Asha wanted this to be an example toward his army, he would be remiss to find out that it would ultimately have the opposite effect. Upon seeing their own brothers in arms gunned down for committing acts which they had all previously engaged in, the Bengal soldiers would soon find themselves embittered towards their emperor and his Japanese masters. Despite these treacherous thoughts, the war continued, and soon enough the Kakatiya dynasty would fall to the Bengal tide, allowing Asha to advance on the most powerful of the Indian states outside of the Anangpur Empire, the Pandya dynasty. While the Bengal army waged war in India, Itami had dispatched her own forces to the islands that were once known as the Philippines during her past life. Unlike in Itami's past life, the religion of Islam had never spread to Asia, and as a result, the Philippines was split in between Hindu states in the south and Chinese states in the north. Under the command of the recently appointed General Saito Koronari, the Imperial Japanese island landed on the island chain with little resistance. In fact, the entire invasion was something the local petty kingdoms were entirely unaware of until it was too late. For months, Japan had been flexing its increase in naval power by protecting cargo ships which traversed to the Philippines. As a result, the local realms did not suspect a full-scale invasion of their homelands as a possibility, even when a large amount of Japanese ships gathered off of their coasts. The Japanese Empire was facing a crisis as they came to understand more about the capabilities of their rival, which was located in the Western world. Empress Itami Ryo knew that if her armies were to stand a chance against that of the Reich, then she needed to mechanize, and quickly. However, in order to do this, she needed oil, and that was something the land that her empire currently occupied was utterly lacking in. Luckily for her, the island of Mindanao was home to the Laguasan Marsh, which housed a rather large reserve of oil and natural gas. It was the second largest island in the entire archipelago. Mindanao was home to several petty kingdoms who, in the past, Itami had attempted to bribe into accepting annexation. However, after word got out of her soldiers' war crimes in other occupied regions, this option was no longer available, and thus the Japanese had resorted to a full-scale invasion. Under the cover of night, the Imperial Japanese army embarked from the vessels that carried them and landed on the shores of Mindanao. Nobody was any the wiser that an entire brigade of Japanese soldiers had landed on the shores of the island. After securing the beachhead, the Japanese army ferried their cavalry and logistic caravans. Much like the Ming army, Itami had equipped her forces with Tachanka-like vehicles in the hopes of providing mobile firepower to her infantry, who were completely lacking in armored vehicles. Within an hour, 5,000 Japanese soldiers had landed on the shores of Mindanao, where they swiftly conquered the village that was nearest to their landing spot. To those families who rested in their homes on the silent night, it came as a sudden surprise when the Japanese soldiers kicked down their doors and mercilessly gunned down those who resisted their sudden occupation. It took less than 30 minutes for the soldiers to seize control of the village. After the area was secure, General Saito stepped foot into the captured town and planted the Japanese flag on its soil. The man spoke in his native tongue as he called out to the locals with an intimidating shout. As of this moment, the Rajanate of Maguindanao is hereby annexed into the Japanese Empire. All hail your new empress. All hail the rising sun. Naturally, the native inhabitants of the island did not understand a word he said, but the moment the general pulled out his sidearm and fired it into the air, the village folk knelt on the floor in fear for their lives. Unfortunately for the local population, they did not have a say in the matter of their annexation. Though news would rapidly spread throughout the island of the Japanese occupation, there was simply nothing that the primitive Filipino states could do to prevent the Japanese takeover of their homeland. Any resistance against the advanced Japanese army was met with swift retaliation. In the face of overwhelming firepower, it would only take a matter of weeks before the Japanese army had occupied the entire Rajanate of Maguindanao. Thus, while Berenger was sailing to Singapore for a diplomatic visit to the Majapahit Empire, Itami had made the first move towards taking the Philippines for herself, an action which would ultimately gain the ire of the Ming dynasty. Chapter 908, Reuniting with the Majapahit Princess. The journey to the German naval base in Singapore was a lengthy one. Because the ship was only a corvette, its range was vastly inferior to some of the other larger warships which saw service within the Kriegsmarine. As a result, the vessel was forced to stop within the Anangpur Empire to refuel before finally making their way to the Malacca Strait. Upon arriving at his destination, Berenger said a brief farewell to his wife Anuria before departing from the vessel and entering the military base in Singapore. The moment he stepped onto the docks, he found that the admiral who had been tasked with overseeing the daily operations of the naval base was there to greet him. A wide grin formed on Berengar's face as he approached the man who had saluted him. "Admiral Noel Schreiber, it is a pleasure to see you again. I trust you have been well over these past few years?" The admiral had a tan complexion and was dressed in a short-sleeve navy blue cotton uniform that was designed for use in the tropics. He wore a pair of sunglasses and had an officer's cap on his head. It was clear that the environment had affected his appearance, as he was utterly lacking the fine porcelain skin that was common among those who dwelled in the Alps. Despite this, the man smiled and nodded his head before responding to his Kaiser's question. "Of course, my Kaiser. I must say I very much enjoy the environment here. However, I doubt you came all the way here to speak to me about such simple matters. So tell me, how can I assist you?" Berenger gazed across the Malacca Strait for several moments in silence. It was clear that his attention was elsewhere. Though what his exact thoughts were, only he truly knew. After several moments of silence, he gave the admiral an order, one he could not refuse. "You are correct in your assumption. I came all this way for a diplomatic visit to the Majapahit Empire. I need a ferry and an escort. Prepare your fastest craft and a squad of your finest camp swimmers. I want to depart within the hour." Admiral Schreiber had heard rumors that the Kaiser had taken the Majapahit princess as a concubine, but he never dared to believe them until now. It was clear by Berengar's appearance that he was a bit anxious about this meeting, something the man would not normally express if this were a mere diplomatic visit to a primitive realm. However, Nolf did not speak of these matters, knowing better than to pry into the Kaiser's private life, and instead nodded his head before accepting his orders. "As you command, my Kaiser. I will prepare your team to depart within the hour as you have requested." After saying this, Admiral Schreiber sent off a runner to get these things in order while he showed Berenger around the naval/air base that had been established in Singapore. As the closest area to the zone of conflict, that was sure to occur within the future. The Kriegsmarine and Luftwaffe had invested ample amounts of time, resources, and manpower into the region. Well over 1,000 aircraft were stationed in the airbase along with their crewmen, making it the largest airbase in the world. This was excluding the aircraft which were stationed aboard the carrier. As for the vessels that were within the area, the 6th Fleet called Singapore its home, while various destroyers, corvettes, U-boats, and fast attack craft protected the Malacca Strait. There were also special operations units attached to the naval base. These were not, however, the infamous JAG commandos, but were instead known as Kommando Spezialkraft Marine, or KSM for short. They were also called Kampfschwimmers. This Naval Special Forces unit was modeled after the U.S. Navy SEALs from Berengar's past life and were primarily active in Asia, hence why a large number of them were concentrated on the Singapore naval base. Those who became Kampfschwimmers were recruited from the ranks of the naval infantry, also known as the Marines. They then went through a 3-year pipeline to become special warfare operators. The intense training had a 99% attrition rate, meaning 1 in 100 men would succeed in becoming Kampfschwimmers. As promised, within the hour the ship was prepared along with the escort of Kampfschwimmers, who all saluted their Kaiser as they gazed upon him. These special warfare operators were not dressed in the usual uniforms that the soldiers of the Reich wore. Rather, they were dressed in what could approximately be described as a Gorka mountain suit that was dyed in the Blumentarn camouflaged pattern. Over this, they wore plate carriers in the style of the classic Defender II, which were feldgrau in color. The load-bearing equipment they utilized was loosely modeled after the Sposen Smersh and matched the plate carrier in color. Atop their heads were feldgrau M56/76 Stahlhelms, which had feldgrau netting over them. Their boots were modern in design, as were their gloves, which were both feldgrau in color. The weapons that these special operators carried were not the usual STG-27S, which saw standard service among the German military. Instead, they were a copy of the infamous STG-44 from the Second World War of Berengar's past life. This was the new equipment issued to the special operations units within the Reich's military, such as the Jaegers, JAG commandos, and the Kampfschwimmers. Berenger gazed upon their advanced equipment and nodded his head in approval before giving the order to move out. "Time waits for no man. Let's depart." After saying this, the operators boarded the fast attack craft, which would carry Berenger across the Malacca Strait and towards the heart of the Majapahit Empire, where the king and princess were awaiting his visit. Some time passed as Berenger enjoyed the journey before arriving in the Majapahit port city, where they took a convoy was already prepared for the Kaiser's arrival. After arriving on the docks, Berenger, along with his escort, quickly entered the vehicles that were provided for him, where they slowly but surely made their way to the Majapahit palace. The moment Berenger stepped out of the carriage and into the courtyard, he saw Princess Angrani rush out to meet him. She had in her arms a small child who was no older than 2. It was apparent by this boy's features that he was half European. Obviously, this was Berengar's child, causing the man to smile fervently upon witnessing the sight of his son. Berenger hugged the Majapahit princess as they reunited into each other's arms before kissing his son on the forehead. After doing so, he was quick to inquire about the boy's name. "I presume this is my son. What have you named him?" Angrani gazed upon Berengar's handsome face for some time. The last time they met, he still wore an eye patch. Yet, for whatever reason, he now had a pair of mismatched irises, the very sight of which caused her heart to flutter. It took the woman a few seconds to calm down before announcing her son's name to the boy's father. "His name is Dharma, and yes, he is your son. Is that all you have to say to me? You don't know how much I missed you." Berenger nodded his head in approval when he heard this. At the very least, it was a name he could pronounce, unlike whatever the hell Tlexicli had named their son. Berenger could tell the half-German half-Indonesian child would grow up to become a handsome man, and thus he felt nothing other than pride when gazing upon such a young son. Part of the reason he had come to the Majapahit Empire was to see the son he had never met, and now that he saw the boy, he was satisfied. After reuniting with his concubine and their child, Berenger felt at ease, which caused him to take charge of the situation as he led the mother and child into her home. Yes, I missed you too. However, I have not come all this way just to see my child. There are important matters to discuss, so let us go meet with your father. I have many words which I wish to speak to him. Angrani did not refuse, even though she was a bit aggrieved by how little emphasis Berenger seemed to put on their reunion. She quickly followed her man into the palace where her father was resting. The Majapahit princess had no idea what Berenger wanted to say, but she could make an educated guess. It most likely revolved around the threat of the Japanese Empire, and for this she was worried about what her father might say. Chapter 909, Meeting with the Majapahit King. Berenger stood within the great hall of the Majapahit Palace, where a middle-aged man sat upon his golden throne. The man stared at the German Kaiser, who he had heard so much about from the lips of his errant daughter. Upon seeing the man in all his glory, Suratman had to admit he was slightly disappointed. Berenger had shown up in his imperial regalia with all the bells and whistles on full display. First impressions were important, especially to the father of a girl you were screwing. He could have worn his military uniform with his sleeves rolled up and his collar unbuttoned, but he had chosen to display the prestige that he was afforded as the Kaiser of the Reich. The Majapahit king carefully observed Berengar's appearance before speaking his thoughts on the matter in the Sanskrit tongue. He did so because he believed Berenger would not be able to understand his words. So this is the mighty Kaiser whose armies are so vast they can cover all land beneath the sun. I must say, when I first heard of such a man, I had assumed he would be more fearsome. Berenger remained utterly silent when he heard these words. He was in his 30s now, but he still looked young for his age. Perhaps it was good genetics, or perhaps it had to do with his diet. Either way, the man looked no older than his late 20s. It was because of this youthful and princely appearance that Berenger did not give off the impression of the world's most powerful man to those who first gazed upon him. Angrani pouted when she heard her father's words and quickly scolded the man for his rude remarks. As someone who had witnessed the power of the Reich firsthand, she could not fathom anyone being stupid enough to make such a crass remark about the Kaiser's appearance. Let alone her own father. Father, you would do well to remember the German fleet that sits across the Malacca Strait. Even though you are king of these lands, it is not appropriate to be so rude to the Kaiser. I suggest you mind your words carefully when you speak to him in a language he can understand. In truth, Berenger was not the least bit offended by the man's statement. His youthful appearance was actually something he took pride in. Thus, he raised his hand to silence his concubine before speaking in the Sanskrit tongue, an act which surprised the both of them. There's no need for the man to mind his manners. He's right. My appearance is far from that of what most people would think of me when they consider the power that I wield. I fully admit I am far from the most intimidating-looking man. Though I may not be a fearsome person to look at, I assure you that with a stroke of the pen I could condemn any kingdom on this planet into oblivion. It surprised Suratman when he heard Berenger speak in the Sanskrit language with such fluency. He felt deeply ashamed for the words he had spoken prior, as he was unaware that the Kaiser could comprehend them properly. After several moments of silence, the Majapahit king raised his voice with a stern look in his eyes. Why are you here? Berenger smiled when he heard this before raising 2 fingers as he expressed his reasoning for visiting the Southeast Asian Empire with a carefree expression on his face. I came here for 2 reasons. My first reason for visiting this kingdom of yours was so that I could see my son with my own 2 eyes, who, until this day, I had yet to meet. I must say, though I have not been with the boy for long, I already approve of him. As for the other reason for my visit, to put it simply, King Suratman, I have come to discuss the threat which the Japanese Empire poses to your borders. Are you aware that as of this moment, the Imperial Japanese Army is waging war across the island of Mindanao? Soon the entire region will be embroiled in conflict, and you will lose a valuable trading partner. If the nobles beneath your banner are not yet convinced of the threat that the Japanese Empire poses to your sovereignty, then I would suggest that they look towards the east and carefully observe this conflict. Your kingdom has no chance of defending your isles against the Japanese military unless you can seize absolute control over both the nobles beneath your banner and the vassals who swear fealty to you. So I have come with 3 proposals that I think you will find interesting. The Majapahit king gazed upon the Kaiser with a shrewd look in his eyes. He was entirely unaware that the island of Mindanao had been invaded by the Japanese, but if this was true, it was the excuse he needed to rally his vassals beneath his banner and assume direct control over his empire. Thus, he slowly nodded his head as he spoke the words. Go on. Berenger smiled upon hearing this simple phrase before speaking of his propositions, which he knew that Suratman had no way of rejecting. First, Princess Angrani and our son Dharma will return with me to the Reich as a permanent ambassador to my empire. This is non-negotiable. I intend to raise my son in an environment that will allow him to thrive in the future, and as great as your kingdom is, it is a far cry from the fatherland. Second, I demand that you recognize my claim over the Australian continent. As we speak, my agents are sailing to the region so that they can plant our flag on its soil. It would not only be beneficial to my empire but yours as well to support this claim. Lastly, I suggest that you allow further cooperation between our armed forces. I will continue to supply your army with weapons and training so that by the time the Japanese set their sights on Borneo your forces can be adequately prepared to repel them. Suratman gazed upon the German emperor with intense focus. By the tone in Berengar's voice, the man was essentially giving an order to the Majapahit king instead of making a friendly request. However, after seeing the massive steel warships that existed across the other side of the Malacca Strait, he could successfully say that if there was one man who could walk into his home and give him orders, it was the Kaiser. After several moments of silence, Suratman nodded his head in agreement. Now that he was aware of the Japanese invasion of the Philippines, he could use it to his advantage. With further German support, he would successfully be able to centralize his authority, something which the Majapahit king greatly desired. Very well. I will agree with these demands of yours. However, I must say that I am greatly displeased by your tone. Still, I will admit that I need your support if I even have a hope of holding off the Japanese when they finally decide to invade my lands. If you don't mind me asking, how do you know they will attack Borneo first? Berenger wore a smug smile on his face as he answered this question in a rather cryptic manner. Let's just say there is a resource on that island that is critical for the development of Empress Atami's armed forces. One that she won't be able to get her hands on anywhere else. Thus, I am fairly certain when she finally decides to attack your kingdom, she will do so by landing her troops on Borneo first. Though Suratman did not know how Berenger knew this information, he did not immediately reject it as if it were false. Instead, he considered it in earnest for some time before nodding his head in agreement. Very well, consider me convinced. I look forward to working with you and your empire in the future. Please stay. I have arranged a feast for your arrival. You should enjoy your time here in my lands to the best of your ability. Berenger simply smiled and nodded as he spoke the words that immediately came to his mind. I thank you for your hospitality. With this said, Berenger would enjoy the rest of his evening, drinking, and feasting to his heart's content. Chapter 9-10, A Brutal Rejection. Itami sat upon her throne with a disinterested look in her sanguine eyes. Standing across from her was someone she had never wanted to see again. However, against her wishes, the Ming Prince Zhu Li had returned to Japan and in doing so appeared to have the goal of gaining Itami's favor. The young man bowed respectfully before the Japanese empress as he presented gifts to the woman who he longed for most in this world. Empress Itami, your beauty is renowned across the world. I fear whatever gift I may bring is inadequate for a woman of your caliber. However, it is my humble opinion that these furs and fine jades will help enhance your noble bearing. The fur shawl was as white as Itami's hair and was masterfully crafted. One glimpse of such a fine accessory would be sure to drive most women crazy with envy. However, in Itami's eyes, it was a gift she would rather not accept. Aside from the exquisite white furs, there was also a dragon pendant made from imported German white gold and the purest white jade stone. It too was manufactured by the best of craftsmen that the Ming dynasty had to offer. Though Itami wanted nothing more than to deny these gifts and send Zhu Li packing once more. She knew better than to antagonize her largest trading partner, and as a result she sighed heavily before nodding her head in silence. A few servants stepped forward and accepted the gifts on her behalf, causing a smile to curve itself upon Zhu Li's lips until the moment Itami finally chose to speak. How goes your brother's conquests in Indochina? These words caused the Ming prince's heart to sink. Itami had not even thanked him for the gifts nor given them any mind. Instead, her servants merely dragged the presents off to some unknown location. As for her first question, it was in regards to his elder brother and not himself. Though Zhu Li had been sent packing the last time he visited the Japanese empress, the woman left an impression on his heart that had caused him to fall madly in love. He had forsaken all of his concubines and had tried to come up with the best ways he could think of to win Itami's affections. However, his gifts had no impact on the woman's icy heart. Instead, she seemed more interested in his elder brother. As a result, Zhu Li did his best to smear his brother's reputation. My brother is doing his best to conquer Indochina, but his results are slow and father often complains about his methods. He has apparently been quite cruel in his campaign thus far. I begged father to allow me to undertake the effort on his behalf, but unfortunately he chose brother Xi. As a result, the amount of innocents who have perished in this invasion is no small number. However, I'm sure as the empress of the mighty Japanese empire you have no concerns about such small matters. Itami said nothing, nor did she react in any way to this news. She had not met Zhu Xi and thus was not aware of the man's personality. Her agents were also stretched thin as it was, and she could not get any reliable intel about the war in Indochina. Despite this, she did not trust a word Zhu Li had said about his elder brother. After all, the man seemed to be willing to lie through his teeth to accomplish his goals. After careful consideration, the Japanese empress simply nodded her head in silence, not willing to waste the breath that was required to entertain this fool's fantasies. Instead, after several moments, she responded rather cruelly to the Ming prince. Since you have come all this way to visit, I shall show you my hospitality. There will be a feast tonight for your pleasure, but unfortunately I have other matters which I must attend to and will not be present for it. Enjoy your stay and have a safe journey back to your homeland, Prince Zhu Li. Zhu Li could not believe his ears. After all the effort he had gone through, the woman was only willing to meet with him once before sending him packing again. He was struggling to accept this outcome even as Atami stepped off her throne and began to depart from the great hall. He could not help himself but call out to the aloof woman who seemed to be entirely disinterested in worldly affairs. Empress Atami, wait. I have come all this way to see you, and yet you are not even willing to dine with me? What is so important that you must abandon your guests? Itami stopped dead in her tracks and turned around to glare at the man who was so impudent that he would intervene in her personal affairs. She had a murderous glint in her blood-red eyes as she spoke the honest truth to the man. Julie, out of respect for your father, I have taken time out of my busy schedule to see you and accept your gifts. Though I have taken these items which you have presented to me, it does not mean that I have responded positively to your affections. In fact, I find your attempts to woo me quite laughable, especially after the shit you pulled the last time you visited my domain. Allow me to make this clear to you so that you can abandon your wild fantasies and go on with your life free from the chains that bind you. I shall not belong to any man who has not bested me at my own game. You are no warrior, nor are you a great scholar or even a talented artist. You are a pitiful prince who has no extraordinary talents to speak of whatsoever. Your greatest assets are the fact that you are your father's son and are somewhat good-looking. Unfortunately for you, there is a man in this world whose appearance makes you look mediocre by comparison. To put it simply, you are entirely incapable of winning my affections. You are not even qualified to make an attempt. So go home before you make a further fool of yourself. After hearing all of this, Julie was enraged beyond measure. He had grown up with an exceptional background and appearance. Because of that, women from around the Eastern world were willing to throw themselves at him. Never before had he been rejected, let alone so ruthlessly. Just who did Itami think she was? He could forgive some of the things she had said as they were accurate, and even he could not deny such statements with a straight face. However, the one thing he could not forgive was her insulting his appearance, which caused him to lash out at the Japanese empress who was kind enough to host him in her home despite his ill intentions. You say there is a man who makes me look mediocre by comparison? Who is this bastard? They'll maim him in such a way that no woman will ever dare to gaze upon his mangled flesh. So much so that you will forget the words you have spoken to me today. Despite his threats, Itami merely wore a pitiful smirk on her perfect face as she dashed the man's dreams with a single name. Berenger von Kufstein. Tell my Julie, do you dare say the same words now that you have heard his name? Berenger von Kufstein was a name that the entire royal family of the Ming dynasty was keenly aware of. Mostly because it was the crown prince who spoke so highly of the man. However, no matter what praises escaped Zhu Ji's mouth, the man had never said a word about Berengar's appearance, even when cornered by his sisters about the topic. Naturally, Julie had researched into Berengar's background, and the words spoken about the man were almost fantastical. So much so that he had a hard time believing even 1 to 10th of the man's history was accurate. However, there was one thing that was undeniable: Berenger von Kufstein had brought the entire Western world beneath his heel in a matter of 10 years. That alone was enough to make the Ming prince understand that the Kaiser of Germany was not a man to be trifled with. Thus Julie backed down and lowered his head upon hearing these words, an act which only gained contempt from the object of his affections. In fact, a mocking smile appeared on Itami's face as she once more spoke with vicious intent. The fact that you are willing to bow your head and swallow your pride at the mere mention of his name proves that you are unworthy of my attention. Enjoy your stay here in Hyankyo, because it will be your last time you ever step foot in my palace. The arrogance you have displayed to me today has persuaded me to revoke your rights as an ambassador of your people. The next time your father wants to get in touch with me, tell him to send someone more respectful. After saying this, Itami walked off, leaving the Ming prince and his delegation in shock as to what had just transpired. Ultimately, Julie's hopes of getting into Itami's pants were thoroughly dashed, and he could only return home with his head hung in shame. Chapter 9:11, Meeting the Prince's Mother. Hans drove through the streets of Kufstein with a complete disregard for his own safety. Currently, he was riding on a motorcycle with the Princess of Bavaria seated behind him. The girl wrapped her arms around the Austrian prince as she prayed to the heavens for her own safety. A smile etched itself upon the 13-year-old boy's face as he gripped the throttle and propelled himself through the city's streets at high speeds. Hans had been granted permission to leave the Aerial Warfare Academy this weekend so that he may visit his family. He had decided to bring Anne along with him as a way to thoroughly outrage his most annoying fiancée. This was the first time that the Bavarian princess would be meeting with the boy's mother, and if she was not currently preoccupied by the terror which gripped her heart, then the girl would be incredibly anxious at the thought of meeting the legendary Linda von Kufstein. In the past, Anna's father had seldom spoken of his meetings with the von Kufstein family. In fact, despite being the current king of Bavaria and a direct subordinate of the Kaiser, Diecker seemed to hold a great sense of dread towards the royal couple. When he used such words, Diecker was describing only two people, Berenger and Linda von Kufstein. Diecker had once described to his daughter the power dynamics of the royal harem. Though Adela von Kufstein was the first Kaiserin, she was in name only. In reality, it was Linda who Berenger doted on the most and who controlled the other women in his life like a group of marionettes. It had been years since Anne had first started developing a relationship with Hans, and though they had never made an official declaration of their feelings for one another, Diecker knew that his daughter had fallen for the boy. As a result, he had given her a stern warning about how to act in front of the second Kaiserin. Ultimately, this sense of anxiety finally revealed itself on the girl's pretty face when the motorcycle pulled up in front of the Imperial Palace. Hans did not seem the least bit concerned as he approached the building's gates and forced his way inside, and had no choice but to follow him. However, she did so meekly, afraid of what Linda might think of her. The moment Hans stepped inside, his mother assaulted him. The busty red-headed beauty wrapped her arms around the teenage boy's neck and shoved his head within her hefty bosom while expressing her delight. "My baby boy has finally returned." After saying this, she let her child free from her clutches before taking a stern tone with him. "You should know better than to worry your mother to such an extent. I have heard of the risks you have been taking in your flight instruction. Don't make me pull you to the Aerial Warfare Academy." As the woman said these words, her sharp gaze fell upon Anne. Despite this, she did not say a word to the girl and instead waited for her son to respond to her scolding, which he was all too eager to do so. "Mom, even you can't get me out of the Aerial Warfare Academy. Once a man enrolls in a military academy, he is signing 12 years of his life away to the military." Despite the accuracy behind the boy's words, Linda was far from persuaded and instead pulled on her son's ear and lectured him further. "Don't be so sure about that, young man. I have my ways. If I really wanted to, I could have you transferred to Imperial Intelligence. Hema has been buried up to her eyeballs in work these days and she could use a little helper." The idea of being transferred to Imperial Intelligence and carrying out 12 years of his life beneath his mother's clutches sent a chill down Hans' spine, causing him to bow his head in submission and apologize for his reckless actions. "I'm sorry, mother, it won't happen again." Linda gazed upon the submissive state of her son and sighed before expressing her discontent with his reckless behavior. "I swear, you are just like your father. Always jumping head first into unnecessary danger. If I knew you would grow up to be such a careless young man, I would have never permitted you to join the military." Hans merely scoffed at his mother's remarks before reminding her of the laws that were in place within the empire. "By the decree of my royal father, all young men must serve in the military for at least 4 years. Even if you wanted to keep me to yourself, you would not be able to convince father to make an exemption for me." Such words invoked fury in Lindy's heart. She was well aware that Berengar had the ultimate say on how they raised their kids. Even if she were to go on a sex strike to force his hand, the man would not falter. He was as stubborn as he was reckless. All she could do was scold her son with a rather pathetic choice of words. "Don't talk back to your mother, young man. Now, are you going to introduce me to your little girlfriend or not?" It was at this moment that Anne stepped forward and curtsied before the Kaiserin as she introduced herself. "Princess Anne von Wittelsbach at your service, your majesty." Linda closely observed the girl for some time before nodding her head in approval. Her words shocked both Hans and Anne. "I like this one. She knows how to show respect. Unlike that Nordic harlot who does nothing but lounge around and mooch off of our family's good graces. This girl will make a good wife. They'll have to talk with Dieker about your relationship. In the meantime, welcome to our home. Make yourself comfortable as I go fetch Hans' other girls." After saying this, Linda quickly departed, allowing Anne to release her breath, which she had been holding in anxiety since the moment she introduced herself. She finally revealed her thoughts when she saw Hans' gaze never leave his mother's figure. "Your mother is really beautiful. However, she is just as my father said, an utterly terrifying woman." In response to this, Hans chuckled before shifting his sight over to Anne. He wore a gentle smile on his face as he spoke about his mother with a hint of fondness in his tone. "At least she likes you. Trust me, if you think she is intimidating right now, wait until you do something that really pisses her off. I almost feel bad for Ingrid because I just know my mother is scheming how to get rid of the girl in the most humiliating manner possible." And had no words for such a statement. Though Linda had been incredibly friendly to her and still felt a suffocating pressure from the woman's gaze. As if her approval was the most important thing in the world. She carefully thought about this when Linda returned to the room with Hans' other women in tow. By now, Noemi and Veronica were both adults, whereas Natalia was the same age as Hans and was growing up to be a beauty in her own right. When gazed upon these young women, she felt a tad bit unworthy, as if their appearance was a step above her own. In reality, this was far from the case. However, the doubt remained within the girl's heart. Noemi and Veronica hugged Hans at the same time and sandwiched him between their sizable breasts. Yet there was not a perverted expression on the prince's face like one would expect from a boy his age. Instead, there seemed to be a look of annoyance as he pushed his two fiancées aside. "Enough. My mother has already smothered me. I don't need the same treatment from you too." The girl simply pouted as Natalia approached the young prince and hugged him as well. She seemed to be rather excited to see the boy, as it had been some time since he last visited his family. "Hans, we missed you. Stop being a brat and accept our affection already." The only one who did not make an immediate move to smother Hans was Ingrid, who rested on the wall and gazed upon the scene with a hint of disdain in her eyes. She had never accepted that the man she was supposed to marry had a harem of his own. However, now that the boy had brought another girl home, the young woman became absolutely vicious as she approached her fiancé and flicked his forehead. "You brought another girl home? What have I told you about falling prey to a bitch's schemes? You should be ashamed of yourself, Hans. Such blatant cheating cannot be tolerated." Linda was nearby and heard Ingrid's remarks. A look of displeasure appeared on her stunning face as she quickly swatted the woman on the bottom, causing Ingrid to yelp and stare at the red-headed beauty in fear. The Kaiserin was like a tigress when it came to protecting her cubs and was not afraid to get violent when Ingrid spoke out of turn. The subtle spanking did not go unnoticed by those who witnessed it. However, Linda acted as if it had never occurred and merely glared at Ingrid, forcing the girl to lower her head in submission. She steered the conversation elsewhere in order to avoid bringing up what had just happened. Lunch will be ready soon, so how about you all follow me to the dining room? Your siblings will be joining us, Hans. It has been some time since you last saw them and they are excited about your return. Ingrid, since you seem so displeased with our guest, you are not invited. Go back to your room and think about your actions. Ingrid felt wronged by this sudden change of events, but she merely gritted her teeth and bowed respectfully to Linda before doing as she was instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. After Ingrid left the party, they all followed Linda towards the dining hall where they would be met with a feast the likes they were not expecting. After all, it was a chance for Linda to show off her cooking skills, and she had recently come up with a dish that she felt both her husband and eldest son were sure to enjoy. Unfortunately, Berenger was away on business and thus he could not share this meal with the group. Chapter 9:12 Submission to the King. While Linda was having a conversation with Hans and his multiple fiancées, Berenger was enjoying himself across the world in a foreign kingdom where he was treated as their most esteemed guest. Aside from Princess Angrani, who was sitting in the man's lap and feeding him local delicacies, several other beauties were attending to Berengar's every need at the feast. Despite the attention of the other women, Berenger was not the least bit interested. For a man like him, only the most beautiful princesses caught his interest. Every other woman on the planet was simply beneath his notice. Still, he did not shoo them away and allow these noble women to play around with him while the Majapahit king was forced to watch the shameful display of flirtation. As Berenger was enjoying himself, he shot a glance over towards King Suratman, who was surrounded by the fathers of these women, each of which was a prominent nobleman, and many of them were opposing the efforts to centralize the Majapahit kingdom's authority under its monarch. As if to fan the flames, he posed a simple question to one of the girls, who was reaching her hand underneath his shirt so that she could feel the definition of his abdominal muscles. So tell me, sweetheart, what do you think about the potential Japanese invasion of your homeland? Are you perhaps scared? Unknowingly, Berenger had posed this question to a prominent nobleman's daughter, one who bitterly refused to buy into the notion of an upcoming Japanese invasion, let alone cede his authority as a vassal to the Majapahit king. The woman was beautiful, though not quite in the same league as Angrani. However, she was happy that she had caught Berengar's attention and simply spoke her thoughts on the matter as if it weren't a big issue. I've heard tales of Germany's strength. I'm sure that with such big, strong men protecting us, our people won't need to fear the Japanese and their petulant schemes. Isn't that the case? However, Berengar's reaction shocked the woman as he merely chuckled before responding to her and by extension, her father. Do you really believe I would deploy my army to protect you from Japan? I might be willing to sell your realm arms and munitions, but I have no intentions of defending your kingdom from the avaricious gaze of Empress Atami. That will be something you have to do yourselves. This response astonished the woman, her father, and the other nobles who had presumed the German fleet would counteract Japan's attacks. After all, the German military had taken up residence in their backyard. Surely that meant that had ambitions for the region? The woman's father gazed sternly at the Majapahit king, believing that perhaps it was Suratman who convinced Berenger not to intervene in their defense as a means of ensuring their submission. After glaring at his liege for several moments, he could no longer hold his silence. What's the meaning of this? Do we not have an alliance with the German Empire? Is that not why you have ceded control of the Malacca Strait to their navy? Suratman glowered at the unruly nobleman and was about to speak when Berenger did so on his behalf. Alliance? I'm afraid you were mistaken. I merely promised to provide arms, munitions, and training to your troops at an affordable price. Though I have taken a liking to your princess, I have never made a defensive pact with your king. If your reason for resisting centralization of authority was because you thought that I would send my forces to fight a war with Japan on your behalf, you have severely miscalculated the geopolitical situation. Make no mistake, the future of the Japanese armed forces relies on one critical resource. How do I know this? Because my empire also makes use of it, and unlike Empress Atami, I actually have an ample supply of the mineral. Once the Japanese realize that they can no longer gain access to this resource from the Indian subcontinent, they will be presented with two options: invade the Ming dynasty or seize Borneo. Naturally, the Japanese will not invade the Ming dynasty. The Chinese have too much land and have too many people. Any territory which the Imperial Japanese Army gains would be faced with stiff resistance by the local population. The fact of the matter is, the Japanese Empire does not have the required manpower to launch a successful invasion of the Ming dynasty. Since this is the case, there is really only one option that Empress Atami will be left with. Now that you know the truth, are you really willing to say that this is merely a hypothetical threat that doesn't require immediate action on your behalf? Whether your realm survives the upcoming war is based entirely upon the level of cooperation that you are all willing to make in your defense against the Japanese. I can provide you with the means to resist, but I will not risk an all-out war with the Japanese Empire just for your sake. These words were like a massive bombshell as they evoked an emotional response from all the noblemen and vassals present. It was just as Berenger had said, their resistance to the centralization of authority was based entirely upon the false belief that the German military would come to their aid. Now that they were presented with evidence to the contrary, they had to rethink their actions. Angrani smiled as she did the unthinkable and kissed Berenger on the lips with such passion in front of all her guests. Though they were aware of the relationship between the Kaiser and the Indonesian princess, they did not expect her to behave so shamefully in a public setting. Berenger merely accepted the woman's kiss and twirled his tongue with her own for several seconds before breaking apart. Angrani then whispered something in his ears that nobody else had heard. "Well played. With a single speech, you have forced these old fogies into action. I must say that I am impressed." Berenger simply ignored the woman's words before speaking to the nobleman whose daughters were now trembling with fear at the prospect of a Japanese invasion. "It is the dawn of a new era, gentlemen. Just like how in Europe feudalism has gone extinct, so too must you all face this reality. Power lies in the hands of kings, not the nobility. You can either peacefully hand over your authority to King Suratman, or he can bring your noble houses to ruin with the weapons and training I provide to his troops. I suggest you take a few moments to think about your choice." The nobles and vassals of the Majapahit Empire exchanged various worrying glances with one another. Not all of them could swallow their pride and hand over their power at the sudden drop of a hat. They needed time to think about this carefully. There were even those who would rather die than give up the power they currently held. However, Berenger did not care about any of this. Instead, he was drinking wine from his glass while fondling Angrani's breasts. The woman was deeply embarrassed by this action, but she did not halt his movements. She knew better than to upset the Kaiser, and it was clear by the glint in his mismatched eyes that he was putting on a display of his authority. Even King Suratman gazed upon the sight of the foreign emperor groping his daughter in shock. Though he wanted to say something, he knew just how powerful the Reich was and did not dare utter a word of grievance. This alone told the king's errant subjects that if they were to cling onto their feudal powers, it wasn't simply a matter of dealing with Suratman's personal forces. By taking such a scandalous action in front of them, the Kaiser was practically declaring that he was the one who held the authority to decide their fates. The only sounds that could be heard within the dining hall of the Majapahit Palace were Angrani's muffled moans as she held her hand over her mouth, trying not to give voice to the pleasure she was receiving. Finally, Berenger halted his actions and the room came to a sudden silence. He took another small sip of his wine before posing a question to all the Indonesian noblemen who were present. "So, have you come to a decision?" Upon realizing the capabilities that the Reich possessed and the fact that they had set up a massive military base in their backyard, not a single one of the Majapahit vassals dared to utter a sound of disagreement. Instead, they got up from their seats and kowtowed before King Suratman before surrendering their feudal powers to their king. "We hereby declare our eternal loyalty to King Suratman and his bloodline. If you so desire to revoke our feudal powers, who are we to disagree?" Suratman was still shocked by the shamelessness Berenger had displayed just a few minutes prior. However, though he did not want to admit it, the Kaiser had his ways of forcing people to submit to his will. After several moments of silence, the Majapahit king accepted his vassals' loyalty and officially incorporated their territories into a single state. Chapter 9:13, Computers, Portraits, and Sibling Drama. In the following days, Berenger aided the Majapahit king as the man stabilized his newfound power over his vassals. Feudalism within Indonesia had a quick death as the forces that Germany had helped train secured control over their territory and put those who resisted the new order to the sword. After nearly a week of effort, Berenger left the Majapahit palace with his concubine and infant son in tow. The two of them boarded the Kaiser's personal transport aircraft before having a long flight back to Kufstein. With little effort, Berenger used one of his many properties to house Princess Angrani and her young son while also hiring a staff of talented professionals to make sure all their needs were met. The woman was given the same treatment as her Aztec counterpart while living a life of utter luxury within the world's most advanced city. Upon spending some time with Angrani and their son Dharma, Berenger returned to the palace alone, where he quickly got to work on a critical piece of technology that was absolutely required for the further advancement of the Reich. For some time now, Berenger had invested extensively into the field of science and engineering, and those investments had already paid off in more ways than one. With an entire community of Germany's greatest minds working together, new technologies were being discovered with each passing week. Among these inventions was the vacuum tube, which Germany's scientists had already widely adopted in the fields of radio, television, sound recording and reproduction, long-distance telephone networks, among others. Though Berenger knew how to create such devices on his own, fundamentally his work in the fields of engineering was now largely being superseded by his nation's scientists while he focused his efforts on important matters of the state. However, every now and then, much like today, he would take time out of his busy schedule to use his vast knowledge to advance certain fields of study. At the moment, he was using the basic technology behind vacuum tubes to create a first-generation computer, or at the very least the design of such a device. Why was such a critical piece of technology necessary to create? Because it would allow a single man to do a day's worth of calculations within 20 minutes. This was monumental for civilian applications as well as the continued development of technology in general, but it also had military applications as well. To put this in perspective, when used on board naval vessels, this would allow for the rapid calculation of a missile's trajectory, meaning that Berenger could implement computer-based attack and defensive programs to use his anti-ship and anti-air missiles most effectively. These computers could also be used to effectively break ciphers, giving Germany an enormous advantage in the field of information during their upcoming war with the Japanese Empire. While vacuum tubes were used for logic circuitry, magnetic cores were used for memory. Essentially, this was achieved by using rings of semi-hard ferrite transformer cores where each wire threaded through the core functioned as a transformer winding. 2 or more wires passed through each core, while magnetic hysteresis allowed each of the cores to remember or store a state. By making use of magnetic core memory, Berengar's computers were already more advanced than those used during the Second World War of his past life. After going over the basic design several more times, perfecting any flaws with it, Berenger approved the document before sending it off to the appropriate department who would bring the design into reality. After finishing his work on the computer design, Berenger decided to call it a day and walked through his palace where he found his eldest daughter Helga in the middle of painting. It was not unusual for the young girl to be doing such an activity, as she had a fascination of art ever since she was a child. However, her skills had vastly improved over the years to the point where she could make photorealistic portraits. At first, he silently observed the girl's efforts until she noticed his presence. With a rather shy expression on her face, she shockingly called out to her father, who was just about to leave the girl alone. "Father, if you're not too busy at the moment, do you mind if I paint you?" This sudden request slightly surprised Berenger. In the past, he had commissioned lavish portraits of himself and his family by Germany's most talented artists, but his daughter had never shown any interest in doing it herself. However, upon hearing such a request, Berenger could only smile and accept the offer. "Of course. I would be delighted if you would paint a portrait of me. However, do you mind if I change into something more militant first?" The girl nodded her head silently, her eyes never wavering from glancing upon her father's figure. Upon receiving approval, Berenger silently departed from the room and tidied himself up in his military uniform. Until now, every portrait he had commissioned was of him dressed in extravagant noble attire. However, since his daughter was doing the painting this time, he wanted to give her something special. Thus, he dressed in his Reichsmarshal's uniform with his greatcoat over it. Atop his greatcoat was a black leather Sam Brown style belt with his holster that contained a P-27 pistol. The only medal that was visible was his Grand Cross of the Iron Cross, which hung gracefully from his neck. After adorning himself in this military uniform, Berenger returned to the room where his daughter was waiting for him. Upon seeing her father reappear in his military uniform, a glint of fascination appeared in Helga's blue eyes, yet there was no smile on her lips, as if she were too shy to show any emotion in front of her own father. Instead, she gave him a simple command. "Please sit." Berenger did as he was instructed and wore a charming smile as he sat down in a fine oak chair where he waited for his eldest daughter to paint his portrait. He held his cap in his lap as he sat there in silence. Some time had passed before the door to the room abruptly opened, revealing the lithe figure of one of Berengar's other daughters. The 7-year-old child had a magnificent smile on her face as she rushed over to her father and jumped into his lap before expressing her glee. "Daddy, Daddy, come play with me." Berenger smiled as he stroked Zara's sandy hair. The girl had been born with her mother's amber eyes and tan skin. Yet her hair took after her father, albeit diluted from a pure gold to a less saturated color. Among all of Berengar's children, only Zara could match Hans in terms of sheer intelligence. Though Berenger spent as much time as he could manage with his family, he could only spare so many hours of the day, and he had too many children to evenly distribute them with. As much as he wanted to entertain the girl, he had promised to sit still for the portrait for Helga, who rarely approached him for company. Thus, he could only sigh and reject the girl. However, before he could do so, something peculiar happened. Helga showed the first bit of human emotion he had seen on her doll-like face since the day she was born. The girl, who was already in her preteens, pouted at her little half-sister and spoke up on her own behalf. "Zara, please leave father be. He is spending time with me right now." Zara was confident that she could easily steal her father away from Helga. Thus she put on a deliberately childish act, one fitting her own age, as she shook her head and stuck out her tongue before refusing Helga's request. "I don't wanna." After saying this, the girl shifted her gaze towards her father and innocently looked to the side as if she was in trouble. "Daddy, why won't you come play with me? Are you perhaps mad at Zara?" The sight of his daughter practically in tears nearly broke Berengar's heart. He honestly did not know the girl well enough to understand that she was just manipulating him. However, Helga knew the truth about her younger sister's personality and bit her lip in displeasure. She wanted to speak up and assert that her father had promised to spend time with her, but her anxiety held her tongue. Berengar's spirit of resistance ultimately broke as he petted Zara's hair before coming up with a compromise he believed would work. "How about this? You sit here on Daddy's lap and the two of us will get painted by your sister together?" Zara immediately agreed to the suggestion. After all, she was able to sit in her father's lap, something she knew Helga desperately wanted to do but was too shy and too old to actually accomplish. Thus she nodded her head with a cheeky smile on her cute face. "Sure. However, just as Zara said these words, an ugly expression appeared on Helga's face as she shouted at the top of her lungs for the first time in her life. No. Absolutely not. I am painting father, and father alone. He promised me he would let me paint him. Now get out of here, Zara, you're being a nuisance. Both Berenger and Zara were both surprised by this turn of events. The man had never seen his usually quiet and clearly she took her painting very seriously. Or so he thought. In reality, she had for the first time worked up the courage to spend time with her father, who she knew to be an important man, and he had agreed. So no matter what, she would let none of her siblings steal this precious time away from her. No matter what the cost. Naturally, Berenger did not know how extreme the girl felt about this minor dispute, but he could tell by her outburst that Helga was serious over this matter. Thus he could only sigh as he lifted Zara off his lap and petted the girl's sandy hair once more before sending her on her way. Zara, this painting means a lot to your sister. So I will fulfill my promise to her. They'll come find you after we're finished here and play with you as much as you desire. So until then, just wait for me, okay? Zara merely pouted before nodding her head in silence. She had never believed that Helga would stand up for herself like she had done today. The girl had to admit she had miscalculated and could only accept her defeat. The last thing Zara wanted was for her father to think she was a spoiled brat. Thus, she walked out of the room as she was instructed to do, but only after making her father promise her that he would spend time with him after the painting was over. Daddy, remember your promise. Okay? I won't forgive you if you forget about me. After saying this, Zara left, and Berenger once more resumed his pose, though this time he had difficulty maintaining his smile. As for Helga, she was just relieved that her father did not abandon her to go spend time with one of her other siblings. And though her painting would not turn out as she wanted now that her model was in a rather poor mood, she could be happy knowing that she still managed to paint her father's portrait at least once in her life. Chapter 9:14, A Father and His Daughter. Zara was pouting as she strolled through the halls of the imperial palace. Despite her age, or perhaps because of it, the little girl was as brilliant as she was mischievous, and she enjoyed making use of her adorable facade to manipulate others into lavishing her with praise and affection. However, there was one person whose attention she desired most of all, and that was her father's. Zara, like all of Berengar's children, knew that the man was the most powerful person in the world. Unfortunately, that also meant that her father was dreadfully busy all 7 days of the week. There were only so many hours of the day the man had available to spend time with his family, and much of that was spent satisfying his multiple women. Berengar's children were forced to contend with one another for his love and affection. Zara knew this well, and when she was not in school, would commonly wait outside her father's office door, hoping to be the first to capture his attention the moment after he was finished with his work. Unfortunately, Zara was not expecting him to take a half-day, which was a rarity in his line of work. Thus, before she could meet up with her father and monopolize his free time, Helga had struck first. Now Zara was in a pitiful mood. Despite the man promising to spend time with her after he was finished being painted by his eldest daughter, she knew it was entirely possible that some other matter would come up and he would be forced to neglect her. As a result, Zara was sulking in her room alone when her mother appeared in the doorway. Yasmin was the only one of Berengar's wives who was older than he was. She was currently in her mid-30s and was going through a crisis, feeling that she could no longer have another child. Thus, she spent the overwhelming majority of her days spending as much time with what few children she had. When she saw her only daughter in such a sour mood, the caring woman approached the girl and inquired about what had caused her to be so distressed. "Zara, what's wrong? You look like you're about to cry." The girl sniffled as if to choke back the tears that were pooling in her amber eyes before responding to her mother's question. "It's nothing, Mother, I just fear that Daddy won't be able to spend any time with me today like most days." Stupid Helga, how come she beat me to him? Yasmin could understand her daughter's feelings quite well. It was not only Berengar's kids who were competing for his affection. His wives often had to vie with one another for intimacy. Some of them had even adopted strategies of pairing together. Adela and Henrietta being the most notable duo who almost always spent time together with Berenger rather than be alone by his side. The mature Moorish beauty could only sigh and wrap her arms around her daughter before whispering some advice in her ears. "If you want your father to pay attention to you, you need to do something that will draw his attention. Helga can get your father's love because she is a talented painter, Hans because he is a brilliant young man who has pursued a similar path to his father. You are just as intelligent as that boy, but rather than apply yourself to some field that your father can take pride in, you use your wits to manipulate people. Perhaps you should find something you enjoy doing that your father will also want to participate in. You're still young, so you have plenty of time to spend with your father. So I don't believe you should be worried so much about chasing after him." Zara nodded her head and wiped the tears from her eyes. Just as she was about to say something to her mother, Berenger entered the room and gazed upon the emotional scene of his wife and daughter both having depressed looks in their eyes. He couldn't help but question if he had done something to offend them. "Am I interrupting something?" The moment Zara heard her father's voice, all of her sadness dispersed within her heart and a warm smile appeared on her face as she ran out of her mother's arms in an attempt to tackle Berenger with a hug. "Daddy!" Berenger merely chuckled as he caught the young girl and lifted her in the air where he swung her around, her golden dress swaying as she spun in the air. Berenger kissed the girl on the forehead before letting her down. So Zara, now that Daddy is finished spending time with your sister, what is it that you wanted me to do? Zara was about to make a request when she looked at her mother's exhausted expression. She decided to alter her plans in that moment to something that would include the three of them. I want Mommy and Daddy to take me to the park. The way the girl referred to her mother was different when her father was in the room. Something only Yasmin knew, as she had largely kept the girl's hyper-intelligence a secret from Berenger. After all, in Berengar's eyes, Zara was just an adorable little girl and was nothing more than that. A perspective Yasmin wanted him to keep for as long as possible. After hearing her daughter speak up on her behalf, a pretty smile appeared on Yasmin's luscious lips as she nodded her head before responding to the girl's request. If it's not too much trouble, I would be happy to accompany the two of you to the park. Berenger thought about it for a few moments before nodding his head in response. Sure, it sounds like a great idea. After saying that, Berenger, Yasmin, and Zara headed out from the palace and took the royal car to the local park where the families of Kufstein gathered to enjoy their time off. It shocked everyone present when they saw the Kaiser and one of his wives appear with the young girl in tow. However, they did not dare approach the man, as an armed unit protected him and his family at all times. After entering the public park, Zara saw that one of the swings was free and quickly ran up to it with a wide smile on her cute face. Daddy, I want to swing. The girl expressed in the most childlike tone she could manage to utter. Berenger merely chuckled as he held Yasmin's hand while ultimately nodding his head before agreeing to the girl's request. Sure, Zara, why not? The sight of the Kaiser pushing his young daughter on the swing was forever embedded in the minds of those who witnessed it. Right now, Berenger did not look like the emperor of the German people. He instead looked like your average loving father. The dignity and grace of an emperor was missing. Only the compassionate expression of a young man fawning over his daughter was visible. Zara felt her heart flutter as her father pushed her on the swing, calling out to the man while demanding that he put in more effort. Higher. Daddy pushes me higher. Berenger did as he was told and pushed the girl with a bit more strength. The playground equipment was designed with safety in mind, and thus Berenger was free to push the girl to her heart's content. Yasmin gazed upon the heartwarming scene and felt thankful that her daughter had dragged her along on this occasion. It was not every day that Berenger was able to cherish his children like he was able to do so today, and it warmed the mature Bowtie's heart to see that the man she married still had such a compassionate side to him. Ultimately, Berenger, Yasmin, and Zara would spend the rest of the daylight hours at the park enjoying time together as a family. As for Helga, she sat alone in her room gazing upon the portrait she had painted of her father with a satisfied smile on her face. On this day, Berenger had made two of his daughter's dreams come true, and he did not even realize it. Chapter 9:15, A Second Chance. Alexandros had a stern expression on his youthful face as he looked at the menu with intense focus. It was evident by the lines on the boy's forehead that he was having difficulty choosing something to eat. Meanwhile, the child's father was far from impatient. Instead, he gazed around the room with a hint of nostalgia in his mismatched eyes. Finally, after several minutes of indecisiveness, the boy placed down the menu and sighed before he gave voice to his frustrations. I don't know what to get. A simple snort resounded in the air as Helena retorted to her brother's statement with a look of contempt on her doll-like face. That's no surprise. You never know what to order whenever we go out to eat. In fact, it weren't for dear old Mommy Linda, you would have probably starved to death by now. The young boy's face grew red with both embarrassment and frustration as he heard his sister's venomous words. As for the two siblings' father, he gazed upon their dynamic with a bit of amusement before lecturing the boy on his behavior. Alexandros, one day you will rule over the Byzantine Empire, and a monarch needs to be decisive in everything he does. However, you're still young, and since you can't decide what to eat on your own, do you mind if I tell you what I'm having? The boy nodded his head, though as he spoke, his sight never left his sister's figure. Go ahead. Berenger smiled before placing his finger on a picture which represented the meal he was going to have himself. It's a foot-long crispy buffalo chicken sandwich with pepper jack cheese, bacon bits, and ranch dressing. As for an appetizer, I figured I would order a round of buffalo wings we can all share together. How does that sound? Upon hearing his father's recommendation, Alexandros nodded his head in agreement. However, his excitement was ruined by hearing Helena's next remarks. That sounds really good. You'll have one, too. After hearing such words, he could only glare at his sister, knowing that her reason for selecting this particular sandwich was just to piss him off. Despite the two siblings squabbling over petty shit, Berenger had made a note of the order, and when the waitress came around, he was surprised to see a familiar face. A woman who was now in her 40s was dressed in rather casual clothes as she gazed upon the Kaiser and his two kids. There was a hint of emotion on her face that only Berenger could recognize. She struggled to find her voice as she curtsied before the Kaiser, a man she had known since he was a small boy. My Kaiser, it is an honor to have you in my establishment once more. Can I get your order, or do you three still need some time to decide? Berenger shook his head and smiled before handing over the menus to the woman. He gave her their order before posing a personal question to the woman. Helga, I'm surprised to see you're still working in this old shop. As far as I'm aware, you and your husband have opened up locations all across the Reich. Yet you still undertake mundane tasks such as serving? A smile spread across the woman's face when she realized that Berenger still remembered her, which dispelled the worries she previously had. It was over a decade ago when the man first introduced the sandwich to Austrian cuisine. She and her husband had invested in opening up the world's first sandwich shop, which Berenger had attended on his first date with Adela at this exact location. The woman wanted to tell the Kaiser all about how he had changed her life for the better, but she could see he was sharing a meal with two of his children, and thus she decided to only briefly detail why she was acting as a waitress on this night. One of my girls had a family emergency, and because of that I decided to pick up her shift. My husband typically runs the daily operations of the chain, while I act as manager in the original location. As for your orders, I will have them right out. Please enjoy your stay. Helena gazed at her father with curiosity. She was wondering why the man had taken them to the old quarter of town, which still maintained the fretwork architecture which was popular in the preceding era. To think that he had a connection to this woman. Berenger saw the way his daughter was eyeing him and chuckled before commenting on his relationship with Helga. Helga was one of the original inhabitants of Kufstein back when it was just a small farming town. You may not be aware of how unimportant our family's lands were until just 13 years ago, but the thriving metropolis you see today was entirely non-existent. Anyway, that's not why I dragged the two of you out to dinner. I want to talk to the two of you about your mother. The air grew stale as both Alexandros and Helena squashed their petty rivalry for a single moment, and instead they glared at their father together. They had much love for the man, despite the fact that he was an incredibly busy person with a very large family. The fact that he was able to spend so much time with them was already a godsend. But these two siblings universally agreed on one thing, that Anuria was the worst among their mothers. Unfortunately, she just so happened to be the one who had given birth to them. Berenger could tell they were displeased with his words and sighed heavily as he took a sip from his liter of beer. He wiped the foam from his mouth before addressing the largest issue at hand. I know the two of you are not exactly the biggest fans of your mother. Alexandros more so than you, Helena. I'm not going to excuse the fact that she was not the most present part of your upbringing. However, your mother is looking to put that behind her and be a proper parent to you and your younger brother. I'm not asking the two of you to forgive the woman for her neglect. I just want you to give her a second chance. By all means, you two can still consider Linda or any other of my wives as your actual mother, but I want you both to know that Anuria cares about the two of you even if she doesn't always show it. Before the two siblings could speak, Helga returned with a tray full of buffalo wings and several platters of both blue cheese and ranch dipping sauce. Berenger had a wide smile on his face as he saw this, before thanking the woman for her efforts. Thanks, I'm sure my kids will enjoy these. The woman smiled and nodded her head before departing, allowing the trio to eat their meal in peace. Berenger did not wait for his two kids' answers and immediately dipped one of the buffalo wings into the ranch dressing before taking a bite out of its chunky meat. Alexandros and Helena stared at each other. They both had words they wanted to say, but they were also both hungry. Thus, they decided to wait until after they had eaten their meal to give their father an answer. It would also allow them to silently think about their response. After Helena ate her first hot wing, Berenger noticed that she had a bit of sauce on her face and dabbed it off of her with his napkin. The girl pouted as she scolded her father for stealing her sauce. Daddy, I was going to lick that. Berenger merely chuckled and licked the napkin to further tease the girl before taking a bite into another buffalo wing. Too late. Eventually, the sandwiches appeared and the two siblings devoured the food with gusto. They both very much enjoyed their father's selection. It was only after every scrap of food was eaten that Berenger gazed sternly at his children and asked for their answers. So, how about it? Are you willing to give your mother a second chance? The two kids stared at each other once more and silently nodded their heads before Helena spoke up on her brother's behalf. We will give mother another chance, but not for her sake. Berengar's brow raised a little as he immediately followed up to that answer with a question. Oh, is that so? Then may I ask for whose sake are you willing to do it for? In the next moment, the two kids voiced their thoughts at the same time as if they shared the same mind. Yours. Berenger washed down the spicy meal with the rest of his beer before even attempting to respond to this bold statement. After doing so, he sighed heavily before praising the two kids for their generosity. I must say, I have two great kids if they're both willing to look over their mother's faults, for my sake. Very well, when your mother returns from her journey we will all go out to eat together as a family. After saying this, Berenger paid the bill and gave Helga a rather big tip in the form of a 1,000-mark bill. Despite running a successful chain of restaurant, he still felt the obligation to generously tip his server. After all, he had so much wealth that a mere 1,000 marks were nothing compared to the service and meal he had received. After doing so, Berenger led his children back to the car where members of the Leibgard were ready to escort them back to the palace. Though Alexandros and Helena had not forgiven their mother for being absent in their childhood, they had decided to give her a second chance. After all, they both still had many years left as children and it would be a waste to give up on their biological mother so early on in life. Chapter 9:16, Ambush in the Outback. While Berenger was spending time with his family, Anuria was about to reach the shores of Australia. The corvette was at the front of the formation, flanked by several destroyers and protected by two submarines beneath the ocean's surface. After God knows how long at sea, Anuria and her crew were about to step foot on the soil. Soil that had been untainted by human civilization and was ripe for the taking. Upon seeing the land in the distance, Anuria plugged her magazine into her submachine gun's mag well and racked the bolt back so that a round was chambered in place. Nobody knew what awaited them in this foreign land, and Anuria's experiences with native populations were a mix of outright hostility and potential friendliness. What she did know is that whoever dwelled on this massive landmass had little contact with the outside world, if any at all. No longer were there wooden rowboats that Anuria and her crew made use of to reach the shore. Instead, ribs existed as the primary choice of landing craft for this corvette and the attached destroyers. RHIB standing for Rigid Hull Inflatable Boat. The front of these ribs were mounted with MG-27 general-purpose machine guns, which was modeled after the MG-42 from Berengar's past life. This mounted weapons platform ensured firepower that was capable of defeating anything the crew might come across in this section of the world. Luckily, the girls did not need to use the weapon as they safely approached the shores with Anuria in the lead. Shortly thereafter, the marine attachment deployed from the destroyers in a similar method. All in all, several hundred people from the Reich were now standing upon the shores of what was once known as Australia in Berengar's past life. The moment the Marines landed, they unfurled a flag of the Reich and stuck it into the ground, claiming the entire continent for themselves. Though it may seem like a small action, it was the first step in Berengar's plan. A plan which Anuria was an integral part of. Over the following days, the German Marines and the privateers did nothing but begin construction of a small military base. In the typical fashion of Germany's early colonization efforts, the base that was established was a small star fort made of mostly timber. This acted as their means of defense against the local populations and proof of settlement for any international claims Germany may make in the near future. As the German Marines were constructing the base and the accompanying dockyard, Anuria and her girls had begun to explore deeper inland. Berenger had explicitly warned the woman of the sheer amount of dangers that existed in Australia. From poisonous snakes, spiders, and octopuses to saltwater crocodiles, heavyweight kangaroos, and, of course, the dreaded emu. And that was just the wildlife. If one were in the joking mood, they might even suggest the land of Australia itself wanted to snuff out all the human life that existed within its borders. Thus, Anuria's expeditions further inland were done with a bit of caution. It did not take long for Anuria and her girls to come across one of these fabled beasts, especially considering they were operating out of the back of a cube wagon. Anuria was in the middle of taking photos of herself and her girls as the car drove through the westernmost portion of the Australian outback. The loud roar of the vehicle's diesel engines sent a nearby pack of kangaroos into a panic as they leaped off and away from the crew of Western women. The girl mounted on the back of the machine gun within Anuria's car, aimed down her sights at the fleeing animals and was about to pull the trigger when Anuria halted her. She had a stern gaze on her pretty face as she scolded the woman for the unnecessary violence. "What do you think you're doing? They're obviously not a threat at the moment. Don't shoot unless you have to." The woman looked down in shame as she nodded her head and lowered the weapon, ensuring that she would not accidentally fire a round at the native wildlife. It was not until they were reaching the limit of their vehicle's range did the small convoy of women come to a stop. Anuria sighed and began to apply her makeup when she gave an order to the girls in the convoy. "Fill up the tank with the jerry cans. I suppose we should head back now. We have yet to see any natives. So perhaps this land is entirely uninhabited." While making this statement, Anuria did not know that a group of aboriginals were hiding in the nearby bush, gazing upon the white women with complicated expressions. They did not know who these foreigners were, why they had come to this land, and just what vehicle they were using to propel themselves through the outback. After all, they had yet to invent the wheel, let alone steel, rubber, or even the combustion engine. One of the hidden aboriginals stepped back in a hint of panic and landed upon a dry branch which cracked beneath his weight, signaling to the woman that they were not alone. Anuria immediately stashed away her makeup and mirror where she unslung her MP-27 machine gun and aimed down its sights towards the direction in which the noise had occurred. She did not even have time to deploy the underfolding stock and merely held it forward with the tension of the sling. As for the girl on the mounted MG, she also aimed down the weapon's sights and pointed it in the direction where the branch had broken, though she would not fire until her captain had given the order. Anuria narrowed her gaze and called out in the German language, not knowing which tongue the local population spoke in or even if intelligent life was surrounding her. "Come out with your hands up. I will count to 3. If you do not reveal yourselves by then, don't blame me for not being polite." After saying this, Anuria called out to the girls who were refueling the cars. "Hurry the fuck up. I don't want to be stranded out here in the middle of fucking nowhere, surrounded by savages." After saying this, she began to count. 1. Yet not a single movement could be detected. 2. Still, not a single voice could be heard. 3. Finally, after 3 breaths, Anuria held down the trigger of her submachine gun and unloaded its magazine into the bush blindly. The moment she did so, screams filled the air, indicating that she had indeed hit something. The moment Anuria started spraying lead was the moment that the mounted gunners, as well as those members of the convoy who were not already in the act of refueling, noticed movement. With the first gunshots fired, the aboriginals had emerged with wooden spears in hand. They were less than 30 meters away, and because of this, Anuria deemed them as a threat. "Kill them all." With this order given, thousands of rounds flowed from the mounted general-purpose machine guns and the handheld submachine guns. ruthlessly gunning down the 24 men who had approached the foreign convoy and its members. Anuria spat on the ground and reloaded her weapon before raising her hand in the air, signaling her girls to halt their actions. After doing so, she sent a few girls to check out the bush and see if there were any survivors. Check it out. After saying this, a small squad of young women walked through the bush and found several corpses riddled with bullet holes, their blood oozing onto the dirt beneath their corpses. However, there were indeed no survivors. Having confirmed this, the women returned to the convoy, which was now fully refueled and ready for action. They're all dead, nothing but a bunch of Stone Age savages. Typical. Upon hearing this, Anuria knew that the natives here posed no threat to her or the rest of the landing party and gave the order to return to the encampment. All right, fall back. For now, we will report what we have found to the Marines. It is up to them to establish operational security. I think we have learned enough. After saying this, the woman hopped back into her cubble wagon where the convoy departed back towards the shores where their encampment was located, leaving behind a pile of corpses that would confuse the aboriginals who came across them. Chapter 917, International Diplomacy at Work. Word quickly spread of the Japanese Empire's conquest of Maguindanao, so much so that the Ming Emperor was quick to call a meeting with the German embassy in Beijing. Currently, Ambassador Gerhard von Graz sat in his seat while being attended to by two young Chinese women. These girls were twins, and they poured a cup of tea for their master with the utmost grace and civility. After filling his cup, they turned to the Ming Prince and did the same for him before scurrying off out of earshot. That's right, the Ming Prince. Although the Emperor had called for this meeting, he would not dignify a mere ambassador with his esteemed presence. Thus, he had sent his son Prince Julie to speak with Gerhard. The German ambassador was accustomed to meeting with the Crown Prince. Unfortunately, Zhu Ji was the general placed in charge of the conquest of Indochina. Thus, his younger brother, a man who had served as ambassador to Japan in the past, was reassigned to speak with the Reich's representative. Julie was not a tenth of the man his elder brother was. He was neither an intelligent nor a cunning man. He also had a misplaced sense of pride both in himself and his family's empire, which combined with his low intellect made for a rather laughable ambassador. It was no wonder that he had failed so miserably to move Empress Atami's heart. Though Gerhard was aware of the rumors surrounding the young prince, he still treated the young man with respect. After all, he could not afford to damage relations with the Ming dynasty. He had already committed one grave mistake against the Kaiser in years past and spent nearly a decade making up for it. Now that he had a comfortable position in Beijing, why would he screw it up? Thus, the man's tone was filled with reverence as he spoke with the haughty prince. It is my pleasure to host your highness. Tell me, Princely, what is so urgent that I must clear my schedule for this meeting? Julie was entirely unaware of how advanced the German nation had become. He knew not of their supreme military might that even the Japanese empress feared deep within her black heart. The prince also had a general disdain for Germans and what he perceived to be an air of arrogance that surrounded them. In other words, his ignorance and pride had caused him to behave in a less than friendly manner when Gerhard spoke to him. Who do you think you are? You cleared your busy schedule for me? As if that is supposed to be a problem? You should feel blessed that I decided to grace an ambassador from a backwater nation like you with my presence. You have no right to speak with me with such a tone, barbarian. It surprised Gerhard that the Ming prince would act this way. After all, he said his words with an irreverent tone and meant no offense whatsoever. He had heard stories that the man was rather incompetent, but he never knew it was to such a degree. When Julie was enamored with Itami's beauty, he had never raised his voice to her. Even if she was a barbarian, he would never say such uncouth words to her pretty face. However, at the moment, he was speaking to a man from the Western world. How could a man as esteemed as a Ming prince possibly bite his tongue for such a person? Despite the misunderstanding that had just occurred, Gerhard did not grovel and beg for the Ming prince's forgiveness. He could not afford to sully the reputation of the Reich and its glorious Kaiser, even in a private conversation between two ambassadors. After all, Germany only treated the Ming as an equal because they did not wish to worsen relations between them and East Asia, which they had no long-term ambitions for. If Berenger really wanted to, he could utterly crush the Ming dynasty with his vast military power. As a result, Gerhard had lost all respect in his tone when he responded to the Ming prince's harsh words. If this is how you speak to foreign ambassadors, it is no wonder that you were kicked out of Empress Atami's palace. Though why your father would send such an utter buffoon to my residence is beyond me. Perhaps he was hoping you would reflect on your previous actions and learn from your past mistakes. It is clear the man has put too much faith in you. Let's cut the bullshit. You're here because your father is worried about the Han minority within the islands that the Japanese Empire is currently invading. It is the Ming Emperor's concern that if the Imperial Japanese Army were to push even the slightest bit north, they would be attacking another Ming tributary, and he wants to know what our stance on the issue is? Julie's expression soured when he heard this. He was about to open his mouth when Gerhard interrupted him after taking a sip of his tea. Judging by the look on your face, I'm right, aren't I? Let's save us all some time and allow me to convey to you our Kaiser's will. It is his belief that should Empress Atami send her forces northward towards Kabul, then the only solution is economic sanctions. Withholding trade from the Japanese would cripple their economy and would force Empress Atami to print large quantities of paper currency to compensate. In doing so, she would most certainly cause hyperinflation to occur, which would only lead to future problems for her empire. The Kaiser will do his part to rally his allies so that they all agree to engage in these economic sanctions. However, if we wish our response to be truly effective, the Ming dynasty, as the Japanese empire's largest trading partner, will have to do its part and cut off all trade with Empress Atami. I'm sure you have no idea what I'm talking about, but if you repeat my words to your father, he will understand the Kaiser's intent. Now, were there any other questions your father had for me, or do you plan to continue to waste my precious time? Gerhard's words incomparably offended Julie. It was one thing for Atami to kick him out of her palace. As angry as he was when she had done so, he could tolerate it. However, this Western barbarian was asking for a beheading. Thus, the Ming prince rose from his seat with a fierce glint in his eyes before rebuking the German ambassador for his vicious remarks. You will come to regret your words today. I, Julie, am not a man you can so easily afford to offend. I will be back, and when I have done so, I will have your tongue removed. Gerhard was not the least bit intimidated. The Ming emperor needed Germany's aid if he were to resist the rising threat of the Japanese empire. Because of this, Gerhard could fearlessly provoke the foolish prince. However, just to ensure that the idiot did not deliberately misinform his father of their meeting out of pure spite, the German ambassador made one final remark before sending the Ming prince on his way. Just for the record, I will send over an accurate report of what we have discussed today to your father in a few hours. I'm sure he would like a written copy for his records. He can consider this a gift from the Kaiser. Julie's face turned ghastly when he heard this, wondering in that moment how he could have been seen through. It was exactly this clown's intent to go back to his father and say that Germany intended to do nothing and gave no suggestions whatsoever before rudely sending the Ming ambassador packing. Gerhard had enough experience with dullards and fools to know their thought processes. Thus, he could accurately predict and preempt Julie's intended actions with a single sentence. Ultimately, the Ming prince was speechless as he trotted out of the German embassy in a huff. He swore one day he would have his vengeance on Gerhard and the Reich as a whole for treating him this way. As for the German ambassador, he sat back in his seat and sipped on his tea in silence. As he did so, the two Chinese maids from earlier entered the scene and kowtowed before their master. There was a look of worry on their faces as they silently conveyed their thoughts with their mind. Ultimately, the elder of the twins spoke up and inquired about the sincerity of the situation. Master, is something wrong? A slight sneer appeared on Gerhard's face as he placed his teacup down on the saucer which sat upon the table. A clank resounded in the air as he shifted his gaze over to the two women and glared sternly at them before responding to their question. Send a message to Imperial Intelligence. Prince Julie is going to be a problem. The two Chinese maids had worked for the German embassy long enough to understand what these words meant, and because of this, they silently nodded their heads before departing from the room. One of the two young women entered a secret room and sent an encrypted radio message back to the Reich, informing them of the German ambassador's words. As for Julie's ultimate fate, that was up to Linda to decide. For now, both the German Empire and the Ming dynasty would watch and wait to see how the Japanese Empire proceeded with their invasion of the Philippines. One wrong step and they could find themselves buried by international sanctions. Chapter 9:18, Japan's first power plant. While Berenger was spending time with his loving family, Itami was utterly alone. Though it was true that she had both her mother and sister looking after her, the woman was more annoyed by these two family members than comforted by their presence. However, today was not a day that Itami could sit back and wallow in her loneliness. Rather, she had to get ready early in the morning and dress herself in her nicest attire. Why would she have to do such a thing? Because after nearly 2.5 years of development, today was the day that Japan's first power plant had finished construction. Unlike Germany, which was filled with rivers that could be used to generate clean and renewable electricity, Japan did not have such a luxury and was, for the time being, forced to rely on coal. However, now that her workers had concluded their construction of the first power plant, she could provide electricity to Hyankyo, which would greatly improve her workers' efficiency as she could employ workers on rotational shifts, with some of them working through the dead of night to complete their industrial projects. If the German Empire was a state whose common citizens enjoyed the benefits of labor protection laws, countless luxuries, and a vibrant economy, then the Japanese Empire was the exact opposite. It had become an industrial slave state where its citizens considered themselves lucky that they could eat 3 bowls of rice a day. The work conditions in Japan were abysmal and there had been no major shift in the social structure. The samurai clans continued to dominate as the primary landowners. However, rather than be a class of feudal lords and warriors like they were in the past, they now enjoyed the pampered lives of wealthy industrialists. Meanwhile, the peasant class still remained. It's just that the majority of them had been shifted from the fields to the factories, which continued to prop up the ever-increasing Japanese war machine. It was arguable who in Japanese society had it worse. The young conscripts who were forced at gunpoint to fight and die in foreign lands for natural resources they could have easily gotten by trade, or the middle-aged factory workers who toiled endlessly for a pittance of pay. It went without mentioning that what little salary these workers received was spent entirely within company stores whose rigged prices were designed to keep the peasant class in an increasing amount of debt. The only reason this dystopia had not collapsed on itself was because of the fear which Itami Ryo ruled over her people with. While Berenger was a beloved figure to the German people, the Japanese saw their empress as nothing more than a merciless tyrant and a vicious despot. Itami was entirely aware of these criticisms, though she disagreed with them entirely. The young empress honestly felt the fact that she had forced Japan to unify under her banner and industrialize in such a rapid capacity was an achievement for the history books. It was her belief that the suffering of her people in this era was necessary to achieve a state of global dominance. It was only after Japan was left without a rival could she focus on the welfare of her people. These were the thoughts the young woman was having as she dressed in a rather elegant gown. For some time now she had worn a military uniform in public as a show of force. However, today was not a military achievement but rather one of the civilian sector. As a result, she had chosen a pretty dress to wear as a peaceful statement to her people. Though Itami was in a cold war with Germany, she was forced to admit their taste of fashion was extravagant. She could not easily introduce such revealing designs to her population without some form of backlash from the more conservative members of her society. As a result, she had purchased a few exquisite dresses from the Reich in secret. She couldn't decide whether she wanted to wear a blood-red princess-style gown or a snow-white lacy cocktail dress. While Itami was garbed in nothing but her underwear, she held up the two dresses towards her Julian love pillow and asked the inanimate object for its opinion. "Julian, what do you think? Which should I wear to the event today?" Utter silence prevailed in the room. However, in Itami's head, she could practically see the man pondering over the question before giving her his honest thoughts. From an outside observer's perspective, nothing was said in between the question and the response that Itami had given shortly thereafter. "I agree. The white dress will go better with my hair. Thanks, Julian, you always did have a great taste in aesthetics." After saying this, Itami hugged the pillow before tossing the blood-red gown aside and slipping into the lacy white cocktail dress. Once she was fully dressed, she put on a pair of white leather heels before doing a strut about the room. She posed a question to the pillow once more, which resounded throughout the air. "What do you think?" Again, silence prevailed for several moments, but this time, the woman responded to her own question in a rather peculiar manner. She shifted her gaze over to the painting of Berenger and frowned before scolding it. "Not you. I was talking to Julian." Almost immediately after hearing this, a smile erupted on Itami's flawless face and she rushed over to the pillow and hugged it once more, before planting a kiss on what would be its lips if it were a human being. She snuggled in its arms for several moments before responding to the inanimate object's non-existent answer. "You're the best." As Itami was enjoying herself within her delusional state of mind, a knock resounded on the door, followed by the sultry voice of her mother. "Ryo, we are heading in 5 minutes. Do not be late for this event." Itami frowned before speaking to her pillow once more in a voice that was hushed so that her mother could not hear her. "They'll be back in a bit, Julian, please wait for me." After saying this, the woman rushed out the door and down towards the great hall where her mother and sister were awaiting her arrival. The two women were dressed in yukatas and were surprised to see the rather liberal state of dress that Itami wore. Momo pouted in jealousy as her eyes were drawn to the exquisite craftsmanship of the Western-style dress. "Nei-chan, where did you get that?" Itami panicked upon hearing this, not wanting it to be known that she had abused her authority to smuggle German fashion into her personal wardrobe. Despite her best efforts, she was a terrible liar and looked the other way before making something up on the spot. "Oh, this, I had my tailor make it especially for this occasion." Though Momo was naive enough to believe her elder sister's words, their mother was not so foolish and could immediately tell Ryo had done something rather scandalous in order to obtain such a fine dress of foreign design. However, the mature beauty did not comment on this reality and instead sighed before walking down the steps of the palace with her two daughters in tow. The trio were flanked by an entire battalion of soldiers who protected them as they marched through the streets and towards the new power plant. Berengar's Liebgard was more of just a redundancy than it was a practicality. The people of Germany loved him and his family so much that it was entirely unlikely that any of them would ever attempt to harm a hair on his head. Because of this, the Kaiser only kept a few of his most elite soldiers to protect him and his family's persons when they were out and about throughout the borders of the Reich. Sort of like the United States Secret Service during his past life. However, for Itami, things were vastly different. There were many within Japanese society who despised their empress, and because of this, when she traveled through the streets, the roads were cleared in their entirety while 1,000 soldiers of her royal guard protected her from any potential threats. Ultimately, she and her family would arrive unharmed at the power plant where she gave a brief speech about Japanese advancement and the need for unity during these troubling times. For some, the Empress' words struck an accord and dispelled a portion of their internal resentment. While for others, the speech only fell on deaf ears. In the end, Itami cut the ribbon and opened Japan's first power plant, which in the coming days would provide electricity throughout the capital of the Japanese Empire. Chapter 919, Awaiting Logistics. Anuria sat on the beach with a cigarette in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other. She had returned from the outback not long ago and had already reported her findings to the commander of the marine attachment which accompanied her and her girls on this perilous journey. As a result, the small outpost which was established on the shores of Australia's western coast was on high alert. German Marines rushed through the base, loading up their magazines and stashing them away in their low-bearing equipment. To be frank, they did not know how large this island was, nor how many people were present here. However, because they had encountered hostiles within a 100-kilometer radius, they were not willing to take any chances. As for Anuria, she was rather stoic as she took a puff from her cigarette and blew out the smoke into the air. Melissa was by her side and was questioning what their next objective was. So we landed on the island, established an outpost, and raised the German flag. What else are we supposed to do here? Anuria scoffed as she heard this before responding to her first mate's questions with a hint of disinterest in her voice. Nothing. We're supposed to wait until a proper supply line is established from here to Singapore. Once that is made, the German military will invest heavily in taking control of the island. As for us, we will move on to the islands north of here and repeat what we have just done. Right now, Berenger is concerned that the Japanese will invade these lands and take them for themselves. Thus, Berenger wants to establish control over the entire region himself before Japan can claim they already have a presence here. I don't know what his whole strategy is, but from what I can tell, he intends to establish small military outposts throughout the region and use his power to coerce his allies into recognizing his claims over the entire islands. Then if Japan tries to settle any island where there is a German outpost, he can use international pressure to remove them. I honestly feel sorry for Tommy. I doubt she is a match for my man. He's an expert in many things, including geopolitics. Anyway, the point is it will probably be another week before we set sail for our next destination. In the meantime, you can tell the girls to go on regular patrols. The Marines are already stretched thin as is. We need to do something to help out. Once we have maintained a direct supply line so this base can be a permanent part of German soil, we will be off to the next location. Melissa listened to every word which her captain had spoken and took note of all the small details. After thoroughly comprehending everything that was said, she nodded her head and saluted Anuria before leaving the woman behind. Aye, Captain. After saying this, Melissa went to dispatch the orders to the rest of the crew, while Anuria sat on the shore drinking coffee in silence. Anuria was not the only one who was sitting quietly on the battlefield waiting for supply lines to catch up. Emperor Asha of the Bengal Empire sat within a large stone fortress that was established by the Pandya dynasty centuries prior. He and his army had recently moved into the southernmost region of the Indian subcontinent and had made great progress in their conquests of the region. However, after extending his forces too far, Asha realized his army was running low on munitions and well beyond his supply lines. Thus, he sat back and waited for the logistic units to catch up to him without the slightest worries that they might be ambushed. Ambushed? That was laughable considering how many war elements had Gatling guns mounted on their backs. However, as he was waiting in the stone fortress, one of the Japanese advisors who was attached to the Bengal army came forward and spoke his worries. This campaign is taking too long. The Germans took over the Anangpur Empire in a single day. Since then, they have been doing their best to equip and train the Anangpur army to a standard that is on par with your forces. If we do not make swifter progress, then by the time our armies reach the borders of the Anangpur Empire, they could very well pose a threat to your ambitions. Asha frowned when he heard these words as he gazed off into the dense jungles of southern India. There was a stern look on the man's face as he turned around and stared deeply into the Japanese advisor's eyes. Do you truly believe that we can advance into the jungles without supplies and overcome our enemies who lie in wait for us? The Pandya dynasty may be equipped with obsolete firearms, but those weapons are still deadly. I know what your empress thinks of me, but I am not the fool that she believes I am. If I march into the jungle without a constant supply of resources, my soldiers will run out of food, water, and, most importantly, ammunition. We will be forced to use our bayonets. Meanwhile, the enemy will have the advantage because they will have access to firearms, primitive though they may be. They can make use of crude black powder and a small rock to punch through our armor at close distances. They do not need primers for their weapons to function. That is their advantage. Since I cannot manufacture my own ammunition, I must wait for supplies to arrive from your homeland in order to continue the fight. Something your empress should be entirely aware of. Do not fret. Within the hour, the latest batch of supplies should be reaching this outpost. Though the Japanese advisor wanted to press Asha into advancing, he understood the Bengal emperor's words to be true. Thus, just when he was about to capitulate, a bell rang in the distance, signaling an enemy's approach. The Pandya dynasty had raised an army and equipped its soldiers with black powder muzzleloaders. Normally this would not be a problem for the Bengal army, and yet they had to conserve their ammunition. In the entire stronghold, they had less than 3,000 rounds to fire. As for the Pandya forces, they had well over 10,000 men gathered. Asha immediately cursed in his native tongue when he saw this and quickly gave the order to attack. Make sure those fucking cannons don't make it within firing distance. I want you motherfuckers to shoot anyone who tries to move them closer. With this order given, gunshots echoed in the air as the men wheeling the cannons forward were blasted in the chest. Their lives were lost without even seeing who it was who had claimed them. However, whenever a body dropped, another man would take his place and push the cannons forward together as a team. The Pandya troops did not fire on the stronghold, instead they advanced further, wanting to conserve their shots for closer range in order to ensure maximum accuracy. while they marched forward towards the stronghold where the Bengal army was held up. The soldiers who hid behind the ramparts fired their shots wantonly into the dense formation of Pandya soldiers. With each shot fired, a body fell. However, the men were lacking in munitions, and because of this, they tried to make every shot count. Every time a Bengal soldier missed his target, he would grit his teeth in frustration before racking the lever and firing another downrange. Eventually, the muzzle-loading cannons reached firing distance, and the artillery crews fired off a barrage of cannonballs which struck the ancient forces and turned its stone walls to ruin. Asha nearly bit his tongue in rage as he realized that he did not have enough munitions to hold off the enemy, and because of this, he gave another order to his troops. Protect the gates. Fix bayonets and protect the gates. As the Bengal soldiers continued to expend what little ammunition they had available to them, the Pandya troops marched forward through the gunfire without any regard for their own well-being. Their strategy was to bleed the Bengal forces dry of their supplies before breaking down the gates and engaging in an all-out melee. If they could cut the head off of the Bengal snake, then the body would die with it. Or so they believed. However, as the cannonballs rained down upon the stone fortress, the sound of an elephant's roar raged in the air, causing all the men on the battlefield to look to the east where the supply caravan came into sight. Upon seeing an army of the enemy laying siege to the fortress, the war elephants which protected the supply lines aimed their Gatling guns towards the large army and began indiscriminately spraying lead down range. Within a minute, hundreds of Pandya soldiers fell to the ground, their lives rapidly fleeing from their bodies. In the end, the battle was won in Asha's favor and the Bengal army received their supplies. With a smug grin on his face, the Bengal emperor approached the Japanese advisor and spoke with a haughty tone. Now we can advance further inland. Chapter 920, Death of a Prince. The Ming emperor sat in his throne room while reading a letter in his hand. The words contained within the document were so jarring that the man was forced to close his eyes and breathe heavily just so that he could calm his nerves. Before sending his young son Zhu Li to the German embassy, he had properly scolded the man for making an ass of himself within Japan. The emperor truly thought his words had humbled the young man who was always misbehaving. However, the letter that he had received from the German embassy was not a friendly communication. In fact, it was a document which aired Gerhard's grievances with the ambassador that was chosen to represent the Ming dynasty. Emperor Zhu Wudi, who in this world was known as the Xuande Emperor, was a wise man who knew full well the vast disparities in strength between his empire and that of Germany. In fact, judging by the words spoken by his eldest son, it was entirely possible that Germany was a nation well beyond the capabilities of the Japanese Empire. If this were true, then the man only felt pity for Empress Atami yet great fear towards the Germans. He did not believe for a second that their Kaiser had no ambitions outside of trade with the Far East. However, challenging Berenger von Kufstein was practically suicide, as every man who had ever threatened the Kaiser was now dead. Zhu Wudi knew all too well just how capable a man had to be to rise from the lowliest form of nobility to an emperor who subjects all his neighbors to his will. It was an accomplishment few men in history could boast. Thus, after taking a few deep breaths, the Ming emperor called out to his nearest servant and said 4 simple words. "Fetch me my son." Even though Zhu Wudi had many sons, the servant instinctively knew which one he was referring to. For there was only one of the Ming emperor's children who would cause the man to speak in such a heavy tone. A few moments passed, and eventually Zhu Li strode proudly into the great hall of the Forbidden Palace, where he bowed before his royal father with a wide smirk on his face. "Father, I have done as you asked," and spoke to the German embassy. The servant was about to leave the room when the Ming emperor called out to him. "Stay." After saying this, Zhu Wudi rose from his throne and pulled out a nearby bottle of whiskey which had been imported from the Reich. He poured 2 glasses and handed one to his prideful son without saying a word. Zhu Li quickly took a drink, however before he could swallow its contents, his father had reached out and punched the man in the gut, sending him to his knees where he vomited the alcoholic beverage onto the floor. After doing this, Zhu Wudi threw a towel towards his own son and gave him a simple command. "Clean it up." Zhu Li did as he was instructed, but he felt aggrieved and was about to protest his treatment when the man spoke to him in a stern tone. "You fucked up." The Ming prince clearly did not understand his father's words and quickly protested. "What do you mean I did as you asked? I spoke to the German embassy and got their support." Upon hearing this, the Ming emperor kicked his son in the face and sent him down to the floor where his head landed in the pool of vomited whiskey. "You did what I asked? Really? Answer me this, you little cocksucker. Did I tell you to insult the German ambassador? Did I give you instructions to threaten the man in his own home? Huh? In what way did you do as I have asked?" A pitiful expression was on Zhu Li's face. He was greatly enraged and confused by his father's words, causing him to speak out against him. "No, but that barbarian disrespected me." Before he could finish his statement, the man's father glared at him with a murderous gaze before scolding the fool for his mistake. "That barbarian is the brother-in-law of the fucking Kaiser. Do you understand what that means? It means that the Kaiser sees diplomatic relations with our realm to be a matter of supreme importance. Yet you, in your infinite wisdom, did not just insult the man, you fucking threatened him. I can't save you. In fact, I don't even want to try. The Germans will come for you now. There is no place on this planet, not even my fucking palace, that can grant you a safe haven. So get out of my fucking sight before you drag me down with you. Zhu gazed in horror at what his father was saying, but even more so at his father's reaction. The mighty Ming Emperor was trembling, but not out of rage. No, there was a deep sense of fear in the man's eyes. Despite the Ming Emperor's cruel words, the Ming Prince could not accept what he had done, nor could he comprehend just how screwed he was. In the end, he spoke two simple words as there was nothing else he could say. Father. Please. However, the Ming Emperor once more rebuked him before ordering the guards to escort him out of the palace. You are no son of mine. Guards, take this dead man out of my home and cast him into the streets. If he dare show his face again, kill him on the spot. Zhu continued to scream, but it was no use. The royal guards of the Ming Emperor were too much for the man to handle. They lifted him into the air and threw him into the mud outside the palace gates before closing them, locking the Ming Prince out of his own home. Rain poured from the sky as Zhu continued to lie in the mud, contemplating just what he had done to deserve such a fate. After nearly 30 minutes, he rose to his feet and began to walk the streets of Beijing like a zombie. Though he did not know it, he soon found his way into the market where a beautiful young German woman approached him with a map in her hands. It was clear that her Mandarin was not the best, and yet she politely asked the man a question. Excuse me? Can you tell me how to get to the palace district? It was not these words that pulled the Ming Prince out of his fugue-like state, but the push dagger that pierced his heart moments after they were spoken. Zhu gazed in astonishment at the pretty blonde woman who had a stoic expression on her face as she withdrew her blade and walked away, blending into the endless crowds. Zhu could only gaze in astonishment at the blood which soaked his muddy robes before falling to his knees helplessly. Within an hour after he had been expelled from his home, the Kaiser's assassins had struck, leaving the once proud prince of the Ming dynasty dying alone in a pool of his own blood. However, by the time the crowds realized that the man had died in the streets, it was too late. For the female assassin had long since escaped from the scene of her crime, leaving the Ming Prince as nothing more than a corpse in the streets of Beijing. As for the Ming Emperor, he sat back on his throne and gazed at the letter in his hands with tears streaming down his eyes, before burning it over the flame of a candle. As the flames devoured the paper document, the last words to remain visible were the following. Only death awaits those who have threatened the Kaiser and his family. Chapter 921, Getting Old. News of Zhu Li's death spread across Asia fairly quickly. The death of a Ming prince was no small matter, and because of this, soon everyone knew that the man had been killed in the streets. Though the identity of the assassin was entirely unknown, neither the German embassy nor the Ming Emperor spoke about this incident after it had occurred. What was done, and there was no turning back in time. Though the Ming Emperor mourned for the death of his errant son, he did not blame the Reich for their cruelty. He knew that if he were given the same circumstances, he would have reacted the same. Because no hostilities emerged between the two powers, business continued to boom between the Reich and the Ming dynasty. Goods flowed from west to east and vice versa, creating a new Silk Road, one that was traversed by sea. With the might of the German Navy protecting international trade, there was not the slightest risk in sailing from East Asia to Europe. Both the German and Ming empires prospered during this time of peace. Though both Berenger and Wudi knew that these days would not last forever, they did their best to make the most of the peace while it still lasted. While Berenger used this time to advance his society at a rapid rate, Itami had other plans in mind. The war for the Philippines continued as a month went by without issue. In the end, the island of Mindanao was conquered within this short time frame. The land was fully annexed by Empress Itami, and she immediately began construction of oil wells and refinement facilities. This, when combined with the fact that Japan had already constructed its first power plant, meant that the Japanese Empire would soon enter the era of mechanized warfare. However, for the time being, they still had many hurdles to pass through before they could truly manufacture armored vehicles. Meanwhile, in Australia, Anuria found herself increasingly isolated from her crew. They had yet to begin their island-hopping campaign as they still awaited for the supply lines to catch up to the new colony. And it was during this time that the Pirate Queen realized that she no longer found joy in exploration. Since Anuria and her crew made first contact with the Aboriginal tribes of Australia, conflict was a regular part of life within the small outpost that had been established. Patrols were regularly ambushed, and though the German Marines and privateers were equipped with modern weapons, that did not mean they were invincible. After suffering their first casualty, the German Marines responded with a series of punitive raids, located and attacking the Aboriginal villages without a hint of mercy in their hearts. The only reason the conflict did not spread further inland was simply because the German Marines lacked the resources to make a proper campaign. While the Marines conducted their raids, Anuria's crew were left to support roles. They did everything they could to pass the time before they set out on their next adventure. During this time, Anuria spent nearly every waking hour on the beach staring off into the distance as she drank from her rum. Perhaps it was due to her age, but she no longer found joy in exploring, privateering, and fighting with natives. In fact, the whole thing seemed rather silly when she considered how advanced the German military was. Was there truly a need for privateers like herself in this day and age? In the past, Berenger had legalized privateering simply because the German Navy was lacking in ships to effectively fight against their enemies. Though Anuria's crew was the most famous of these sea dogs, they were not the only one out there. However, with the advancements in the German Navy and the overwhelming reach of the Reich, privateering was dying out and with good reason. Currently, Honoria was in a state of contemplation, thinking about her lot in life. Out of the entire crew, Honoria only recognized Elfrun and Melissa. Melissa was often busy overseeing the more critical tasks that were required of her, and Elfrun spent most of her free time fraternizing with the new recruits. As for the rest of the crew, they were a bunch of wide-eyed 18-year-old girls who looked up to Honoria as if she was a living legend, but at the same time they viewed their mighty captain as a relic of the ancient past. Honoria merely sipped from her drink as she sighed in depression before muttering her thoughts aloud. Perhaps I really am too old to be sailing around the world with a bunch of young women. It was at this moment, while she was reflecting on why she had even bothered coming on this journey, that Elfrun approached her. The woman had a bottle of rum in one hand while the other was wrapped firmly around the waist of one of her girls. When Elfrun saw the depressed expression on Honoria's face, she could not help but speak up. "Captain, is everything all right?" Honoria looked over and saw the girl she had once saved from a life of slavery. Only she was no longer a young and defenseless girl, but rather a fully grown woman. One who knew how to take charge and kick ass. Perhaps this was the final nail in the coffin, but upon seeing such a drastic change, Honoria could not help but sigh and express her true thoughts. "I want to go home." Elfrun was taken aback when she heard these words. In all her years of pirating and exploring, she had always seen Honoria as the most adventurous spirit she had ever laid eyes on. Currently, the crew was exploring uncharted lands and conquering them for their homeland. Yet there was no sense of wonder in Honoria's mint green eyes, only a deep longing for her family. If she was being honest, Elfrun had never seen Honoria in such a homesick state. In fact, in years past, the Byzantine princess would always complain about having to go home when the voyage was nearing its end. Yet they had only been gone for a few months and the woman was already wanting to call it quits. This was behavior that was common among new recruits, but was definitely not something the captain should be expressing. Before Elfrun could even try to convince Honoria to cheer up, the woman spoke with a stern tone in her voice. "When the ships arrive, I will be sailing back to Singapore. For the first time in my life, I think I have had enough of fleeing from my responsibilities. I should have put an end to this youthful indiscretion of mine a long time ago. Elfrun, the ship and the crew are yours to command. You can do with them as you please. Just remember that you fly the colors of the Reich and should do nothing that would bring dishonor to your homeland or your Kaiser. I think it is about time that I return to my home." Elfrun always knew this day would come, but she did not think that Honoria would call it quits before they even reached the halfway point of their journey. She was struggling to find the words to respond to this decree. Tears formed in the woman's eyes as she gritted her teeth and lashed out emotionally. "It's that bastard's fault, isn't it? Every chance you get, you always abandon us and go running back to his arms. Did you know that out of the original members of our crew, half of them are dead? They died for you. Most of them met their deaths in the Andes, but others passed away on voyages where you weren't even present. The rest of those girls retired with enough gold to live in luxury for the rest of their lives. There's only the three of us, and I know for a fact once you go, Melissa will follow. After everything I have done for you, you are just going to give up halfway through your retirement journey? Do I mean nothing to you?" Honoria had always known that Elfrun had strong feelings for her, but she had chosen to ignore them, rather than break the girl's heart. Today, however, it would appear that the landmine she had been avoiding had finally been stepped upon. Thus Honoria took a deep breath before responding coldly towards Elfrun's statements. "I have a family waiting for me back home, one which I have neglected for too long. Over the years I have tried my best to mend the rift between us, but they always feared that I would go on another journey and get myself killed. Because of this, they still treat me as if I am a stranger. I have come here an entire world away from my home, sitting in the burning sun, and for what? One last chance at a youthful hurrah? I should have known better. I should have rejected Berengar's kind offer. I will always be thankful for what you and all the girls have done for me. I will also always mourn those who have passed away in pursuit of fame, fortune, and adventure. Lord knows I have done everything I can to compensate their loved ones for their loss. However, Elfrun, since the day I first took you in, I made you aware that my heart belongs to Berengar. You will always be my most precious friend, but nothing more than that. I gift you this crew and this vessel because I know you can still do many great things for the Reich. You can lead these girls on the adventures we had all shared together in the past. Perhaps even more exciting ones now that you don't need to fear death as we once did. However, you will have to do these things without me." After saying this, Honoria did not wait for a response and merely hugged Elfrun as the girl cried in her arms. The two of them would not speak again until the day that the supply ships arrived and Honoria set sail for Singapore, where she would take the first flight back to the Reich. As for the crew of the Queen Honoria's Revenge, they still had a role to play in Berengar's expansion and he would not forsake them even though his wife was no longer their captain. For now, they would continue on their voyages across Australasia, claiming all the land they could for the German Empire. Chapter 922, Welcome Home. Weeks passed by and the long-awaited supply ships arrived in Australia, along with a significant number of men who could begin the construction of a proper military base. Honoria said her goodbyes to her crew before departing with Melissa back to Singapore. It wasn't an overly emotional affair, as Honoria had already said everything that was needed to be said to Elfrun. As for the rest of the crew, she barely even knew half their names. The two women flew together back to Kufstein, where they shared one last conversation before saying their goodbyes. Honoria struggled to fight back the tears in her eyes as she gazed fondly upon her old first mate. It was difficult for the woman to find her voice, but in the end she posed the question she was most curious about. So, where will you go now? Melissa was equally emotionally stricken as she sighed heavily and gazed off towards the west. There were several moments of silence before she revealed her plans. I think I'm going to buy a ticket for Nhafen. The city is a den of vice. Gambling, prostitution, drugs, alcohol, and plenty of it. It sounds like my kind of place. I might use my vast fortune to open up a casino as well as a brothel or two. Obviously, I know the business pretty well, and for a lot of foreign girls, it's a better option than remaining in their homelands. They'll treat them right, maybe even reinvent the game when I'm at it. What about you, Honoria? I suppose I already know the answer, but what are you going to do now that you have finally retired from the pirate's life? Honoria merely scoffed as she wiped the tears from her eyes before responding to the woman's question. What else can I do? Get down on my knees and beg my children for forgiveness. The looks in their eyes when they saw me going on my last journey. It was truly gut-wrenching. I owe it to my kids to be the mother that I should have been all those years ago. I wish you the best of luck, Melissa, and hope that one day we may meet again. Melissa said nothing and merely nodded her head. The two women exchanged a brief hug before departing. It was entirely unknown whether they would see each other again in this life. But Melissa could sigh in relief, knowing that Honoria was no longer the naive girl who recklessly ran away from home all those years ago. Honoria had not informed Berenger that she would be returning home so soon. But nothing within the Reich escaped Lindy's ears, even in a distant colony like Singapore. Because of this, a car was waiting for Honoria at the airbase, which quickly brought her back to the palace. The moment she stepped out of the vehicle, she saw her three kids waiting for her, along with her husband and Linda. Alexandros and Helena gazed upon their biological mother with complex emotions in their hearts. They had honestly never expected the woman to quit halfway through her retirement voyage and come home. As for Constantinus, he was merely an infant and was held in Lindy's arms as if he were her own child. A sight that was all too common among Honoria's children. Berenger approached Honoria, who had a long expression on her face, and hugged the woman before whispering into her ears the words she wanted to hear the most. Welcome home. Home. This was where she was meant to be all along. It suddenly seemed so preposterous that she had spent so many years running away from this place when it was the source of all her greatest memories. Honoria nodded her head and repeated the words as if she were in a trance. Home. Yes, I am finally home. Linda had a complicated expression on her face. Honoria and she had a special bond, one that was second only to the ones they both shared with their husband. She could tell Honoria had a difficult time coming to terms with her retirement. Even she was surprised when she heard that Honoria had boarded the supply ship and abandoned her crew. While Linda was reflecting on this, Berenger and Honoria continued to embrace each other for several moments before the man let go of his wife. After doing so, he smiled and grabbed hold of the woman's luggage, preparing to bring it inside their home. With a wry smile on his face, he mentioned what he and their kids had been up to during her absence. I promised the kids we would go out to eat as a family when you finally returned. I honestly didn't expect it to be so soon. However, I know what the flight from Singapore does to a person, so I will let you get a few days' worth of rest before we have our little family outing. Honoria was honestly surprised to hear this. She looked over at her two oldest children with a hint of suspicion in her heart before posing her a question to her husband. The kids agreed to this? Berenger smiled, but before he could even respond, Helena spoke up on his behalf. Alexandros and I have both agreed to give you a second chance at being our mother. Something we would have never done before you retired from your life of piracy. These words broke a barrier within Honoria's mind that she had erected to prevent herself from succumbing to the tears that were ever present in the back of her eyes. The moment she heard her kids say they were giving her a second chance, she fell to her knees and bawled like a bitch. The sight was so startling that both of her kids rushed forward to help the woman, as did Linda and Berenger. When Alexandros and Helena came near, Honoria wrapped her arms around them while struggling to say the following words between her sobbing. Thank you. I promise to do everything I can to make up for all those years. Alexandros and Helena were still young kids, and they did not have the mental fortitude to remain calm in such a situation. All it took was for one of them to begin crying before the other one followed suit. Surprisingly, it was the older of the two siblings, Alexandros, who broke down first. Linda smiled at the scene. Though the mother and two kids were crying, the red-headed beauty knew this was a good sign. It was the start of a new and healthier relationship between Honoria and her kids. Even Berenger was nearly moved to tears. However, he was a man, and as a man he had resolved himself never to cry, especially not in public. Perhaps at 3 in the morning he might take a smoke break and go bawl his eyes out on the patio by himself. But at this moment he was as firm as a rock, even when everyone else was moved to tears. The lack of emotion on his face actually caused Linda to become a bit enraged. She balled up her fists and lightly pounded Berenger on the chest as he gazed coldly at the scene. How can you not be crying at a time like this? Are you really that much of an unfeeling asshole? Berenger did not scoff. There was no disdain on his face, nor was there any anger about the sudden assault. Instead, he gazed upon his most beloved wife and wore a pitiful expression before revealing his thoughts to the woman he loved. I do not have the luxury to cry. Linda heard Berengar's words and did not understand them at first. However, as she looked around, she realized they were still within the driveway of the imperial palace. When she realized they were in public and behaving so shamefully, the woman sniffled for several seconds and fought back the tears before nodding her head thrice. After doing so, she hugged her man and whispered something in his ears. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Berenger merely nodded his head before responding to her apology. I know. With this said, Berenger allowed his third wife and their 2 kids to cry out all their emotions. After doing so, he led them inside and hosted a special retirement meal for Anuria. Every member of his family was present, and he made sure to do his best to shower Anuria with the love she needed during this painful transition in her life. As for the family outing that he had promised, that would occur on the weekend. Chapter 923, Trolling the Japanese Empress Part LLL. Itami sat within her personal quarters while filling out paperwork. If there was one thing that never changed about her daily life, it was this. She had half a mind to jump out her window and flee the palace every time a stack found its way to her desk. While the young empress signed away at the dotted line, there was one other person in her room, a young woman by the name of Nakamura Hana, who was the person Itami had selected to lead her Kempitai. In other words, her intelligence agency. The woman had visited the empress to inform her of some rather important matters that needed to be attended to. As you are probably already aware, Prince Julie has recently passed away. After a thorough investigation, we have concluded the reason for his untimely demise. It would appear that after endangering the relationship between the Ming dynasty and the German Empire, Prince Julie was disowned by his father and cast into the streets. Apparently, the pampered fool somehow ended up in the middle of the black market where he was stabbed and robbed, ultimately resulting in his death. Tenno Hikazuma, I am aware that the relationship between you and the now-deceased prince soured the last time he visited, but I believe it would be appropriate to send a gift to the Ming emperor to express our condolences. Though the fool was disowned, he was still Zhu Wudi's son. Itami placed down her pen and shifted her gaze towards her intelligence director. She immediately caught notice of the portrait of Berenger which lay on the wall directly behind the woman. As Itami stared at Berengar's smug smile, a thought occurred within her mind, causing her to unintentionally voice it aloud. Is it possible the Germans had something to do with the prince's death? Nakamura immediately shook her head and dismissed this claim entirely. From her investigation, there was no evidence to support the idea that German intelligence had played a role in the foolish prince's assassination. That is entirely unlikely. It is far more probable that the spoiled prince pissed off a local gangster and got himself stabbed. Though the German Empire is a force to be reckoned with, even they treat the Ming dynasty with respect. There would have to be a good reason for why the Kaiser would dispatch his assassins to deal with someone like the errant prince. Itami nodded her head with this line of reasoning and sighed before picking up her pen and getting back to her paperwork. As she did so, she expressed her irritation with being interrupted. I guess I'm just being paranoid. Still, I can't help but feel like that bastard got the best of me yet again. Anyway, I doubt you interrupted my work solely to talk about that idiot's death. Did you really need my permission just to send a gift to the Ming emperor? Tell me, why are you really here? Nakamura hesitated for a few moments before speaking her mind. It was clear by the look in her eyes that she did not want to say what she had to say. But in the end she still said it, knowing that ignoring such a thing would only invite future disaster. While it is true that this is old news, it is in fact related to my primary reason for visiting. It would appear that the Kaiser has gifted a rather modern warship to the Ming emperor as an act of condolence for Zhu Li's recent passing. Itami was in the middle of signing her name on yet another document when she heard these words. She was so shocked by this news that her hand slipped and ruined her signature. However, she paid this no mind and instead glared at Nakamura with an intimidating gaze before interrogating her on the nature of this warship. Just how modern are we talking here? Nakamura could only shift her eyes away from the enraged empress, unwilling to meet her chilling gaze. Instead, she had a meek voice as she revealed news that she knew Itami would find displeasing. It appears to be a direct copy of our latest cruiser's design. A loud bang resounded in the air as Itami slammed her fist onto her wooden table, which was accompanied by the sounds of deep breathing. The young Japanese empress was clearly enraged and in a state of panic as she tried to think through how this was possible. She voiced her thought process aloud as she did so. How is this possible? Have our designs been leaked? No, the Germans have no agents on the Japanese mainland. Wait a second. Oh, those fucking traitors. It was clear by her last words that Itami had realized how the Germans had gotten their hands on her blueprints. During her purchase of the Old Guard, there were plenty of Japanese citizens who fled the empire towards the Ming dynasty. Not long after, Germany announced that it would be taking in these refugees. Clearly, someone important had fled her country without her noticing and brought with him the designs he helped bring into reality. Of course, Itami had no way of knowing that there were in fact German agents conducting espionage on Japanese soil. However, they came in the form of Koreans and Japanese turncoats. Because of this, even her secret police could not easily detect their activities. In fact, Germany had made use of the knowledge gained by these refugees to contact Japanese smugglers, which allowed them to infiltrate the Japanese mainland. All of this had gone entirely unnoticed by Empress Itami Ryo and her Kempitai. What worried the woman the most was that the Germans had built a cruiser from scratch using her own designs to construct an entire warship quicker than she herself could produce such a vessel. Right now, her navy was almost entirely reliant on destroyers and submarines. Larger warships were still under construction, as her shipyards relied on semi-skilled workers who were previously thrown into a crash course on building steel-hulled warships. It would not be an understatement to say that the Japanese-style cruiser the Germans created was a superior product to the ones that were currently under construction in Japan. All of this information aggravated Itami for several reasons. Firstly, it was only recently that the Japanese Empire was able to apply pressure to the Ming dynasty. After all, Berengar's bold move of supplying the Ming with armored frigates had forced Itami to take a step back in international diplomacy. However, after constructing a sizable fleet of destroyers and submarines, Itami was once more able to pressure to the Ming into giving her more favorable trade deals. Unfortunately, now that a modern cruiser existed within the Ming's fleet of warships, she was once more forced to re-evaluate her diplomatic methods. Though she had no doubt her current military strength was enough to obliterate the Ming fleet, any military action would be costly to her own navy and she needed to save her strength for the eventual war with the German Empire. At the very least, the Ming now had the confidence to reject her requests. The second reason that Itami was concerned had to do with the discrepancy in manufacturing ability between her nation and that of the Reich. She had invested substantial time and effort into designing these cruisers, and yet before she could even field one of such vessels, her rival on the other side of the world had gotten hold of her blueprints and manufactured a superior product based upon her own designs. The speed that the German shipyards could manufacture warships was leagues ahead of her own, even if their designs were outdated compared to her own vessels. This meant that by the time they finally engaged in a war, the Germans would have many more vessels than she had, and quantity was its own form of strength, especially on the sea. Finally, the last reason this news irritated Itami was actually one of personal pride. She could not believe that after all her efforts these past few months, which were spent in creating a powerful navy, in the end, Berenger had bested her once again. It was utterly infuriating to think about. After reflecting on all of this in a matter of seconds, Itami glared fiercely at her intelligence director and said two simple words: "Get out." Upon realizing just how enraged the Empress had become, Nakamura bowed respectfully before fleeing Itami's personal quarters. Once the Empress was all alone, she fell back onto her bed and stared up at the ceiling, utterly depressed by her most recent defeat. It took several moments for Itami to shift her gaze towards her body pillow, but once she did, she felt a bit better. The albino beauty wrapped her arms around the pillow and brought it into her embrace before speaking to it as if it were her lover. "Oh Julian, what am I going to do about this?" Naturally, utter silence prevailed. However, Itami could practically hear Julian's voice in her head, giving her advice on how to handle the situation. Ultimately, she had come to the conclusion that she needed to focus more on naval output. If Itami had any hope of competing with the Reich on the seas, she would need to have men working all hours of the day on building warships. Luckily for her, she had just invented electricity, and soon enough the cities would have light, even in the dark of night. Of course, she knew that putting her workers on graveyard shifts would cause further dissent. However, she did not have the luxury to worry about her people's well-being. Not when such a monumental threat existed on the horizon. Chapter 924, An Average Morning in the Villa. Corrigan sat on horseback as she gazed upon her elder brother with a stoic expression on her pretty face. For the past few months, the Golden Horde had been bogged down in the mountains of Georgia, fighting a series of protracted sieges. It had become increasingly clear to the woman that they would not be able to beat both Georgia and the Byzantine Empire within a year's time. As a result, she had begun to counsel her brother on a new strategy. "My dearest brother, it is the advice of the spirits that we move on from Georgia and focus our efforts on Anatolia. The western half of the kingdom of Georgia has dug in their heels and is fighting to the last man. There is no surrender and no retreat. If we continue to assault this petty kingdom, we will not make it to Constantinople in time." Shagadai nodded his head in understanding as he gazed upon the vast wasteland that was their most recent conquest. He had lost thousands of men to take one simple city. It was becoming increasingly clear that his little sister's words were true, and as a result, he felt compelled to agree with her approach. "Very well. If that is the advice that the spirits have given me, who am I to reject such wisdom? I will gather our troops and we will abandon what remains of this petty kingdom. It's not like they have the means to take back the land we have already conquered." After saying this, Shagadai snapped the reins of his horse and rode off to rally his troops and give them their new orders. As for Corrigan, she sat on her horseback and gazed up at the sky as the wind kissed her regal face. She could hear the spirits speak to her as they issued their warnings once more. "Beware the eagle in the west. In 6 months' time it will spread forth its wings and bring ruin to your people." Time was passing quickly and yet at the same time incredibly slow. It felt as if every single moment Corrigan was on edge. The more the spirits spoke to her, the more she felt uneasy about her people's fate. Though her brother had promised a quick conquest, the mountains of Georgia and the castles that the people dwelled in had presented more difficulty than they expected. Now she only had 6 months left before the eagle spread forth its wings and brought ruin to her people. It was a warning she had heard too many times to count, and with each passing month, the time became less. Eventually, Shagadai returned to his sister's side with a wide grin on his face as he nudged her forward. The army has been gathered. The orders are given. We ride to Anatolia. Though Shagadai expected some form of happiness to appear on his precious little sister's face, in reality, all he saw was a deep-seated anxiety which spread from the depths of her heart. As if she had already seen their defeat before they had even begun their conquest of the Byzantine Empire. The Mongol princess appeared to be within in a trance. The woman paid no attention to her brother's words and instead repeated what she had heard from the spirits. Wings of iron will bring forth volcanic rain. What does it mean? She could never have guessed that the Germans had mastered the skies and were capable of dropping bombs on her brother's army without ever coming within range of the Golden Horde's weapons. Because she did not know what an airplane was or the power of a modern bomb, she could not comprehend the warning the spirits were giving her. As for Shagadai, he was stunned speechless. For once, his sister was listening to the spirits but could not understand what they meant. It was not uncommon for the woman to enter a trance-like state whenever she tried to comprehend the meaning behind the parables which the spirits spoke to her in. However, she always deciphered their meaning correctly and rather swiftly at that. Yet this message had completely stumped her. She could not figure out what these words meant no matter how much she tried. Because of this lack of understanding, there was a deep sense of fear in her black eyes. It was only after she recovered her whereabouts did she plead with her brother once more. There was an expression of panic on the young woman's face as she grabbed hold of her brother's sleeve and held onto it for dear life. Dearest brother, I implore you once more to move your armies north and abandon your dreams of conquering the south. I fear that the fate that awaits us in Constantinople is unimaginable. For the first time in my life, I can't decipher the spirit's meaning. Please, brother, I beg you. Shagadai was utterly speechless. His sister had, on more than one occasion, implored him to march his army north. However, she had not done so in some time, as if she had accepted her fate. Whatever it was the spirits had told her, it had thoroughly spooked the girl. She was practically shaking as she stared deeply into her brother's eyes. However, no matter how fearful Khorijan might be, Shagadai would not be deterred. His goals of conquering the Byzantine and Timurid empires were too great to abandon now that they had made some progress. Thus, he did not attempt to persuade his sister and instead wore a stern expression as he gave her a direct order. Enough. I have obeyed the wills of the spirits far more than any of my predecessors. Just because you can't seem to decipher the meaning of their words doesn't mean that a horrible fate awaits us. The Byzantines are weak and the Timurids are on their last breath. Now is the time to strike. Now is the time to conquer an empire that will make the entire world fear our might. Khorijan was practically moved to tears as she heard her brother so thoroughly rebuke her. She did not know why he was so stubborn about this. Nor did she understand why she was so fearful. Perhaps he was right. The spirits had previously assured her that so long as Constantinople fell within a year, there was nothing they needed to worry about. Thus, she took a deep breath and found her resolve while she silently nodded her head in silence several times. After a few moments has passed, she released her grip over her brother's sleeve and responded meekly to his commands. I will do as dearest brother has commanded. We will ride south and I will bring with me the wisdom of the spirits. Upon hearing this, Shagadai smiled and grabbed hold of his sister's dainty chin before reassuring her everything would be fine. You don't need to worry so much, I would never let any harm come to my precious little sister. After saying that, the two noble Mongols sat in silence for several moments before leaving behind the wasteland and rejoining with the main army. However, Khorijan could not help but look back with an intense anxiety in her black eyes. As if this were the last gasp of the Mongol people. Chapter 925, Family Outing. Currently, Berenger was sitting in a booth with his wife Anuria by his side and two of their children seated across from them. Out of all the local eateries within the city of Kufstein, Berenger had selected what could only be described as a barbecue joint to share a meal with his family and mull over some of their deep-seated issues. Anuria had a pleasant smile on her face as she bit into the ribs and savored their taste. Though it had only been a few days since she returned from her journey to Oceania, she seemed to be taking her retirement rather well. At least on the surface. Humans were naturally complicated creatures and a mere few days was clearly not enough time for the woman to properly process her emotions. Still, that did not get in the way of Anuria spending time with her family. In fact, since her return, she had spent nearly every waking hour with her children or her husband. She had even been rather aggressive in the bedroom, having an intense desire to bear more children. After all, though Anuria had been with Berenger for almost as long as Linda had, she had fallen behind the red-headed vixen in terms of progeny. Thus, Berenger was in a rather pleased mood as Anuria had been taking advantage of every given opportunity to sleep with him. Though he never lacked the company of women, he did enjoy it when his wives were so eager to please him. While Berenger and Anuria had fat smiles on their faces as they happily ate away at the barbecue ribs and pulled pork. Their children, Alexandros and Helena, were not nearly as pleased. Though they had given their mother a second chance and were pleased to see their efforts were not going to waste. It was not easy to remove the damage of neglect. Ultimately, it was Berenger who broke the silence as he decided to question his young son about what he had been learning lately. So, Alexandros, why don't you tell your mother about your academics? You and Ghazi should be going through special leadership courses. How have your grades been as of late? In addition to their regular schoolwork, which Berenger made sure that his children were not slacking off in. Alexandros and Ghazi were also being groomed to be the perfect leaders for their mother's homelands. Ghazi was technically already the Sultan of Al-Andalus, but he was too young to actually rule, and because of that, his father was regent. As for Alexandros, though he was not yet officially the heir of the Byzantine emperor, Berenger had laid the groundwork that would lead to Quintus and his wastrel of a little brother being stripped of their rights to succession. In the end, Vetranes would choose Alexandros to succeed him. Berenger was extremely adamant about that. Because of this, the boy had to sit through many courses regarding administration of a realm, military tactics, the art of diplomacy, and economics. In fact, Alexandros and Ghazi were in a bit of a friendly competition to see who received the best grades, thus, the boy was quick to brag about his latest scores. I scored a 98 on my last economics exam. I beat Ghazi by 3 whole points. Berenger smiled and nodded his head. He had nothing but praise for both of his boys, but he still needed to reward the winner of their little competitions. Thus, he took a rather playful tone as he addressed this fact. Good job. They'll tell you what, just for that I'll let you order a dessert of your choice. How does that sound? Alexandros nodded his head with an excited smile. As for Anuria, she was happy to see her boy was doing so well and was quick to add something to the conversation. I didn't expect you to be going over such complicated topics at your age. You must be mommy's little genius. Alexandros forced a smile when he heard his mother's compliment. While he was aware that he was naturally more intelligent than other kids his age. When compared to his eldest brother Hans, he was by no means an actual genius. But he did not correct his mother. She seemed to be genuinely happy for him and thus he did not want to ruin the moment. However, Helena was not so polite. What's so great about a 98 on an intro to economics course? When Hans was his age, he was already studying mechanical engineering. It was clear by the look in Helena's eye that she had great admiration for her eldest half-brother. So much so that she was willing to insult her full-blooded brother and counter her mother's praise. Normally, such a thing would provoke a mother, but she had such a close relationship with Linda that she also considered Hans to be her son. Thus, she only wore a faint smile before replying to her daughter's sharp remarks. Hans is an exceptionally gifted child. It's unfair to compare anyone else with him. I am even willing to bet that when he finally matures into an adult, his mind will be greater than even his father's. Berenger was in the middle of drinking a beer when he heard this statement and nearly choked on the liquid. While it was true that Hans was a genius on the level with history's greatest minds, Berenger still did not want to admit that his son would one day be more intelligent than him, let alone hear his wife praise the boy in such a way. His reaction to Anuria's remark had caused the woman and her 2 children to laugh at his expense. With Helena roasting Berenger on the spot. Haha, even daddy can feel inferior to someone else. Don't worry daddy, you're still the greatest in your daughter's eyes. Even though Hans will one day be smarter than you. Berenger remained completely silent when he heard his daughter mocking him. He did not have the face to argue with a child about a point he knew to be true. Instead, he merely sighed in defeat, knowing that his son's supreme intellect would be used to advance the Reich beyond how he personally left it. To Berenger, his legacy meant everything to him. It was not just good enough to build the world's greatest empire. It had to be stable and survive in all its glory long after he himself passed away from this world. He did not want to be like Alexander the Great, who worked his entire life to build a mighty empire only for the empire he forged with his own hands to completely collapse after his death. Though Berenger rarely thought about the succession issue, Hans was indeed the most ideal candidate, at least for the time being. He had many children and the majority of them were still toddlers. It was impossible to know just what great things the offspring of Berenger the Blessed would achieve in their lives. After several moments of being laughed at, Berenger pushed away his pride and admitted the truth in front of his family, something they never thought he would actually do. So what if Hans will be more intelligent than me? That just means that I can rest easy in the afterlife, knowing that the Reich will be in good hands. Besides, it's not just Hans. I foresee a future where all of my children are extreme talents in whatever fields they choose to pursue within their lifetime. A golden generation of the von Kufstein dynasty who shall work together to keep my dream alive. I feel no shame in admitting this, rather a deep sense of pride. Helena pouted when she heard her father boast about his kids in such a haughty manner. Her next words were like a bucket of ice water dropping on Berengar's head. Daddy is really shameless, isn't he? This critical strike had pierced through Berengar's heart and made him sigh in depression. The very look on his face was enough to make Anuria break out into a fit of giggles. She could not believe her little girl had spoken so ruthlessly to her father. It was absolutely adorable to the woman who was once known as the Pirate Queen. However, after seeing Berenger sulk like a kid who was just robbed of his lunch money, Anuria wrapped her arms around the man's shoulder and comforted him with her words. Daddy truly is shameless, but that's one reason why I love him so much. This was the first time Helena and Alexandros had heard their mother call their father by the term daddy. It was usually a pet name the woman reserved for the man in private. However, she had instinctively used the term after hearing her daughter call her man such a name. Despite being so ruthlessly burned by his daughter, Berenger could only chuckle and take it in stride. After all, the kids appeared to be warming up to their mother, which was a good thing. This entire meal was about getting together and hashing things out, and it appeared to have a good start. The rest of the meal would be shared with lighthearted conversation and an overall enjoyable experience for Berenger and his family. When the group finished, they returned home, where Anuria tucked her kids into bed before spending the night with her man. Though tonight's venture seemed like a minor thing, in reality it was a big deal to both Alexandros and Helena, who for the first time felt like they had a mother who would not be leaving them behind. Chapter 926, The Kufstein Zoo Part 50. It was an average spring day in the city of Kufstein. The air was warm and the people were going about their daily lives. However, outside of the city limits, there was a new attraction which crowds had gathered about to witness. This attraction was none other than the Kufstein Zoo. Since acquiring the leopard Genseric, Berenger had gone out of his way to pay trappers around the globe to capture magnificent beasts that were not found in the fatherland. After substantial effort and funding, there had been enough beasts to fill an entire zoo. Currently, Berenger was standing among the crowds with his large family. It was a Saturday, and because of that he had taken the day off so that he could escort his loved ones to the newly opened zoo. Naturally, the man paid for all their tickets before walking into the establishment with a wide smile on his face. Berenger now had a total of 17 different legitimate children from as many as 5 different women. 2 of his sons were engaged to at least 1 girl, meaning that there were more people within the Kaiser's group than just his immediate family. Upon entering the zoo, the various children of the Kaiser had excited smiles on their faces as they witnessed the many sights. As for Berenger, he already had an exhibit in mind that he wanted to show his kids first. Thus, Berenger pointed at the map in his hand and gave out an order to his family. We're going to check out the leopard exhibit first. From there, we will make our way around the big cats section before going towards the wolf exhibit. Linda, who was pushing a stroller that contained her youngest children, had a warm smile on her face as she nodded her head in agreement. It sounds like a plan to me. The other women nodded silently. For dates like this, they usually just followed whatever their man had planned for them. Thus, the large group made their way to the leopard exhibit, where they witnessed Genseric along with several females of various different leopard subspecies lazing about in their confined area. Genseric roared loudly when he saw his former master. He quickly jumped up onto the edges of the confined space where his head pressed against the cage, the sight of which scared most of the people in the crowd. The only thing separating them from this magnificent predator was a thin layer of steel fencing. The exhibit was large. In fact, all of them were. When compared to the zoos within Berengar's past life, the Kufstein Zoo was several times larger. Each beast was given a proper living space to run around in and enjoy themselves. The leopard exhibit was no exception. Though many in the crowd were initially frightened by Genseric's actions, in the next moment the leopard simply rolled onto the ground and exposed its belly to its former master as if it were a mere house cat. Berenger gazed upon the big cat with a complicated expression. In years past, he had raised this leopard as his personal pet. It was also the son of a deity's familiar, and because of this it had a superior intellect to other members of its species. However, Genseric was also raised around Berengar's family, and as a result, it was an incredibly social creature. The leopard seemed to be genuinely happy to see its former master visit him. After all, Berengar's schedule was busy, and he did not often have the time to visit his old pet. However, after gazing at the 5 female leopards along with the many cubs they had spawned together, Berenger knew his decision to send the beast to the zoo was correct. Thus, he could only wear a smile as he pet Genseric before giving the creature a command. "Go on, get back to your family. You're startling the crowd." Genseric responded by licking Berengar's fingers before doing as commanded. The entire sequence had thoroughly shocked the crowd, who were entirely unfamiliar with the fact that this mighty beast had once been the Kaiser's pet. As a result, rumors would randomly begin to spread of Berengar's superhuman connection to animals and how quickly he could tame them. After seeing the large cat, many of Berengar's children had cried out in joy as they were well accustomed to the mighty leopard and had missed him since he departed from the palace. Overall, it was a pleasant experience for the family, who stayed and watched the beast as it forced its children and mates to line up in front of the royal family as if giving them a proper salute. Those humans in the crowd who had portable cameras on them had taken photos of the event, which would find themselves in the paper's headlines on the following day with the following caption: "The Kufstein Zoo's leopards pay respect to the Kaiser and his family." After taking their time enjoying the leopards, Berenger and his family moved on to the next exhibit within the section of the park, which contained big cats. Lions, tigers, cougars, and even jaguars from the Amazon. There were plenty of large cats to go around. Perhaps the most exciting exhibit was the rare white tiger, which had been purchased as a cub from an Indian trapper for a substantial price. All of Berengar's children enjoyed the sights of the mighty beasts. However, after seeing the cats, Berenger led them to another area of the park which was reserved for canines. In this area there was a wolf exhibit, where Hans gazed in awe at his former pet. Linda had never been happy about her little boy having such a dangerous beast as his personal minion. Unlike Genseric, this was no deity's familiar. It was a wild, vicious beast which the boy had raised from a pup. Still, a tamed wolf had the ability to bite the hand that fed it, and in the end, after Hans had left for college, Linda forced young Wolfgar into the zoo, where he now was the alpha of a pack of wolves. Despite being an ordinary wolf, Hans could immediately tell that the alpha of the pack was his boy. Thus, he walked over to the edge of the railing where a similar scene from earlier occurred. Wolfgar rushed towards the fencing where he nuzzled his head against the cage. A solemn expression came from Hans' mouth as he petted the beast's ears with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Good boy. Though Hans knew the pup was better off in the zoo with a pack of its own, he still felt bad knowing that he could no longer look after it. Despite this, he held no ill will towards his mother for sending such a dangerous beast away. At the very least, the creature could live a long and fulfilling life in captivity. However, despite this rationalization, there were still tears forming in the boy's eyes. Just when these tears were about to break free and fall from the boy's cheeks, his father placed a hand on his shoulder before giving him some comforting words. Wolves are not solitary creatures. Though you raised him since he was a pup, there was no chance of him truly being happy while confined in the palace. Here he has a family and the zoo's caretakers meet all of his needs. It is a better life than releasing him back into the wild. Your mother did what was best for the family. A wolf is not an appropriate house pet, especially when you have a bunch of infants running around. I only let you raise the beast so that you could learn some discipline. Hans silently nodded his head and choked back the tears in his eyes. He had long since heard his father's speech about being a man and not crying around others. He was not a little kid anymore and knew this was not an appropriate place for him to lose control over his emotions. His response to his father was one that was far too mature for a boy his age. It's good that he's happy, and that's all that really matters. While Hans was having a moment with his former pet, the rest of the family gazed upon the plaque which described the history of these wolves. On this board of information was a photo of the young Prince Hans hugging Wolfgar while the two of them had wide smiles on their faces. A passage described how the alpha of this pack was raised by the German prince since it was a mere pup and was donated to the zoo when Hans went off to college. After a few moments of silence, Berenger patted Hans on the head before giving him a comforting smile. Come, let's go find something to eat. You would be surprised how good the food is here. Hans looked off at Wolfgar one last time before nodding his head in silence and departing from the area with his family. The beast continued to gaze upon its former master until he was no longer present. Only after Hans was gone did it turn its attention back to its family. Chapter 927, The Kufstein Zoo Part LL. Berenger and his family approached one of the several restaurants that existed within the Kufstein Zoo. The zoo had many exhibits, habitats, and sections. If it were to exist in Berengar's past life, one might compare it to the Disney World of zoos. It was so large that it was technically created outside the city's limits in a special zone of its own. Because of this, there were not only multiple restaurants that existed throughout the entire zoo, but there were also food stalls, merchandise stores, and even animal-themed roller coasters and water slides for families to enjoy when they weren't looking at animals. Naturally, Berenger found an appropriate place for his family to eat at. A local burger joint that was grossly overpriced, as was common in theme parks and zoos in this world and his previous one. Despite this, he had to admit that they made some excellent burgers. As a result, he and his family sat down in an outdoor dining area when he ordered for them. After a lengthy order that resulted in spending hundreds of marks, Berenger returned to his family with several trays of food and beverages in hand. Upon placing the trays upon the table and distributing the loot to his family, Berenger sat down in between Adela and Henrietta. Just as Berenger was about to take a bite of his burger, three of his daughters bolted towards his lap in a fierce competition to see who could get their father's attention first. In the end, Catherine emerged as the winner. She was a year or two older than Zara and Helena, giving her greater speed. After sitting on her father's lap, Catherine wore a smile and struck a victorious pose. As for Berenger, he stared in silence at his daughters, two of which were now pouting and expressing their discontent. No fair. Catherine, you're too old to sit in Daddy's lap. In reality, Catherine was roughly 9 years old and she felt she was well within her rights to sit in her father's lap. As for Berenger, he merely shook his head and ignored the three girls and their petty competition. Though the next moment after, Catherine raised one of her steak fries and dipped it in range before shoving it in her father's face. Daddy say ah. The girl was treating him like a child, which Berenger thought was rather amusing. As for her mother Adela, she had pulled out a camera and captured the moment of Berengar's uncomfortable expression for the sake of human history. Ultimately, Berenger would bite the proverbial bullet, so to speak, and snatched onto the girl's fry with his teeth before swallowing it. The moment he did so, the girl clapped in excitement before digging into her own food. Upon further inspection, Berenger realized it was not just Zara and Helena who were pouting in an act of envy. All of his women were gazing at him with jealous stares. When he realized this, he quickly defended his actions. What are you looking at? Can a father show his affection for his daughter? Eat your damn food. The moment he said these words, Catherine looked up at her father with her deep blue eyes and scolded him for his language. Daddy has to put a gulden in the swear jar. That's right, Berengar's family was so wealthy that they tossed guldens into a swear jar. In fact, Berenger was so casual with his profanity around his family that he had practically filled the jar every month, whose value, when filled, was on par with a standard single-family home in the city of Kufstein. The man gritted his teeth as he heard this before calmly expressing his acceptance of his fate. Fine. I will do it when we get home. As for what the swear jar was actually used for, Berenger would distribute its contents evenly among his children for their monthly allowance. Yes, that was how much of a problem Berenger had with vulgarity. It was, in fact, Adela's suggestion in the first place for such a device to exist within their household. In truth, Berenger did not really care about the value of the money he placed in the jar. It was a minuscule amount to him. What he despised was the fact that his wives punished him, the Kaiser of Germany, for speaking in the casual manner he was accustomed to around his own children. However, as every man knew, there were some battles in marriage that you just had to accept defeat in. The swear jar was one of these struggles. After sharing a meal with his family, the group packed up their refuse and tossed it away in the recycling bin before heading out to see more animals. The immediate stop after the canine and feline section was the primate section, where the children of the Kaiser gazed upon the great apes, monkeys, and other primates with excitement in their eyes. When it came to the habitat that contained the bonobos, Berenger had to advance his family through it rather quickly as the beasts were in the middle of mating and he did not want his children to witness such a display. Having gone through the primate section, Berenger led his family through other areas such as the so-called African safari and the Congo jungle where they rode on trains and riverboats through an area filled with wild animals of various species. In one area, they even spotted the legendary dodo bird which had yet to go extinct in this age. There were all kinds of sights to enjoy and it was not just land-based life forms. There was even a section for aquatic-based life such as manatees, sharks, dolphins, alligators, crocodiles, caimans, among other species. Ultimately, after nearly 6 hours of enjoying themselves at the zoo, Berenger and his family had not even explored half of the habitats. However, as the sun began to set, a voice erupted over the PA system alerting all visitors that the zoo would be closing in an hour. As a result, Berenger instructed his family that it was time to depart. Well, let's make our way back to the parking lot where the car awaits us. The zoo will be closing soon and we don't have enough time to look at another exhibit. Voices of protest immediately erupted as several of Berengar's children refused to leave, even after 6 hours of walking about. I don't wanna. But we haven't even looked at the elephants. I don't care about the elephants, I want to see the leopards again. Berenger could only gaze sternly and give his children a direct order. At a time like this, there was no point playing along with their delusions. They were on the other end of the park and had an hour to exit the facility. Thus, he had no patience for their childish resistance. We're leaving and that's final. If you all behave yourself, I'll bring you back here next month so that we can see the rest of the park. This time, none of Berengar's children complained, though they were regretful that they couldn't experience everything the zoo had to offer. They were happy that they would get to have such a fun experience with their father again next month. Still, it seemed like too much time in between visits, but all the kids knew their father was a busy man and couldn't take entire days off to spend at the zoo very often. With that said, Berenger and his family made their way out of the zoo and entered a group of stretch limousines which carried their large party back to the palace where the Kaiser spent the rest of the evening with his family. After a long day, he retired to his bedroom where all 5 of his women were awaiting him. For the first time in a long time, he would share his bed with all of his legal wives and his younger sister. Chapter 928, Indochina Falls. Zhu Ji sat atop his carriage with a proud smile on his face as he strode through the streets of the southern capital of Indochina as a victorious conqueror. For the past few months, the Ming dynasty had been waging a war in the region to unite it under the tributary system. Previously, only the northern half of the region paid tribute to the Ming emperor. However, with the fall of Panduranga, the south had officially entered into the Chinese sphere of influence. The Ming prince was visibly ecstatic as he waved to the various onlookers with a friendly smile. Though he had come as a conqueror, he had no intent to punish the defeated for their resistance. After all, he was not a petty man and understood that the Indo-Chinese had fought for their sovereignty, which was a respectable cause in Zhu Ji's eyes. While the Ming prince strolled through the southern capital, a beautiful young Vietnamese woman tossed flowers towards him. This immediately caught the prince's eye as he blew a kiss to the woman, which caused her to blush in embarrassment. Despite his flamboyant nature, Zhu Ji had no real interest. It was only after the troops came to a stop outside the Indo-Chinese king's palace did the Ming prince step off from his carriage and approach the man who had submitted after months of brutal warfare. An interpreter translated Zhu Ji's words as he greeted the defeated king with a tone filled with respect. Tao Kai Tom, your people have fought well, but in the end, it was a foolish endeavor to resist our kind offer. I hope that after your defeat you have learned to be more humble towards my father. The once proud king of South Indochina bowed his head respectfully. Though he gritted his teeth in frustration over his defeat, he did not dare voice his discontent. Instead, he forced a pleasant smile to appear on his face as he greeted the Ming prince as his conqueror. Prince Zhu Ji, I have heard rumors of your legendary experience as a battlefield commander. It was my foolishness to believe that I could ever resist a brilliant general such as yourself. Though Kai Tom spoke these words, he knew in his heart that the only reason the Ming had so easily trounced his resistance was because of the advanced weapons that they wielded. Nonetheless, his defeat was certain, and if he could retain his title as king, then he would gladly kneel before the Ming crown. However, Zhu Ji's light-hearted response has startled him. I believe I warned you before my invasion that it was in your best interest to submit to my father. However, you stubbornly refused my advice and caused this unnecessary suffering to take place. Still, I respect your spirit, which is why I am speaking to you here in front of your palace rather than having you bound in chains. I want to make this clear to you and all your people that we are not your enemies. We merely came into your lands as your protectors. If the Japanese were to have invaded your country as they have done to the Joseon, the Ryukyu, the Ainu, and most recently the island of Mindanao, then believe me when I say that you and your people would not have been treated with such kindness after your defeat. It startled the Indo-Chinese king to hear of this news. Though he had heard rumors of Japanese expansion, he had never thought in his life that his land would be the target of their greed. However, from what Zhu Ji told him, it sounded as if the Ming invasion of his lands was done as a countermeasure to the rapid expansion of the Japanese Empire. If that were the case, then the Ming dynasty must have some sort of proof that the Empress Atami eyed these lands with avarice in her heart. As a result, he could not help but ask for this evidence, even if it could be viewed as inappropriate on his part. You must have some evidence to support the claim that the Japanese intend to invade my lands? Just because they are invading their neighbors does not mean that they have any intent to annex my lands. Though Kaitom's tone was overbearing, Zhu Ji did not take offense and merely reached into his satchel and pulled out several photos taken by agents of the German Empire. They were of bauxite deposits located within southern Indochina. After handing the photographs over to the Indo-Chinese king, Zhu Ji wore a smug smile as he responded to the man. These are images taken by our friends in the German Empire. In case you don't recognize this resource, it is plentiful within your borders and the Japanese Empire will soon be looking for an alternative source of this mineral. While Empress Atami does not realize it yet, the Germans soon enough will defeat her proxies in India. When this happens, she will need to search elsewhere for this mineral, which is critical to her plans of industrial expansion. If you were to remain independent, she would surely strike at your lands and enslave your people to mine this resource as she has done to those in the southern half of the Joseon Peninsula. By subjecting you to our tributary system, we have given you a shield, which will force the Japanese Empire to decide between attacking the Ming dynasty or the Majapahit Empire. Based upon our calculations, it would be much easier for her to take Borneo and transport this mineral back to her homeland than it would be for her to secure it from a Ming-controlled Indochina. Thus, by subjecting your petty kingdom, we have spared you a great deal of suffering, more than you have already endured during our brief campaign. Though Zhu Ji's words were convincing, Kaitom did not understand what bauxite was or what possible use it had. Thus, he had a hard time believing that the Japanese Empire would invade his lands for such an obscure resource. If the Ming prince was being honest, he himself doubted whether these claims were true. However, they were spoken by the Kaiser, and if anyone knew what the Japanese were up to, it would be the Germans. Despite Zhu Ji's unwavering belief in Berengar's words, Kaitom was far from convinced and quickly voiced his doubt. What evidence do you have that the Japanese would invade my lands for this mineral? If Zhu Ji were a less intelligent man, this question would have stumped him for sure, but unlike his now deceased little brother, he had a sharp mind and a quick wit. Thus, he did not even need to think of a satisfactory answer as he gave voice to it. Only the word of the Germans, but if anybody knows what Empress Atami is planning, it would be them. After all, the Germans have long since infiltrated the Japanese mainland, so much so that they were able to get their hands on many secret weapons designs. In fact, the Kaiser recently gifted my father a rather large warship that is a complete replica of what Empress Atami is currently constructing for her fleets. To the Indo-Chinese king, this news was utterly shocking. While German merchants had long since made their way to his lands and brought with them many items that could only be acquired via trade with the Reich, he had never expected the Germans to infiltrate the Japanese mainland and conduct espionage to such a level that they could recreate Japanese warships. After all, the Indo-Chinese king had seen the German and Japanese fleets pass by his territorial waters and was deeply frightened by what he witnessed. He honestly did not know which of the two great powers would emerge victorious if they ever came to blows. Neither Zhu Ji nor Kaitom were aware that Germany had only recently infiltrated the Japanese mainland within the last year and had been extremely cautious in their clandestine operations. Rather, the replication of the Japanese cruiser was achieved by taking in Japanese refugees who had worked on the project prior to their defection. Despite this ignorance, it was this misconception that thoroughly convinced the Indo-Chinese king to fully lay down any resistance that he might still harbored in his heart and accept the Ming dynasty as his new overlords. If this was an era of great empires who controlled large swaths of the earth, then he would rather be swallowed up by the Ming than the Japanese or Germans. At least his people had a long history of contact with the Chinese. Thus, just like this, the last resistance in Indochina came to an end and the Ming had successfully subjected the entire region as a tributary state to their mighty empire. In doing so, they had played right into the hands of Berenger, whose goal was to deny the Japanese empire a valuable source of bauxite. Chapter 929, Synthetic Fertilizers. Throughout the past decade, crop yields within Austria and later the German Empire had risen to an unimaginable degree. So much so that there was no such thing as a hungry German family whether they live in the fatherland or the many colonies that had popped up across the globe. With an extensive welfare state which prioritized reintroducing workers back into employment and a robust economy founded on the gold standard, the people within the Reich had almost completely neutralized homelessness and starvation from their society. There was such a food surplus that currently Germany was giving out massive food aid to its tributary states who were suffering from a lack of young men to toil in the fields. This was, of course, the result of their own stupidity, forcing a war with the Reich which saw 1 million men from across Europe perish. However, as advanced as German agriculture may be, it was still not on par with the world Beringer came from, if not for one very specific reason. They had still yet to invent modern synthetic fertilizer. Why was this the case? Until recently, Beringer did not feel that it was such an important aspect of his technological development. After all, they had a massive food surplus already. However, with the rapid increase in the German population over the past decade and the continued population growth that was projected, there was an ever-increasing demand for food. Meanwhile, the colonies in Lindenheim and Adelheim were not expanding fast enough to compete with the baby boom. As a result, the Kaiser had tasked a small team of chemists to come up with a solution to the synthetic fertilizer problem. Miraculously, they needed roughly 3 to complete a finished product and another 3 months to show the results, which Aldo von Passa was quick to introduce to Beringer. The two men were currently standing in one of the many chemical laboratories that existed across the Reich, where the synthetic compound was demonstrated in its use of growing potatoes. Standing before Beringer was a small plot of land which was divided in half. One half used the new synthetic fertilizer, while the other made use of the traditional fertilizer that had made use of slag from the Bessemer converters to help increase the phosphate content. Aldo had a proud look on his face as he demonstrated the massive difference in crop yields between the two. There were practically 5 times as much potatoes grown on the same sized plot of land as there was from the traditional fertilizer. With a haughty tone in his voice, the aging chemist informed the Kaiser of his discoveries. As always, your preliminary instructions were right on the money, Your Highness. After a brief amount of experimentation, we were able to create a synthetic fertilizer that is rich in potassium, nitrogen, and phosphorus, which all aid greatly in the growth of plant life. For the nitrogen content, we made use of ammonia, which was synthetically created by a combination of natural gas and air. We made the phosphorus content using a combination of sulfur, coal, and phosphate rock, while we made the potassium content from potassium chloride. We also added secondary nutrients such as calcium and magnesium. The calcium was obtained from limestone, which contains the chemicals of calcium carbonate, calcium sulfate, and calcium magnesium carbonate, while we derived the magnesium source from dolomite. As for additional nutrients, we included sulfur, copper, molybdenum from molybdenum oxide, and lastly iron, which is obtained from ferrous sulfate. It's all a bit technical, but the end result is this amazing new fertilizer which we can produce vast quantities of, that achieves a growth rate in potatoes which is nearly 5 times our current crop yields. As you know, the potato has become the staple crop of our diet, and because of this, our population has grown not only in numbers but in stature as well. I can't believe that the youth of today is already on average tens of centimeters taller than those who were born in my day. It is truly a miracle what you have accomplished in 13 short years. Beringer as well, and truly astonishment at how quickly his chemists came up with a solution to this problem. However, when he thought about it, this was an obvious conclusion. These men were introduced to an undergraduate understanding of science 13 years ago and had advanced the field by themselves to the point where they could now manufacture vaccines for serious illnesses. His number of chemists also grew with every year as more and more young men and women graduated from university with majors in the field, expanding his ever-increasing network of scientists and engineers. Thus, something as simple as modern fertilizer, when compared to those scientists who just recently begun understanding the principles of nuclear physics, was a relatively tame achievement. It was no exaggeration to say that by providing a basic foundation of all modern sciences to his population, as well as a heavy emphasis on education, the sharing of knowledge, and hard work, that by the time Beringer passed away in this life, he might very well leave behind a civilization that was on par or greater than those that existed within his past life. Either way, Beringer was proud of his chemist's achievement and was quick to hand out the due rewards with a fat grin on his face. And here I thought I would have to worry about rationing food in 20 years. Although, when you get the chance, send me a list of names of the men and women who worked on this project. They'll reward them each with an imperial order of science and art. A wide smile formed on Aldo's lips as he heard these words. It appeared with each passing year, more and more scientists and artists received this prestigious award. Beringer knew that only a handful of men and women worked on this project, and thus he was willing to give out what was essentially the Nobel Prize to these talented chemists. After all, though the introduction of modern synthetic fertilizers may not seem like a big deal to the ignorant, it would allow the Reich to feed the exponential growth of future generations without ever having to worry about running out of food. Especially since Beringer's Germany had a culture of not wasting food. With this said, Aldo was swift in his response, though as always he was over the top of his performance. He took a deep bow and placed a hand on his heart as he swore an oath that was utterly meaningless. Your Magnificence, I swear on my life I will have this list of names on your desk before the workday ends. Beringer could only sigh and smile in response to this. He had known Aldo long enough to no longer get irritated by the man's stunning ability to kiss ass. As a result, he nodded his head silently in acceptance before declaring his departure. Well, if that is all, Aldo, then I will let you and your talented team get back to what you do best. I look forward to seeing the crop yields next year. After saying this, Beringer returned to his palace with a pep in his step. His society would not only be able to produce large quantities of food, but unlike the United States of America of his past life, there would be strict laws in place that ensured all food was of the highest quality. For example, all animals would be free-range and were fed with natural diets. To Berenger, the health of his people was more important than the quantity of food. Thus, everything in German society, even desserts such as pastries and cookies, would be produced with the most healthy and natural ingredients. There would be no high-fructose corn syrup, trans fats, or corn-fed beef like was ever present in the American diet of his past life. In fact, the moment he got home, Berenger decided to contact the Loyalist Party and have them draft a bill that prioritized food health and safety over quantity, to ensure that future generations had the benefit of healthy meals and weren't being fed a bunch of junk food. With the introduction of things such as synthetic fertilizer, the law which forced corporations to create food with mostly natural products, and an education system which had a large focus on hard work and physical fitness, Berenger could rest easy knowing the future German population would have a hard time degenerating into a nation of lazy land whales. Chapter 930, The March of Civilization. News of the Ming Dynasty's annexation of over all of Indochina quickly reached the ears of both the Japanese Empress and the German Kaiser. At the moment, Nakamura Hana, who was the head of the Kempitai, was informing Itami Ryo of what had recently occurred in the southeast. According to our intelligence, it would appear as if the Crown Prince of the Ming Dynasty has led a brief campaign throughout the jungles of South Indochina in a successful attempt to subject them to the tributary system. Why, all of a sudden, the Ming Dynasty has decided to aggressively expand its sphere of influence, we are uncertain. However, it would appear that the German arms they have purchased have played a large role in their swift victory. Itami portrayed herself in a calm and collected manner, but in reality she was slightly perturbed. For some time now, she knew that the Ming Dynasty was being supplied with weapons from the German Empire. However, the amount of money Germany was raking in by selling weapons to the Ming was surely a large sum. While the Ming Dynasty was the Japanese Empire's largest trading partner, the goods that were exchanged were largely luxury items. Not once had the Ming Emperor requested the sale of arms. It was almost as if he was spitting in her face by doing so. Thus, Itami could not help but expect that Zhu Wudi was secretly violating his neutral stance by supporting the German Empire. Of course, she had no way of proving this, and thus she could only vent her frustration on the Ming prince. At the very least, this Zhu Ji is more capable than his fool of a younger brother. I wonder why that old dog Zhu Wudi did not send this child as his ambassador to my empire. Is he perhaps looking down on me? Nakamura had no answer to this question and instead looked aside, not willing to gaze into the fury that devoured the Empress' crimson eyes. After several moments of contemplation, Itami gave a simple order before changing the subject. Keep an eye on Ming activities within the southeast. If they begin expanding further, I want to know about it. Besides that, update me on the status of the German warships in the Indian Ocean. Were they not previously spotted by our own fleets sailing westward? Upon hearing her Empress' question, the intelligence director quickly flipped through her notes before stumbling upon the most recent news of the German fleet. Yes, here it is. A small fleet composed of what appears to be a corvette and a few destroyers sailed to the southwest before going beyond our range of detection. I don't know precisely where they were headed, but just recently they have reappeared east of the Majapahit Empire. A frown formed itself upon Itami's luscious lips. She could guess where this fleet was headed, though why it had done so was up to interpretation. It could not feasibly be that the Germans had begun to explore Australasia with the intent of colonizing the region, could it? Upon expecting this possibility, Itami's eyes darted towards Nakamura before giving her a direct order. Relay my commands to the appropriate branches. I want an expeditionary fleet assembled and sent southwest in the direction that the German fleet was headed. If you find any presence of the Germans within the region, immediately report it back to me. Nakamura had no way of knowing why the Empress was so concerned about such a small fleet. But she did not refuse her orders and instead bowed her head humbly in response. Yes, Tenno Kazuma. Itami barely noticed the woman's response and was instead in deep thought. Australasia, as a whole, was filled with many natural resources, especially Australia itself. If the Germans colonized the region before she did, they would not only gain an additional industrial advantage. They would also have the ability to flank her forces with military bases posted in Singapore and Australia. Such a scenario was a nightmare for her future war efforts. It was only after several moments of silence did Itami realize Nakamura was still present and quickly dismissed the woman with a rather irritated tone in her voice. Well, what are you waiting for? The shrill remark nearly made the director of intelligence jump out of her skin as she quickly bowed her head once more before scurrying off like a scared cat. Once she was gone, Itami gazed upon the portrait of Berenger intensely as she questioned what the man was thinking. Just what are you up to? Naturally, there was no response, but Itami felt as if she was peering into the eyes of a very mysterious man, one who had repeatedly one-upped her. As a result, she could only frown before cursing at the painting. Fucking bastard. Berenger felt the need to sneeze as if someone was speaking ill of him. Despite this sudden urge, he mustered his will and prevented himself from doing so. After all, he was in a very important meeting with a man he had not seen in years. In the colony of Barenstadt, Berenger sat in a lovely villa which acted as his personal abode during his visits to the region. The colony of Berensstadt, like most German colonies, had developed rapidly into a sprawling city, one whose technology was similar to that of the fatherland. With the thousands of Dominion II-class cargo ships constructed over the years and operated by German merchants, the exchange of resources between the German colonies and the fatherland was a constant flow of goods. This allowed the colonies to develop at a rate similar to the fatherland. In this city, electricity was a common sight, as were indoor plumbing and flowing water. Waste treatment facilities existed, as did recycling plants. In the nearby farmlands, combine harvesters and tractors which were powered by hemp-based biodiesel did all the work. In other words, the colonies of the German Empire, or at least those that had been established years ago, had similar living conditions to the fatherland. Meanwhile, the neighboring Aztec Empire was still in a similar state as its previous iteration. The primary difference being the use of steel tools, which were purchased by the Reich, and in an increase in agricultural output. In fact, the rapid progress that had occurred in the colony of Berensstadt astonished Emperor Itzcoatl. If this city was a fraction of the glory that existed in what the Germans referred to as the fatherland, then they indeed were no different from living gods. Ultimately, Berenger had to snap the Aztec emperor out of his daze as he spoke to the man in a rather courteous tone. "So, I heard that you successfully conquered the neighboring Mayan Empire. Is that correct?" Itzcoatl immediately snapped to attention as he heard these words by nodding his head in silence thrice. Upon seeing this, Berenger smiled before proposing an opportunity for the Aztec emperor. "Good, I have plans for the southernmost regions of the territory which previously belonged to the Mayans. I intend to invest a substantial sum of time, effort, and resources into building a great canal that would allow my ships direct access to the Pacific Ocean. Though in order to do this in the most timely manner, I will need the support of your empire. More specifically, the vast network of slaves you have access to. You can fulfill my requirements, can you not?" Though the Aztec Empire was technically a tributary state, its entire existence relied on the protection and trade that the Germans provided them. So much so that Itzcoatl was willing to do whatever Berenger asked of him. Thus, he nodded his head with a submissive smile on his face as he responded to Berengar's request. "That won't be a problem. We captured far too many slaves from the Mayans. Now that we no longer sacrifice people, we have more slaves than we know what to do with. How many do you need?" A sadistic grin curved itself on Berengar's face as he thought about this particular issue. While the man had outlawed slavery, he was not so delusional that he was unaware of its practicality. In fact, slavery was a rather efficient means of labor, one that had been used throughout the entirety of human history to accomplish grand feats. The reason Berenger had outlawed slavery was not because he found the practice to be morally abhorrent. In fact, in this world it was still a regular practice outside of the Reich, and he had done nothing to stop that, as he did not see such a thing to be his personal responsibility. No, Berenger outlawed slavery, and inflicted severe punishments on his citizens who were caught engaging in such a crime because he wanted to avoid the disastrous consequences that Western civilizations had endured in the centuries that followed after the Atlantic slave trade ended during his past life. The last thing he needed was for future generations of Germans to be a bunch of spineless, self-loathing cowards who spat at their own civilization's history solely because they committed an act which had been normal for the entirety of human existence. Nor did he desire the existence of a substantial ethnic minority which demanded reparations for this past deed, while blaming all the problems which their community faced on this historical practice. If there was anything that the failures of the United States of America had taught Berenger, it was to avoid a multi-ethnic and multicultural nation at all costs. Thus, the importation and trade of slaves was strictly outlawed, specifically to avoid the civil strife caused by such a failed society. As a result, Berenger had no qualms about using the slave labor of the Aztec Empire to build the Panama Canal as quickly as possible, as it was in a foreign land with a foreign populace. Thus, he responded with the number he desired. At the bare minimum, 10,000. I can import workers from the fatherland and the equipment needed to build the canal. However, the project would still progress much quicker with the aid of slave labor. If you can promise me 10,000 slaves, I will be able to complete this effort in less than 5 years. Itzcoatl chuckled upon hearing such a paltry sum and immediately began to boast of his abilities. If there was one metric the Aztec Empire beat the Reich in, it was the number of slaves they had access to. Something he, as an Aztec, took great pride in. 10,000? I can double that and still have tens of thousands of slaves too many within my markets. Why don't we just call it 50,000 and you can do what you want with them after you have finished your work? This number surprised even Berenger, but ultimately he nodded his head in response. If he had 5 times the number of slaves, he could finish the project 5 times as quickly. Perhaps all he needed was a year to finish the Panama Canal. Thus he smiled and nodded his head silently, and in doing so condemned 50,000 slaves to a year's worth of brutal labor. Chapter 931, Global Chess. It had been years since the Pax Germania first began, and during this time the German people had spread across the globe, colonizing massive swaths of land for their own purposes. Perhaps the first of the German colonies, New Vienna, had undergone the most monumental change. Years had passed since Arnulf's death, and during this time his widow and young son were forced into a life of house arrest within the colony of New Vienna, or New Wien as it was known in the German tongue. The native woman was forced to sit back and watch as her people were driven out of their lands and hunted for sport by the German settlers. Berenger had promised to look after Arnulf's family if he chose the easy way out, and he had lived up to that promise. The mother and child had lived a life of utter luxury, though despite this, Coweta suffered from a depression that only one who caused the death of their culture could feel. The colonialists who came to New Vienna began to spread around the east coast of Lindheim, which was previously known as North America in Berengar's previous life, like a swarm of locusts. With the overwhelming number of cargo ships that existed in the German Empire's possession, goods were transported in between the colonies and the fatherland on a regular basis, allowing for these colonial towns to develop rather quickly. It was no exaggeration to say that the entire coastline from Maine to Texas was littered with German colonies which varied in size. After all, the ownership of cheap land in the New World without having to sacrifice too much of the standard of living which was found in the fatherland was a tempting prospect for many young German men who had just ended military service and were seeking to start a peaceful life with a family of their own. Naturally, each colony grew its own food surplus and developed their own resources. Jobs of all kinds were plentiful in the colonies, and yet despite the distance between them and the fatherland, the colonials still considered themselves Germans of the purest breed. Culture flowed from Austria and spread across the rest of the German Empire like a wildfire. What was popular in Kufstein would end up being popular in the colonies months after its invention. However, Lindheim was not the only place that was being developed. In the Caribbean, small island colonies appeared on every habitable island. Where there was land to settle, the German people took advantage of it. These colonies could exist in the size of a few hundred people to a few thousand. The natives of these islands soon found themselves entirely obliterated by either disease or conflict with the German population. In Adelheim, or what was once known as South America in Berengar's past life, German colonies spread from Gran Colombia to Brazil's coastlines. The Rio de la Plata in particular became widely settled by prospectors looking to make it rich with the discovery of mass quantities of gold and silver. Ultimately, Berenger was forced to enact laws which restricted the amount of silver and gold that could be extracted every year so as to not crash his economy. Finally, the colonies in southern Africa had extended northward. With the invention of hydroxychloroquine, the German people no longer needed to worry about malaria. As a result, they began to spread further inland, taking the land with a storm of blood and iron. Madagascar was settled and a naval base was established. As a result, not only did the German Empire control trade through the Kaiser's Pass, but also any merchant traffic that made its way through the southern tip of Africa. The African goddess who Berenger had previously made a deal with led her tribe north into Zambezi, where she forged herself a mighty empire. The Zulu culture was born early as a result of this expansion, and their empire paid tribute to the Reich. Why she had gone so far north? Because Berenger had previously told her he intended to expand all the way into the area that was once known as Rhodesia in his past life, and the last thing she wanted was another conflict with the Reich. With the surplus of goods flowing in from the colonies as well as the establishment of a global trade network, the German Empire had reached a new height of prosperity. Hence, the Pax Germania had become considered by many within the borders of the Reich to be a new golden age, one that was greater than any civilization had ever faced throughout history. Though the percentage of GDP which was spent on defense was a flat rate of 15%, this was a staggering sum of money which was astronomically higher than what the United States of America spent on its military during Berengar's past life. It was because of this that Berenger could throw barrels of cash into the construction of hundreds of naval vessels, thousands of aircraft, and 10,000+ armored vehicles, most of which were still under production. The arms industry of the German Empire was in a state of daily production. Unlike Japan, Berenger did not feel the need for the time being to work his citizens to the bone. Because of this, the manufacturing of weapons systems only took place during daytime hours. Even then, with each passing week, more and more armored vehicles and aircraft entered service. They were no longer simply found protecting the fatherland, but were, in fact, deployed to colonies around the world. For the most part, bombers and reconnaissance aircraft made their ways to the New World and southern Africa, while fighter planes were stationed in the fatherland and within the Pacific. As a result of this increase in aircraft, officers were upon request transferred from the Army to the Air Force, where they underwent pilot training to compensate for the lack of qualified pilots. While this era of global expansions was occurring, Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein spent most of his time at home, where he worked hard to ensure that his civilization was heading in the right direction. What little free time he had he spent with his family. Currently, Berenger was sitting in the living room playing a game of chess with his daughter, Zara Alfadel. The girl had a keen glint in her amber eyes as she watched her father's lackadaisical move of his pieces. By the expression Berenger was making, it was almost as if he did not care about the match. However, Zara could tell that with each move, her father had expertly anticipated her own, and in doing so, was playing to the best of his ability. Still, the girl had a mind as brilliant as her eldest brother, and because of that, she was not the least bit concerned. While Berenger may be a great intellect, he was far from the level of a super genius like his children. Sure, he had a high IQ, but what really made him shine was his perfect memory, which allowed him to actively call upon what he had learned in his past life and implement it within this alternate reality. In terms of sheer intelligence, he was lacking when compared to Zara, and in a game of chess which relied on such a thing. It was only a matter of time before she beat him. Whether that would happen today or at a later age, that had yet to be decided. Upon moving her knight in a way which took out her father's bishop, the man grimaced. He had long since played every possibility he could think of that Zara would make in his mind, but he had failed to account for this specific action. The moment Zara saw her father's expression, she giggled and made fun of the man. Daddy wasn't expecting that, was he? Berenger sighed and nodded his head as he moved his queen to claim his daughter's knight. The moment he did so, her excitement turned to bitterness as she pouted towards the man, hoping that perhaps her expression would distract him. As for Berenger, he simply scolded the girl for her action. While it was true that I was not expecting such a move, in the end you left your knight open to a counterattack. I fear as if you were still young to best your old man. Zara continued to pout for some time as she debated on her next move, which she ultimately made after a few moments of thought. The game would continue for another hour before ultimately Berenger won. Though Zara didn't cry, there were clearly tears in her eyes as she pouted towards her father. She could not help but express her discontent to the man as she latched onto his arm and tugged on it in a fit of fury. No fair. Daddy's smarter than me. Why can't you give me a handicap? In response to this, Berenger merely scoffed before dragging his Zara into his lap and hugging her. The action of which caught the young girl off guard and in doing so silenced her long enough for her father to lecture her. Because if I gave you a handicap, you would never learn. You were getting better at the game of chess with each defeat. I'm sure that before long you will beat your old man. However, for now you need to focus on learning from your defeats and improving at each attempt. Despite this being the same lesson her father taught her every time she lost, Zara gazed upon the man with sparkling eyes as if his words of wisdom had come from God himself. Her mood had thoroughly changed from one of fury to happiness as she smiled and nodded her head before responding to Berenger. They'll do that. After saying this, the two of them shared a laugh before another one of Berengar's children interrupted them. The Kaiser would spend the rest of his day with his family before waking up the next morning and engaging in a game of chess on a global scale against the Japanese Empress. Chapter 932, First Contact with the Japanese Navy. A young Marine by the name of Johann Wissel stood on watch within the German outpost that had been established on the western coast of Australia. The man was barely 18 years old and had just graduated from his training to become a Marine. For his first deployment, he was shipped an entire world away from the fatherland and ordered to sit in a watchtower that faced the ocean. His objective was to keep a lookout for any potential threats that might exist on the horizon. Alone, he stood there and smoked a cigarette while his G-27 semi-automatic rifle rested on the edge of the window. He could not help but complain to himself about how shitty his job was. Man, if I knew I was going to be sitting in a fucking watchtower all day, I would have purposely fucked my rifle qualification score so that I wouldn't be issued the damn marksman's rifle. As he said this, a brief chuckle erupted from the stairwell as a gruff voice called out to him in a lighthearted tone. You think this is bad? You should count your lucky stars that you are not a campschwimmer. Those fuckers are deep behind any lines engaging in clandestine operations against the Japanese. Meanwhile, here you are bitching about being safe and sound in an outpost where the only threat to you is the local wildlife and a couple of Stone Age savages. Just pray that your entire service is as easy as this, because at any given moment we could be given the order to hop on board a ship and sail to the Japanese Empire, where we will have to fight against a force armed with automatic weapons and modern artillery. Upon hearing this voice, Johann smiled before pulling out one of his cigarettes and offering it to the man who had just climbed into his tower. Eric, your words of wisdom are enlightening, as always. Assuming I believe you know what you're talking about, explain to me how we are at risk of entering a war with the Japanese at any given moment? The man named Eric, who wore the stripes of a corporal, chuckled as he grabbed hold of the cigarette and lit it aflame with his own lighter. After taking a hefty drag from the device and expelling the smoke from his lungs, he lectured the bored private on the current geopolitical situation. Empress Atami has done her best to provoke a conflict with the Reich at every given opportunity. Though I don't expect a war to break out at this very instant. Her aggressive expansion into her neighbors' lands has alerted the Kaiser to her ambitions. As you may be aware, the bitch is already arming and supplying the Bengal Emperor, who intends to conquer all of India, including our ally in the Anangpur Empire. By doing so, she has shown her hostility to the Reich. All it will take is one small incident and... Eric trailed off on his speech and gazed in astonishment at the direction of the ocean. The moment he did so, Johann looked behind him to see what had stunned the man. In the distance, a fleet of ships was visible. This was nothing new, as supply lines had been established between the naval base at Singapore and the German outposts across Australasia. However, what was weird about this was the fact that they were not scheduled to receive supplies for another month. As a result, Johann pulled out his binoculars and inspected the fleet while questioning the odd scenario aloud. What the hell? We're not scheduled for resupply anytime soon, are we? However, in the next, Johann dropped his binoculars to the floor and trembled on the spot. His peculiar reaction caused Eric to quickly replicate the private's actions. The moment he looked through his binoculars, he saw the flag of the rising sun waving on the back of the destroyers, instantly spurring the man to action. Unlike the recruit who was standing next to him, Eric was a veteran and knew that right now the base needed to be alerted to this hostile presence. Thus, he quickly grabbed hold of the microphone which was attached to the nearby radio and sent out an alert to the headquarters of the outpost. Red alert. Enemy fleet spotted on the horizon. This is not a drill. The moment after saying this, the alarms resounded across the outpost, spurring the German soldiers who were stationed within its interior into action. Quickly, the naval guns that existed on the coastline were loaded and aimed in the direction of the oncoming Japanese fleet, awaiting orders on whether they should open fire or wait until their enemies proved their hostility. On board the lead destroyer of the Japanese fleet was a man by the name of Admiral Izumi Hiramori. He was a relatively young man in his early 30s and was a member of the cult of the war goddess. As a fanatical follower of the Empress Atami Ryo, he had been chosen to lead the expedition to Australia in search of what misdeeds the Germans were planning. Coincidentally enough, the moment he came within the vicinity of the continent, he noticed a small but well-fortified military outpost where the flag of the German Empire waved proudly in the sky above. One look through his binoculars and the man could tell that the coastal guns were being shifted in the direction of his fleet. A sneer of disdain appeared on the man's face. Though he was only equipped with destroyers and submarines, he still felt as if his fleet were superior to the coastal defenses. This sentiment was not grounded in reality but rather absolute arrogance, as the Japanese fleet was equipped with mere 12 cm guns at the largest, while the German coastal defenses made use of triple-mounted 28 cm naval guns. These massive artillery pieces were not only protected by steel turrets but were embedded in steel-reinforced concrete bunkers. This was the standard coastal artillery that Germany deployed to protect the shorelines of its mighty empire. One of these shells was more than capable of ripping through the hull of a mere destroyer. Where the Japanese admiral got his overwhelming confidence from was unknown, but he felt that even if they were to engage in a conflict with this German outpost, the Japanese would emerge victorious. Luckily for everyone involved, the executive officer beneath the admiral's command was quick to remind him of their orders. Sir, our objective is to find out what the Germans are up to. It would appear that the Emperor's fears have turned out to be a reality. The Germans are colonizing this region. We should immediately report back to Her Highness and withdraw before this visit of ours escalates into a full-blown conflict. It took the Japanese admiral several moments to calm his bloodlust, but in the end he sighed heavily before nodding his hand and responding to this advice. Very well. Tell the fleet to withdraw and head back to her homeland. We must inform the Empress of this reality as quickly as possible. Thus, with the command given, an all-out war between Japan and Germany was narrowly avoided. However, Berengar's colonization of Australasia was revealed to his rival in the east, which would force the young Empress to respond. As for the German soldiers in the outpost, they sighed in relief as the Japanese fleet turned around and departed. The shells were removed from the coastal batteries only after the hostile ships disappeared behind the horizon. Each man understood all too well that had they opened fire without receiving the order, they would have plunged their empire into a major war, one which would have claimed the lives of tens of thousands of their own people. Chapter 933, Order 227. The young Empress Atami sat within her quarters as her Director of Intelligence, Nakamura Hana, reported the incident that had occurred off the shores of Australia. She had a timid tone in her voice, as if fearful of how the young Empress would respond. Admiral Izumi Hiramori reports that the Germans have established a naval outpost on the western shores of a rather large landmass located in the Southeast Pacific. He came close to engaging in a battle with the Germans but ultimately decided not to at the last moment. By now, the Germans are aware that we know of their actions and should be formulating a response. What are your orders? A hint of rage flashed in Atami's crimson eyes as she glared towards her Director of Intelligence. She was not angry at the woman but rather at Berengar's actions. The man had boldly made a move towards Australasia before she could manage to do so. This was simply outrageous, as she had plans for the coal and bauxite that existed within the continent. However, if Atami were to make a move for Australia now, she would be inviting open warfare with the Germans. This put her in a precarious situation, as she was not ready for such a conflict. For now, all she could do was open up negotiations with the Kaiser over the issue. What else can we do? Send a diplomat to the German embassy in Beijing. I want to speak with their ambassador in person about this colonization effort. Nakamura nodded her head and responded in the affirmative. She was slightly relieved that the Empress had not lashed out in anger over this news, as was evident by the tone in her voice. I will do so at once. However, before that, is there anything else you need of me? A stoic expression appeared on Atami's immaculate face as she slowly nodded her head in response to this question. There was indeed another question she had for Nakamura, and thus she was quick to voice it. Have you fulfilled Order 227 like I have asked? Have you attached members of the Kempeitai to every military unit to ensure that the men beneath my command are ideologically pure and have proper morale? A slight tingling sensation went down Nakamura's spine as she heard these words. She knew the real reason that Atami had attached members of her secret police to each military unit. While it was true that their official objective was to ensure loyalty to the Empress and her cult of the war goddess, the reality was that these operatives were given submachine guns and issued the orders to shoot down any soldiers who fled the battlefield. While desertion was a rarity among Japanese troops, Itami had taken a page from the Book of Stalin as a precautionary measure to ensure that when the time came to fight the German Empire, her troops would fear her more than they did the enemy. Naturally, this was what Nakamura was thinking about as she heard Itami's question. It took her a few moments to find her voice. After all, she believed the secret imperative to be morally abhorrent. However, she also did not expect the soldiers to desert en masse when the order was given to face Berengar's buzzsaw head-on. After coordinating her thoughts, Nakamura nodded her head meekly before responding. Yes, Tenno Kazuma. I have done as you instructed, though if I may be allowed to voice my opinions, I don't think it is a necessary measure and is outright cruel to the men. Before the Director of Intelligence could finish her statement, Itami glared coldly at her before lecturing the woman about her place in the world. Did I give you permission to speak your opinion? Know your place. The woman immediately kowtowed and pressed her head to the floor while begging the Empress for forgiveness. I'm sorry, the servant should know better. I did not mean to offend. Itami merely raised her hand to silence the woman before scolding her further. Your opinion is noted, but let me ask you this. When the time comes for war with the Germans and I give the order for my soldiers to rush into the trenches, do you think they will stand and fight with honor as they rush into the rapid fire of machine guns and explosive artillery? No, I have not had enough time to cultivate an armed force of fanatically loyal men who are willing to throw their lives away for their empress. When they hear the sound of Berengar's buzzsaw echo through the air and see their brothers in arms be torn apart by its bullets, they will abandon their weapons and run for their lives, and they would be right to do so. These are mere peasants conscripted to fight for my will. Do you honestly believe that I do not know what the average citizen of my empire thinks of me? Tyrant, despot, dictator, usurper. These are the words that my people speak of me behind closed doors. They do not have loyalty and reverence that the German people have for their Kaiser. The average German man would willingly give up his life in pursuit of the Kaiser's glory. They will sail half a world away and step foot on a battlefield facing machine guns and artillery, all for the sake of their leader's honor and that of their homeland. Yet, such values do not exist among the common man of Japan. This is why I need my most loyal fanatics to be at the rear of formation, ensuring that these cowards will not break ranks and flee once they have been tossed into the meat grinder. As for those who are disloyal among the ranks of your organization, make an example of them. I believe there was one specific officer of the Kempitai who worked alongside General Shiba in the Joseon Kingdom. Apparently, this man not only knew of the war crimes that my generals committed abroad, but actively conspired to withhold that information from me. I want him beaten to death by the members of his unit. Upon hearing Itami's speech, Nakamura could only lower her head and do as she was ordered. Itami's words had thoroughly educated her on the difference between the soldiers of the Japanese military and those of the German Empire. She knew now not to question the cruelty of the Empress' orders. Thus, she was quick to respond. Yes, Tenno Kazuma, I will do as you have instructed. After saying this, the woman departed from the room just as the door was about to shut behind her. Itami called out once last time. Make sure to send in Wamina on your way out. I have words that I would like to speak with the woman. With that said, Nakamura had left Itami alone to think about what was about to transpire next. Her victory, no, her very survival, depended on the woman known as Wamina, even if she did not know it yet. Chapter 934, Know Your Enemy and Know Yourself. Though Nakamura did not respond to Itami's words, she immediately fetched the Korean beauty and sent her to the Empress. It took a while, but eventually the young woman known as Mina was standing in front of Empress Itami wearing the attire of the Japanese Empire rather than that of her homeland. As she walked into Itami's quarters and prostrated herself before the young Empress, she spoke in perfect Japanese while she introduced herself. Tenno Kazuma, you asked to see me? Itami did not immediately respond and instead poured herself and the young woman a glass of sake. After doing so, she took a sip and contemplated her words carefully before voicing her concerns. It has been years since I first took you in and taught you the ways of chemistry. Since then, you have worked faithfully beneath me and produced many results, such as the invention of smokeless powder. As a reward for your services, I have decided to grant you a gift. For an hour every day, I will allow you to make use of the divine mirror to help aid in your research. Do not disappoint me. Mina bowed respectfully upon hearing this and thanked the young Empress for her generosity from the bottom of her heart. You honor me, Tenno Kazuma. I will do my best to prove that I am worthy of such a grand gift. However, surely you did not request my presence solely to tell me this. Is there something else that you perhaps needed from me? With a slight raise of her glass, Itami downed its contents before gazing sternly at the Korean woman. Her blood-red eyes practically pierced into Mina's soul as her words sent a shiver down the young Bowtie's spine. You lied to me. About your lineage, that is. You are not the daughter of a wealthy Joseon merchant, at least not really. No, your lineage is far more noble. It took me a while to find out the truth, as your true father had buried it well. You are the daughter of the Joseon king and his third concubine, are you not? Should I still call Wamina? Or would you prefer me to use your royal surname, Mina? The Korean beauty, who was previously prostrating herself before Itami, quickly straightened her back and narrowed her gaze as she met Itami's cold appearance with one of her own. No longer willing to hide behind her alias, the woman spoke to the Japanese empress as a woman of equal standing. How did you find out? Utter silence prevailed for a few moments as Itami did not immediately respond. Instead, she took her time to refill her glass of sake and sip from it once more, as if each motion was carefully selected for the purpose of intimidation. Only after she felt the time was right did she answer the question. I won't lie. It was difficult. But in the end, my agents eventually sniffed out the truth. Your father is surrounded by turncoats, and those who do not trust in the strength of the German Empire have come running to me offering all kinds of secrets in exchange for lofty positions. Truly, the lack of honor your people have is astounding. One of these rats gave me a peculiar piece of advice to look into your mother's identity. Imagine my surprise when I found out the truth. The cause behind your mother's death was rather mysterious. Supposedly, she died of fever when you were young. But your father suspected one of his other concubines had poisoned her. Still, he could not prove such a theory. Thus, for your protection, he shipped you off to a family friend who lived far away from the capital, one who had no place in court politics. Ultimately, this man adopted you and welcomed you into his home, where you eventually began to treat him as if he were truly your father. So tell me, what's the real reason you approached me? Was it to spy upon my operations on behalf of your actual father? Mina's response was surprising to Itami. She merely scoffed and gritted her teeth in rage before vocally expressing her inner fury. Spy on you? For that old bastard? Not a chance. That bitch killed my mother, and instead of punishing her, that old dog sent me away from my home. He does not deserve to be king. Initially, I was content to live my life with my foster family, but then you showed up and gave me an opportunity to get revenge. If you want to take my life, so be it. At least promise me before you do so that you will send my father to join me in the afterlife soon after. Itami could tell by the look in Mina's eyes that she was not lying, and as a result she sighed in relief before giving the woman an option that stunned her. Since that is the case, I will give you one last chance to prove your loyalty to me. A look of shock appeared in Mina's eyes as she cautiously gazed upon Itami's pristine figure. She did not immediately fall to the knees and prostrate herself for such a God-given opportunity. In fact, as a brilliant young woman, she was naturally wary of what Itami had to say and could only voice her suspicion in the most respectful manner possible. Just what did you have in mind? A cruel smile emerged on Itami's lips as she raised her brow. After doing so, she approached the Korean beauty and even passed her comfort zone before gently whispering in the woman's dainty ears. I want you to seek refugee status within the German Empire and get close to the Kaiser. After years of investigation into the man, I can conclude that he has only one weakness: attractive women of high status. It would appear that he can't help himself but claim beautiful princesses as part of his harem. This is where you come in. Once you have made your way to the German embassy in Beijing, I want you to reveal your identity and say that you were discovered secretly acting as a spy on behalf of your father and that you request asylum in the borders of the Reich. Once you have said this, I want you to present some intelligence about my empire's current chemical capabilities to German intelligence, nothing that would put my realm in danger, of course. From there, you will make your way to the German capital and find a way to seduce the Kaiser. When he has finally taken you as his woman, I want you to keep a close eye on him and report to me any viable intelligence about his empire. The terrible truth is that I know next to nothing about the Reich or its Kaiser. I don't know how large their empire is, how substantial their industry has become, or how massive of a military they have. I barely even know the background of the man I am fighting. With this lack of information, you can imagine my concerns, yes? Sun Tzu once said, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. It has become clear to me that Berenger von Kufstein has the upper hand in intelligence. If I am to pose any chance of accomplishing my war aims, I will need to know what he's hiding from me. The only way to do that is to get a spy that I can trust to infiltrate his inner circle. So, tell me, are you willing to put your life and chastity on the line to prove your loyalty to me? Upon hearing what Itami was demanding of her, Mina took a moment to find her resolve. The Japanese empress was asking a lot of her, probably more than any person she had met in her life. However, if it meant ensuring that her father and that bitch paid for their crimes, then she was willing to do whatever it took. Thus, after a long silence, Mina nodded her head before responding. Yes, I am your humble servant, Tenno Hikazuma. Your will is my command. Upon hearing this, a sadistic grin emerged on Itami's lips. After doing so, she gave one final comment before ordering the girl to leave her to her devices. Excellent. You have 1 month to continue your work as the head of my chemistry department while finding a suitable replacement. After that, I will issue an order for your arrest, where you will then flee to Beijing. The rest of your task is up to you. Now go prepare yourself, you don't have long. Mina did not say a single word. She merely bowed respectfully one last time before departing from Itami's quarters. She had a long and arduous road ahead of her. But Itami's success relied entirely upon her shoulders, and thus she would bear the burden no matter how difficult it may be to do so. Chapter 935, From One Woman to Another. It was an average day in the city of Kufstein. The Kaiser was hard at work maintaining the growth of Germany's industry and civil structure, while his family were all engaging in their personal responsibilities, whether that be work or school. However, there were two distinctive individuals sitting across from one another in a room of the imperial palace. These two women had pleasant smiles on their pretty faces as they discussed matters of the heart. Linda took a sip from her elaborately painted bone china teacup and savored the flavor of the Eastern delicacy. While coffee had revolutionized German society and was served to every economic class as a common beverage, tea was imported from the Ming dynasty at considerable expense, making it something that was almost exclusively consumed by the middle and upper classes. After swallowing the dark liquid, Lindy's sky-blue eyes lit up with an intense focus as she gazed upon her guest for the day. The young girl that her husband had taken in as a ward nearly 10 years ago was now a fully grown woman. Her beauty was in a class that only the wives and lovers of the Kaiser could compete with. However, if there was one thing that Linda personally found enviable about Veronica, it was her youth. After all, the red-headed beauty was now in her 30s, and though her man showered her with the same amount of love and affection that he always had, she felt a bit sore about her age. Veronica's natural platinum blonde hair flowed from her delicate ivory shoulders and down upon her hefty bosom, concealing her cleavage, which was exposed from her unusually tightly fitted dress. She was, after all, competing with many women for a teenage boy's affection, and as a result she typically wore rather revealing clothing around the house even when Hans was not present. With the grace of a princess, the heterochromatic beauty sipped on the tea and expressed her delight to the woman she thought of as her own mother. "I am grateful for the treat. It is not every day I get to taste such a delectable flavor of tea." A pretty smile emerged upon Lindy's immaculate face as she nodded her head and responded by pouring herself another cup. She expressed her lament over the fact that she did not get to share such a delicacy with the man she loved. "I'm glad to hear that someone enjoys my personal stash. Berenger can't stand the stuff. I don't know what is wrong with his palate, but he only enjoys that common swill known as iced tea. Even then, he only really drinks the stuff when it has lemon juice mixed in with it." A slight giggle erupted from Veronica's mouth as she heard this. There were truly only a few things that could get a woman like Linda to sigh in such a way. The Bohemian princess found the relationship that existed between the red-headed Kaiserin and her husband to be an inspiration, and she was quick to voice this thought. "I truly admire the love that exists between you and Berenger. I hope that one day Hans and I can share a fraction of what exists between the two of you." Upon hearing this, Linda smiled once more while she nodded her head in contemplation. Her thoughts drifted back nearly 13 years ago when she and Berenger had first met. Looking back, she could say with certainty that the very moment she laid eyes on the man, it was love at first sight. Of course, being the spoiled and sadistic brat that she was at the time, her concept of love drifted to a rather unhealthy place. However, with the experience she now had, Linda could confidently say that although it was a perverted image of love, her desire for Berenger to be hers and hers alone was genuine. After so many years with her man, Linda understood that her initial desire to control and dominate him was naivety at its finest. Berenger was a man destined for greatness more than she had ever anticipated. Naturally, he would not settle for one woman by his side. All she could do was carve herself into the very depths of his soul so that at the end of the day, she was the woman he loved most, and that was something she had done successfully. After coming back to reality, Linda decided to impart some of her wisdom on the young woman in front of her. "If you want to have a similar relationship with Hans that I have with Berenger, then you must understand a few things. Firstly, Hans will grow up to be a man like his father. He will become a man of focus, commitment, and sheer will. A man who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. You cannot control a man like that. In fact, any attempt to do so would be seen as an offense by my son. So give up any notions you might have of doing so. What you need to focus on is how you can support him and his goals better than any of his other women. For example, Adela handles propaganda, Henrietta controls the nation's finances, while Anuria and Yasmin secured the thrones of Berengar's greatest allies for his progeny. Meanwhile, I built the intelligence network that has allowed my husband's empire to grow so rapidly and secures him from the threats in the shadows. I also control the other women in his harem to make sure there is not any unnecessary drama. Put yourself in charge of your rivals, learn to manipulate those bitches so that they stay in line and become someone irreplaceable to Hans, and you will become his favorite. You have made progress in some of these areas, for example Natalia and Noemi seem to be open to the idea of following you. However, there is one mistake you made that my baby boy has yet to forgive. Something that you need to make up for, or else he will always question your loyalty." This shocking revelation caused Veronica to choke on her tea. As far as she was aware, there was nothing she had done to make Hans so angry at her. Everything she had done in the past that had visibly upset the boy had been forgiven already. She was very curious about what she could have possibly done to offend him to such a degree and naturally asked Linda what she was talking about. "I'm sorry. I don't know what you're referring to. Why would Hans hold such a grudge against me?" Linda sipped from her tea once more and sighed heavily before revealing what she knew about her eldest son. "I understand what you were thinking at the time. Berenger has done much for you. He saved you from your abusive mother, raised you as if you were his own child, and given you everything you needed to succeed in this world. He has even made your peculiar condition something that is revered by the German people rather than shunned. It is no surprise that you approached him and asked him to marry you when you were young and confused. You may not know this, but Hans heard what you said at that time, and for the past few years he has always considered himself second in your eyes, even though you were his fiancée. Unless you do something to ease his worries, he will always fear the possibility that you love his father more than you do him. If this continues, it is likely that this new girl and will become his favorite and will become the mistress who presides over you and the others even if she doesn't want to. So, your objective in the coming years should be to mend this rift and find some skill that makes you irreplaceable in my son's eyes. Then you can have your fantasy. Upon hearing this, Veronica had a serious expression on her face. She did not know that Hans harbored such thoughts towards her for all these years. It was true that at the time she had strong feelings for Berenger, but those feelings were misplaced, to say the least. Veronica's relationship with her biological parents was turbulent. Her mother had abused her, and her father did not even recognize her existence. It was because of this that she confused familial love with romantic love. Now that she was older, Veronica understood that Berenger was the father figure that she never had growing up and was extremely embarrassed that she had asked him to marry her when she was in early adolescence. After several moments of reflection, Veronica swallowed her embarrassment and nodded her head. A serious glint emerged in her mismatched eyes as she stared towards the woman she thought of as a mother and made a proclamation to her. I understand. I will do everything I can to make up for that moment of youthful indiscretion and ingrain myself in Hans' heart so that I am his number one from now until the end of days. Thank you, Linda, for this advice. It has helped me understand what I need to do. Linda merely smiled when she heard this and nodded her head silently as she sipped from her tea once more. Among all of her son's fiancées, Veronica was her favorite. If it were any of the other girls, she would not have bothered giving them such advice. It made her happy that the girl was intelligent enough to take her words to heart. Thus, the two of them continued to have a tea party until lunchtime came around. Chapter 936, International Diplomacy Part 50. A Japanese diplomat by the name of Saito Marucci sat within the German embassy located in Beijing while patiently waiting for a chance to speak with the German ambassador. There was a scowl on his face as he did so. Why was this the case? Because for the last 6 hours he had been sitting in this exact spot, waiting for the German ambassador to meet with him. A man could only sit quietly and wait patiently for so long before he lost control of his emotions. It simply wasn't in his nature. As each moment ticked by on the clock which hung on the wall, the man's face twitched uncontrollably. On more than 3 separate occasions he had spoken with the receptionist who had simply told him the ambassador was busy with important matters and he would have to wait until the man was ready to see him. After 6 hours of waiting, Saito had finally lost his patience and was just about to stand up and scream at the receptionist when a door opened to reveal a handsome golden-haired man dressed in a fine 3-piece suit. If anyone from the Reich were to witness this man's appearance, they would say that he had an uncanny resemblance to the Kaiser. Gerhard had a confident smirk on his face as he approached the Japanese diplomat while introducing himself to the man in the Japanese tongue. Saito Marucci, am I correct? Come with me, I am sure we have much to discuss. There was no exchange of pleasantries, nor was there a sense of respect in Gerhard's tone. As far as he was concerned, the man he was speaking with was an enemy. The fact that he was showing him any face by allowing him to step foot on German soil without any consequences was kindness in itself. As for Saito, he merely frowned when he was treated in such a way, but he did not immediately voice his displeasure. Instead, he did as he was instructed and silently followed the man to a conference room where the two of them sat across from one another. Once they were all alone, Gerhard broke the tense silence that existed in the air with an arrogant tone in his voice. Let's cut the bullshit and get straight to the point. You're here because of the recent incident that occurred between your fleet and our military outpost on that large island in the South Pacific, am I correct? The 6 hours of waiting, followed by an utter lack of respect, made Saito want to jump up from his seat and throttle this foreign bastard. But he remembered the Empress' words and remained calm before speaking his piece. Empress Atami Ryo summons you to Hyankyo to discuss. However, before he could even finish, Gerhard cut the man off and voiced over his demands with a loud and belligerent tone. Your Empress summons me? Who the hell does she think she is to tell me, Gerhard von Graz, the German ambassador to the Ming dynasty, that I must leave my place of residence and travel across the Pacific just to listen to her demands? In case you haven't noticed, I'm an incredibly busy man and I don't have the time to drop everything just to listen to some entitled bitch lecture me about what she perceives to be a slight against her. Go back and tell Atami Ryo these words. The Reich has settled the region that we currently refer to as Australasia and we have no intentions of giving it up. Our claims to the region have already been recognized by the Ming dynasty, the Anangpur Empire, and the Majapahit Empire. If your Empress disagrees with this and wishes to discuss the matter in length, then she can come here and meet with me herself. Though I assure you, no matter what she has to say, the Kaiser will not budge on this issue. Nevertheless, my invitation still stands. If that was all you wished to discuss, then you are free to leave. Saito was utterly stunned by the sheer audacity the German ambassador had. He wanted more than anything to duel this man to the death for the sake of his honor and that of his Empress. However, the man did not do so. Instead, he begrudgingly bowed his head and made one last statement before departing. I will make sure the Empress hears everything you have said. The words sounded respectful, but they were filled with venom as if to point out that Gerhard had called the Empress an entitled bitch. Even then, this did not intimidate the German ambassador in the slightest. Instead, he smirked before responding to this veiled threat with the utmost confidence. Don't forget to tell your Empress that I called her an entitled bitch. If she still dares to come to Beijing after hearing what I have said, then she will have earned my respect and I will treat her accordingly, something a worm like you will never receive. Now get the fuck out of my sight. With this said, the first real act of diplomacy between the Empire of Japan and the German Reich ended with a somewhat explosive result. Aside from a few trolling attempts in the past, there had never really been an official exchange of dialogue between Japan and Germany. For Gerhard to rebuke the Japanese diplomat so ruthlessly and openly refer to the Japanese empress as an entitled bitch was surely a sign that the Germans refused to budge on their stance and were completely unafraid of escalation. As for Saito Marucci, he left the German embassy with an unbridled rage in his heart and returned to the Japanese capital where he would inform Empress Itami of the insults she had received. A few days later, Saito Marucci arrived in the palace of Hyankyo where he kneeled before the young empress and reported exactly what was said to him during his brief exchange with the German ambassador. The woman's snow-white brows twitched as she heard the words entitled bitch repeated to her by her servant. She could honestly not believe that she had been treated so rudely by a foreign empire's diplomat. It was as if the Germans were not giving her the slightest bit of face. The fact that the Germans had treated her so rudely caused nothing but outrage to exist within Itami's mind, but when she recalled that she had been invited to Beijing to discuss this matter personally, she calmed her inner fury and thought about the situation for a few moments in silence. After carefully considering the words that were spoken on this matter, she asked Saito to repeat Gerhard's final statement. Repeat to me that last part. What were the exact words that this Gerhard von Graz spoke before sending you on your way? Saito was a smart man and could easily decipher the exact words that his empress wanted to hear. As a result, he kowtowed before her and uttered them exactly as Gerhard had said. He said, and I quote, "If she still dares to come to Beijing after hearing what I have said, then she will have earned my respect and I will treat her accordingly." Itami's sanguine eyes flashed with thought as she reflected on the exact meaning behind these words. It was abundantly clear that Gerhard was posing a challenge to her. She could sit back and simmer in her palace with the dignity of an empress, but in doing so, she would be openly tolerating the insult that the Germans had given her. However, if she lowered her head and sailed to Beijing to personally meet with the Gerhard, she would receive the respect of the Germans, but in doing so would lose the prestige of a sovereign empress. As she would essentially be saying that one lowly ambassador had the power to command her to meet with him in person. Itami gritted her teeth in rage. She really wondered who this man was to be so confident that she would personally drop everything just to meet with him. It was at this moment that Nakamura Hana, the director of Itami's secret police who was standing nearby, voiced her thoughts on the matter. You said the ambassador's name is Gerhard von Graz. Is that correct? Both Itami and Saito immediately snapped their attention towards Nakamura as the Japanese diplomat silently nodded his head in response. Upon doing so, Nakamura's lip quivered slightly before revealing what she knew. There is a rumor that the German ambassador to the Ming dynasty is a relative of the Kaiser. If that is the case, then he's a member of the German royal family, at least by some extension. So he would certainly have the right to behave so arrogantly. I think it would be wise to speak with this man in person, if not only to get an impression about who the Kaiser really is from such a close relative. When Itami heard this, she sighed heavily and sank back into her seat. Though she did not want to bow her head to the Germans and come visit them like a trained monkey, she desperately wanted to know more about Berenger, and she was wise enough not to put all of her eggs into one basket. Thus, she saw this as a golden opportunity to at the very least see what those close to the man in question truly thought about him. After careful consideration, the albino beauty voiced her decision aloud. I will go to Beijing and meet with this haughty ambassador. Let us see how arrogant this man can be to my face. Chapter 937, International Diplomacy Part LL. Several days had passed since Itami first received Gerhard's taunts, and now she was sitting across from the man within the confines of the German embassy. The woman was not dressed in her usual militant attire, rather she wore the traditional junahaido as a sign of her civil intentions. A confident smirk emerged on the German ambassador's face as he closely examined every inch of the young empress before complimenting the woman on her pristine appearance. I must say, I did not expect you to be so beautiful. The Kaiser would be very pleased with your appearance were he here to speak with you himself. A slight frown emerged on Itami's luscious lips as she furrowed her brows in discontent. Though these words sounded like a compliment, she could tell that the man was simply mocking her as just another foreign beauty. As a result, she was forced to suppress her internal fury before asking the man to be serious in this exchange of dialogue. Let's not sit here and waste our time with empty pleasantries. I came here to deliver my demands to your Kaiser. The lands south of the Majapahit Empire are Asian, and because of this, your people have no claim to them. Abandon your military outposts in the Pacific and hand them over to me. I will only ask once. Despite the frightening tone which Itami spoke in, Gerhard was not the least bit intimidated. There was a rather carefree expression on his face as he responded to these demands with a smile. And if we don't? What will you do? If military action was a viable option, you would have used it from the start. I have studied you extensively over these past few years. It would not be an exaggeration to say that at every given opportunity you have used violence as a means to get what you want. How has that worked out for you so far? Upon hearing this question, a slight scoff emerged from Itami's lips as she rolled her eyes and folded her arms before giving voice to her discontent. It was working fine before you started supplying my enemies. The moment she said these words, the confident smirk disappeared from Gerhard's face and was instead replaced with a stoic expression. He picked up his teacup once more and drank from it before giving the young Japanese empress a piece of his mind. If you did not wish for such an outcome, then you should have stayed out of India, my dear empress. The Kaiser is just returning the favor you have shown us. You should know that sooner or later, we Germans always settle our debts more often than not with a substantial interest. If looks could kill, Itami's glare would have claimed the life of the German ambassador. She sneered in disdain before voicing her words with every bit of intimidation she could muster. "Two can play that game." As a response to this threat, Gerhard raised his finger and wagged it in the woman's face as he lectured her on the foolishness of such a statement. "TSK, TSK, TSK? You ought to be more careful with your words. At the moment, the Kaiser has not deemed you an enemy. If anything, he thinks of you as a common nuisance. A capable one at that, but nothing more. I give you this advice as a man who has once enraged the man during my younger years. There is nothing in this world that is more frightening than His Majesty when he is infuriated. If you truly wish to go down that route, he will bury your islands beneath the waves of the Pacific Ocean. We can overlook the situation with the Bengal Empire, as at the time of your interference we had not yet had a presence in Asia. However, if you supply any other group which we consider to be hostile, it will be an outright declaration of war." Itami scoffed once more while she leaned back into her chair with a face filled with disdain. If Gerhard thought she was intimidated by his statement, then he was dead wrong, and she was quick to give voice to this misplaced bravery. "You think I am afraid?" Despite calling the German ambassador's bluff, the man merely grinned and leaned back in his chair. The only people he had met in his life who had such a disregard for Berengar's name were those who knew nothing of the man or his capabilities, thus he could only scold the woman for her ignorance. "You should be. His Majesty is not the kind of man one should take lightly. If you want to see what he is capable of, you should investigate the fate of the Catholic Church. In their arrogance, they thought they could crush a simple baron. In the end, the foundations that their power was built upon, one that existed for over 1,000 years, were torn to the ground in a single decade. Unlike you, the Kaiser is not a man who is easily incited to violence. However, continue to disrupt his plans and you will see just how cruel the man can be when he has no other option but forced to achieve his goals. It would appear that the ease with which you have conquered Japan has made you complacent. I pity you." Itami had a mocking expression on her face as she rested her chin on her dainty hand and dismissed Gerhard's warning as if it were the ravings of a madman. There was a hint of disdain in her voice as she uttered her thoughts on the matter. "Berenger von Kufstein. I have heard far too many ludicrous rumors about the man to take anything you say seriously." Until this moment Gerhard had not shown any serious sign of hostility with his words, but upon hearing Itami reject his warning as if the Kaiser was some farcical character, it had truly gotten on his nerves. Thus, he narrowed his gaze before responding to the Japanese empress with a hint of venom on his tongue. "Perhaps, rather than spending your time listening to rumors, you should instead develop a competent intelligence agency. Then you could verify the truth rather than listening to the whispers of the envious." Itami continued to have a light-hearted expression as she heard these words. In fact, there was a faint smile on her pretty face as she joked with the German ambassador as if his words were laughable. "Who says I don't have one already?" Rather than burst into anger like Itami had expected, a cold smile existed on Gerhard's lips. His retort was a single word, but the moment he spoke it, the atmosphere became heavy and Itami felt a chill go down her spine. 32. When Itami heard this word, it was as if a bucket of ice water was poured over her head. However, she quickly managed to calm her nerves as she thought to herself that perhaps she was overthinking things. However, there was a nagging suspicion in the back of her mind that ultimately forced her to ask for clarification. "What do you mean by that?" Despite her acting ignorant, Gerhard refused to show Itami any mercy and was quick to reveal just what he had meant by his previous response. "There are 32 Japanese agents embedded across the city of Beijing. Do you want me to speak their names and locations as of this moment?" After hearing this, Itami realized her fears had been accurate. 32 was the exact number of agents she had embedded in Beijing at this very moment. The fact that the Germans knew this meant their counter-intelligence capabilities were well beyond her means. Before she could question what the man was going to do with this information, he broke the silence with a rather unexpected suggestion. "Shall we play a game? I suggest we ask each other some straightforward questions and we answer the ones that we feel the desire to. Simple enough, right?" This suggestion caught Itami off guard, but she did not outright reject, and instead she slowly and silently nodded her head, resulting in a rather peculiar smile to emerge on Gerhard's lips. "All right, ladies first. Go ahead and ask me any question you desire. That's why you're here, isn't it? To gain information about the Reich and its Kaiser?" Though Itami was stunned by these words, she did not let it affect her mind. She quickly thought of a basic question to ask, one that Gerhard would not shy away from. After several moments of awkward silence, she finally came up with a response which she immediately gave voice to. "What does Germany think of Japan?" Gerhard took a deep breath as he folded his fingers in contemplation. It was clear that he was formulating a response, but Itami was on the edge of her seat waiting to hear it. After several moments, the man exhaled before giving voice to his thoughts. "I suppose you could say that we view Japan as a valuable lesson, one that needs to be remembered. In the eyes of the Reich, Japan is living proof that even a modern state can become a failure. especially if those at the top of society refuse to use their power and privilege to help those less fortunate than themselves. The Kaiser has led by example. His sense of righteousness and noblesse oblige has caused the nobility and wealth elites to use their lofty positions not for their own greed, but as a way to help the common man. Sure, those at the top of German society have unimaginable wealth, but they also give away more money to charity than anybody else. Compared to the dystopian state that you have created, I would say that the Reich is a bastion of mankind's inherent virtue, even if not everyone is as good-hearted as His Majesty. Now that I have answered your question, it is my turn. Chapter 938, International Diplomacy Part LLL. The German ambassador and Japanese empress sat across from one another with stern expressions on their faces. Though Gerhard was about to pose his question for Tommy, the woman boldly interrupted him with a fierce look in her sanguine eyes. You say that the elites of the Reich use their wealth and power for the benefit of the average citizen? If such a thing were remotely possible, the world would have seen a society like it already. Your claims are truly inspiring, but I sincerely doubt that any gathering of human beings could actually accomplish such a thing. Gerhard merely smiled when he heard these words and posed a simple solution to Tommy's doubts. If you have trouble believing me, you are more than welcome to visit the Reich and see for yourself how we have eliminated poverty and famine. Just because you don't believe in the good in people doesn't mean it doesn't exist. All humans need to treat one another better is a sense of belonging to the group and leaders who are benevolent. Naturally, for a warmonger like yourself, achieving such a pleasant society is an impossibility. A slight scoff erupted from Atami's luscious lips as she heard these words. Warmonger? While it may be true that she had used violence to achieve her goals, was Berenger any different? The man built an empire that should not exist in the world within the span of a decade. Obviously blood was spilled in pursuit of this, and as a result she was quick to voice her perceived hypocrisy in Gerhard's words. You call me a warmonger, and yet as far as I'm aware, your so-called benevolent leader fought his own series of wars to carve his empire into this world's history, leaving behind a pile of bodies and a river of blood in his wake. How are he and I any different? The German ambassador's lips curved into a sneer. Since the discussion had gone this way, he would have to entertain the young empress seated across for him. Though he had an important question on his mind, he decided it would have to wait until later. Instead, he spoke the words that had truly stunned Itami in her heart. The difference between you and His Majesty is that the Kaiser has never fought a war of aggression. Every war that the man has ever fought was either defensive or retaliatory in nature. He has never once entered his neighbor's lands as an act of aggression. You may not be aware of this, but I have known His Majesty since we were both small children. If given the opportunity, the Kaiser would rather have chosen to stay in his own family's meager holdings and spend his life developing the lands into a prosperous barony. Fortunately for us all, fate had different plans for the man. The crown of an emperor is a heavy burden to bear, and I have no doubt that there are days where His Majesty would rather hang it all up and retire to a lakeside manor to spend the rest of his days with his loving family. However, for the good of his people, he endures and leads by example so that those who follow him may use their power and privilege for more than just their own greed. Unlike you, Berenger von Kufstein does not lust after wealth and power for its own sake. He seeks to create a society where his people can live in peace and prosperity. How can such a man ever possibly compare to a woman like yourself who treats her citizens as if they are nothing more than living resources? Now that I have answered more than just one of your questions, I believe it is rightfully my turn. So if you would be so polite, why did you decide to interfere in India? The albino beauty was utterly stunned into silence. She could hardly believe Gerhard's words. However, there was one thing she was certain of. The German ambassador had a genuine sense of respect and reverence for the Kaiser, something that went above and beyond her most loyal followers who worshipped her as a literal war goddess. It took the young empress several moments to calm down before realizing that the German ambassador was politely waiting for her response. Time passed as the woman collected her thoughts before she eventually tried to lie her way out of the question. I needed gold to stimulate my economy, and I decided that selling weapons was a viable solution. As for why I chose the Bengal Empire as my target of trade, I knew they were far enough away from my territory to ever pose a threat to myself. There is truly nothing more to it than that. The moment Gerhard heard these words, he narrowed his gaze ever so slightly before sighing in dissatisfaction. His words were like a knife that pierced Itami's soul when he spoke next. I thought we agreed to answer these questions honestly, or not at all. While I admit at first glance this is a valid excuse. However, when looked at under the tiniest amount of scrutiny, your words do not hold up. Let's start by discussing the grade of weapons. If you truly wanted to just gain wealth to stimulate your economy, you did not need to sell weapons that were so advanced that they could cause casualties among the Reich's soldiers. You could have easily sold the Bengal army arquebus, and they would have been happy to hand over hoards of gold in exchange for such weapons. Then there is the fact that you only supplied the Bengal army when, if you really wanted to generate the most wealth, you would have sold weapons to all the states in the Indian subcontinent. Finally, there's one other point that disproves your words, and that is the fact that the initial batches of these weapons were manufactured with Sanskrit markings as if to deliberately hide the origin of their manufacture. The only reason to do this would be if you feared that some foreign power would be able to trace the weapons back to you. With all of this evidence, the Kaiser has concluded that you were not only aware of our ambitions in the region from the moment you decided to interfere, But you deliberately supplied the Bengal Empire as a capable armed force that could shed German blood via proxy. From the moment you engaged in such belligerent action, you had provoked the Reich, and what His Majesty wants to know is simply this: why have you made an enemy out of us? Especially when we showed no signs of hostility to you or your people. Itami gritted her teeth as she heard these words and looked away without responding. She did not have an appropriate answer to this question. Why was that? Because the reason she had locked horns with the Kaiser from the get-go was because she saw him as a threat. Even though Berenger had shown no real ambitions for East Asia, and despite the fact the German and Japanese empires had never made any contact, by simply existing as another reincarnator, Itami perceived the man as a threat to her life. Since Itami could not respond with this as an answer, she instead looked away and remained silent, which resulted in Gerhard sighing once more in disappointment. After several moments of relative silence, the man spoke up with a grim tone in his voice. It is not too late to cease hostilities. Withdraw all funding and support from the Bengal Empire and pull your advisors out from the region. If you do this, the Kaiser will be willing to meet you face to face and negotiate a solution to the East Asia question. I must make this clear to you. This is the only time that His Majesty is willing to make this offer. Reject it now and it will never be discussed again, even if you come begging to us on your knees. After hearing this demand, Itami immediately responded to Gerhard's peace offer with a figurative slap to the face. That's impossible. You and your Kaiser have a lot of nerve to make such demands of me, especially after what he has put me through. Tens of thousands of Japanese men have lost their lives in the Joseon theater thanks to you bastards. This debt of blood cannot be so easily washed away. Gerhard could only shake his head and sigh in defeat. Itami was clearly delusional, and since she had chosen the path to war, he did not mind responding to her claims with a bit of vitriol. You really think we are to blame for your current predicament? Your failures in the Joseon Peninsula are your own. Instead of establishing trade agreements with the local nobility to peacefully acquire the resources you needed, you invaded their lands and took it by force. You know what the Kaiser would have done if he were in your shoes? He would have established trade with the Joseon, where he would proceed to bribe the upper ranks of Joseon society and negotiate setting up permanent mines in the region. Eventually, he would have used the threat of the Ming dynasty to sign a mutual defense pact and, in doing so, created a powerful ally. Had you done this, your nation would probably be more advanced than it is now. You would have an ally in Korea, and tens of thousands of young Japanese men would still be alive to contribute to the development of your nation. Everything you did was completely unnecessary and resulted in an unjustified war. Who do you think the families of your soldiers blame for their deaths? Here's a hint, not the Koreans. This alternative solution stunned Itami into silence for a long time. She had to admit she did not expect the war with the Joseon to end in the way it had. From what Gerhard said, it sounded like Berenger was several leagues ahead of her in the game of global politics. She could not help but ask about this. Is this really what Berenger would have done? The fact that the anger in Itami's voice had completely drained away and instead was replaced with fear caused Gerhard to relax a bit more while he sank back into his chair while nodding his head in response to the woman's question. More or less. I've been around His Majesty long enough to know how he thinks. Especially after he made me his ambassador to the Ming Empire. I have no doubt that he would probably also use propaganda to culturally convert the Joseon so that he can peacefully annex the land at a later date. If the Joseon broke any of their signed agreements, he would have a just cause to fight them. He would not be a foreign occupier inviting guerrilla warfare, nor would he alienate the Ming like you have done. Just because you have guns doesn't mean they should be used to solve all your problems. If you had decided on the path which I have outlined, you would also have better intelligence capabilities outside your borders by now. The fact that you sit here and blame the Reich for your problems is a sign of your emotional immaturity and is the same exact thinking that has led you to your current predicament. Since you have spat at the Kaiser's offer for peace, I can only pity you. I dare not think of where the world will be in a few years, for the topic weighs heavily on my heart. If our two nations should ever enter a state of armed conflict, I want you to know that it will be nobody's fault but your own. For we have done everything in our power to cease this pointless escalation once and for all. Itami sat in silence for some time, not willing to make a response while she reflected on everything Gerhard had said. A deep sense of dread had overtaken her heart after hearing just how meticulous of a schemer her rival was. She was beginning to regret sending Mina into the lion's den, but there was nothing she could do to stop it. The plans were already set in motion. Chapter 939, International Diplomacy Part LV. Itami sat in silence for a long time after hearing Gerhard's speech. There were many things that she needed to rethink after having a simple conversation with the German ambassador. While she attempted to expand her power on a global scale, things had not gone the way she had planned. Her first instinct was to blame the Germans for interfering in her operations. However, when given an alternative solution to her ambitions, one that did not involve aggressive expansion, Itami realized that perhaps the time she spent conquering Japan with firearms had affected the way she viewed geopolitics as a whole. It was fine to use force to compel her neighbors to obey her whims if she was the only one with access to such advanced hardware. However, the moment she realized that another power existed which had access to the same level of weaponry, she should have taken a more diplomatic approach to global expansion. This was where she had gone wrong and why the Germans were beating her at every step of this Cold War. Though Atami had advanced her military might to compete with the technological advantage that the Germans had over her, she had not changed her mindset and how she approached the securing of crucial resources. As a result, the people she conquered despised her and were prone to rebellion. If her own troops were fanatically loyal to her, such a thing could be quelled with ease. However, Atami had viewed her own population as living resources whose sole purpose in life was to extend the capabilities of the Japanese military. This naturally did not do her any favors in morale. In fact, the only reason there were not open rebellions taking place across the Japanese mainland at this very moment was because the people of Japan did not understand that there was a better life across the world's oceans. They were accustomed to the lifestyle of a peasant and were simply happy to have full bellies, even if they were worked to the bone every day. If what Gerhard had said was true about the German Empire and the people lived good lives with great conditions, then the moment this news spread to the Japanese people, those who had any modicum of intelligence would begin to question why the people of Germany who lived in a nation with a similar level of technological ability had such better lives than them. Such a dangerous question would undoubtedly lead to open rebellion. As Atami was dwelling on these questions, Gerhard simply examined her facial expressions while sipping from a glass of tea. He had learned a lot about the young Japanese empress during their brief discussion. But the more he learned about the albino beauty seated across from him, the more confused he became. There was a single question that existed on the man's mind that he had yet to ask. As time passed and no words were spoken, Gerhard felt the increasing need to give it voice, and in the end, that's exactly what he did. Pardon my interruption of your thoughts. However, there is one thing that has beguiled me since the moment we first sat down and started our conversation. Now this is admittedly a bit of a personal question, thus, if you find it too offensive, feel free to remain silent. However, I must ask you, what exactly has compelled you to take up the mantle of Empress? I mean, I understand your reason for rebelling against the previous shogunate. The thirst for vengeance is a flame that ignites one's very soul, one that cannot easily be quenched. But after avenging your father, why did you choose to become the next shogun? Let alone overthrow the royal family and declare yourself Empress? This question broke Atami out of her fugue-like state, where she gazed upon the German ambassador with a hint of confusion on her face. Why had she taken the mantle of Empress? After avenging her father, what was her reason for seizing absolute power over Japan? What caused her to create an overseas empire? Was she the most suited to rule over her people? Absolutely, without her, they would surely be doomed to fight one another for the next 100 years at least. However, is that what she wanted in life? To rule over her people? If so, then what did she desire out of it? Wealth? Power? Prestige? When Atami really thought about it, her position as Empress had brought her nothing but unnecessary suffering. In fact, there was only one reason that compelled her to do everything she had done, and surprisingly, she spoke the word aloud without even realizing it. Responsibility. This response caused Gerhard to furrow his brows before questioning the intent behind this word. Responsibility? Explain? Atami sighed heavily as she reflected on her past actions with a grim smile on her face. I suppose you could say that after breaking the system, I felt responsible for putting it back together. If I had not assumed the mantle of shogun, then my people would be fighting for the next 100 years or more to determine the successor to the previous shogunate. Rather than sit back and watch as an ocean of blood swallowed my homeland, I chose to become the stabilizing force. This was working just fine before your Kaiser decided to interfere in my business. Gerhard rolled his eyes when he heard this before responding in an exhausted tone to the woman's claims. Have we not been over this already? We would have never gotten involved in the Joseon Peninsula had you not created an armed proxy in India. I can tell you are too proud to admit that you are responsible for your own predicament, and this pride will ultimately be your downfall. I will say this, your desire to take responsibility for your actions is admirable. If only you cared for the well-being of your people more than you did about your pride. Perhaps Japan would be as great as a nation as the Reich. But I don't blame you, not entirely. You have no husband nor any children of your own. So you can't truly understand the desire to work hard so that the next generation has a better life than you do now. These remarks were as if knives pierced through the depths of Atami's soul. Even though Gerhard had often given her advice on how to improve her situation, he had always done it in a way which only stoked the woman's ire. She could only scoff at this remark before posing a question of her own. So, I presume you have a wife and children? A proud smile emerged on the man's face as he heard this question, one that Atami had only seen when he spoke of the Kaiser. After nodding his head thrice, Gerhard did not hesitate to give an appropriate response. I have 3 wives and at least 2 children with each of them. However, as much as I love my own kids, they will never be as talented as my nieces and nephews. In fact, I want to share something with you. If you would hold on for just 1 minute. After saying this, Gerhard rose from his seat and fetched something from the closet. It was a piece of vinyl which had been recorded in the Reich. He carefully placed the recording into the gramophone as if it were the most precious possession he owned before starting the device. Instantly a song began to play in the room, one which Atami actually recognized. Though it was slightly different from the version she was used to as it was played on the piano, there was no mistaking the chorus. A single phrase escaped the woman's lips without her knowledge as she spoke the name of the song from her past life. The Price of Freedom. This immediately caused a misunderstanding as Gerhard looked over at the woman with confusion in his eyes before voicing his thoughts aloud. "You've heard this before?" Itami did not answer, and instead she continued to listen to the music as it was skillfully played on the recording. She could not help but investigate the origin of the song and who had written it. Who wrote this? Who was playing it? Gerhard was no longer concerned about whether Itami had actually heard the song before. Instead, he had a proud smile on his face as he gave her the answer. "My youngest sister Adela composed the song from a series of hummings that her husband, the Kaiser, would sing around the palace from time to time. As for who is playing it, it is actually my nephew Christopher. The second prince is skilled with musical instruments and has even performed in concert halls across Kufstein despite his young age. The boy is talented, more so than any of my meager offspring, and I can only hope to see what he will accomplish one day. Even if he doesn't succeed his father, his contributions to the Reich will be no lesser than his siblings." Itami immediately felt a sense of longing in the depths of her heart. The false memory of her and Julian starting a family together immediately came to mind as she sulked in silence. There was a hidden resentment within her sanguine eyes as she thought about the love and happiness Berenger must feel every day, considering he was surrounded by beautiful women and had a family with each of them. When compared to herself, who was terminally single, she felt nothing short of envy, and that made her bitter. Ultimately, she lashed out at Gerhard for making her feel this way by demanding he stop the music. "I've heard enough. Don't we have more important things to discuss? My time is limited and I do not wish to spend it listening to some child's poor attempt to play the piano." This remark immediately caused Gerhard to frown to insult his nephew in such a manner. It was not something he would take lying down, and thus he simply responded with an utter lack of courtesy. "I think I have entertained you long enough. I have tried my best to be polite to you despite the fact that you have made yourself an enemy of the Reich. But I will not sit here and listen to you disrespect my nephew. Get out." This volatile response had truly shocked Itami, but she did not let it show on her face. Instead, she stood up abruptly and departed without saying a word. From the beginning, she knew that nothing fruitful was going to come from this diplomatic meeting. However, despite the tension between Germany and Japan, the young empress had much to think of as a result of this discussion, something she would do the moment she returned to the safety of her own home. Chapter 940, Hostile Takeover Part 50. Vetrani sat in his office with a haggard look on his weary face. The years had not been kind to him, and if Berenger were to gaze upon the man, it would appear as if he had aged over a decade since the last time he saw him. Not only was the Byzantine Empire struggling to prop up its failing economy, it was now facing an invasion from the north. The Golden Horde had broken through the Caucasus and was now raiding Anatolia with impunity. Whatever paltry force could be mustered to defend the region was quickly slaughtered by the enemy. The only force that Vetranis had to call upon in this war that was remotely intact was those that belonged to the strategos of the Balkans. As a result, Palladius was standing here in the Byzantine Emperor's office, awaiting his orders. Despite this, Vetranis did not immediately make a move and instead gazed upon the photograph that sat on his desk, which was of his only daughter and her young children. "Oh my sweet Anuria, I hope you are doing well in Kufstein, because things are chaotic here in your homeland." It had been many years since Anuria had visited her family. This was naturally a result of her killing Decentius during her last visit. An action which Vetranis had forgiven after learning the truth behind his son's vile actions. However, that did not mean that the rest of her family had done so. While the Byzantine emperor was moping about in his office, Palladius was quick to give him advice on the dire situation that they were currently facing. "Your Majesty, it will take me at least 2 weeks to deploy my forces from the Balkans to Anatolia. I highly suggest you call upon Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein for military assistance. Even though relations have soured between the two of you, there is still a defensive alliance in place, and he will be obligated to send troops to our aid." Just as Vetranis was about to respond to this advice, a knock resounded on the door to his office, which was followed by a familiar voice. "Father, I have urgent news from the south. Will you allow me an audience?" Over these past few years, Vetranis rarely spoke with his son Quintus. As the architect behind the treaty with the papacy, which was responsible for much of the Byzantines' current woes, Quintus' reputation had suffered greatly. The treaty with the Catholics had ceded large swaths of land to the church, which was in itself a monumental act of humiliation. However, it was also responsible for the transfer of almost all the Byzantine Empire's treasury to the papacy. This gold and silver was now in the hands of the German Empire, who stubbornly refused to give it back to the Byzantines. The reasoning behind this? The Germans considered this wealth as compensation for the betrayal they had received from the Byzantine Empire when Quintus had foolishly decided to hand over the Kaiser's pass, at least on paper, to the papacy. This had caused the Byzantine economy to almost completely collapse on itself. Bankrupt, impoverished, and incapable of funding its own army, the mighty Romans were now at the lowest point in their nearly 2,000 years of history. Quintus, who had orchestrated this disastrous treaty, was naturally held responsible for its effects, and as a result, relations between the father and son had worsened to the point where they seldom talked with one another, even though they lived in the same house. After a deep sigh, Vetranis nodded his head before getting up from his seat and opening the door to his office. He did not even look his eldest son in the eye as he returned to his chair and poured himself a glass of German whiskey. His silence was all Quintus needed to speak his mind. Father, it would appear in our weakened state that the Mamluk and the Jalayirid sultanates believe us to be defenseless. Intelligence suggests that they are amassing their troops on our southern borders. If we do not send a peace delegation, they will inevitably invade Egypt and Palestine. Something we cannot defend against, especially when the Golden Horde is ravaging Anatolia as we speak. I urge you to send me to speak with the Saracens. I will. Before the man could even finish his statement, his father snapped at him with a rather vicious glare in his weathered eyes. You will do what? Sell half our country away? For what? Peace? What point is there in peace when we must give up the lands that we have fought all these years to regain? Our treasuries are empty, our armies non-existent. We as a nation are deeply in debt to our German allies with no hope of ever escaping. The only reason we can somewhat keep ourselves afloat is because of the wealth that Egypt and Palestine bring us. If you give them away like you did to the fucking Catholics, our empire will not last another decade. I am tired of your peace. I am tired of your failures. No, we will not send a delegation. Instead, I will gather what little remains of my army outside of Palladius' forces and march them to the south to deal with these invaders myself. Quintus could no longer hold back his thoughts and was quick to wrestle the bottle of alcohol away from his father while scolding him about the morality of this conflict. Father, violence never solved anything. You could die. Who would rule over our empire if that were to occur? It was at this moment that Vitranes could no longer control his emotions, causing him to backhand his eldest son across the face before screaming at the man in a fit of rage. Have I no capable successors? You and your brothers, you are all a monumental disappointment. You dare say that violence never solved anything? Tell that to the Germans who in 10 short years have eclipsed our millennia's worth of history to become the supreme power in the West. How do you think the Germans accomplished this? With violence. You are a pathetic coward and will never inherit my position, for the day you do, it will be the end of the Romans not only as an empire, but as a people. Get out of my sight. No, you know what? I want you to gather your drunken wastrel of a brother, your mother, and all my advisors. I have an important announcement to make. Though Quintus felt wronged by the slap he had received, he gritted his teeth and bowed respectfully before fulfilling his father's orders. Once the door was slammed behind him, Palladius gazed at the weary Byzantine emperor who collapsed into his seat and asked the question on his mind. Don't tell me you intend to. Before he could finish speaking, Palladius drank from the bottle of whiskey directly and nodded his head in silence 3 times. There was an utterly defeated look on his haggard face as he scoffed before answering the question that his greatest general intended to ask. You think, after all these years, I don't know what you and your faction have been up to? At first, I resented you for it. The fact that you thought so little of my sons was borderline treasonous. Or so I foolishly believed. However, after all these years, I can say with certainty that you were right all this time. It's funny, when Berenger first proposed the idea of a matrilineal marriage with Honoria to me, I thought he was insane. After all, his kids with my daughter would remain in my dynasty and that could be perceived as nothing but a loss on his part. But I was naive. It is only recently that I can look back on that moment and realize the depths of this man's schemes. It is no exaggeration to say that he is responsible for the current state of the Byzantine Empire. He has driven me and my dynasty to the point where I have no choice but to name his son as my successor. It is true that Alexandros is a Paleologos, but he is a Paleologos in name only. The boy was born and raised as a member of the von Kufstein dynasty, and that is where his loyalties lay. I have no doubt that he will one day create a cadet branch, the House of von Kufstein Paleologos, effectively ending our family's reign over the Byzantine Empire. However, at this point I have no other options. My sons are not fit to rule, and if, by appointing Alexandros as my successor, I can end this feud with the Reich and gain their military support during this crisis of our times, then so be it. I was never a match for Berenger von Kufstein. From the moment my daughter fled to his arms, his goal has been to usurp control over my empire. Well played. Palladius gazed upon the defeated emperor and shook his head. Even he did not expect Berenger to plan for this hostile takeover so early on. After all, until this very moment, he had thought he was the one to plant the idea in Berengar's head all those years ago when they first met. It was only now, when gazing upon the hopeless expression of the man he had served for so many years, that Palladius truly understood how terrifying the Emperor of Germany really was. Chapter 941, Hostile Takeover Part LL. Vitranes sat in his office with an exhausted expression on his face. The man had been through much during his reign as the Byzantine emperor, however, with the world changing so drastically in such a short period, he wanted nothing more than to retire to a peaceful life in the countryside. Of course, now was a time of crisis, and thus the man was needed. In fact, he was not the only one. All heroes of Byzantium were required to stand up and defend the glory of Rome from the barbarians who were at the gates. Times had changed before the Romans truly understood what was happening. 1,000 years ago, it was the Germans who were at Rome's gates. Yet now the descendants of these barbarians were not only Constantinople's greatest ally, but were also the supreme hegemon of the Western world. As Vitranes sat in his office, he was surrounded by his wife, 2 of his 3 surviving children, and all of his advisors who had crammed into the room for an announcement from the Byzantine emperor. Normally such an important declaration would be held in the Great Hall, but in all honesty the man was too tired to give a shit about formalities. with a glass of whiskey in one hand and a cigar in another, both of which were imported from the Reich. Tyranny sighed heavily as he made his decree, knowing that it was sure to infuriate more than half of those who were present. The barbarians are at the gates and our empire is surrounded on all sides. It is with this in mind that I am announcing the conscription of a large force of men, who will be supplied with weapons that remain in our storage. Beneath my command, we will march south to deal with the Saracens who seek to take advantage of our current weakened state. This campaign of mine is likely to result in my death, and it is because of this that I now formally announce my successor. As you all know, my second son Decentius died years ago after plotting against his sister, where he murdered the late stratego Zarethas. He sired no children and thus left no potential heirs. As for my other two sons, Quintus has repeatedly proven he is unfit to rule through his pacifistic mindset, which has undoubtedly led us to our current crisis. In fact, I can say with the utmost certainty, should my position fall into the hands of my eldest child, our empire will not survive another decade. Normally, this would leave me with one option. My youngest son, Aurelius, as you all know, has spent his entire life fleeing from the responsibilities he, as an imperial prince, is burdened with. Rather than take an interest in court politics, he has chosen to live his life in absolute hedonism, caring more about wine and women than his own family. As a result, he is equally unfit to rule as his elder brothers. This leaves me with only one clear choice. Though my chosen successor may be a bit young, I feel as if he has been raised in a way most suited to becoming emperor. It is with a heavy heart that I announce my grandson Alexandros Palaiologos as my one and only heir. Should I pass from this world before the boy comes of age to properly sit upon my throne, then let it be known that his father, Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, shall be regent over all of Byzantium. This announcement was so shocking that nearly everyone who was gathered immediately voiced their discontent. Chief among them was Vetrani's wife Olympia. "What did you just say?" However, despite the tone in the woman's voice, Vetrani's did not back down and merely glared at her before responding. "You heard what I said. As of this moment, Alexandros is my heir." After saying this, Vetrani signed a document in front of dozens of witnesses which proclaimed his grandson to be his sole successor. Among everyone present, only Palladius remained calm when witnessing this decree. The German ambassador to the Byzantine Empire was also present for this declaration, and though he was aware of Berengar's plans for the region, he did not expect such a thing to occur so soon. However, after dwelling upon the dire situation that Constantinople now found itself in, the ambassador could only nod his head in agreement with Vetrani's decision. For the first time in a long time, Aurelius, the errant son, spoke up in discontent. Throughout his entire life, he had never bothered with court politics, but at this moment he felt wronged and could not help but express his grievance. "Father, you can't be serious. Alexandros is an outsider. He may be a Palaiologos in name, but he has been raised since his birth in Austria. I doubt he even speaks our language. How many times has the boy come to visit his homeland? This alone is proof of where his loyalties lie. If you were to give the throne to such a child, then when the time comes for his ascension, our empire will become nothing more than a puppet of the Germans." There were several heads which nodded in agreement with Aurelius' words. For once in the man's life, he had made an astute observation. Even a broken clock was right twice a day. However, despite his concerns, the response his father made had completely surprised him and everyone else in the room. "And what of it? By having a von Kufstein sitting upon our throne, we can gain many benefits, far more than if I selected you or your brother to lead this empire. I am not merely looking after the good of our family, but all Romans. Though Alexandros may be Palaiologos in name only, he is still a member of my dynasty. And the fact of the matter is, the boy is the best candidate to succeed me, and he is the most likely to restore the glory of the Romans that we once held many years ago." Though Aurelius wanted to argue against this point, he really had nothing to say. He had never wanted to be a ruler and wasted his life running away from such responsibilities. As for Quintus, he was a man that Aurelius despised more than all and would with certainty lead the Byzantine Empire over the cliff, so to speak. Thus, after careful contemplation, the man bowed his head before responding to his father's words with a begrudging acceptance. "Very well, if that is father's wish, then who am I to reject it?" Though Quintus wanted to say something in his defense, he chose to remain silent. Since his father had made up his mind, there was no use trying to convince him, especially with their current relationship. Still, he did not feel right allowing that warmonger's son to take the throne. If such a thing were to occur, he felt as if the Byzantine Empire would find itself embroiled in wars for centuries to come. Despite Quintus' concerns, nobody spoke up on his behalf, and because of this, the Byzantine Empire's fate was sealed. Though Vetrani's knew it would be the end of the Palaiologos dynasty as it currently stood, he also knew that the empire would thrive with a von Kufstein on the throne and had chosen to put his faith in his grandson, or more specifically, the man behind him. Chapter 942, All Things in Moderation. Berenger sat in his office with a round white pill twirling between his fingertips. His gaze was not one of fondness, rather one of serious contemplation. At the moment, the Kaiser was facing a moral dilemma, one that his lead chemist Aldo von Passa was unaware of as he touted the benefits of this new wonder drug. It's called methamphetamine. To put it simply, it's a stimulant and a highly effective one at that. Some of our chemists have been working for some time on a compound that will help increase a soldier's performance on the battlefield. As far as our testing shows, it's completely safe in limited doses and aids in things such as focus, energy, and overall willingness to engage in combat. There was a proud smile on Aldo's face as he waited for the Kaiser's response. He was quite pleased with the results of his team's research. However, Berenger was far from happy. There was a grim expression on his face as he outlined a certain side effect that this drug most certainly had, one that Aldo and his team of chemists had completely overlooked. It is also highly addictive, and you would know that if you had done any long-term studies. You have put me in a precarious situation, as this drug will be highly beneficial to combat operations in the short term, but will leave our soldiers in an addicted state when the war is over. But I suppose sooner or later I would have to face this dilemma. I must congratulate you on being the first person to make me consider a solution to this previously non-existent problem. Aldo was utterly astonished by Berengar's words. He himself did not know that methamphetamines were highly addictive. As a result, he was quick to voice his doubts. "My Kaiser, how do you?" Before he could even finish his question, Berenger sighed heavily before responding in a depressed tone. "I just know. Let's leave it at that. However, now I am stuck in a rather unfavorable situation. The fact that this drug now exists and that people know how to make it means that it is only a matter of time before people start reproducing it for their own gain. Once this drug hits the streets, it will cause serious societal problems. So I have two options. I can outlaw the substance and wage a war against drugs to ensure that it no longer exists in my society. This is, of course, completely unfeasible, and any attempt to do so would only cause more problems than it would solve. Or I can regulate the production of methamphetamine and establish treatment centers across my empire for people who suffer from the eventual addiction that this synthesized compound will cause. While I'm at it, I might as well invest in mental health facilities to aid those who have endured trauma, such as our veterans. The fact that I have neglected such a thing up until this point is practically criminal. Now that I have talked myself into accepting this, allow me to ask you a simple question. How much methamphetamine can you produce within a week? Aldo went into silence for several moments, reflecting on everything that Berenger had said. He was amazed at how quickly the Kaiser could come up with an appropriate solution to a problem he was immediately faced with. Though he did not doubt the Kaiser's words about methamphetamine being an addictive substance, he was actually rather curious about how the man knew such a thing. People often refer to Aldo as the father of modern chemistry, but in reality it was Berenger who introduced him to the basic concept of science. He still, after all these years, had no idea how the man knew so much knowledge that the rest of the world had yet to discover. In the grand scheme of things, this was far more astonishing than simply knowing that meth was addictive, and yet Aldo had never questioned it before, thus he decided to drop the subject, and instead focused on calculating how much methamphetamine he could create within a week. After a brief moment of thought, he gave a simple answer. Assuming we receive enough funding and have 1 or 2 men working on it as their primary task, we could produce roughly 136 kilograms of methamphetamine every week. Berenger nodded his head in response to this question. He pondered about the subject for several moments in deep contemplation before revealing his thoughts on the matter. "When you leave here, I want you to make an expense report including everything you need to start up a dedicated production facility. Once you have done so, send it to Henrietta and she will approve the funding for your new lab. Just to make it clear, I want a clean and pure product that is made in low enough doses as to not cause any harm to the user. Within a month, I want as much meth as you can produce. I intend to use the Anangpur army as a testing pool to see just how effective this drug can be on the battlefield. If there isn't anything else, then you are free to leave." Aldo bowed his head with respect and thanked the Kaiser for his support before making an exit. "I thank you, as always, for the unconditional support you have shown me and my team. Since that is all, I must bid you farewell." After saying this, the man left the room. It was only after he was gone that Berenger stared at the small white tablet in his hands with intense curiosity. After several moments of racking his brain around the idea, he popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed it with a bottle of sparkling water. It did not take long for the effects to hit, where Berenger felt as if his mind had entered a state of laser-like focus. He quickly pulled out an empty paper and began working on designs for a replacement for the vacuum tube computer that he had recently introduced. Since he had already introduced magnetic core memory, all that was left to upgrade the computer was the invention of circuit boards and transistors, which he quickly got to work producing. In fact, his progress was far greater than in the past, as the drug flowed through his veins and propelled his mind at a rate he never thought possible. Within 2 hours, a series of fully detailed blueprints were created and shipped off to the proper research departments, so that the poorly efficient vacuum tube computers, which required high maintenance, could be phased out of service and replaced with second-generation computers. In fact, by the time the new guided missile cruisers and destroyers were finished, they would make use of these more efficient computers to guide their missile systems. If not for the methamphetamine flowing in Berengar's veins, he would never have bothered developing such advanced technology so early on. However, with his stimulated focus and a body filled with enough energy to power a Dyson sphere, Berenger was able to complete a day's worth of work in a mere 2 hours. Even then, once he was finished with these designs, the energy had not dissipated, and instead he worked on other matters with a similar level of intensity until he finally came down from his high. Despite what Berenger was anticipating, he did not feel irritated, drowsy, or depressed when he was no longer in a state of stimulation. Perhaps his body had not developed an addiction to such a substance on the first try like he had expected it would. Or perhaps, like everything, meth was best used in moderation. In truth, Berenger did not know the answer to this, but he did not want to become a worthless junkie, and despite the advantages that the drug had showed during his use of it, he made a conscious decision not to take it again. Chapter 943, A Critical Blow. While Berengar's empire spread across the globe at a rapid rate, there was one major player beneath his control who was suffering from anxiety. Emperor Daria Tamora had been instilled on the Anangpur throne as a puppet for the Reich. In doing so, he had practically sold away all sovereignty. For the most part, the German advisors who were sent to India in an attempt to help Daria rebuild his country into a peak pre-industrial state were the ones running the country behind the scenes. Daria merely needed to be the public face of Indian relations with the Reich. Even the Anangpur army was nothing more than a foreign legion to the German Empire, being equipped and trained for the sole purpose of acting as Berengar's shock troops in the war for Indian hegemony. At the moment, Daria was standing in his war room, overlooking a map of the current battlefields outside his empire and listening to the advice of a German general, along with his own military officers who spout their ideas on how to best handle Bengal aggression. Our agents in the field report that the Bengal army has moved its forces into the Yadava dynasty. As you all may be aware, this is the last holdout within the Indian subcontinent, aside from the Anangpur Empire. When the Yadava capital falls, the rest of the country will submit to Bengal rule. Once this occurs, Emperor Asha will provoke a conflict with the Anangpur Empire. It is my belief that we should not wait for the Bengals to attack and should instead use the fall of Devagiri as an excuse to invade the Yadava dynasty and push the Bengal army out of the region. The strategy one have come up with is what the Kaiser refers to as the Blitzkrieg or Lightning War. We will use the armored division that is stationed on the border to break through the bulwark of the Bengal army while the Anangpur infantry surrounds the enemy and eliminates them. Once we have broken through the front lines of the Bengal army, we can push through full steam ahead and liberate each kingdom they have seized in their campaign. Against the overwhelming might of German steel, the enemy will collapse within 3 months' time. Daria gazed upon the map of the Indian subcontinent and the wooden figures that represented the various factions engaging in this conflict. He had a stern expression on his face as he thought of one major problem with this plan, and thus he was quick to give voice to it. Your armored vehicles are much faster than my infantry can march. How can we possibly keep up with the speed of your invasion? A confident smirk appeared on the German general's face as he explained the tactic he intended to use so that he could circumvent this issue. You see, the solution to this problem is actually quite simple. While the German infantry will ride within the interior of our armored vehicles, your soldiers will ride on top of them and deploy into battle before the combat begins. This way we can move thousands of soldiers at the speed of our armored division. Both Daria and his officers were slightly surprised to hear this. It would appear that they had much to learn about warfare and the tactics necessary to emerge victorious. It was indeed true that they could simply ride on top of the German armored vehicles and deploy into battle before the combat actually began. After several moments of thought, Daria nodded his head in response. He was much too tired to worry about this conflict before it began. With the support of the German army, he knew that victory was a certainty. Thus, he would leave the fighting up to the men who were trained for it. Very well, if that is all, then I believe we are finished for now. After saying this, Daria swiftly departed from the room without waiting for a response. His reason for doing so was simple. He had a very limited opportunity to speak with his sister over the radio, and thus he did not want to waste any more of his time on petty matters like war. The young emperor made his way to the room where the German radio operators conducted their business. Upon seeing Daria enter the room, the Germans carried on. Only one man ceased his activities and took the opportunity to speak with the visitor. Emperor Daria, you are just in time. It would appear that your sister is on the other end, awaiting your response. The radio operator then handed a headset over to Daria and allowed him to sit down in his seat, where he activated the push-to-talk button and spoke to his precious little sister on the other end. Hell, Priya, are you there? Static filled the headset for several moments before a delicate voice emerged on the other end. Yes, big brother, I am here. How have you been? A wide smile formed on Daria's lips as he heard his sister's voice. He had to admit the technology of the German Empire had been astounding. The Reich had invested a substantial sum of money and effort into investigating radio waves and had discovered ways of communicating via high frequency across intercontinental distances. They managed to do this with a method called skywave, which allowed the radio waves to reflect off the ionosphere and back down to the Earth. As a result, every naval vessel, all aircraft, and each major German settlement across the globe built massive radio stations to make use of this technology. Because of this, there was a constant stream of information flowing from the fatherland to its colonies and back again. Due to the importance Berenger placed on the Indian subcontinent, he had established one of these radio stations within the Anangpur capital, which was operated by German intelligence officials. Naturally, all of these communications were encrypted to prevent the Japanese from spying on German radio communications. Berenger allowed Priya and Daria to speak at certain times of the day, as a means to encourage the Anangpur emperor to remain loyal. This was one of those moments. After taking several moments to think of a response, Daria replied to his sister with a bitter smile on his face. I've been well. Things are progressing smoothly here and I am perfectly safe under the protection that the Reich provides. You do not need to worry about me. What I'm more concerned about is how Berenger treats you. Priya's voice erupted on the other end and sounded like that of a love-struck schoolgirl. The moment her brother asked her about the Kaiser, she gushed out her thoughts without any filter. Berenger treats me well. However, he has spurned my advances at every given opportunity. It is truly disheartening. I think he's deliberately playing hard to get. Either way, I need to work hard to gain his affection. Luckily, Yasmin has taken me under her wing and has been teaching many things. I'm certain that soon enough I will be able to get the man to fall head over heels for me. This honest response caught Daria by surprise. He had known for some time that his sister had developed feelings for their benefactor, but he was simply living in denial up to this point. However, to hear her speak the words so blatantly, it caused the man to react in desperation. Priya, you shouldn't idolize the man so much. He's not a good person. You deserve someone better. Her brother's response surprised Priya, who did not understand why Daria had such a negative opinion of Berenger, and because of this, she was quick to defend the man with a bit of a pouty tone in her voice. What do you mean? He took us in when nobody else would. He saved my life. Provided an education for the both of us that we could not have received elsewhere, and gave you back your throne when any hope of achieving such a goal by yourself was impossible. He also cares deeply for those he loves and his people. There is not a better man in this world for me to pine after than His Majesty. Are you sure you're not being jealous? Perhaps you should find yourself a wife instead of fawning over your little sister. It was cute when we were children, but I'm an adult now and your overprotective nature is starting to become creepy. Daria felt as if he had received a critical blow at this moment and felt his heart wrench in pain. His worst fears had been realized and his sister had fallen for that man. He was just about to argue with Priya more, but she interrupted him. Oh, it looks like I'm out of time. I will talk to you again at the soonest opportunity, big brother. Remember to do your best. After saying this, there was utter static on the other end of the line and Daria fell into a deep sense of depression. He sat in silence in the chair for several moments, reflecting on his sister's words. Ultimately, he sighed in despair before rising to his feet and exiting the room dedicated to radio communications. After doing so, he returned to work, for a man in his position could not afford to remain idle for long. Chapter 944, A Fierce Debate. Berenger sat in his office across from one of the many women he loved. The red-headed beauty had a bit of an infuriated expression on her delicate features while she cast doubt on her husband's virility to his face. Why haven't you slept with the girl yet? Berenger was in the middle of drinking coffee when he heard this words and quickly choked on it. He was not expecting the conversation to suddenly shift to something so risque. After swallowing down the brown liquid, he gazed upon his most beloved wife and questioned her sanity. You know, most women in this world would be infuriated if they found out their man was sleeping with other women, especially one half their age. Yet here you are pestering me for the 16th time this week to sleep with Priya. I'm beginning to wonder if you're a cuckquean. Linda merely scoffed at this notion before lecturing her man on his inability to perform in a way that sent chills down his spine. It's not a matter of whether I personally get off on my man sleeping with another woman. Which, for the record, I do. This is a matter of securing Indian hegemony for your lineage. Priya has been encouraging Daria to seek out a wife. Something that threatens your control over the region. I would think that you would have a sense of urgency. Especially when we consider the fact that the girl has displayed her willingness to be your woman on numerous occasions and yet you keep denying her. Never in my life have I seen you restrain yourself around beautiful women, especially if they're of high status. So why now? Are you perhaps not attracted to her? Berenger merely sipped from his coffee mug while narrowing his gaze at the woman. She was clearly not going to let this issue go until he popped the Indian princess cherry. However, for whatever reason, he stubbornly refused to do so. She's a very attractive young woman, one that I'm sure any man would be happy to call their lover. However, I practically raised the girl. I'm the only paternal figure she has ever had, so I have a hard time accepting the premise of sleeping with a girl who is practically my daughter. It's the same reason I rejected Veronica all those years ago. The moment she heard this excuse, Linda broke out into a fit of giggles. She couldn't help herself. Knowing who Berenger was and who he had fucked, the notion seemed entirely ludicrous to her and she was quick to voice why this was the case. You, the man who slept his sister, married his cousin, and has one of his wives call him daddy in private, is having a difficult time overcoming the notion of incest with a woman who not only is completely unrelated to you but also looks nothing like you? Pardon my language, but I have a very fucking hard time believing this excuse of yours. So try harder. Berenger sighed heavily, already exhausted from the conversation, before attempting to explain his reasoning behind his inaction to the angelic beauty sitting across from him. Okay, let me put it this way. Hypothetically speaking, if, say, Alexandros was a fully grown young man right now and he approached you in an attempt to sleep with you, how would you feel? Lindy's expression turned to one of pure disgust when she heard these words, which was all Berenger needed to know her answer. However, she still felt compelled to chew the man out for putting such an image in her head. Of course I would feel disgusted. I raised that boy, I even breastfed him when he was an infant because his mother was never around. That would be practically the same as if Hans approached me with such intentions. The very idea is absolutely repulsive. When Berenger heard this, he gave the woman a condescending gaze, which obviously outraged her as she quickly tried to explain why Berengar's hesitation was not the same as hers. Don't look at me like that. Our circumstances are completely different. You merely provided for the girl when she was practically an adolescent. The very reason that boy is alive is because of my milk. These things are not the same. In response to this, Berenger merely rolled his eyes before debating with the woman he loved on why she was wrong. What is a father's foremost responsibility? To provide for his family. I took the girl in when she was sick. I was there for her when she climbed her way back to health. I gave her a place to stay when she had nowhere else to go. I fed her as a member of my family, I paid for her education, and I raised her as if she were my own child. I practically adopted the girl in everything but name. If I am not a father to her, then who is? Now that she is old enough to marry, she wants me to be her partner, and am supposed to accept that. It is every bit the same as the scenario I have proposed to you. Upon hearing Berengar's reasoning, Linda was almost thoroughly convinced, if not for one thing that the man had overlooked. A cunning smile appeared on the woman's luscious lips as she rebuked Berengar's words in a way he did not see coming. If that were truly the case, I would respect your wishes. Except, you are forgetting one very important thing, are you not? Berengar's brow raised as he listened to Lindy's words. As far as he was concerned, his logic was flawless, and thus he glared at the woman who had the most confident expression he had ever seen. So much so that he was beginning to feel that he had indeed made a critical mistake, and thus he felt compelled to ask what it was. What do you mean? Lindy's confident smirk curled even further as she approached her man and whispered seductively in his ears. All of those things also apply to your dear little Henrietta. Not only were you raised as her elder brother, but since she was 10 years old, a similar age to when you took in Priya, you raised her and acted as her paternal figure, and yet, at the first given opportunity, you slept with her, and have gone to exceptional lengths to conceal your relationship with the girl from the public eye. On top of all of this, Henrietta is your aunt by blood. If what you said was true and the idea of sleeping with Priya indeed disgusted you, then how do you explain your preferential treatment towards Henrietta? I would argue that out of all your women, you treat Henrietta the best of us all, and that is specifically because of the rather taboo relationship the two of you have. So tell me, now that I have disproven your petty excuses, what is the real reason you still reject Priya? An overwhelming sense of coldness washed over Berenger as if someone had dumped a bucket of ice water on his head. He merely narrowed his gaze towards Linda and made one simple remark. You are far too cunning for your own good, you know that? A slight giggle erupted from Lindy's lips as she once more whispered in her man's ears. So I've been told. Now answer the question. Berenger sighed heavily in defeat. He could no longer hide behind the myriad of excuses he had concocted and instead thoroughly admitted defeat to the women. Very well, if you must know my reasoning for rejecting Priya, it's because I already have enough women already. Anymore, and I will no longer have the time to fulfill my duties as the Kaiser. It is a simple matter of priorities. At the moment, I must spend every waking hour of the day managing my time perfectly. There is a war on the horizon, and I can't waste any more time than I already do on familial matters. You want me to take another mistress? Impregnate her? Then I will have to be there for the woman's emotional needs and raise the child among my many other responsibilities. Unlike Angrani and Tlexicli, I don't have the luxury to force Priya out of the palace to live in some other part of the city where I can visit her once a month when I have the time to spare. I would have to actively participate in the relationship I build with the girl. Lindy's lips curled into a wicked smile when she heard these words, easily deciphering the true meaning concealed behind them. As if to provoke her man into action, she said one simple phrase that would permanently change the relationship between Berenger and Priya. So in other words, you're saying that if you took another woman into your harem, you wouldn't be able to satisfy us all? Upon hearing such clear provocation in Lindy's words, a fire was lit within Berengar's mismatched eyes as he stood up from his seat and headed to the door without saying a word. This action caught Linda slightly by surprise, which caused her to call out to the man while he was still within earshot. Where do you think you're going? A simple shout responded from the other end of the hallway in response to the woman's question. To prove you wrong. Upon hearing this, a devilish grin appeared on Lindy's lips as she took a satisfying sip from her coffee before responding in a voice so low that only she heard it. Men are far too easy to manipulate. Chapter 945, Ravaging the Lundian Princess. Princess Priya Tamara was standing within the royal palace of the German Empire, baking some sweets for the man who held the keys to her heart. Though Berenger had rejected her advances at every turn, he had given the Indian beauty some hope that once she was emotionally mature enough, he would take her as one of his women. Little did she know that today was the day she had always dreamed of. While she was in a state of bliss, the man in question entered the room with a stern expression on his face. At first, she did not notice his presence. In fact, it was only after Berenger had grabbed hold of her waist from behind did the young woman finally know she was not alone. With a shocked expression on her pretty face, the Indian princess twirled around to see who had dared to lay their hands on her. Just when she was about to smack her attacker across the face, she gazed into the mismatched eyes that belonged to the Kaiser and lowered her hand in passivity. She immediately questioned why the man was intruding upon her baking session. Your Majesty, why? However, before the girl could finish her sentence, Berenger had pressed his lips against her own and passionately twirled his tongue with her own. Priya no longer dared to question whether this was reality or a dream and instead went limp in the man's arms, letting him take control of the situation. Luckily, Berenger was strong and caught the woman as she fell back in a state of bliss. While holding her close to his broad chest, he whispered a suggestion in her dainty ears, one she could not refuse. "How about we go someplace more private?" Priya silently nodded her head, not knowing how best to answer this question with words, and was quickly dragged off to a private bedroom where Berenger began to strip out of his clothes. Though the Indian bowtie's emerald eyes could not take their sights off of the man's chiseled body, they did in fact wander astray when he began to take off his undergarments. A slight reddish tone filled the woman's bronzed cheeks as she looked away in embarrassment. However, Berenger was far from finished and quickly stripped the young woman out of her dress, revealing the green lingerie she wore beneath her clothing. The moment he saw her exceptional figure, his lower half stiffened up and in doing so shocked the Indian princess with its sheer size. Berenger kissed Priya once more and in doing so caused her to become dreadfully excited as her lower lips became slathered in her love juices. She could hardly believe that this was reality and immediately voiced her shock aloud. "It's so big." In response to this, the German emperor merely smirked in confidence before grabbing hold of the young woman's dainty hands and wrapping them around his crotch. The moment Priya felt the warmth of the man's nether regions, she averted her gaze in embarrassment. Despite this, Berenger grabbed hold of her dainty chin and dragged it towards his face as he assaulted her lips with his own once more. As if it came naturally to her, Priya began to stroke her conqueror's cock with her tiny hands, making the man more excited with each attempt. After several moments of this, Berenger lowered the woman to her knees and pressed the tip of his shaft against the Indian bowtie's luscious lips. Though she had never engaged in oral sex before, Priya knew the basics, as she had secretly spied on Berenger when he was engaging in lovemaking with his many women. There was a look of determination in her emerald eyes as she wrapped her lips around the head and tried to take the shaft into the depths of her throat. It did not take long for the large cock to reach the young woman's gag reflex, where she immediately spat the phallus out of her mouth, coughing as she did so. Since she was not accustomed to the action, Berenger led Priya down on the nearby bed and unhooked her bra before stuffing his cock in between her massive bronze breasts. He pressed the two large mammaries against his cock as he pumped his hips forward. A flushed appearance covered Priya's pretty face as she sucked on the man's cock every time it made its way to her lips, eventually causing Berenger to spray his first load all over Indian bowtie's face. Despite this ejaculation, Berenger was far from finished as he smirked before taunting the woman beneath him. "Enough foreplay. This is where the fun begins." Priya merely nodded her head. After the sinful acts she had just committed, her pussy was as wet as a well. She laid back on the plush mattress and allowed Berenger to strip her panties from her hips, where he examined the woman's tight virgin hole before lining the tip of his cock against its entrance. The very feeling of her genitals interacting with those of the man she desired nearly sent the Indian beauty into climax. However, she held on and waited for the big moment. With a slight whisper in her ear, Berenger said the following words before plunging his cock into the woman's entrance without mercy. "This is going to hurt a bit, but bear with it." After saying this, Berenger entered inside Priya's moist cave, where the woman immediately bit down on her finger in agony. She had always heard that the first time was painful, but with such a large partner, she felt as if her insides were tearing apart. A slight tear formed down the woman's shut eyes as the man began to move his hips. A gasp of agony revealed the Indian's bowtie's thoughts as she struggled to deal with the pain of her chastity being taken. "So big?" Berenger chuckled as he pushed his cock as deep as it would go into Priya's love canal before kissing the woman on the lips in an attempt to take her mind off the pain. With each thrust of his hips, the woman beneath him murmured in agony, though as time passed the sound eventually turned into a moan of pleasure. As if taunting the girl beneath him, Berenger had a wicked grin on his face as he continued to pound away at Priya's depths like a piston. Her virgin pussy had wrapped around him like a vice grip and it was not letting go. Thus, he could not help but mock the girl. "You like that, huh? Well, if you keep squeezing onto me like this and never going to stop." Priya, now lost in the pleasure of sex, no longer cared about her regal image, nor did she have time to think about what she said. The girl merely spouted out the first thing that came to mind. "Don't ever stop." These words stroked Berengar's ego and he merely smirked once more before lecturing the girl on the naivety over her request. "Be careful what you wish for." After saying this, Berenger increased the intensity of his thrusts, immediately bringing the woman to climax. However, despite her condition, he did not stop for a second and continued to pound away until he released his seed into the depths of her womb. By this point, Priya had blacked out from the pleasure and would not remember the rest of her session. Berenger did not relent, as he was still incredibly excited from taking yet another princess chastity, and instead flipped the girl over onto her stomach, where he slapped her juicy ass before taking her from behind. Perhaps because Priya was passed out, but the girl was tighter than she was before, which only made Berenger want to fuck her more. He continued to pump his shaft in and out of the woman's moist twat with an increased intensity, putting her into a variety of positions as he fucked her senseless. Berenger would spend the next 2 hours ravaging the girl's body and releasing a total of 3 loads into her womb in an attempt to impregnate her on the spot. When he was finally exhausted, he pulled himself out of the Indian beauty and collapsed on the bed beside her. The moment he did so, Linda revealed herself from her hiding spot. She was naked and wet as can be, clearly having come at the sight of her man fucking another woman senseless. When Berenger saw this, he scoffed before voicing his thoughts aloud. Of course you would be here lurking about. Linda did not deny this and instead crawled into the bed and spooned with her man. She prodded his chest with her finger before questioning Berenger about his previous activities with the Anangpur princess. So how is she? Berenger merely smiled in response to this as he gazed upon the lust-filled expression on the sleeping Bowtie's face before nodding his head in approval. She was everything I thought she would be. I had almost forgotten how good it felt to take a woman's virginity. Linda smirked as she heard this and kissed Berenger on the lips before whispering in his ear something he did not expect. Over the next few weeks, I want you to spend at least 1 hour a day pumping this little whore full of your seed. She needs to bear you a son before Daria can find a wife. Once she's pregnant, then you can do as you wish. Berenger did not reject these commands and merely dragged the red-headed beauty into his embrace. He would lie with her in his arms and Priya by his side for another 30 minutes before climbing out of his bed and getting back to work. Chapter 946, Infiltrating the German Empire. While Berenger was ravaging the princess of the Anangpur Empire, another princess had entered into the jurisdiction of German customs. Sitting in an office in the city of Trieste, Emina was waiting patiently for the arrival of the German intelligence officers who intended to interrogate her on her escape from Japan. Since first stepping foot into the port city, Mina was shocked by what she had seen. The city of Hyankyo had just received electricity not long ago. And yet it had to be redesigned from the ground up to properly make use of this critical technology. Thus, aside from some critical infrastructure, electricity was practically non-existent. However, this port city had streetlights on every corner, along with traffic signals and all other forms of technological marvels. Buses roamed the streets, along with other automobiles belonging to the police, the fire department, and the hospitals. The difference between the Japanese capital and this port city was staggering, to say the least. Despite this shocking revelation, Mina did not have long to witness the overwhelming prowess of the Reich as she was funneled into customs upon arrival and escorted to the nearest police station where she sat in custody, waiting for her interrogator to arrive. Hours passed before a young blonde woman entered the room dressed in a military-style uniform. She had a folder in one hand and a mug of coffee in another. Without introducing herself, the woman sat down and opened the folder where she sipped on her beverage for several moments in silence before finally speaking. Emina, also known by the alias of Wamina, known collaborator with the Japanese Empire, lead of Empress Atami's chemistry department and third princess of the Joseon dynasty. During Empress Atami's diplomatic visit to the German embassy within the city of Beijing, she curiously brought you with her. However, rather than accompany your empress to visit the ambassador, you fled from your security detail and approached the Ming Palace requesting asylum. Empress Atami was furious upon learning about your defection and immediately requested that the Ming Emperor hand you over to face justice for your betrayal. Despite the myriad of threats which the Japanese empress made in order to get you back, Ji Wudi did not budge and instead shipped you off to the Reich like he has done to all other Japanese defectors. Immigration and customs saw fit to permit your entry into the country. However, it is my job to interrogate you and find out your true motives. So let's start with this. Why did you defect from the Japanese Empire? As far as I'm aware, you had an incredibly prestigious position within Empress Atami's inner circle. Mina sat back in her chair with a noble bearing. She was, after all, a princess, and because of this she spoke with a sense of authority as she clearly and calmly stated her reason for defection. Few people know this, but Empress Atami has become increasingly unstable. She locks herself in her room for hours a day, drinking a dangerous amount of sake, while speaking to her pillow as if it were a living human being. Since her mental condition is clearly deteriorating at a rapid rate, I now believe she is no longer capable of contending with the Reich in the event of an armed conflict. I merely used the first given opportunity to flee from her control and present myself along with my talents to the side that I know will emerge victorious. I was never loyal to Empress Atami or her empire. I simply made the best of a bad situation to give myself the most advantages. Since I am no longer welcome in my homeland or in the country which adopted me, I felt the only place I could live a half-decent life was in the Reich. Thus, when Empress Atami told me to accompany her to Beijing, I had plotted from the start to defect to the Reich. Though Atami had told Mina to present herself as a spy which her father had embedded in the ranks of the Japanese government, the Korean beauty felt as if this could be easily disproven. After all, it took one telegram from Berenger to her father to determine if this was true or not. Thus, on a whim, she had switched her cover to that of a shameless opportunist. Something she felt was far more believable. As for the woman interrogating her, she furrowed her brows at the mention of Atami's mental state. This was news to German intelligence, one they could not easily verify, especially if it was a closely kept secret that did not leave the Japanese palace. However, if true, it could prove useful in counter-propaganda efforts within the Japanese mainland. The German agent considered Mina's claims about being an opportunist. It made logical sense. She was a Korean princess who had been abandoned by her family and forced to live in the south. When the Japanese invaded the region, she was among the first to present herself to Empress Atami. The only reason someone would do such a thing is if they were an opportunist looking to latch onto the new power and gain the most benefits by doing so. Upon judging Mina's expressions, there did not appear to be a hint of deceit within them. Thus, the interrogator was somewhat convinced by the Korean princess' statements, which caused her to ask the next question on her mind. Assuming what you say is correct, what intelligence can you provide the Reich regarding the Japanese government, its military capabilities, as well as the extent of chemical knowledge they possess? No foreigner gains entry into the borders of the German Empire without providing some form of compensation. There is no free lunch in this world, and if you want your request for asylum to be approved, you need to provide us with something tangible. Mina reflected on what Itami had told her and was careful in the way she responded to this question. She could not easily reveal information that would compromise the Japanese Empire, but she also needed to provide something that would allow her to pass the test the Germans had set for her. Thus, she started her response with a list of viable excuses. I'm merely a chemist, so I cannot give you information regarding the engineering projects that the Japanese Empire is undertaking. Nor can I inform you about the inner workings of Japanese politics more so than anyone else. What I can tell you about the Japanese Empire is that it's an absolute military dictatorship with the Empress at the top. The upper echelons of Itami's military run every facet of society. Many of these men and women, if not all of them, are members of the old samurai clans, and as a result, there is still a strong sense of feudalism despite their efforts to industrialize. The only difference is that the peasants who used to work the fields are now in the factories producing military equipment. While there are still many peasant families growing crops, with the introduction of modern machinery, their numbers have dwindled. As far as chemical advances go, almost everything we create is geared towards the advancing of the military-industrial complex. With your level of technology, I would not doubt that you already have access to everything that we create. If you want a list of what me and my team were working on prior to my defection, I can give it to you. Though I doubt it will be of any use to you. The interrogated nodded her head in understanding before signing away her name on a document. After doing so, she gave Mina one simple command before departing from the room. After I leave this office, I will have someone come in with a pen and some papers. I want you to write down every chemical equation that you can think of that your team has worked on. Once you are finished, you will be transferred to the city of Kufstein, where housing will be provided for you within the Little Kyoto district. As for your living expenses, you will be required to get a job like everyone else. Naturally, due to the sensitive nature of your previous position, you will not be allowed employment in the chemical industry for a minimum of 2 years. So I suggest finding work at one of the local businesses in Little Kyoto. If there is nothing else you need me for, then I will be leaving. Farewell, and welcome to the German Empire. After saying this, the interrogator departed, leaving Mina alone with her thoughts. Though she had successfully convinced the German authorities to allow her entry into the Reich, she was immediately presented with several issues that impeded her immediate goals. Most notable was the fact that she would have to live like a commoner, working some menial job in order to pay for her living expenses. This made it extremely difficult for her to ever come in contact with the Kaiser, which Mina would be required to do if she wanted to seduce the man so that she could learn his secrets. She knew that if she tried to force an audience with Berenger, it would arouse suspicion and could easily blow her cover, the consequences of which would be terrifying. For now, the only thing that the Korean princess could do was play her role and wait for an opportunity to show herself. Thus, she could only sigh in defeat as she waited for her escort to arrive so that she could start her new life within the borders of the German Empire. Chapter 947, Ambushing the Japanese Advisors. A group of German operators hid within the brush outside the city of Devagiri. Their skin was not the standard pale that was common in the fatherland. Instead, it had been tanned from the excessive heat of the harsh Indian environment, while their golden hair had been stained brown with mud, making them indistinguishable from the local population from a distance. These men did not dress in military uniforms but rather in the clothing style commonly found among Indian peasants. The only noticeable difference between them and the natives at first glance was the weapons slung around their shoulders and the load-bearing equipment used to house their munitions. These men were not Jaegers, nor were they JAG commandos, for both groups of soldiers wore military uniforms. Instead, these elite warriors were the highest-tier operators of the German army, men who worked side by side with the agents of imperial intelligence. These men were the Sturmkommandos, a special forces group designed to conduct clandestine operations deep behind enemy lines. If for whatever reason these elite soldiers were captured alive, the German Empire would deny their existence and abandon them to their fates. For the activities they conducted required total deniability if discovered by the enemy. The leader of these operators was named Horstbauer, and the group had been dispatched to the Indian subcontinent nearly half a year ago to keep an eye on the advance of the Bengal army. While Horst was doing his job and gazing through a pair of binoculars onto the unsuspecting army in the distance, the radio operator who was attached to his unit approached him with a stern expression on his face. "Captain, we've got new orders." The Special Forces officer lowered his binoculars and glared at the man with a stoic face. He simply nodded his head once in silence, signaling for the man to continue. "The Kaiser wants us to start a humanitarian crisis when the Bengal army marches on Devagiri so that the Anangpur Empire has a casus belli to interfere in the conflict before the enemy reaches their borders. High Command has left the means by which we achieve this up to our discretion. So, what are we going to do? Horse did not immediately respond and instead gazed in the direction where the Bengal army marched. He remained silent for several seconds in contemplation before giving voice to his thoughts. Tell me, Sergeant, what is the one thing that is keeping the Bengal army from committing war crimes? The radio operator needed only a moment to dwell upon this question before coming up with an answer. That would be Asha's unwillingness to antagonize his backer. So long as the Japanese advisors keep a close eye on him and his troops, then the Bengal army won't act up. Wait a second, you can't possibly mean to? A wicked grin appeared on Horst's face as he nodded his head thrice before expressing the plan he had come up with to antagonize the Bengal army. The solution to our problem is simple. We ambush the Bengal army and eliminate the Japanese advisors with a coordinated strike. Then we fall back to Devagiri and prepare the city's defenses so that a long and bloody siege occurs. Without the eyes and ears of Empress Atami keeping a close watch on her Bengal puppets, they will respond to the bitter losses they suffer in this siege by ravaging the city after they have emerged victorious, thus giving the Anangpur Empire the only excuse they need to intervene. Fritz, I want you to go to the nearest weapons cache and get your hands on a Panzerfaust as well as a few additional rockets. Bring it back here as quickly as possible. The man named Fritz nodded his head silently with a cold expression on his face before rushing off into the wilderness by himself with nothing but his STG-32 in his hands. The STG-32 was a replica of the STG-44 from Berengar's past life and currently saw service among all special operations groups. However, the weapons in the hands of these Sturm Commandos were modified with short barrels, under-folding stocks, and an integrated front sight post and gas block combo, giving them a distinctive look. The overall compact nature of these weapons made them highly maneuverable in the thick jungle of central India. Fritz returned before long with a Panzerfaust on his shoulder and a rocket-propelled grenade loaded in its barrel, ready for action. Upon seeing this, Horst smiled and nodded his head before letting his soldiers in on the plan he concocted. We will ambush the Bengal army when they pass by our location. They are not far away and within 5 minutes will be within engaging distance. Once the Japanese advisors are in sight, we will fire 3 rockets, one of which will land precisely on those fucking Japs. As for the other 2, they will target in front of and behind the Japanese in an attempt to obscure our intent. After clearing out the Japanese advisors, we will continue to open fire on the enemy for a bit before falling back to Devagiri where we will take charge of the defense. The Yadava are armed with smoothbore cannons and rifled muskets. With our tactics, they can at the very least kill a few thousand of the Bengals. So get ready because once the Japanese advisors are eliminated, the Bengal army will be unleashed from the chains that bind them. The Sturm Commandos nodded their heads in agreement with their orders before taking up overwatch positions on a cliff above the main road. They waited patiently for several minutes before the first of the Bengal troops passed them by. A massive column consisting of nearly 100,000 soldiers proceeded to march through the road and towards the Yadava capital when finally in the middle of their ranks the Japanese advisors were spotted by the German Sturm Commandos. They were close by to Emperor Asha himself, so much so that one might misinterpret the target of their attack upon first inspection. This was an unexpected surprise, but a welcome one. Fritz knelt down on the hill which overlooked the road, roughly 100 meters away, and checked to see if the area of his backblast was clear before pressing the trigger on his Panzerfaust, which hurled the rocket-propelled grenade forward where it detonated behind the Bengal Emperor and the Japanese advisors, in doing so claiming the life of a few dozen Bengal soldiers. Before the enemy could even react to the sound of the Panzerfaust firing in the distance, the rocket struck their location and exploded on impact. The blast was large as the Panzerfaust which the German Empire used was modeled after the last design known as the Panzerfaust 250. It was referred to as such because it was capable of blasting apart 250 millimeters worth of steel armor. Thus, when deployed against soft targets, it was nothing but certain death. After firing one rocket, the Sturm Commandos fired their assault rifles and machine guns into the general direction of Emperor Asha and his Japanese advisors. All the while Fritz quickly loaded another rocket and fired it towards the front of where Japanese advisors hunkered down who were in the process of reacting to the ongoing combat. This time the rocket blew up another few dozen men standing in front of both Emperor Asha and the Japanese advisors. However, before they could react to this attack, a third rocket fired and precisely struck their targets, instantly blasting the half-dozen or so Japanese advisors into meat paste. It took several moments for the Bengal army to return fire, but when they did, they came under the assault of the belt-fed MG-27, which was more commonly referred to as Berengar's buzzsaw. The weapon sprayed its entire 250-round belt towards the Bengal army, cutting through their bodies as if they were mere sacks of blood. This devastation was achieved in a matter of seconds. After ensuring that enough carnage had occurred to mask their intent, the Sturm Commandos packed up their belongings and rushed off towards the distance, leaving behind not even a single shell casing, as their weapons were equipped with a device which caught the spent rounds. As for the Bengal Emperor, he was cowering on top of his war elephant from the moment he first heard the attack. He dreaded the very idea of popping his head up in case a stray round found its way into his skull. However, after roughly a minute of combat, the gunfire ceased. Even then, he still did not dare look in the direction where the attack had occurred. It was not until one of his officers approached him and reported what their troops had seen did the man finally come to his senses. "Your Majesty, the Japanese advisors are dead, along with several hundred of our soldiers. The enemies who fled the attack appeared to have been locals. I don't know where they got their hands on such hardware, but there was no mistaking it. They were neither German nor Japanese. Shall we send word to Empress Atami and request reinforcements or better supplies?" It took several moments for Asha to properly understand what he was told. But when he did, he shook his head before coming to a conclusion based upon a misunderstanding. Whoever they were, I'm guessing they were either from the Yadava dynasty or the Anangpur Empire. Their intention is clear. This was their last breath of resistance where they wanted to claim my head, hoping that our army would dissolve after my death. Unfortunately for them, they must be either poorly trained with these weapons or the weapons themselves were not as precise as our own. For they completely failed to hit their mark even after 3 attempts. You ask where they got their hands on such advanced weapons? There is only one place that comes to mind, the German Empire. However, we need not be afraid, judging by the scale of their attack and the fact that the men fled before they could accomplish their objective. It is highly likely that these were the only examples of such weapons they had and now they are out of ammo. As for the Japanese advisors, we are already so close to winning this war and their presence is no longer required. We can inform Empress Atami of their deaths at a later date. This instead gives us a unique opportunity to act as we please from here on out without having to worry about that bitch and her frivolous notions of war crimes. We march on Devagiri at once. Let us teach these bastards a hard lesson about what happens when you poke a sleeping bear. The German attack on the Bengal army had the desired effect. Not only had it invoked a fury in Asha's heart, but as expected, the fool completely failed to properly identify the perpetrators and what their true objective was. Soon the Bengal army would descend on the capital of the Yadava dynasty and they would bring with them a cruelty that had not been seen in this world since the Bengal conquest of Myanmar. Chapter 948, Inventing Rocket Artillery. Berenger sat in his office with a pen in one hand as he intricately designed a new weapon system. One that he intended to deploy to the battlefield along with his other self-propelled artillery platforms that were already in service. While Germany had invested heavily in the mechanization of its armed forces, the simple 15 centimeters self-propelled Hummel had become the primary artillery of choice for the German army. However, if there were 2 things that Berenger found particularly lacking in this mighty piece of military equipment, it would be its rate of fire and effective range. With an emphasis on improving rocket and missile systems taking place within the German scientific community, Berenger felt it was about time to introduce a new piece of artillery, one which made use of these advanced weapons to annihilate the enemy from long range. This weapon system was known in his previous life as the Multiple Launch Rocket System, or the MLRS, and was in use by various countries during the Second World War and the years that followed. While modern weapon systems had complex computer targeting systems, the earlier designs were completely manually operated, with the overwhelming volume of rocket artillery making up for the lack of precision that only a computer could provide. It was true that Berenger had invested a substantial sum into developing computer systems, particularly for the guidance of missiles on board his warships. However, he was still far from a level where these targeting systems could be integrated into land-based vehicles. As a result, he went with an earlier design in mind for his MLRS. The basis for Berenger's MLRS was actually a Soviet design, the BM-21 Grad. The reason this vehicle was chosen was because it was mounted on a 6x6 truck chassis. Berenger already had thousands of 6x6 5-ton trucks in service among his armed forces and more were being manufactured every day. With some slight modifications, these trucks could remove their cargo bay and replace it with a multiple launch rocket system. Berenger designed the missile launching platform to include 5 rows of 10 barrels, each of which were capable of holding a single 122mm rocket. This meant that for each barrage fired from one of these weapon systems, 50 rockets would fly towards its target. With the ongoing improvements in rocket technology, Berenger had no doubt that by the time these vehicles saw service, the effective range of their ordnance would be 52 kilometers. Which was several times larger in reach than his current self-propelled 15 centimeters field guns. The design for this weapon was simple as Berenger already had the chassis in production. All that was really needed to draw from scratch was the rocket launcher, which itself was a simple device. At least when compared to other weapon systems that Berenger had designed previously. Thus, Berenger had finished his work relatively quickly. However, before he could transition to another task, the intercom on his desk erupted, where a woman's sultry voice erupted from the other end. "Your Majesty, your wife Linda is here to see you." Berenger did not even need a second thought on how to respond to this news. He pressed the button and transmitted his message to his secretary who sat on the other side of his office. "Send her in." Not a second passed after saying that before the door opened to reveal Lindy's heavenly figure. However, despite the woman's near-divine level of beauty, there was a stern expression on her perfect lips as she sat down across from her man and tossed a document onto his desk. She did not care in the slightest what technology he had just finished inventing and instead seemed pressed about other matters which she was quick to give voice to. "A rather peculiar refugee has just made their way into Little Kyoto. I have her under close observation, but I thought you would want to know considering she's the daughter of one of your puppets." Berenger was in the middle of pouring himself and his wife a glass of wine when he heard these words. His brow slightly raised in curiosity as he asked the question that Linda was waiting for. And who might that be? Rather than answering Berenger with words, Linda opened the folder to reveal the immigration information of Emina. There was a photograph of the foreign beauty along with other information regarding the Korean princess immigration. Berenger took one look at the woman as well as her name before voicing his concerns aloud. I don't remember the Joseon king having a daughter named Mina. However, if you are showing me this document, then you have thoroughly vetted her identity. So why are you bringing this to my attention? Linda merely smirked confidentially before giving out all the details she knew about Mina and her background. Because this Korean princess has a bit of an interesting background. For starters, her mother died when she was young. The identity of her murderer was one of the Joseon king's other concubines. As a result, she was shipped to the southern portion of the kingdom where she was taken in by a foster family who was close friends with the king. I mention this because it could give us a clue about her actual motives. What really interests me about this little girl is the fact that she was just recently employed by Empress Itami herself and was the lead of the Japanese chemistry department. You could say she is Japan's Aldo von Passau. Berengar's expression turned grim when he heard these words. His mind was filled with questions, but chief among them was the one he immediately spoke aloud. Then why is she here? Lindy's grin grew wider as she educated her man on what she had found out, even if it was mostly hearsay and heavily suspicious in nature. That's the interesting part. Emina is a defector and our highest-ranking one yet. She claims that Empress Itami's mental state is collapsing and as a result, she has chosen to jump ship and latch onto the side she knows will emerge victorious in the coming war. However, we cannot confirm whether any of this is true. As a result, I have her confined to Little Kyoto where my agents keep a close watch on her at all times. The first thing she did when settling down in Kufstein was get a job at a local restaurant. She has not made any concerning movements yet. However, I wanted to inform you of her existence to see how you would choose to react. Should we leave her be? Or do you wish to meet with her in person so you can get an understanding of her character? If this little princess turned out to be a spy or an assassin sent by your eastern rival, then it would be best for you to verify such a thing with your divine sight before she is given a chance to act. Don't you think? Berenger reflected on this information for several moments in silence. Mina's background was suspicious, to say the least, and the best way to root out her intentions would be to use the Eye of Horus on her. The only downside was, if this were to be the case, then he would essentially be inviting a potential assassin into his own home, which was a dangerous prospect. Thus, after several moments of silence, Berenger sighed heavily before asking a question that would be critical to his decision. You say she works at a local restaurant? What is her job there? A confident smile emerged on Lindy's pretty lips. Perhaps she alone knew Berenger well enough to accurately predict his thoughts. Thus, she answered his question in a way that thoroughly convinced the man to act. You don't need to worry. Mina does not work in the kitchen, nor does she work as a server. She is the hostess. I presume you are asking this question because you intend to visit the Korean princess at her workplace. A slight smirk emerged on Berengar's lips. As per usual, his wife had seen through his intentions perfectly. Thus, after nodding his head in affirmation, he gave voice to his thoughts on the matter. You understand me so well. I was just thinking that it has been too long since we last went out on a date night with just the two of us. In my honest opinion, Japanese food sounds like the perfect place. What do you think? A hint of excitement flashed through Lindy's sky-blue eyes when she heard this. It had indeed been too long since she had been on a proper date with her husband. Even though this time around it would be work-related, she did not dare reject the man's offer and responded with a light-hearted quip. It's a date. After saying this, Berenger and Linda discussed the details of their date plan for the upcoming Friday night. The investigation into Mina's intentions was only a part of the evening. Berenger truly did desire to take his wife out properly. It just so happened that the two of them would be conducting some counter-espionage during their meal on that evening. Chapter 949, Date Night Part 50. The week passed and soon enough it was time for Berenger to take his favorite wife on a date. Currently, the man was getting dressed in his formal attire. This was not a military uniform or some variation of it like he normally wore. Instead, it was a three-piece suit with a trench coat. Today Berenger had gone all out on his appearance and had changed his usual slicked-back hairstyle to a textured quiff. When he was done dressing himself, the man gazed into the mirror and witnessed his own reflection where he promptly smiled at his extravagant appearance. The maid who had helped pick out the clothes was blushing when she saw the Kaiser dressed in civilian clothes for the first time in a long time. She could not help but have amorous thoughts about the handsome man who reigned as the supreme hegemon of the Western world. She was young and beautiful, and for the briefest of moments, she felt perhaps she should make a move. However, before she could complete her thoughts, the door opened to reveal a heavenly beauty like no other. Linda von Kufstein was in her early 30s and had already given birth to 5 children. Despite this, her figure was sublime and the years had clearly been kind to her complexion. The mature empress had an innocent appearance despite her cunning and seductive nature. The red-headed beauty was dressed in a sky-blue evening dress which cut itself short at the knees. It was a strapless design which showed off the natural curves of her body. Her bountiful cleavage enticed any man who dared to gaze at it. Upon witnessing her man all dressed up for her sake, Linda quickly attached herself to his arm and rested her head in his chest, a love-struck expression, like that of a schoolgirl who gazed upon her crush, appeared on the woman's flawless face as she asked the question she had been waiting to say all week. "Are you ready?" Berenger, who was closely observing his wife's immaculate appearance, smiled lovingly while he nodded his head. He rested the palm of his hand on the woman's delicate cheek before planting a soft kiss on her lips, the act of which caused the maid to gush with envy. The man's response to his wife's question was like that of a charming prince. "Of course, my love. It has been far too long since we have had a night to ourselves." After saying this, Berenger grabbed hold of his woman's hand and dragged her out of the dressing room, leaving the maid behind with her thoughts as if he had not even been aware of her presence. While Berenger and Linda descended from the staircase, several of their children approached them, with the young boy Joseph commenting on his mother's appearance. "Mommy is so pretty." While Linda always paid exceptional attention to her appearance to ensure that she was the living personification of female beauty, she had gone the extra mile today, so much so that even her own son could not help but express how wonderful she looked. The compliment of her second son caused a smile to appear on the red-headed temptress lips while she bowed down and petted the boy's hair. "Mommy and Daddy are going out tonight, so you and your siblings behave yourselves." Joseph smiled and nodded his head while basking in his mother's affection. As for his sister Isle, she approached her father and was quick to express her thoughts about the man's appearance. "Daddy, you look very handsome today, make sure to treat Mommy right." In response to this, Berenger merely smiled before picking his little girl up into the air and kissing her on the forehead. After doing so, he set her on the ground before petting the girl's hair like her mother had done to her brother. "You don't need to worry about that. I have always treated your mother well." After saying this, Berengar's gaze set itself upon his eldest daughter Helga, who was hiding behind her other siblings. There was a peculiar expression in the girl's eyes while she gazed upon her father and mother, who had dressed up exceptionally well for this occasion. Berenger did not take notice of this affectionate gaze and instead barked a command to the girl. "Helga, make sure your siblings behave themselves. If there are any problems, go fetch one of your other mothers and have them take care of it." The girl remained silent and only responded with a slight nod of her head. Upon seeing that she understood her duties for the night, Berenger sighed in relief before grabbing hold of Lindy's hand and leading her out the front door of the palace. The loving couple descended the staircase and entered the courtyard, where a limousine sat, waiting to take them to their destination. A member of the German Leibgarde stood outside the vehicle, where he opened a door for his Kaiser and Kaiserin. The man was dressed covertly for the evening. As such, he wore a black three-piece suit with a white dress shirt underneath and a solid black tie. He also wore a pair of sunglasses. He was not alone in this regard, as every member of the Leibgarde who would be watching over their Kaiser's safety was also dressed in an identical fashion. Berenger ensured that Linda was safely inside the limo before entering himself. After doing so, the bodyguard closed the door behind him before entering an armored SUV. Two of such vehicles existed in the front and rear of the Kaiser's limo, creating a caravan. The drivers already knew of the destination which the royal couple desired, and thus they headed towards Little Kyoto, which was the section of the German capital dedicated to the Japanese refugees who had fled the horrors of their homeland, seeking asylum in the Reich. Berenger watched the streets pass him by as he sat in the limousine with his arms wrapped around his wife. The woman was resting her head on the man's shoulder while thinking about all the fun she was going to have tonight. After several moments, Berenger interrupted the silence with a rather serious question on his mind. "Assuming Mina proves to be a hostile, should we arrest her on the spot or find a reason to do so at a later date?" Lindy's smile shifted upside down as she heard these words before looking up towards her man's handsome face. She had a stern expression on her face as she said the following words. "Arresting her on the spot would cause nothing but problems. We can't use your divine sight as a legal justification to have her detained. I will have to concoct some evidence and plant it in her apartment. Once we have evidence, we can arrest her at will at any place and at any time. So if she does prove to have ill intentions towards you, then it will take me at most 3 days to have her in custody. Thus, you do not need to worry too much. As soon as you ascertain her true motives, we will treat this night as a normal date. So you just sit back, relax, and just enjoy yourself. After all, it has been a long time since the two of us have gone out together like this." As per usual, Linda was a master when it came to matters of intrigue. Thus, Berenger would refer to her judgment. Instead, he smiled and stroked the woman's silky red gold hair. He owed a great deal to this woman. It was a debt he could never fully repay. Thus, as Berenger sat there in silence, his thoughts drifted to what he would do after he defeated the Japanese Empire. For the past 10 years, every moment of his life had been spent either preparing for a war or fighting one. Though he had done his best by his family, as a man who built an empire from scratch, there was only so much time he could spend with them. It was not his fault, for every time he thought he gained some semblance of peace, a new and more powerful threat revealed itself beyond the horizon. However, once Japan had fallen, there would no longer be anyone left in this world to challenge his will. No rebellion, nor any resistance that he could not easily overcome. Since that was the case, he would have a lot of free time available to him. Time that he would spend with his family. While Berenger thought about his plans for the future, the convoy approached the Japanese restaurant where Mina was employed as a hostess. Once the car came to a stop, Berenger and Linda would enter the lion's den where they would engage in a battle of counter-espionage before enjoying their night as a couple. Chapter 950, Date Night Part LL. Little Kyoto was a small but thriving part of the German capital. Though it was safe, clean, and exotic, it was anything but a paradise. In reality, this small section of town was a glorified internment camp for the Japanese refugees who sought safety within the borders of the Reich. Despite the fact that all refugees were thoroughly vetted before permitted entry into the German Empire, they lived under constant surveillance by German intelligence. After all, it was unwise to leave a population which defected from a hostile empire to themselves. In fact, Little Kyoto acted as an experiment in both counterintelligence and crime prevention. Cameras were around every street corner which fed their video and audio recordings to a remote viewing station within the headquarters of Imperial Intelligence where a team of observers kept close watch for any signs of crime or rebellious intent. Thus, despite being its own little enclave in a foreign nation, there was not the slightest hint of organized crime developing within Little Kyoto. Despite the fact that the suburb enclave acted as a free-range prison, the people who dwelled within were friendly to those Germans who visited for a taste of the exotic. Thus, when Berenger and Linda entered the restaurant, all eyes were on the royal couple as even the most recent asylum seekers were aware of who the Kaiser was. Mina was stunned into silence when she saw Berenger approach her podium. She had completely forgotten to ask about whether her guests had a reservation and instead gawked silently for some time. This awkward meeting allowed Berenger to activate his Eye of Horus and gaze upon the woman's hidden intentions. A black miasma shrouded the Korean beauty, though it was not thick enough to signify murderous intent. The result was obvious. This woman had come to the Reich with malicious intent. Despite the fact that Berenger just confirmed Mina as a hostile agent, it did not show on his face. Instead, an amused smile formed on the man's lips as he made a joke to the enemy spy. "What is it? Am I so handsome that I stunned you into silence?" "It happens all the time." Linda merely pouted when she heard this and nudged her man in the ribs with her elbow with just enough force to garner his attention. In response to this, Berenger chuckled before addressing Mina once more. "I have a reservation for two under the name Berenger." It was only after observing this calm facade that Mina snapped out of her daze and realized that her target had not come to her place of employment in search of her. Instead, he was just looking to take his woman out for a nice meal. The Korean princess was not a trained spy, and because of this, she struggled to do anything other than glare at Berenger with a serious expression on her face. After taking a moment to calm her nerves, she forced a smile before pulling out two menus and leading the couple to their seats. "Of course, right this way." Berenger grabbed hold of Lindy's hand and led the red-headed beauty to the table where he pulled out her seat like a proper gentleman. Linda smiled and thanked her man before sitting down. Once she was properly seated, Berenger took his own before looking at the menu. He knew immediately what he wanted to eat, whereas Linda hadn't the slightest idea. To her, the entire menu was alien and she could not easily decipher what it was that she craved. After seating Berenger and Linda, Mina bade them farewell and returned to her podium where she gazed upon the royal couple from the corner of her eyes. Linda immediately noticed this and then questioned Berenger on what he had seen, despite already being keenly aware of the woman's intentions after one brief interaction with her. "So? What did you see?" Berenger did not lower his menu and continued to eye its contents with a perfect facade of stoicism. He did not reveal the slightest facial expression as he whispered in a voice so low only the two of them could hear it. "As expected, the woman is a spy, and a rather poor one at that. To send a hostile agent, one that is adept in the art of poisoning, into my own hometown. Itami has truly underestimated me. Have the woman arrested and taken to a black site for interrogation. I want to hear everything she knows from her own lips." Linda merely smiled and nodded her pretty head before questioning her husband about a matter that was far more important to her. "Of course, it won't be a problem. Now that we have gotten that troublesome business out of the way, I have a far more important question to ask. What the hell am I supposed to eat?" "I have no idea what any of this means, even if it is translated into our esteemed tongue." With a swift move of the hand, Berenger placed his menu down on the table while smirking at the woman. He knew what he wanted and was quick to voice his suggestion. "For an appetizer, we will have takoyaki. They're fried octopus dumplings and they are incredible. I would order 5 plates of those damn things and just have that as a meal if I could. However, it's merely an appetizer, so we will get 2 orders, 1 for each of us. As for the entree, I suggest the pork tonkatsu ramen. Trust me, you won't regret it." Though Linda had no idea what tonkatsu was and had never tried octopus before, she smiled and nodded her head, completely trusting her man to select an enjoyable meal for her. Shortly after deciding, the server approached. For the sake of security, Berenger gazed upon the young man with his Eye of Horus and saw a positive aura. At the very least, there were no hostile intentions in this man's heart. The man wore a broad smile, and it was not the typical forced smile that one wore in the service industry. Instead, it seemed to have a deep sense of respect. Whatever the man was thinking, he was a true professional and did not mention once the fact that he was serving the Kaiser. Instead, he simply requested the order. "What shall I get started for the 2 of you on this fine evening?" Linda shot Berenger a gaze, implying that she wanted him to order for the 2 of them, and as a result, the man immediately took charge while he smiled in response to the server's positive attitude. "A bottle of your finest sake will do." As for the appetizer, the missus and I would each like an order of the takoyaki. I hear it is the best in town. For the main course, she and I will both have the pork ramen tonkatsu, and if you could add an additional cutlet and egg into mine, that would be most appreciated. The man simply smiled in response as he wrote down the order to perfection on his notepad. After doing so, he asked one more question before departing. I assure you that won't be a problem at all. Will that be all for the night? Or is there something else I can get for you? Berenger shook his head with a polite smile on his handsome face before responding to the man with an equally positive energy. That will do for now. Whether or not we choose to have dessert will depend on how we are feeling after we eat what we have already ordered. Upon saying this, Berenger grabbed the 2 menus and handed them back to the man, who promptly went back to the kitchen to give the cooks their order. He did not mention to the staff that the guests were the Kaiser and his wife. As long as they were unaware of the identities of their guests, there would be no funny business, and as a man who owed his life and that of his families to the Kaiser, he would be remiss if he created an opportunity for hostile action against his benefactor. While Berenger sat back in his seat with a comfortable expression, he decided to break the silence and posed a question to his favorite wife, one regarding one of her closest subordinates. So, now that we have a moment to ourselves, I have a question that's been lingering in the back of my mind for some time. I just haven't found the right moment to give voice to it. I'm curious. Did your subordinate Hema ever find a proper man to marry, or is she still overwhelmed with work? Linda wore a mischievous smile as she responded with a whisper in her man's ear, one that sent chills down his spine. Oh? You're on a date, alone with me, and you're thinking of other women? Bold, very bold. When Berenger heard this, he immediately took his statement back. If there was one thing in this entire world he was afraid of, it was getting on Lindy's bad side. He knew the woman well enough that if she were to ever turn against him, it would be his undoing. I'm sorry, that was rather inappropriate of me to ask. I'm just curious is all. She seems like she is overburdened with the workload you give her. When Berenger said this, the bottle of sake arrived along with 2 crystal glasses where the server poured them to the brim before handing them off to his guests. After doing so, he departed, leaving Linda to sip on her rice wine while glaring at her man with a curious glint in her eye. After taking several sips, the woman responded to his question in a mocking tone. It's not like it's a secret or anything. If you're that curious, I won't hide it from you. Chapter 951, Date Night Part LLL. Berenger took a slight sip from his glass of sake before leaning in close and waiting for Lindy's answer. The red-headed vixen had a sultry smile on her face as she first feigned offense before giving her man a proper answer. To think that you were so interested in that chain smoker, of all people? I'm disappointed in you. There is a beautiful, young, foreign princess in this very room, and yet you have no intention of making her your woman. Anyway, yes, Hema has found herself a man. Though I am a bit surprised by her choice. The man is rather simple. I thought that after my years of influencing the woman, she would have landed herself a big shot. To think of all people, she married her dry cleaner. Berenger nearly choked on his sake when he heard this. Out of all the men that Hema could have ended up with, she chose such a simple man. Linda was right. It was truly befuddling, and what had just been a random topic to start a conversation now turned into genuine interest as he prodded his wife for more information. Her dry cleaner? How the hell did that happen? What kind of man is he to win the heart of the Deputy Director of Imperial Intelligence? A mischievously smirk appeared on Lindy's face as she took another sip of her sake before responding to the questions presented to her. I swear, this has got to be the most cliché story I can possibly think of. However, I swear on my life it is 100% accurate. About 2 years ago, Hema ran into some doofus in the lobby of our building, spilling her pumpkin spice latte all over her uniform. As a result, she sought out a dry cleaner where she found a particularly average young man who ran his own small business near our headquarters. She and the man ended up having a brief dispute over payment. Apparently, one of the men he hired had messed up her order, and the man was forced to apologize. When she asked why he hired such an incompetent fool, the man suddenly became angry and informed her that the employee was a member of his old unit from his days in the military. Apparently, this employee had suffered mild brain damage in combat. In fact, the owner of the dry cleaner only hires disabled veterans and gives back as much of his earnings as he can to his community. Naturally, with all of the government aid that is given to your veterans after their service ends, there isn't much of a need to donate solely to helping wounded veterans, thus he helps out everyone in any way he can. Well, it turns out this generosity and overall positive outlook on life confused Hema, and she asked the man how he could possibly care so much for his fellow man after witnessing all the evil humanity as a species has to offer. The man's response was that he would only inform her if she would let him buy her lunch sometime. At first she refused, but the man's character had left her with many questions, and it wasn't long before she stopped by his business once more with another stain where she took him up on his offer. They have been together for nearly 2 years now and will soon be getting married. Berenger was stunned by this information to think that such a thing had actually happened. It was almost as if he was watching one of those cheesy holiday romantic comedies that were aired on a specific channel during his past life. While Linda was discussing Hema's personal affairs, the appetizers arrived, where the woman was hesitant to taste the dumplings. However, after seeing her man effortlessly pop one of them into his mouth and chew on it with a blissful expression on his face, Linda could not help but try it. She did not regret this experiment and immediately fell in love with the appetizer. The shocked expression on Lindy's face told Berenger all he needed to know, thus with a confident smirk he goaded the woman on while taking another bite of his takoyaki. "It's good, right? I told you that you would enjoy it." Linda did not respond to this and merely took a bite out of another octopus dumpling. Before long the main course arrived where the couple was served both chopsticks and Western silverware. Berenger had opted to use the chopsticks. But the devices confused Linda and she was forced to eat the ramen with a fork. Ultimately, it was a pleasant meal where Berenger and Linda continued to talk about minor things about their personal lives. In the end, the check came and Berenger paid it while giving a substantial tip. As the Kaiser, the only bills Berenger carried in his wallet were thousands. He did not care what he was paying for, he always tipped whoever helped him. For this meal, he pulled out a $1,000 bill for each of the staff, who would be splitting the tips later that night before gently placing them on the table. When the server came over to collect the money, his eyes nearly shot out of their sockets as he saw the Kaiser depart from the restaurant. This one encounter made a favorable impression on the young man's heart. He would never forget the casual kindness that Berenger had given him on this night. Once Berenger and Linda had left the restaurant, they had climbed back into the limo before departing for the movie theater. There was an excited look in the red-headed bowtie's eyes as she leaned in close to her man and rested her head on his shoulder. She could not help but ask just what kind of movie they were watching tonight. "So, what are we seeing? I hope it is something good." Berenger wore a wry smile on his face as he responded to his wife's enthusiasm with a cryptic tone in his voice. "Trust me, I think you will enjoy it." Shortly thereafter, Berenger and Linda arrived at the local theater where a single bold word was written on the exterior of the building. "Dracula." That's right, a recreation of the classic 1931 film Dracula from Berengar's past life was being displayed in the theater tonight. In fact, the entire book it was based on was written by Berenger in his spare time under the pseudonym Bram Stoker. Some things could not be forgotten just because Berenger had changed the history of this world. Among them were the classics in Western literature. The book was a bestseller and Berenger had donated all the proceeds to charity, including the money he made from selling the movie rights. Even Linda did not know that Berenger was the author behind the popular work. In reality, he was not the creator of this masterpiece. He was merely the medium which allowed its existence to transcend time and space. This was the reason he had not used his own name as the published author and instead used that of its true creator. Berenger and Linda first got themselves a bucket of popcorn and some sodas before sitting down in the very back of the theater where they watched the entire film together. Berenger seemed to enjoy the work as he was an avid fan of the original. Whereas Linda was actually terrified by many of the scenes. After all, it was a horror movie and women were generally weak to such things. The most enjoyable aspect of the viewing was that whenever Linda was too scared, she would cling onto her man and shriek. This was endearing to Berenger as it displayed a side of the woman's character he had never seen before. When the film was finally over, Berenger walked out of the theater with a fat smile on his face while Linda was pouting, shivering, and still clutching herself tightly to her man's arms. She wanted to scold him for taking her to see a horror flick, but in the end she could not do so. As despite the fear that the movie had caused her to feel, she had to admit she thoroughly enjoyed it and the time she spent together with her man as a result of it. The date was far from over as Berenger and Linda once more entered the car before heading off to the next attraction, the carnival. Chapter 952, Date Night Part LV. The door to the armored limousine opened to reveal the bodyguard who stood at attention waiting for his Kaiser to exit the vehicle. As a proper gentleman, Berenger allowed his wife to exit first before clambering to her side. A look of excitement filled the red-headed bowtie sky-blue eyes as she gazed at the flashing lights of the local carnival which was in full effect. Hundreds of families walked through the streets, playing games and eating tasty treats while enjoying their Friday night. Berenger could only smile upon seeing how exhilarated his beautiful wife was. With a simple gesture, he grabbed hold of the woman's hand and dragged her off into the streets, seemingly carefree, knowing that he and his woman would be protected by the valiant soldiers of the Leibgard. Everywhere the royal couple walked, eyes were set upon them. The carnival was not a location that the nobility frequently visited. Instead, it was a place which was ruled by the middle class. However, with the Kaiser and his wife freely walking about with wide smiles on their faces, the common people of Germany could not help but take photographs. Berenger had no way of knowing this, but his actions on this night would spur many members of the nobility to venture to future carnivals and mingle with the common population. In doing so, breaking the social barrier that existed between the two classes to some small extent. The Kaiser had no real plan upon stepping foot in the carnival and instead gazed upon his wife with a humble smile before asking her what it was that she desired to do first. "So, what do you want to do first? Shall we go get a tasty treat? Or shall we take part in some of the games? Perhaps we could enjoy some of the rides, like the Ferris wheel?" Linda smirked when she heard this. She had a bit of a guilty look on her face, but she couldn't help but voice her desires to the man she loved. "I know we just ate a nice meal and snacked on popcorn at the theater, but I've always wanted to try a corn dog. Can we go get one?" Berenger did not need a second word. He swiftly dragged his wife off to the nearest snack booth, where all kinds of delicious but rather unhealthy fried foods were on display. Though the line attempted to part way for their Kaiser, Berenger did not allow their courtesy and merely smiled before speaking his mind. Please, you were all here first. It is only right you get your food before us. Besides, we already ate before coming here, so we're not too terribly hungry. I insist. The common people were stunned that the Kaiser refused to use his position to scale to the front of the line and instead stood there patiently with his wife while speaking casually with one another. As the royal couple continued to advance in line, Linda brought up one of their children. I'm sure Hans would enjoy something from the snack bar. He always enjoyed junk food. Berengar's gaze swept the crowd where his sight coincidentally landed upon his son and a young woman, the two of which were feasting on pretzels and fried pickles while sitting on a nearby bench. A smirk appeared on the Kaiser's face as he nodded his head in agreement with his wife's assessment before speaking his thoughts on the matter. It would appear that he indeed does enjoy the food at the snack bar. I hope I will like whatever we get half as much as the boy does. At first Linda did not know what her man was talking about, but then she gazed over at her son and his girlfriend who appeared to be out of uniform and on a date together on this fine evening. A concerned tone entered the doting mother's voice as she realized that her son was currently absent without leave from the Aerial Warfare Academy. That little scoundrel playing hooky to take his newest girl to the carnival. I should give him a piece of my mind. While Linda was cursing out her son, Berenger had paid for a couple of corn dogs and received the food. He stuck one of the two treats into his wife's mouth without her notice, causing her to react with shock. After doing so, Berenger whispered suggestive words into Lindy's ears while grabbing hold of her dainty hand once more. Be a good little girl and suck on this while I go see what our errant son is up to. The scandalous comments that her husband had made caused Linda to blush in embarrassment. However, rather than look like a fool with a corn dog stuck in her mouth, she quickly bit into the treat with a soundable crunch before chewing and swallowing its contents. After taking a bite from her treat, Linda was dragged off by her husband to interrogate their son about his rogue behavior. The young couple approached the boy and his date, who were feeding each other fried pickle slices when and noticed the presence of the Kaiser and, more importantly, his most terrifying wife. Hans, however, did not notice his parents' approach and continued to laugh while his girlfriend pulled on his sleeve. He was about to say something when a stern voice interrupted him. It was not that of his father but rather his doting mother. My oh my, if it isn't my beloved son, playing hooky on a Friday night, are we? Do you realize how much trouble the two of you could get in if anyone were to find out you were here? The boy slowly but surely shifted his sight behind him as a dreadful expression filled his face. He took one look at his mother and knew for a fact that he wasn't hearing things. The upset expression on the woman's flawless face was truly terrifying to the boy, who knew all too well what the woman was capable of. Mother, However, Linda looked away from her son as if she did not want to speak with him and merely took another bite from her corn dog while pouting in silence. She would leave the scolding of her child up to the boy's father. Berenger merely sighed before expressing his disappointment in his son. Boy, you're in the Luftwaffe now. You can't simply abscond from base any time you want to go meet with a girl. You could be seriously reprimanded for this. I suggest the two of you finish your snacks and then head back to the academy before somebody finds out about your unscheduled absence. Though Hans wanted to protest, he knew better than to speak back to his father, and thus he simply lowered his head in shame and agreed to the tyrant's demands. Yes, father, I will do as you have suggested. Come along in. After saying this, Hans dragged in off, whose sight did not leave Lindy's chilling gaze. Undoubtedly, this little scandal was caused by the young woman. As Hans was a rather obedient child who seldom questioned the rules, let alone broke them. If there was one thing Linda hated more than anything, it was when her children acted in disobedience. Even though she never wanted her son to enter Aerial Warfare Academy, he had received his father's blessing, and thus there was nothing Linda could do about it. However, to enter the military academy and then disregard its rules, such a thing was not only a slap in the face to the military as an institution but to the royal family altogether. Thus, the red-headed beauty was scowling as she watched her son and his little girlfriend run back to their barracks. A solemn remark escaped the woman's luscious lips as she sighed in pity. It's a shame he used to be an obedient child. In response to this, Berenger merely chuckled before taking a bite from his own treat. You're being too harsh on the boy. He's at that age where rebellion is nature. If he didn't play hooky once or twice, I'd truly be concerned about his development. As long as he doesn't get caught, it's not an issue. However, if he were to be found out, I would not interfere on his behalf. Every choice we make in this life has consequences, and the boy needs to learn that. Now, how about we forget this matter and go play some games? A warm smile appeared on Lindy's pretty face as she devoured the rest of her corn dog before throwing the stick into the trash. Her previous mood was back in full swing as she disregarded her eldest son's truancy and dashed off towards the games, leaving her husband to chase after her. They'll race you. Berenger merely smiled and shook his head while gazing up at the stars above, all while muttering to himself one simple comment before charging after his wife. I wonder how long these peaceful days will last. Chapter 953, Date Night Part 5. Linda shouldered a pellet gun as she competed for the grand prize of the local shooting game. What was this grand prize? It was a large stuffed fox. The fox's fur matched Lindy's hair, and the woman wanted it more than anything. In fact, Berenger was shocked at how childish the love of his life was being, but he had to admit there was a bit of an appeal to that, just like every other aspect of the woman. Linda was not by any means a marksman, and thus she pulled the trigger with jarring force. In doing so, missing the small steel ducts which were set up and moving about on a machine. With each shot she would have to break the rifle in two before inserting another pellet. The strength required to do this was more than Linda could muster, and thus she was forced to pout each time and hand the pellet gun over to her husband, who easily broke the action down and reloaded the weapon before handing it back to his wife. One miss turned into 5 and 5 into 20. The amount of money Berenger was pouring into the stuffed fox was more than the thing was worth. But Linda seemed to be enjoying the challenge, and thus he could only smile and watch as she continuously failed. Eventually, the woman flipped out into a state of rage and stomped her foot on the ground before cursing the game itself. "Erg, this whole game is rigged." Berenger smiled before making a comment which would change the outcome of the match. "How about you adjust the rifle's rear sight?" The Kaiser had been silently observing his wife's attempts to shoot down the steel ducts. It wasn't simply a matter of poor marksmanship. There was clearly something wrong with the rifle that those who were unaccustomed to weapons would easily mistake. Thus, it was no surprise when the carny who was operating the booth gave Berenger a concerned glance. After all, the pellet rifles were set with their sights on maximum range, which would easily throw off any shooter's attempt who failed to adjust them. What Linda had said was true. The game was rigged, but it was an easy fix if one knew the basics of firearms. Linda did as her man had suggested and adjusted the rear sight of the weapon so that it was in its lowest setting. After doing so, she took aim and let her target before squeezing the trigger. A loud clang resounded in the air as the steel pellet struck the metal duck and knocked it over. Upon seeing that she had shot down her first target since she had started playing this game, a wide smile emerged on the woman's pretty face while she jumped in the air with joy. After doing so, she handed the pellet rifle back to her husband, who broke down the action and reloaded the weapon once more. Within another 5 shots, Linda had successfully knocked down all targets. The carny was especially cautious as he had just scammed the Kaiserin and was gazing upon her husband, who was also his monarch, with a pleading expression. After handing the stuffed fox to Linda, who latched onto the lifeless object and hugged it with a loving smile on her face, the carny leaned over and whispered to Berenger something which caught the man's attention. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I'm just following the rules my boss has set in place. Please don't punish me for scamming your wife." Berenger merely chuckled and patted the man on the shoulder before reassuring him that nothing bad would happen to him. "Relax, see that beautiful smile? That's worth far more than what I paid to get that stuffed fox. Besides, your little scam is nothing much. Anyone who is remotely familiar with firearms can fix it at first glance. Enjoy the rest of your evening, kid." After saying this, Berenger grabbed hold of Lindy's hand and led her on a journey throughout the rest of the carnival. The royal couple played many games and rode many rides, all while enjoying an ungodly amount of unhealthy food. In the end, they ended up in line for the Ferris wheel, where Linda had long since handed over her stuffed fox to her man, who carried it on the back of his shoulders as if it were a young child. Berenger and Linda gazed up into the night sky, which was lit up by the rainbow lights of the carnival. There was a warm smile on their faces as Linda leaned against her man's shoulder and said something under her breath that Berenger almost missed. "Thanks for this." Berenger merely turned and looked at his wife with an affectionate grin on his face. He responded with a simple comment. "No problem." He then grabbed a hold of her hand before leading her onto the Ferris wheel. The woman was slightly shocked that he had heard her words, especially with all the commotion that was going around. As the royal couple sat next to one another in the Ferris wheel, which drifted further into the air, a series of fireworks exploded, causing the two of them to gaze at its brilliance with awe in their eyes. While Lindy's sky-blue eyes sparkled, Berenger reached over and grabbed hold of her dainty chin before placing a passionate kiss on her lips. The woman reacted with a slight bit of shock at first, but then quickly gave in to her man and returned his gesture with her own. Under the bright moonlight, which was at its fullest, as well as the sparkling colors of the fireworks exploding in the air, Berenger and Linda shared a moment together as a couple that neither of them would ever forget. They had been married for close to 10 years, and yet despite this, the spark of their love was at its brightest on this fateful night. On a mere whim, they went out on a date as a means to cover their acts of counter-espionage. In the end, they ended up having a date that was truly memorable, one that Linda would treasure until her last dying breath. After kissing for some time, the ride came to an end and Berenger stood up with a wide smile on his face. Grabbing hold of his wife's hand, he led her out of the Ferris wheel with her prize on his back. A simple phrase escaped his lips as he led his woman back to the car. "I wish this night would never end. But you know what they say, all good things, so on and so forth. Come, my love, let us return to the home that we have built together." Linda accepted Berengar's gesture and was dragged into his embrace as the royal couple walked back to the armored car together, where they returned to the palace, entirely unaware that their evening together had been spied upon by a mystical being. In the sky above, a pair of azure eyes gazed through the explosive fireworks and onto the scene below. They were completely invisible to the mortal plane, but they had witnessed everything that had occurred between the royal couple. Deep within the Black Forest of Germany, a solemn sigh escaped the mists, which was followed by a sultry voice that resounded in the air. "I truly envy their love." After saying this, the divine spirit's eyes faded away from the night sky. Upon doing so, a gorgeous red-haired woman who was oddly reminiscent of Linda regained her sight. She gazed into the woodlands of ancient Germania and sighed heavily before revealing her thoughts aloud. The time is near. Soon the champion will visit my domain. Are there any words you wish for me to speak to him, old man? A single glowing red eye emerged from the mists, along with it a gruff and elderly voice erupted in the air. Its tone was languid and fatigued, as if its mere presence caused its bearer exhaustion. Tell the champion to meet me in the land of ice on the day of the midwinter solstice. They'll be waiting for him there. Freya nodded her head in agreement before licking her lips with a seductive expression on her divine face. Knowing that the All-Father had ceased his line of communication, she let her true desires escape her lips, which echoed into the misty forest. Allow me to taste this champion of yours for myself, old man. Berenger von Kufstein, I hope you won't disappoint me. Chapter 954, Apprehending a Foreign Spy. Emina sat behind her podium as she waited for guests to enter the restaurant that she was employed at. It was an hour of the day that was ultimately slow for business, and thus she scribbled some thoughts on a notepad as she patiently waited for a paying customer to arrive. There were many thoughts on the Korean princess' mind. Among them was the Kaiser himself, who had appeared in her restaurant a few days prior. Though the man and his wife did not act in a suspicious manner, she could not help but have the feeling deep within her heart that her cover had been seen through during their brief encounter. What was more troublesome was that she had still yet to think of a way to meet with the man, let alone seduce him. Though she had always been confident in her appearance, the moment she laid eyes on the red-headed beauty by the man's side, Mina instantly felt as if she were inferior in every way. As if her thoughts had manifested themselves into reality, the door to the restaurant opened. However, it was not a customer which greeted her. Instead, it was a tear gas grenade which upon detonation spread the volatile substance across the restaurant's interior, forcing the employees to flee from their workplace. The moment Mina managed to gather her resolve and rush out the back door while choking on her own snot, a SWAT team was waiting for her. These were agents of Imperial intelligence who were trained by the German Sturmkommandos. They were essentially the German equivalent of the Russian FSB Alpha from Berengar's past life. These men were armed with micro-sturmgewehren which made use of primitive reflex optics mounted above their rear sight base and suppressors attached to their muzzles. The camouflage they wore was an urban variation of the Blumentarn pattern which currently saw use among German special forces, and their gear was similar in design but colored black. The men wore gas masks as they pointed their muzzles towards the Korean princess before announcing her arrest to everyone present. Emina, you are charged with conspiracy to assassinate the Kaiser and the royal family. For your treasonous actions, you are hereby under arrest. Mina was still choking on the tear gas, but when she heard these words, her expression went from pale to ashen. She had never once conspired to assassinate the Kaiser. If she were to be charged with conspiracy to commit espionage, then she might be more accepting of her fate. But to say that she was a potential assassin waiting to strike, this was too much. The Japanese population of Little Kyoto had gathered to witness the scene of the SWAT team's arrest. They were outraged that a chemical agent was deployed inside a peaceful establishment. However, when they heard the charges that were presented against the Korean princess, none of them spoke up, and instead they slunk back into the shadows, unwilling to interfere with the German intelligence officer's work. The Korean princess struggled to get to her feet, but the tear gas was still affecting her. Before she even had a chance to flee, she was pinned to the ground and bound with zip ties before being escorted off to an armored van, where the SWAT team escorted her out of the city and into the mountains where a government black site existed in secret. Sometime during the transit, Mina overcame the tear gas and realized that they were no longer in the city of Kufstein. There was a look of horror on her face as she came to suspect that they were going to execute her in the wilderness without a trial. Thus, the Korean beauty began to plead for her life to the men who guarded her with their loaded weapons. Please. There must be some kind of mistake. I did not conspire to assassinate the Kaiser only to spy on him. Surely that isn't enough to warrant an unlawful execution. Though the men who escorted Mina wore balaclavas, the woman could still make out a faint smirk beneath the mask which veiled their appearance, as if the men were mocking her. It was only after several seconds of sobbing had passed did one of the agents inform her of her fate. Execution? Is that where you think you are headed? I assure you, the Kaiser has a far worse fate in mind for your treachery. Now keep quiet, for every time you make a noise, I will smack the shit out of you. Suddenly, the woman's whimpering stopped and she remained quiet for the duration of the journey. After nearly an hour had passed, the van came to a stop. The confinement area of the vehicle where Mina was held in was opened from the outside, where more men dressed in a similar blackened attire greeted her with their weapons in hands. Mina gazed around at the heavily guarded facility and could not help but voice her internal questions aloud. What is this place? The same man who threatened to smack her during the drive smirked once more beneath his balaclava before answering the woman in a single sentence. This is the end of the line. Now get moving. The man quickly nudged the woman forward with the muzzle of his rifle. An entire squad of the elite agents of Imperial intelligence forced Mina forward and into the facility. Upon observing her surrounds, one thought immediately came to mind: maximum security was an understatement when it came to this place. This black site kept the Reich's worst criminals and foreign adversaries under lock and key. The type of criminal who was arrested and condemned to a black site was typically one who had acted against the state in some manner. Terrorists and rebels from the Reich's allies and client states, gangsters and brigands from Germany's sphere of influence, smugglers and black market dealers who foolishly brought contraband into the Reich, corrupt politicians, foreign spies, and lastly those who had personally wronged the Kaiser in some unforgivable way. They all lived in solitary confinement without ever seeing the light of day. Their sole interaction with another human being was spent during sessions of intense interrogation conducted by the agents of Imperial intelligence. This was the fate that awaited Itami's precious spy. Naturally, Mina did not know any of this, nor could she see through the cells where the Reich's worst enemies were confined for life. Eventually, the Korean beauty was forced into her cell where the agents of Imperial intelligence stripped her naked and performed a full cavity search. Only after they were certain that she did not smuggle in anything that could aid with her escape did they give her a set of orange prisoner clothes. After doing so, the soldier who had previously taunted Mina left one last remark before shutting the woman in the dimly lit cell. "Welcome to your new home. Get used to it because you are here for life." Once alone, Mina did not even struggle. She merely curled up on her bedroll and cried in the fetal position. She did not know how she had been found out or what kind of evidence the Kaiser had cooked up against her. However, she was certain that she had fucked up somehow and not even her empress could save her now. In another room of the secret government facility, Linda stood dressed in an intelligence uniform. She gazed upon the monitors which displayed the feed of the cameras which were located in each cell. Specifically, she was monitoring Mina's actions. By Lindy's side was the captain of the SWAT team which apprehended the foreign spy. He stood at attention and waited silently for the red-headed bowtie's response. With a stern look on her flawless face, Linda gazed over towards the captain and finally spoke. "You said she confessed to espionage during transit?" With a silent nod of the head, Linda received the only answer she needed. A sadistic smile spread across the woman's luscious lips as she voiced her next thoughts aloud. "Excellent. This is all the evidence I need to have her convicted in a court of law and officially sentenced to death. As for her actual punishment, she will be confined to this facility from now until the end of her days. Prepare her for interrogation. I want to find out everything this little bitch knows about the Japanese Empire and their so-called war goddess. We have been in the dark about our enemy's full capabilities for far too long. Report to me once you have verified the contents of what she reveals to you." The captain performed a full salute to the woman before responding to her orders. "Yes, Director?" A satisfied expression appeared on Lindy's face as she nodded her head thrice in silence before speaking her thoughts aloud. "Good. I will be returning to Kufstein. Don't disappoint me." After saying this, Linda departed from the secret facility and returned to Germany's capital. She had better things to do than oversee the gruesome business of interrogation. As for Mina, the pain that awaited her was something that only the worst enemies of the Reich had endured in the past. Sooner or later, she would reveal everything she knew. It was only a matter of time. Chapter 955, De-Escalation Part 50. Itami Ryo sat within the German embassy in the city of Beijing for the second time within a single month. Her last meeting with Ambassador Gerhard von Graz had opened her eyes to many things regarding her enemy. After careful thought, she had decided to take an approach of de-escalation in the hopes that she could ultimately avoid an unnecessary war with the Reich. Thus, the albino beauty currently sipped on tea while sitting across from the German ambassador. Her expression this time around was far more pleasant. As for Gerhard, he was practically choking on his beverage after hearing what the Japanese empress had just proposed to him. After taking a second to calm himself, Gerhard finally spoke. The sheer shock he was feeling at this moment slightly heightened his tone. "I'm sorry, I don't think I heard that right. Repeat what you just said to me." A confident smile appeared on Itami's lips as she lowered her cup onto its saucer before gazing Gerhard straight into the eyes while she repeated her words with the most clear enunciation she could manage. "You heard me. I am requesting open access to the German markets, particularly in the field of medicine. I am ashamed to admit that my chemistry department has been focused almost entirely on war material for the past few years, and as a result, I am dreadfully lacking in medical supplies for my people. I will be frank with you, I had some time to sit upon your words and realize that you were right. It is no exaggeration to say that I have not done nearly enough for my people and have treated them rather cruelly during my reign. I know it is a bit late, but I seek to rectify that. If I'm being honest, it will be some time before I am able to locally manufacture basic medicines such as antibiotics and anti-inflammatories, both of which, as you know, can be the difference between life or death when it comes to many illnesses and injuries. You don't need to conceal it from me. If your nation has half the quality of life that you boast, then you must have a robust medical industry. Surely you have these items and enough of them to trade. I assure you, whatever surplus you may have, I will pay for it with gold and silver. Just name your price." Gerhard was stunned into silence for many moments as he tried to wrap his mind around what he was hearing. He was aware that he had given the Japanese empress a rather vicious verbal lashing during their last encounter. However, he had never expected that she would take his words to heart and do a complete 180 after a few weeks of thought. Itami was placing the man in a difficult position. Though the German embassy in Beijing existed as the sole means of contact with the Japanese Empire, the two factions were embattled in a bitter Cold War. Until this moment, the prospect of trade with the Japanese had never occurred within not only the German ambassador's mind, but that of the Kaiser's as well. Medicine was a critical resource in warfare, and if what Itami had said was true, then she was woefully unprepared in this aspect. She could be using humanitarian reasons as a means to fuel her war machine. After all, she would not be the first dictator to pull on the heartstrings of more benevolent rulers in an attempt to manipulate them in such a fashion. However, assuming Itami was not, in fact, concealing ulterior motives and was true to the cause of helping her people, then the Reich would suffer few losses by engaging in trade with Japan. Ultimately, Gerhard did not have the power to make such a diplomatic play. But before he agreed to send this request further up the ladder, the man had wanted to delve more deeply into the Japanese empress' claims. Say I believe you, and you do actually want to make amends to your people by curing them of their illness and injuries. Do you honestly believe that alone will quell the flames of rebellion that are brewing across your homeland? Itami scoffed when she heard this and gazed upon the man as if he were insulting her intelligence. She took another sip of her tea before responding in a stern tone. Of course not. But it's a start. I also plan to focus on agricultural development while improving work pay and conditions so that my people are not simply slaving away in some factory for the benefit of the noble class. Feudalism has existed for far too long in Japan, and it needs to come to an end. It is truly an inhumane system of governance, one which I have relied on because I was foolish and did not immediately solidify my rule after seizing the throne. I know I am not trustworthy in the eyes of your Kaiser. Even I must admit that perhaps I have been paranoid about his intentions all along and acted upon my fears in haste. However, I am genuinely extending an olive branch here. At the very least, it is better than the current unhealthy relationship that exists between our two empires, is it not? Gerhard closely examined Itami's expressions. She was behaving completely differently than she had during their past encounter. Though there was still a hint of pride on her face, one that he doubted would ever fade away, there was no denying that she was no longer hostile. After several moments of silence, Itami finally voiced her next thoughts aloud. In doing so, she had completely caught Gerhard off guard. If what you say is true about the empire your Kaiser has created, then the Reich is a civilization that will act as an inspiration for the creation of future governments. Though I still have a hard time believing your fantastical claims, if true, then the German Empire will one day be the envy of the world. There was no double meaning behind Itami's words. She had a hard time believing that such a state could exist when she first heard about it. However, after further reflection, she came to the conclusion that it wasn't entirely an impossibility under the right circumstances. This was a medieval world where monarchs had always ruled over society for as long as it existed. The Enlightenment and its ideals had not yet come into existence. In fact, with the way the world was currently heading, Itami doubted they would ever become prominent, let alone the guidance of Western civilization like they had in her past life. If a genuinely benevolent and well-educated ruler was to come into this world and overhaul his society in a way that all classes work together for the benefit of every citizen, while creating a government that roots out corruption and incompetence as the greatest evils, yet still gives the people some form of representation, then perhaps the claims about the German Empire were not unfounded. Of course, the only way such a civilization could continue to exist for any meaningful time was twofold. Firstly, all succeeding monarchs would have to be selected based upon merit and character above all else. Second, the nation itself would have to be fiercely nationalistic. They would have to be willing to preserve the society that they have created at the expense of the rest of the world. In other words, this society would be internally generous but externally selfish. For those within its borders, they would be living in a healthy society which cared for all its citizens. For everyone on the outside, they would likely be deemed as barbarians, unworthy of compassion, empathy, or pity. Much like how the ancient Romans and Chinese viewed the rest of the world. Depending on one's worldview, this was either the most ideal society ever to exist or the most inhumane. For Itami, she had nothing but admiration for the concept that the German ambassador had introduced to her. And upon realizing that such a state was actually capable of existing in this world, she felt ashamed for the way she had managed her own internal affairs. After several moments of silence, Gerhard finally sighed as he spoke up with a hint of hope in his voice. They'll pass your request on to the Kaiser. Whether or not he actually agrees to it is up for him to decide. A genuine smile appeared on Itami's flawless face as she nodded her head in excitement before responding to the man's words. I appreciate your help in this matter. If there is nothing else to discuss, I will be returning to my homeland. I must say, this trip was much more pleasant than the last one. I look forward to meeting with you again, Ambassador. After saying this, Itami got up from her seat and left Gerhard alone with his thoughts. The man was deciphering his memories of the conversation he just had with the Japanese Empress to see if there was any indication that she was perhaps playing him. In the end, he came to the conclusion that her intentions were genuine and thus decided to put this sentiment in his report to the Kaiser. Chapter 956, A Civilized Interrogation. Mina sat within her cell on the padded bedding, which acted as the only means of furniture within her confinement. Her eyes were bloodshot and her wrists were covered with self-inflicted scratches. For the past 72 hours, the Korean princess had been kept constantly awake via a mixture of chemical, audio, and physical stimulation. Without the slightest bit of sleep, her willpower was quickly being ground to dust. The agents of German imperial intelligence did not even need to physically torture Mina. All they needed to do was apply psychological pressure, and soon enough, the woman would spill her guts of her own volition. The clock struck 12, and just like every 12 hours, the door to the cell swung open, where a group of armed guards immediately bound and gagged Mina. This was a necessary precaution to ensure the safety of those involved with the interrogation. Once the room was secure, a young man entered the room with a sadistic grin on his handsome face and a revolver in his hand. Like every time he entered the prisoner's cell, he would stand in front of her and make a grand statement before he began his work. "It has been 72 hours, my sweet little Mina. How about you stop resisting and give us everything we need to know? Do this and I promise I will end your suffering. I might even throw a nice dessert into your next meal. How about it?" Mina gazed upon the revolver in the man's hand, knowing full well what was about to come next. However, she did not nod in acceptance of her fate. Instead, she glared fiercely at the man with murderous intent. This caused the interrogator to sigh in defeat before opening up the revolver's cylinder, where he placed a single cartridge inside one of the 6 empty slots. After doing this, he spun the wheel before locking the cylinder in place and pointing the weapon at Mina's forehead. There was a hint of pity on his face as he spoke in a mocking tone. "For your sake, I hope you will stop torturing yourself and answer my questions. However, since you have refused my request, a punishment is in order. May God show you mercy in this round of our little game." After saying this, the man pulled the trigger, causing Mina to shut her eyes and flinch in terror. Despite the pull of the trigger, the round did not go off, and Mina had evidently survived yet another round of Russian roulette. In reality, this simple interrogation trick was a matter of sleight of hand. With a bit of trickery, the interrogator made it look like he loaded a round into the revolver's cylinder, but in reality, he had not. Yet Mina did not know this. Thus, she genuinely feared the January 6th possibility of death every time the man pulled the trigger. Mina did not open her eyes until she heard the same sigh that the man made every time he failed to set off his weapon. "It looks like you are truly blessed by God, my sweet little Mina. You live to resist another day. Release her restraints." After saying this, the interrogator departed from the cell while the guards unbound Mina, leaving her alone with her thoughts once more. The moment after the guards left the room, the woman broke out into tears. It had been 72 hours since she had last slept or ate anything. Though she was continuously hydrated, her captors had forced her into starvation as a way to weaken her resolve. She knew that she would not last through the next trial. What little remained of her willpower was thoroughly defeated by this last game of Russian roulette. The next time the interrogator entered the room, she would give up everything. At the very least, she would finally be able to eat and sleep, which was worth more to her than her loyalty at this moment. For the next 12 hours, Mina was kept awake as she sat in silence staring at the entrance to her cell, counting every moment that passed. Once the door opened, she did not resist the guards' attempt to restrain her. However, when they tried to place the gag in her mouth, she spoke rather weakly. "Wait. They'll talk. They'll tell you everything you want to know." Upon hearing this, the interrogator felt a bit let down. He truly enjoyed playing his psychological games with his captive. For her to break within 4 days was simply too woeful. However, his orders was to obtain intelligence from the Japanese spy, and thus he did not persist with his methods of interrogation. Instead, he nodded his head towards the guards, who brought in a small wheeled desk, a typewriter, and a chair. Once he had sat down and prepared himself, the interrogator began to ask questions about Mina's background. "I must say, you lasted longer than I thought you would. For a woman with no formal espionage training, you resisted longer than most in your situation. That is to be commended. However, now that you have finally decided to speak, I have a few questions on my mind. First and foremost, why did you come to the Reich? I must remind you to answer truthfully, or else I will be forced to go back to our little games." Mina took a few moments to collect her thoughts. Her mind was jumbled from a lack of sleep, starvation, and a healthy dose of methamphetamine. After coming up with the best possible answer in her head, she sighed heavily before revealing her thoughts. "Empress Atami asked me to infiltrate the Reich as a refugee so that I may seduce the Kaiser and spy on his activities. Unfortunately, before I could even make an attempt, I was discovered." The interrogator's brow rose slightly when he heard these words, and he was quick to ask a follow-up question. "So, you had no intention to poison the Kaiser or his family? I have a hard time believing that considering your background. Why else would Empress Atami send you, of all people, here for the simple task of seduction?" Surprisingly, a scoff erupted from Mina's lips as she glowered at the interrogating officer. Since she had decided to answer the man's questions, and honestly at that she would tell him the truth. While it would be within my capabilities to do so, my orders were rather strict. The reason Empress Atami selected me for this task was because she knew that your Kaiser has a tendency to fawn over foreign beauties of high social status. As a princess of the Joseon dynasty and a beauty in my own right, I was truly the only option my empress had available. Empress Atami wants information, not assassination. She's wise enough to realize that if she harmed the Kaiser or a member of his family, it would result in total warfare, a war she is not yet ready to fight. The reality of the situation is, the Empress knows very little about your empire and its capabilities. My job was to infiltrate the Reich, find out about how advanced your country is, especially in regards to military matters, and most importantly, analyze what kind of man the Kaiser is. The interrogator typed everything Mina had said into his typewriter before asking her another question that came to mind. And do tell me, how exactly were you supposed to relay this information back to your homeland? We searched your apartment quite thoroughly and found no means of communication that could traverse that kind of distance. In response to this, Mina merely lowered her head in silence for several moments. She took a deep breath before responding to the question. After I had gained the Kaiser's trust and entered his inner circle, I was supposed to learn as much as I possibly could. Once the Kaiser was truly in love with me, I was to request time off so that I could visit my homeland, where I would meet up with Japan's agents in northern Joseon and relay to them the intelligence I had gained from my time in the Reich. Such long-distance communication is impossible in the Japanese Empire. We have only begun to scratch the surface of radio technology. Whereas, from my brief time in the Reich, I can tell that your people are quite advanced in this field. I may not have lived here long, but the things I've seen during this brief time are enough to convince me that Empress Atami does not have a chance of winning a war against the Reich. She can only make you suffer long enough to force your Kaiser into a more favorable peace. The interrogator continued to write down the information that the prisoner provided him. It was not until he had finished recording what she had said did he ask her the next question on his mind. All right, since you are being so cooperative, I want to understand everything you know about the Japanese Empire. From its civil structure, to its military and industrial capabilities, to political factions we can make use of, and even the amount of agents the Kempeitai has in the field, as well as their location. Mina bit her lower lip when she realized just how much she was about to betray Atami. However, for the sake of rest and a nice meal, she was practically willing to do or say anything. Thus, she spent the next few hours giving German imperial intelligence everything they needed to know about the Empire of Japan. At least as much knowledge as she herself held as a member of Empress Atami's inner circle. Chapter 957, De-Escalation Part LL. Berenger sat within his office while gazing upon a recent report from the German embassy in Beijing. He was honestly quite befuddled by what he was reading and could only look upon his favorite wife with confusion in his eyes as he asked for her opinion on the matter. She can't be serious? Is this some attempt to get me back for my efforts to antagonize her? If so, I don't see how. What do you think of this, Linda? Linda had already read the report and verified its contents. She was equally as surprised as her husband when it came to what Empress Atami had requested of Gerhard. Normally, this would be a simple matter of trade between two industrial powers. However, the Reich and the Japanese Empire were currently embattled in a brutal Cold War. Trade between the two factions had never existed prior to this moment, and both sides were in the middle of fighting proxy wars against one another. To request open access to the German markets, in particular the medical industry, it was simply absurd. Nevertheless, the words were as clear as day. The Japanese Empress, Atami Ryo, requests that we sell her people a substantial supply of basic medicine, especially antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs. Apparently, she has invested next to nothing into the medical industry and upon learning of our capabilities, had decided to open up the markets. She promises to pay for the requested items with gold and silver. At first, I found her request to be suspect, however, after thoroughly vetting the woman's claims. It appears her intentions are sincere. She wants to help better her people. Perhaps the words I spoke to the Japanese Empress during her last visit were enough to convince her to change for the better. Thus, I am willing to recommend that we open up the markets with Japan and begin trade between our two empires. At the very least, it is a sign of de-escalation. Berenger continued to read the document in his hand for several moments in silence, where he then posed a question to the redhead beauty who was sitting across from him. Tell me, have we received any information from our newest prisoner? I have a hard time believing that Empress Atami has any plans of de-escalation when she so wantonly sent a potential assassin into my homeland with the intent to infiltrate my household. Linda smirked when she heard this before responding to her husband's question with a sadistic look on her pretty face. The Korean princess held out longer than I anticipated, but make no mistake, my agents are quite thorough. Through a mixture of sleep deprivation, starvation, and psychological torture, she broke within 4 days. I have received extensive intelligence from the woman, however, none of it is verified yet. According to her, Empress Atami had no intentions of harming you or our family. She simply wanted intelligence, considering she knows next to nothing about the Reich or its capabilities. Supposedly, the reason Atami selected her lead chemist to infiltrate the Reich is not because of her potential as an assassin, but her status as a foreign princess. I must say, out of all of Atami's failures, she at the very least did make one right assessment, and if not for your Eye of Horus, perhaps she would have succeeded in her endeavors. Berenger narrowed his gaze towards his wife as he asked the question that immediately came to mind. Oh, and what assessment might that be? A smug smile appeared on Lindy's pretty face as she spoke in a taunting tone towards the man she loved. Your greatest weakness is your lust for beautiful women of high status. Though Mina may not be as beautiful as your lawful wives, her appearance is on par with your concubines. She is also a princess of the Joseon dynasty, making her status high enough for you to take an interest in. Regardless of Atami's intentions, the fact of the matter is she sent a woman who was entirely capable of killing your family to your country with the intent to infiltrate your household. Any woman who is willing to go to such lengths is not to be believed when she claims she wishes to de-escalate. Thus, we can only presume she has used some means to trick Gerhard, as he is not aware of her machinations. If this is the case, then Atami will most definitely use the medical supplies we send her for military purposes. Meaning we will be directly supplying the enemy with the means to save their soldiers' lives. Something that would be foolish beyond belief. The Kaiser keenly listened to every word his woman had spoken. Out of every advisor he had available to him, Berenger valued the opinion of Linda most of all. Her logic was flawless and she managed to suppress whatever rage she was feeling towards Atami in order to make such a valid assessment of the current situation. After careful consideration, Berenger nodded his head in agreement before speaking the words which would dash Atami's hopes of peacefully resolving the ongoing dispute between Japan and Germany. Very well. Inform Gerhard that we will be rejecting the Japanese Empress' requests to open trade. I also want him to know why we have chosen to do so. When he becomes aware of what Atami has attempted to do here in the fatherland, he will surely rebuke the woman to her face. Linda nodded her head and smiled as she heard her husband's decision. It was the wisest course of action, even if it meant that a war between Japan and Germany would become inevitable. She would relay the orders at the first given opportunity. Not long after, Empress Atami Ryo sat within the German embassy in the city of Beijing with a friendly smile on her pretty face. She had received word from the German ambassador that the Kaiser had come to a decision regarding her request and was rather hopeful for the good news she was about to receive. However, the moment Gerhard entered the room and Atami saw his chilling expression, she knew instantly that something had gone terribly wrong. Gerhard sat across from Atami and did not waste his time. He immediately denied her request with the most stern appearance he could muster. The Kaiser has decided that we will not be opening our markets to Japan. To put it simply, we do not find you trustworthy and do not feel safe allowing our citizens to enter your country or allowing your citizens to enter ours. There is also nothing you can offer that we can't get somewhere else or make ourselves. This response dumbfounded Atami, as she had just days ago met with the man and settled much of their disputes. There was a modicum of trust between the two of them by the time they had finished talking. Naturally, she quickly voiced her discontent as she raised from her seat in agitation. What do you mean, you don't trust me? A few days ago, you said my attempts to reform my country were admirable. You even expressed your intent to express my sincerity to your Kaiser. Why all of a sudden has your position towards me and my people changed? Despite Atami's words, Gerhard's expression did not change. He merely glared at the albino beauty seated across from him and rebuked her to the fullest extent. Am I supposed to applaud you for finally seeing your people as actual human beings deserving of basic rights? Atami felt wronged by the man's statement and sunk back into her seat, crossing one leg over the other and looking at the man sitting across from her with a gaze filled with contempt. She could not help herself but to lash out at the German ambassador and his master. So, in the end, the Kaiser you so fondly speak of is nothing but a warmonger. So much for being a benevolent ruler who cares for the lives of his people. I offer him peace and he spits in my face. Until now, Gerhard's face was entirely stoic, albeit a bit intimidating. However, the moment he heard these shameful words, his brow twitched in rage. He was forced to take a deep breath to calm himself, otherwise he was bound to go off on the Japanese empress in the most vulgar way possible. After several moments of deep breathing, the man opened his eyes and glared at Atami with an intense hatred before responding to her with a stern voice. You have a lot of nerve saying that after the shit you pulled. Despite her previously rude statements, Atami was genuinely taken aback when she heard these words. She had no idea what the German ambassador was talking about and thus was quick to inquire about the meaning behind his words. What do you mean? What have I done to offend you and your Kaiser? Gerhard could not tell if Atami was simply playing dumb or if she had sincerely forgotten her grievous actions. Thus, he did not hesitate to inform her of his genuine opinion regarding her recent behavior. To think I actually trusted your words enough to advise Berenger to give you a chance. You claim to offer an olive branch, but only after you have already sent your foremost expert in poisons to Germany with orders to infiltrate the home Berenger shares with my sister and her children. Anyone who knows the Kaiser will describe him as easygoing, but even the most uneducated beggar in Europe knows not to fuck with the man's family. You fucked up Atami Ryo. Now there is no more mercy for you, only retribution. Atami suddenly realized exactly what she had done to invoke the ire of the Kaiser. She was horrified to find out that her spy had been identified and captured so soon. However, she did not let her concern show on her face. If she admitted to this, it would mean the end of relations between Japan and Germany. Such a thing might even result in an immediate conflict between the two great powers. Thus, she wore a stoic facade as she denied any knowledge of Mina's actions. I have no idea what you are talking about. Gerhard's face was filled with an overwhelming sense of disdain. He merely snorted before rising from his seat, leaving behind one last comment before departing from the room. Since that is how you wish to play this game, there is nothing left to be said. Go back to your homeland and don't return. You are no longer welcome on German soil. With this said, any hope of de-escalating the rising conflict between Germany and Japan had thoroughly been trounced. War had become an inevitability, just like Linda had predicted. Chapter 958, One Last Goodbye. Tyranny sat in his palace library with a warm smile on his aging face. Seated across from him were his only daughter and her 3 young children. This was perhaps the first time that the Byzantine emperor had met all 3 of his grandchildren, and because of that he felt at ease for the first time in a long time. However, Anuria's visit to her homeland was not as simple as a family reunion. Her father had deliberately summoned her and her children to his home. She did not know what he was planning, but surely it was something significant. Despite her concerns, she had not yet had the ability to speak with her father alone, as the man was too enthralled with his grandchildren to bother speaking with her. Currently, the man was ignoring his daughter and instead showing off the ancient records which the Byzantine palace held within its personal library to his young grandson. There was a look of excitement on Alexandros' face. Even though he knew much of this knowledge was obsolete, it was an archive of the ancient world and he deeply respected the historical value of everything within. The boy carefully sifted through scrolls and books, reading everything he could, perhaps to gain a new perspective on his mother's homeland. After a while, Alexandros closed the tome he was currently occupied with and spoke up to his grandfather with a pleasant smile on his youthful face. "Grandpa, thank you for letting me read these books. I will remember this kindness forever." Upon hearing his grandson being so pleased with a few dusty tomes, Vetranis could only smile. Perhaps Anuria was just seeing things, but the way her father looked at his grandson made it appear as if he had regained some of his long-lost youth. The man's next response stunned Anuria, as she was not aware of the inner workings of the Byzantine court. "I'm glad you're happy, Alexandros. If you enjoy these ancient texts, then you can read them to your heart's content. The more you learn about your people's history, the more I am sure you will make a great emperor when you finally succeed me." Both Alexandros and Anuria looked up at Vetranis with surprise in their eyes. Though the boy knew he was being groomed to succeed his grandfather, he was also aware that this was one of his father's schemes and had not been decided upon by the Byzantine emperor himself. Or so he thought. After all, Berenger had concealed the fact from both Anuria and his son that Vetranis had already announced his successor to the world. But before the young boy could ask for clarification on the matter, his mother had beaten him to it. "Father, you don't mean to tell me that you have chosen Alexandros to be your successor?" Vetranis merely smiled with pride as he heard these words. He rustled the boy's hair before responding to his daughter with a haughty tone in his voice. "Oh? Your husband did not inform you? By now it is common knowledge in Constantinople that I have stripped your brothers of their rights to inheritance and have declared that my eldest grandson shall succeed me. I thought for sure Berenger would have told you. Perhaps he does not want to spoil Alexandros' development. Maybe I should not have said anything after all." After saying this, Vetranis wrapped his arm around his grandson's shoulder before lecturing the boy on his responsibilities. "Now that you know the truth, you must work hard to become the best emperor you can be. Your people will depend on you to restore the glory which we have lost these last few years. I'm afraid I won't be around long enough to advise you, nor am I truly worthy of such a position. If you ever need help, you can always ask your father or your siblings. I am sure they will come rushing to your aid at the first opportunity." For the first time in his life, Alexandros felt the weight of the world crushing down upon his shoulder. Yet he did not falter, and despite his young age, there was a hint of resolve in his eyes as he nodded his head in acceptance before responding to his grandfather's claims. "You can count on me, Grandpa. I will restore the glory of Rome." There was a hint of worry in Anuria's eyes after hearing the last part of her father's speech. She could tell something was going on with him, and she was quick to send her children off so she can have some privacy with the man who raised her. "Alexandros, Helena, why don't you take your little brother to the kitchen and get some sweets? There's something I wish to ask your grandfather." Alexandros and Helena gave their mother a concerned look, but ultimately did as they were instructed. They had become much more obedient to their mother ever since she returned to their lives and made a significant effort to be a part of them. After grabbing the infant Constantinus, Alexandros and Helena departed from the library, leaving Anuria alone with her father. Once they were out of earshot, the Byzantine princess posed a question to her father with a hint of worry in her tone. "Father, what's going on? You're not ill, are you?" The old man sighed heavily and collapsed into his seat before resting his forehead on the palm of his hand. He was visibly exhausted and he quickly gave voice to his thoughts. "I won't hide it from you, Anuria. I'm tired, so very tired. The Golden Horde is ravaging Anatolia while the Jalayurid and Mamluk sultanates invade Egypt and the Levant. I have tasked Palladius with driving the Mongols from our lands. However, I have personally decided to take upon the task of defeating the Saracens. The war with the Catholic Church has left us bankrupt. We can barely afford to maintain what little troops we have left. Nor do our soldiers have the will to fight that they once had. I expect that I will die in battle with our enemies. I have left behind strict orders that your son is to be named emperor upon my death and that his father will be made regent of Byzantium until the boy comes of age to rule properly. The reason I asked you to visit me this time was twofold. Firstly, I wanted to meet my grandchildren before my death, but more importantly, I wanted to apologize to you for everything that I put you through during your youth. Despite everything, you turned out to become a wonderful young woman who I am proud to call my daughter." Tears formed in Anuria's mint-green eyes as she hugged her father tightly. It took the woman a few moments to come back to her senses, where she was quick to ask the man about a rather serious matter. "Father, you know as well as I that the alliance between Byzantium and Germany still exists. If you would just call upon Berenger to honor this allegiance, he will surely send troops to settle your disputes. Why do you not do so?" A tinge of guilt appeared on the Byzantine emperor's face as he turned his back to his daughter and contemplated carefully on how he should choose his next words. In the end, he simply sighed before revealing the truth. I betrayed your husband's trust the moment I sold the rights to the Kaiser's pass to his enemies in a vain attempt to save my own hide. Now that I am in peril once more, how could I have the face to beg the man for his help? No, this is a matter I must solve on my own, even if I must die trying. I hope that you and your children enjoy your stay here in Constantinople. However, I suggest you return to the Reich as soon as possible. It won't be long before it is no longer safe for you all here. As for me, I march to war at dawn. I am glad that you answered my summons so that I could rid myself of some of my guilt before the Lord condemns me to hell for eternity. Goodbye, Anuria, and remember the words which I have spoken. Your son is the future of this empire. After saying this, Vetranes left the room, leaving his daughter to weep by herself. She, too, felt a deep sense of guilt towards her family, and her father's death would only add to that. After several moments of sobbing, a fierce resolve replaced the woman's depression as she wiped the tears from her eyes and curled her fists. Just because you refuse to ask Berenger for his help doesn't mean I have to. I won't let you die, father, not until you have a chance to see with your eyes the miracle my son will create for our people. After saying this, Anuria too departed from the library. She was headed to the German embassy located in the city of Constantinople. It was the only place in the city with the means to instantaneously communicate with the Reich. Chapter 959, Abandon Hope. Corrigan sat on the horseback as she gazed upon the massive wasteland that had become the region of Anatolia. Piles of men's corpses were at every street corner, while women and children were huddled and bound in servitude, crying their eyes out and praying to their god for deliverance from their cruel fate. Yet these barbaric sights were nothing new in this medieval world. Perhaps if a person from Berengar's past were to witness the scene, they would feel their heart wrench. Yet the Mongol Bowtie's mind was as cold as ice in the face of such transgressions. There was no guilt, no pity, and no remorse. In this world, absolute strength ruled above all, and those who could not defend themselves were not worthy of the life they clung to. Yet despite this utter coldness, there was a troubled expression on the woman's face. It was not because of the horrific acts that her brother's men committed. Rather, it was because the clock was ticking. Though the spirit's assessment was correct when they said that the Byzantine Empire was weak. This would not matter if the Golden Horde could not achieve victory within the next 3 months. The fact of the matter was it was truly shocking for the Mongol princess to see just how pitiful the Byzantines' attempts to resist the Golden Horde actually were. If not for the fact that the Golden Horde had to march through the mountainous wastes of Georgia, then perhaps the Byzantine Empire would have fallen by now. However, despite this utter lack of defense, Corrigan knew that in less than 3 months' time, her brother's army would be defeated. That is, unless they could take Constantinople and bring an end to the Byzantine civilization once and for all during this limited time frame. Defeat was not that which plagued the Mongol prince's heart, but rather the fate that awaited herself. The spirits spoke in parables. However, recently they had been completely silent. All except for one. This particular spirit was the one who warned Corrigan of the fate that awaited her should her brother fail to achieve his war aims. Yet, until recently, this fate was rather cryptic. All she knew was that the golden-eyed man would devour her. However, as time passed and the appointed hour became ever closer, this spirit explained in greater detail just how miserable her fate would be. The more she deciphered the spirit's words, the more the Mongol princess flushed in embarrassment, as her fate revealed itself to be no better than a common horse. To become the mere plaything of a man, that was the ultimate disgrace for a warrior princess. While Corrigan was deep in thought, her brother Shagadai approached her. There was a haughty smile on the man's face as he boasted about his most recent conquest. With the fall of Ankara, all that lies in our path towards Constantinople is the city of Nicaea. I hear that the Byzantines have mustered the remainder of their army's strength within the city's walls. It is no matter, we will crush the Romans like we have done thus far. Fear not, little sister, the war is coming to an end, and swiftly too. At the current rate, we will achieve total victory before that time limit of yours has passed. While Shagadai said this, a German reconnaissance plane flew high above, taking images of the Golden Horde and its massive army. This aircraft, along with several others, had been launched from Cyprus and was currently monitoring the war between the Byzantine Empire and its 3 adversaries. As for the Golden Horde, whose actions were being documented from above, they were not the slightest bit aware of this reality. However, it was at this moment, while the great Khan of the Golden Horde was boasting of his imminent victory, that the Mongol princess heard the words of a spirit who had not spoken to her in some time. The Iron Eagle is watching you. Turn back now, or your fate is sealed. This was perhaps the first time that the spirits had spoken to the Mongol princess so directly. The moment she heard these words, it was as if all life left the young woman's body. It took her a few moments to react to this warning. Instead, her body immediately trembled and her eyes gazed into the distance, completely devoid of consciousness. Eventually, Corrigan regained clarity and quickly looked up into the sky in search of this Iron Eagle which the spirit spoke of. Yet, to her dismay, she found nothing. The plane was at such a high altitude that she could not see it from her position. Shagadai quickly noticed his little sister's weird behavior and questioned why she was acting so strange. What's wrong? What do you see? With a simple shake of her head, Corrigan revealed her thoughts and the words of the spirits. Nothing. But the spirits say that the Iron Eagle is watching us as we speak. If we don't turn back now, our fate is sealed. Brother, I have never heard the spirits speak so directly to me before. This isn't just a warning, it's our last opportunity to escape with our lives intact. We should flee north and attack the Rus like I initially suggested. If we advance a step further, we will inevitably be defeated and I. Corrigan chose to cut her words short, for she did not dare reveal what the spirits had said about her fate should her brother be defeated. Perhaps if she did, the man would take her words more seriously, but to her, it was simply scandalous and far too embarrassing to say aloud. However, unlike what she expected to happen, Shagadai merely scoffed at her warning and ignored the spirits' wisdom. To hell with the spirits, we are so close to victory. Constantinople is nearly within our grasp. The war will be over before the deadline the spirits gave you. I don't want to hear any more of this nonsense. Shagadai had always taken his sister's words seriously, or at the very least, he considered them to be a valid possibility. However, now he was openly rejecting the dire warning she received, and Corrigan did not understand why. She was quick to defend the spirit's words even if her brother did not want to hear them. That was then, and this is now. Something has clearly changed. From the warning the spirits gave me, we have already run out of time. I swear to you on my life, dearest brother, if you advance your armies a step further, you will be condemning yourself and all of your men to a terrible death and what remains of your people to a life of servitude. As for myself, I would rather die than endure what fate has in store for me. I warned you long ago that should the appointed hour arrive and you still have not emerged victorious, then I would leave you behind and return to our homeland. That time is now. You must choose, follow me back to the lands we have lived in for centuries and turn your ambitions onto the Rus. Or stay here and face your death alone. Shagadai was outraged to be given such an ultimatum by his little sister. Though he may be rejecting the spirit's wisdom, his warriors revered his sister as their priestess. If she were to speak of her worries to the masses, a large chunk of the army would follow her back to their lands and abandon this war altogether. If that were to happen, then his progress would be hampered and he might even lack the might necessary to take the legendary city of Constantinople. Thus, the Great Khan was forced into an undesirable situation. After several moments of thought, Shagadai bowed his head and sighed before responding to his sister's demands. Very well. If that is your wish, you are free to leave the army. Under one condition, you do not breathe a word about this matter to anyone. I can't have my army abandoning me now that we are so close to victory. Corrigan bit her lower lip in displeasure as he heard this condition. She had a duty to her people and it was her intent to lead as many of them back to safety as possible. However, she knew what her brother would do to her if she refused his demands. Thus, with a heavy heart, the Mongol princess nodded her head before expressing her agreement. Very well, though I have a duty to our people. I also know what you will do to me if I refuse your offer. I'm afraid I will have to find my way back home by myself. Come morning, you will not see me again. This is farewell, my dearest brother. After saying this, Corrigan snapped the reins of her horse and rode back to the camp to gather her belongings, while Shagadai gazed upon her back in rage. If the princess were around to hear her brother's remark, she would immediately flee for her life. However, she was not, and thus only the Khan knew the words he spoke. You think that I will just let you pack up and abandon me after everything we have been through together? Oh, my sweet little sister, you are far too naive. Whether it is victory or death that awaits me at the end of this journey, I'm afraid you will be by my side until the bitter end. Chapter 960, A Vow of Silence. Immediately after her conversation with the Great Khan of the Golden Horde, Corrigan ran off to her tent where she began packing up her personal items with haste. She had every intent to flee the battlefields in Anatolia now that the spirits had told her the war was a lost cause. Her brother even promised to allow her to make such a decision, and throughout her entire life, she knew Shagadai as a man of his word. However, she was given only a single night to pack up her belongings and abscond from the scene. Thus, she was quick at work, making sure everything she could possibly need was strapped to her horse. Just when she was about to set off into the night, a group of the Khan's most veteran warriors approached the Mongol princess. At first, Corrigan thought that perhaps her brother had made them aware of her decision and that they had come to see her off. Yet her own naivety was quickly revealed as the men unsheathed their blades and pointed them towards the young Turkomongol princess. By orders of the Khan, we are to bring you to the royal tent. Resist, and we will drag you there by force. Princess, do not make this any more difficult than it has to be. The moment Corrigan heard these words and gazed upon the 5 men who encircled her, she knew that her dearest brother had betrayed her and intended to keep her as a hostage until this war was over. With a look of disdain on her face, Corrigan unsheathed her sword and pointed it towards her adversaries with a fierce glint in her eyes. Her words were far from what the Mongol warriors wanted to hear. You tell my brother that his betrayal disappoints me and I will no longer pray for his safety. If you insist on dragging me to that oathbreaker by force, then don't blame me for being hostile. The warriors knew not what oath Shagadai had sworn to his sister, but their orders were absolute even if they did not want to fight the princess who the spirits had favored. Before they could even respond to the princess' threat, she attacked. Corrigan lunged through the air like an acrobat with her saber in hand and cut towards the lead warrior's throat, instantly slicing his jugular vein and spilling his blood all over herself. The other combatants gazed in astonishment as their captain fell and his blood stained the princess' beautiful face. There was no emotion in Corrigan's eyes, nor did she hesitate to attack the next man. The warrior was caught off guard by the speed with which Corrigan swept towards his legs. Because of this, he was quickly knocked off balance, where he tumbled to the floor. The matchlock cavalry carbine, which was slung around the man's shoulder, fell to the ground, where Corrigan was quick to retrieve it. The Mongol beauty knew she could not fight the remaining 4 men by herself, however she could intimidate them into letting her flee. As a result, the cunning beauty pulled back the matchlock's hammer and quickly lit a match which she placed in the crook. Afterwards she aimed the weapon towards the 4 men who were closing in on her, shifting the barrel onto each of their bodies as a deterrence. In truth, she did not know at first whether the weapon was loaded, however in the following moments the man who once wielded it raised to his feet and dropped his blade with a panicked expression on his face. After this, everyone knew that the weapon was indeed loaded, causing the 4 warriors to back off from their assault. With a murderous appearance on her face, Korigin cursed the men out while slowly approaching her steed. "You tell my brother that I will not patiently wait for my death. If he wishes to make me his hostage, he will have to find me himself." As Korigin slowly made her way to her horse, a voice interrupted from behind her, one she was all too familiar with. "It would appear I have underestimated you, my precious little sister. You are more fierce than you have let on all these years. It is a good thing I decided to personally oversee your capture. Now drop the weapon or I will have my men fire upon you. I would rather you die here in our camp than flee from my reach. The choice is yours." Korigin turned her head around and saw that several dozen Mongol warriors armed with cavalry carbines were pointing their weapons in her direction. She was just about to sigh and embrace her death when the man who had his weapon stolen smacked the princess across the jaw and knocked her out cold. After which he retrieved his weapon. During her state of unconsciousness, Shagadai ensured that Korigin was properly bound and taken to his tent. He also ordered for those present to witness this betrayal to keep their mouths shut. The last thing he needed was rumors of the Golden Horde's great priestess abandoning them in their hour of need. Some time passed, and Korigin awoke within her brother's tent with a severe headache. She gazed upon the lying bastard with a look of intense hatred in her dark eyes. The murderous intent was enough to swallow a lesser man whole, yet Shagadai merely grinned arrogantly as he drank from a bottle of wine that had been plundered from a Byzantine city. "You really thought I would allow you, the princess of our great nation and our most blessed priestess, to escape? How would I face my men if the woman who conveyed the will of the spirits abandoned them? Such a thing is no different from the spirits themselves abandoning our people. Since you are my sister by blood, I will keep you alive and well fed. However, you will not be allowed to leave this tent except for ceremonial purposes, and when we ride, you will always be by my side. I am disappointed in you, sister. Not only did you intend to abandon me, but you killed one of my greatest warriors in your vain attempt to escape. I do not know what madness has compelled you to do such a thing, but I will never permit you to leave my side. From this day until the day that Constantinople falls, you will be under my protection. Once we have defeated our enemies, then you will help me rule over the empire that I will have created." Korigin merely spat on her brother's face in an act of spite. She was practically growling like a beast when she informed her brother of what the spirits had told her. "You will not make it to Constantinople. The Iron Eagles watch our every move and they will rain fire upon our people the moment we approach the city. Your ambitions were doomed to fail from the start. It is only now that I realize this. You and your army will die before you ever step foot into the ancient Roman capital. As for me, my fate is far more cruel and you have just prevented my one chance of escaping it. I curse you with every fiber of my being. To think I once thought of you as my most precious family. If you ever loved me as your sister, then you would kill me right now and spare me the torture of becoming the golden-eyed man's plaything." Shagadai was shocked to hear this last part out of every warning his sister had given him over the past year. She had never once mentioned such a thing. A frown emerged on the man's lips as he grabbed hold of his sister's dainty chin and stared into her eyes with rage-filled pupils. "What golden-eyed man? You think I, the great Khan, would ever allow another man to lay his hands on you, my most precious sister? Bah, do you really have so little faith in me? What iron eagles? There is nothing in the sky above us but the clouds and the stars. If such mighty beasts existed, don't you think someone would have seen them by now? You have clearly misinterpreted the will of the spirits and are acting on your own delusions. Wake up, sister, there are no iron eagles, there's no golden-eyed man, there's only victory." Korigin refused to look in her brother's eyes any longer. She merely sighed and admitted defeat before expressing her thoughts aloud. They were not meant for her brother but to simply vent her frustrations. Fate is truly cruel, isn't it? After saying this, Korigin took a vow of silence. No matter how she was treated in the future, she would not say a word. As if she had gone mute. For the world was no longer worthy of the spirit's wisdom. Chapter 961, Napalm in the Morning. While Korigin was being detained by her older brother in Anatolia, Anuria was visiting the German embassy within the city of Constantinople. After learning that her father intended to sacrifice himself on the battlefields against the Saracens, Anuria was in a state of panic. The Byzantine princess rushed through the doors of the German embassy and did not even stop to speak with the ambassador. As the wife of the Kaiser, she had this privilege, but it was still an enormous act of disrespect. However, the thought that she was disrespecting the German ambassador did not even cross Anuria's mind. Instead, she swiftly made her way through the building before arriving in a small room in the back where half a dozen intelligence operatives were busy conducting radio traffic. The agents took one look at the panicked expression on the Byzantine prince's face and knew that a serious development had occurred. Before Anuria could even give voice to her commands, the agents were already dialing in the private and encrypted frequency which belonged to the Kaiser's household. "I want to speak with my husband. This is an emergency. Get him on the line." These were Anuria's words. Yet they did not need to be spoken. A radio operator nodded his head before speaking into the device and issued a command to the other side, who sat idly by in the city of Kufstein several hundred kilometers away. Priority message from Princess Anuria, this is an emergency. I repeat, an emergency. Requesting the presence of the Kaiser immediately. Over. Static existed on the other end of the line for several moments before another voice spoke in the German tongue. Roger that. The Kaiser has been informed and is on his way. 8 to 3 minutes, over. With every second that passed, Anuria felt as if she had endured a lifetime. Finally, after what can only be described as 3 minutes of mental anguish, Berengar's voice erupted through the headset and in doing so calmed Anuria's troubled heart. What's the matter? Has something happened? Are you and the kids all right? It was entirely unusual for Anuria to make an emergency call to her husband via the radio. In fact, the moment Berenger was alerted to this message, he was within his war room discussing with his generals the ongoing situation within the Indian subcontinent. He dropped everything and rushed to the communications hub where his agents patched him through to his wife. Hence, there was a hint of urgency in the man's tone. Anuria's voice was filled with dread as she responded to her husband with tears in her eyes. She could barely make out the words, and thus her initial message was unclear. Berenger, save my father. This statement stunned the Kaiser into silence for several moments. Though he was aware of the current crisis that Byzantium was facing, as far as he was aware, there was no real threat to the Byzantine royal family or the city of Constantinople for that matter. For Anuria to make this request of him via an emergency call, something serious must have happened. Thus, the man's voice was filled with fierce resolve as he responded to his wife's concerns. Tell me what has happened, and I promise I will immediately dispatch my forces. Nearly a week after this conversation took place, Vitranes and his army had gathered within the city of Ascalon, where the forces of the Jailerid Sultanate prepared to lay siege to. Nearly 100,000 Saracens were armored and ready for war as they pointed their weapons to the coastal city. The aging Byzantine emperor was dressed in elaborate armor which harkened back to the days of feudalism. His soldiers were dressed in a wide variety of gear while wielding a mixture of arquebus, flintlock muskets, and medieval weapons. Whatever armor and weapons the Byzantines had left over in their storehouses were used to equip their poor excuse for an army. Vitranes sighed as he gazed over the city's walls and upon the massive and well-equipped Saracen army. Since the Timurid Empire's lust for the Holy Land was quelled by Berengar's negotiations, they had invested substantially in the development of firearms and artillery. So much so that they were able to create rifled matchlock muskets and rifled muzzle-loading cannons, which they sold to the Muslim world in massive numbers, including the Jailerid Sultanate. The overwhelming power of the enemy was not something a weakened Byzantine army could contend with, and Vitranes knew this. Thus, he could only say his prayers before the battle began. Within the hour, the Saracen artillery opened fire on the city's walls. While inert, the projectiles launched were enough to deal significant damage to the primitive medieval walls which were not designed to withstand cannonballs. The Byzantine defenders loaded their weapons and fired them in retaliation towards the enemy, but it was no use. The Saracens had an advantage in range, and thus they merely sat back and unloaded their artillery upon the city's defenses. Before long, the Byzantines' morale was at an all-time low. These were not professional soldiers to begin with, as most of those who could claim to be such a thing were dead and buried after the Catholic Church's previous crusade. Nor could the empire's coffers afford such an expense. These were peasants conscripted from the fields and given weapons with little training. They weren't being paid to fight, nor were they experienced in the art of war. Vitranes gazed upon the wavering mental state of his troops as the walls crumbled around them and sighed. He would need a miracle if this peasant rabble were to successfully defend the city, let alone win the war. Gone were the days where the Byzantine Empire was the mightiest force in the Mediterranean, their position usurped by the Reich. Now they could not even defend their lands from aggressors. Perhaps this truly was the end of the Roman Empire and its ancient culture. Or so he thought. The man did not realize that his prayers had long since been realized and help was on the way even if he did not want it. It was only after he heard the shrieking cry of one of his soldiers did he come to understand this. My God, what is that? In the sky above the besieged city, 100 planes flew in the air. These were no normal aircraft. Rather, they were strategic bombers flown without escorts. The Mi-264 planes were painted with a desert camouflaged pattern and wore the Balkenkreuz on their wings and fuselage, which proudly displayed their allegiance to the Luftwaffe. Vitranes nearly shat himself when he saw such advanced weapons of war. He was there, in the city of Kufstein, when the Germans first revealed to the world that they had mastery over the skies. However, the aircraft they showed at the time was a rigid airship and failed to compare to the sheer volume of bombers which currently flew by. It took him several moments to recover his thoughts, but when he did, the aging emperor called out as loud as he could with a voice filled with hope. It's the Germans. The Germans have come to save us. The soldiers of Byzantium could not believe these words as they had not witnessed the Germans' mastery of the air. These were uneducated peasants. How could they possibly understand the complexities of modern aircraft? However, in the next moment, what can only be described as thousands of projectiles fell from the bottom of the bombers and descended towards the earth below. Even Vitranes did not know how these German aircraft would save them. However, in the next moment, his doubts were cleared as the first wave of bombs carpeted the combat zone outside the city with explosive blasts and fiery streaks. The Germans had not simply used explosive projectiles, instead they decimated the Saracen lines with napalm bombs. The hellish flames scorched the earth as if the devil himself had ascended from the depths of his fiery prison. To the uneducated masses of these medieval peasants, it was truly as if the apocalypse had begun. Those unlucky Saracens who were not instantly consumed by the flames were left coated in napalm where their horrific shrieks filled the air as they slowly burned to death. Even Vitranes himself hid behind the Merlins, too afraid to nor did he wish to face the heat of the flames which seemed to suffocate the city from the outside. To the survivors of this incident, they would speak rumors that the Germans had mastery over hell itself, a claim that few would believe. What remained of the Saracen army was quickly mopped up by the Byzantine army. However, it took some time before any of them were willing to step foot outside the safety of their city's walls and into the wasteland that was left behind from the German attack. Before anyone could even react to the nightmarish bombing, the 100 planes were already en route back to the airbase in Cyprus which they had deployed from, where they would rearm and refuel before flying to Egypt where they would unleash the same hellish flames upon the Mamluk Sultanate who dared to invade the Byzantine Empire's southernmost region. As for the Byzantine emperor, this incident would cause him to develop a sense of deep fear towards his son-in-law who had the ability to destroy the ancient city of Constantinople with a single command. The capital of the Byzantine Empire, which had stood strong for 1,000 years, was nothing in the eyes of the German Empire and their overwhelming power. Chapter 962, Divine Intervention. Before the world could even react to the utter destruction of the Jalayirid Sultanate's army outside the city of Ascalon, the bombers had already returned to Cyprus where they quickly rearmed and refueled before taking flight again. This rapid action was unbeknownst to the Mamluk Sultan who sat on his steed outside the city of Alexandria with a wide grin on his face. He was confident that with the city's fall, the rest of the region would quickly surrender to his might. Thus, he was boastful and arrogant as he spoke to his eldest son who sat by his side waiting to take part in the conquest. You see how the walls crumble before the overwhelming might of my artillery? Sultan Salan once said to me that in a world where man has yet to reach mastery over the skies, that artillery is king on the battlefield. At first I thought that old bastard was simply peddling me bullshit so that I would purchase more of his cannons. However, it appears as if the Byzantine defenders truly do not have an answer for our artillery. Before long, the city will fall and we shall claim Egypt for our empire once more. The Mamluk prince merely sat back on his horse and gazed upon the battlefield with a stoic expression. Much like how the Jalayirids had chosen to fight in Palestine, the Mamluk army simply sat back at a far enough distance that the Byzantines could not harm them and bombarded the city's walls, waiting for them to crumble before advancing into the city itself and slaughtering its pitiful defenders. There was no joy, excitement, or even wrath visible on the young man's face. Instead, if there was any emotion that could be discerned, it was that of pity. Pity for the Byzantines who, just a few years prior, had driven his father's armies to a state of desperation. Now they could not even defend a single city. His father was right to sit back and wait for the Christians to fight among themselves. For what remained afterwards was a shadow of the Byzantine Empire's former glory. Now, after nearly a decade, his people would finally reclaim Egypt, a land of wealth and prosperity. The first section of the city's walls collapsed not long after, where the Muslim soldiers of the Mamluk Sultanate shouted their battle cries before charging towards the gaps in the city's defenses. Allahu Akbar. The moment the walls came down, the Mamluk Sultan broke out into a state of laughter as he proclaimed his victory over his ancient rivals all but imminent. Ha! You see how the stones crumble against our might. It is only a matter of time before our banners fly over Cairo. It was at this moment that something peculiar was spotted in the distance. At first, the Mamluk prince thought that it was perhaps a massive flock of birds. However, as the peculiarity rapidly closed in on their position, he realized that it was something else entirely. For the first time since stepping foot in Byzantine Egypt, the Mamluk prince had expressed something other than pity. While his father was enjoying his upcoming victory, the prince tugged on the man's shoulder and pointed towards the sky with absolute fear in his dark eyes. Royal father? Perhaps it was because he was so filled with excitement, but the Sultan did not see the 100 planes that were rapidly approaching his army. It was not until his son said something where he began to notice. By Allah, what is that? While the Mamluk Sultan and his eldest son were gazing towards the sky in terror, a German pilot looked down on the field below where the hostile army was located. His headset was playing the music composed by the Kaiserin Adela von Kufstein. This track was known as The Ride of the Valkyries and was one of Wagner's most popular songs during Berengar's past life. A sadistic grin appeared on the man's face as he gave a strict order to the crew of his strategic bomber. Bombs away, lads. With the pull of a lever, the hatch opened and hundreds of bombs fell free from the aircraft, down towards the enemy troops below. The 99 other aircraft followed his lead and unleashed their payloads with thousands of explosive projectiles raining from the sky like a group of avenging angels. On the ground below, the Mamluk Sultan gazed in terror. He did not know what was happening at this moment, but in the next second, the first of the bombs detonated and lit up the front lines of his army with hellish flames. The screams of his soldiers filled the air as the men were quickly melted into ash. Before the army could even react to the fires of Armageddon, the next line of bombs reached their targets and quickly burned away another section of the army. With each passing second, the sacred flames of divine judgment rapidly approached where the Sultan and his son were located. The last thoughts of the once proud monarch were cursing out his Jala-Yurid ally for convincing him to join in on this conquest. Why the hell did I listen to that bastard? What kind of hellish nightmare is this? In the next second, the flames of purgatory reached the Mamluk Sultan and devoured his entire being. His scream lasted long enough to signal his death before rapidly turning to ash along with his eldest son and heir. With the bulk of the army defeated in a matter of seconds and their payloads dropped, the German pilots turned their aircraft around and headed back to Cyprus, where they would rearm and refuel before launching their attack on their next target. Meanwhile, the city's defenders gazed upon the ashen wasteland that was left behind from the German attack and prayed to their God in heaven, thanking him for sending his angels to save them from their imminent destruction. In the city of Kufstein, Berenger sat in his office while signing away his signature onto a piece of legislation. One that would establish government-subsidized orphanages across the Reich. This law would not only send out propaganda across the nation to encourage the adoption of parentless children, but would make the process easy, swift, and affordable. Berenger himself had taken in a few children over the years as his wards, which in reality were adopted in everything but name. He intended to use this as propaganda to lead by example so that those poor unfortunate children who for whatever reason were left alone in this world without parents would have a family and home to call their own. It was during this act that the sound of the intercom erupted within the Kaiser's office. Berengar's secretary voiced the arrival of someone that he was not expecting. "Your Majesty, Field Marshal Adelbrand is here to see you. Shall I send him in?" Berenger finished signing his name on the document before pressing the button on the intercom and speaking to his secretary who sat on the other side of his office. "Thanks, Dahl, you can send him in now." In the next moment, the door to Berengar's home office swung open and a man in his early 30s dressed in a military uniform stood before his Kaiser with a stoic expression on his face. It was not until Berenger rose from his seat and embraced the man as his brother did Adelbrand finally begin to smile. "Adelbrand, it is good to see you, my friend. Come sit down and share a drink with me." Upon saying this, Berenger rushed over to his wine rack and pulled out a fine vintage before pouring it into a pair of crystal glasses. He handed one off to his general before sitting back down in his seat. Adelbrand took one sip of the substance before placing his glass on the table while handing over a folder to his Kaiser. After doing so, he began to summarize its contents. The armies of the Jala-Yurid and Mamluk sultanates have been extinguished in the fires of war. The locals are saying that it was an act of divine intervention. All that remains is to deal with the Golden Horde. Shall we do so in a similar manner? Berenger merely smirked when he heard this and nodded his head before giving his honest opinion on the matter. Of course. What's the use of having stockpiled so many napalm bombs if we don't use them against the primitive formations of our enemies? Honestly, these barbarians make it far too easy for us to eliminate them. Deal with the Golden Horde as you see fit, however I want you to launch the attack when they have approached the city of Constantinople so that our allies will know just how powerful the Reich really is. Divine intervention? What a joke. This is the power of mankind himself. Adelbrand merely smirked and shook his head in pity for the Reich's enemies before responding to his Kaiser's orders. "Very well, I will inform the general in charge of the Cyprus airbase of your orders. However, once we have defeated the Golden Horde, our attention will need to be focused on India. It won't be long before the Bengal army reaches the capital of the Yadava dynasty." Berenger took another sip from his glass and nodded before dismissing his greatest general. "Of course, we will cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, focus on annihilating the Golden Horde." Adelbrand stood up and saluted Berenger, leaving one last statement before departing from the room. "As you command, my Kaiser." Chapter 963, Fall of the Golden Horde Part 50. While the armies of the Jala-Yurid and Mamluk sultanates were turned to ash on the field of battle, the Golden Horde had advanced upon the city of Nicaea like a swarm of ravenous locusts. Palladius and his army were stationed within the city and fought bravely to defend its inhabitants from the wrath of the Mongols. However, in the end, the enemy army was too vast and too well armed for what remained of the Byzantine army to properly defend against. After several days of brutal fighting, the aging strategos of the Balkans were forced to order a full retreat. Had the Golden Horde chosen to pursue the fleeing defenders, it would have surely resulted in a massacre, but instead, as Palladius had expected, they were more interested in looting the city, which bought the last vestige of the Byzantine army enough time to escape back to their capital. As the city of Nicaea burned, Shagadai stood within its interior and inhaled the smoke with a satisfied smile on his face. His sister Corrigan, who was both the princess of the Golden Horde and the great priestess, was bound and guarded by several of the Khan's most elite soldiers. She remained utterly silent as her brother boasted about his latest victory. "Where are your iron eagles now, dearest sister? Anatolia is mine. In under a year, I have brought the once mighty Byzantine Empire to its knees, and soon I will march on its capital and claim it as my seat of power. Yet the warnings your spirits have spoken to you have yet to come to pass. Are you not yet certain that you have failed to interpret their words and were merely acting on your own delusions? Corrigan merely glared at her brother with murderous intent, yet she did not speak a word, the act of which brought a frown to the great Khan's face. The man swiftly approached his little sister and violently grabbed hold of her dainty chin. He stared deep into her dark eyes before releasing the woman. After doing so, he expressed his contempt. Your refusal to speak will come to an end soon enough. When I have taken Constantinople, you will realize that I was right all along and that you were mistaken. Once this comes to pass, you will be on your knees begging for my forgiveness. However, in the meantime I will entertain your defiance. You are, in fact, my precious little sister, and it would be cruel of me to strike you for something as childish as this. After saying this, a warrior approached Shagadai and gave him a status report. The city's valuables are all within our hands, and we have taken its inhabitants as slaves. The army is ready to move when you are. Once more, a smile appeared on the Khan's face as he shifted his attention towards the men who guarded his defiant little sister. Bring the princess to her horse. As for the rest of you, give my orders to the horde. We ride out immediately. Time waits for no man, and soon Constantinople will be ours. With this said, 100,000 riders mounted their horses and marched off to the city of Constantinople. With Emperor Vitrani's Palaeologos in Ascalon, the defense of the ancient Roman city fell to Palladius, who had just failed in protecting the city of Nicaea, which was now consumed in a sea of flames. This fact alone caused the city's inhabitants to enter a state of unrest. Within a single year, their empire had collapsed to the point where now only the Balkans lay firmly in the hands of Byzantine authority. It had been years since the people had any faith in their emperor or his sons, and now, in their state of near total defeat, this resentment had reached a boiling point. What started as simple protests against the royal family had turned into full-scale riots upon Palladius' shameful return. For her safety, Honoria and her children had fled to the German embassy, which was protected by a battalion of Marines. As for her mother and brothers, they stayed within the confines of the royal palace, guarded only by those few elite soldiers who still swore their loyalty to the Palaeologos bloodline. The Byzantine princess sat in the German embassy. Her anxious state was visible to her children, who appeared far less calm than their mother. Alexandros, who had been trained by his father on how to best quell unrest, stood firmly at the window, gazing upon the ongoing riots with a hint of disdain in his eyes. This entire situation was a learning experience for the boy who had not yet hit puberty. It is truly amazing how grandfather has allowed the city to descend into such a state of turmoil. I have no doubt that those who wish to see his dynasty unseated are instigating these riots from the shadows. It has become clear to me that my uncles are not capable of handling this dire situation we now find ourselves in. Honoria gazed upon her young son and his assessment with a bit of surprise. He had always been an intelligent boy, but she had never expected him to make such a calm and collected statement about the current state of affairs. By the tone in his voice, Honoria could tell that her son was about to do something serious, and she was quick to voice her disapproval. What do you plan to do? Alexandros, you cannot, under any circumstances, leave this embassy. Despite his mother's orders, Alexandros merely shook his head with pity before approaching Honoria with a determined glint in his eyes. He spoke the words that needed to be said even if the woman did not want to hear them. Mother, I may be the Prince of Germany by blood, but I am of your dynasty, which means the safety and security of Constantinople is my responsibility. I will not sit by and watch the ancient capital of our people be burned down by rioters from within. In times of emergency such as this, I have the power to command these Marines, Colonel. Upon hearing his rank being called, the lieutenant colonel who was tasked with leading the German Marines at the embassy was quick to approach the young prince. He stood at attention before saluting the boy with his response. Yes, my prince. There was a look of regal authority on the young prince's face, one that Honoria had only ever previously seen Berenger make. In this exact moment, her anxiety faded because she knew that her son was more than capable of taking command despite his young age. As for Alexandros, he made a shocking announcement to everyone present. I want Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie companies kitted up in riot gear immediately. Have them take charge of whatever remains of the Byzantine Imperial Guard and deploy them into the city with less than lethal weapons to deal with the masses. I'm talking about tear gas, rubber bullets, beanbags, nightsticks, and whatever other means they need to quell the unrest. As for Delta Company, they are to remain at the German embassy. Their orders are to prevent any of the rioters from entering German soil. They are permitted to use lethal force as a last resort. Should any harm come to my family, then I will hold you responsible. What few men we have dedicated to intelligence are to compile a list of potential rebellious nobles who are making use of this chaos to cause a revolt. They have my permission and, by extension, that of both my royal father and grandfather to detain these traitors. As of right now, we have one objective: to save Constantinople from itself. The colonel quickly saluted the Prime once more. He responded in the affirmative before departing to deliver his orders to the battalion of German Marines. Once he was gone, Honoria looked upon her son with a sense of deep worry in her heart before expressing her concerns. Alexandros, what are you going to do? I do not want you endangering yourself simply for the sake of this rotten city. Upon hearing his mother speak so poorly about her own homeland, a bitter smile emerged on Alexandros' youthful face. He did not have the heart to be angry at his mother even after everything she had done during his life. Instead, he merely approached the woman and wrapped his arms around her in an attempt to calm her anxiety before responding to her statement with a stoic expression on his face. I will do what I must to bring the city under control so that when Father's reinforcements arrive, they won't have to fight a bloody war in these streets against our people. I am the future emperor of this rotten city, and since the rest of your family is woefully incompetent, the task of ending this revolt falls to me. Anuria could only gaze upon her son as if he were a stranger. She did not know he had such a forceful side of him. In fact, at this moment he was practically the spitting image of his father, at least in terms of authority and noble bearing. So much so that Anuria was left stunned in silence. Ultimately, the Byzantine princess collapsed in her seat and relented to her son's stubborn ways. History would speak of the boy who took charge of Constantinople's defenses in its darkest hour and quelled the revolt that would have otherwise meant the end of the Palaiologos dynasty. All without spilling a single drop of blood. Chapter 964, A City on the Verge of Collapse Part L. A single company of Marines protected the German embassy in the city of Constantinople while the remainder of the battalion advanced forth into the city with less than lethal weapons in hand. A veteran captain stood at the front of the company armed with a single-barrel grenade launcher. This weapon was based upon the M79 Thumper from Berengar's past life and currently saw limited service among the German armed forces as well as peacekeeping units. He, like all his men, was protected by bullet and stab-resistant body armor covering him from head to toe, while also wearing a gas mask. To the medieval population of the Byzantine Empire, these German soldiers appeared as if they were aliens who descended upon their primitive world. With a bullhorn in one hand, the man spoke with a stern tone, giving his orders to the rioting populace who had momentarily ceased their criminal activities to gaze with awe upon the futuristic-looking soldiers. As a Marine attached to the German embassy, the captain naturally spoke the local language which he made use of to convey his commands. By order of the Imperial Prince Alexandros Palaiologos, heir to the Byzantine throne, you are to cease your criminal activities and return to your homes. I will detain any man still present in the streets after this message as an enemy of the state. The rioters wielded makeshift weapons like pitchforks, blacksmith hammers, and torches. They were far from an organized militia. However, when facing down 100 grenade launchers filled with tear gas, they felt no fear. Perhaps because of the powerful nobles backing them, or maybe due to sheer ignorance of the threat which they faced. Either way, a ringleader of this armed revolt stepped forward and made a suggestive gesture to the captain before screaming at him in his native tongue. Fuck you. The Palaiologos dynasty has failed us long enough. Now is the time to take power into our own hands. A simple sigh escaped through the gas mask of the German captain, who pointed his grenade launcher at an elevated height and launched a 40mm tear gas grenade into the crowd. He was not the only one to do so, as the rest of the German Marines fired a volley along with him. Tear gas filled the streets of Constantinople, which caused the rioters to gag and cry as they struggled to breathe. With a single volley of the chemical agent, many of the rioters began to disperse and flee to their homes in search of safety. However, those who remained were quickly rounded up by the German Marines and bound with zip ties. Any resistance was met with a savage beating from the expandable batons, which the Marines carried as a tertiary weapon. After being gassed and beaten, the rioters were taken to the local dungeon to await a criminal trial which would only occur after law and order had been restored to the city. The riots were not just in this one section of the city, and because of this, the German Marines had a lot more work cut out for them. Yet they succeeded in clearing a path between the royal palace and the German embassy, where the young Prince Alexandros stepped forward, guarded by a squad of Kampfschwimmers who escorted him into his grandfather's estate. When the young boy entered the palace, he did so not as a visitor, but as the man who had taken charge of the city's defense. He was quickly greeted by his grandmother and two uncles who had watched from the safety of their home as the German Marines interfered in their current crisis. Quintus, in his ignorance, approached the boy with a wide smile on his face. He did not think that this young child was actually the one to be giving the orders and was quick to voice his thanks to the boy's mother. Your mother has my praise. Thank her on my behalf for using Germany's forces within the city to quell these ungrateful plebeians' unrest. Despite his uncle's gentle gesture, Alexandros did not smile. Rather, the boy had a stern appearance, as if he was above the elder who stood before him. Thus, he was quick to rebuke his uncle for his repeated failures. Shut it. I don't want to hear your nonsense in this time of crisis. We are in this situation entirely because of your cowardly tendencies. My mother has nothing to do with this. As of this moment, I, Prince Alexandros of the Byzantine Emperor and sole heir to the throne, hereby declare that until the moment my royal grandfather returns from his campaign in the Levant, that I will be taking over the defense of the city. As you and Aurelius have clearly displayed a complete and utter incompetence in this regard. You there, guardsmen, by royal decree, I order you to gather the remainder of your unit and report to my lieutenant colonel. He will outfit you and your men with proper riot gear. You are to follow the commands of the German Marines and restore law and order to the city. It shocked everyone in the room to see such a young child speak to them with such an utter disregard for their positions. However, the Byzantine royal guards did not question the boy's orders and instead immediately saluted him in their primitive fashion before responding in the affirmative to his commands. It will be done, Your Highness. After saying this, the guards scurried off to relay their orders, where Alexandros shifted his attention to his grandmother. He had a much warmer expression when he gazed upon the aging beauty, and his tone was much kinder. "Grandma, I suggest you gather your family and servants and allow my soldiers to escort you to the German embassy. You will be safe there, and I cannot expend the limited manpower at my disposal to protect the palace. Your royal estate is too sizable and has too many vulnerabilities for my troops to ensure your protection." Olympia nodded her head and smiled before she curtsied in the fashion that was common among the German peerage. She had nothing but the utmost respect for her grandson, especially now that he was proving himself a worthy successor of her husband. Her only regret was that her own sons were too useless to do anything in this dire situation that they now faced. "I thank you for your hospitality. Follow me, boys, and don't you dare speak back to me." It was at this moment that an exhausted Palladius entered the scene and witnessed the progeny of Berenger, the boy he had placed all his faith in for the survival of his homeland, taking command over the grim situation the empire's capital now found itself in. The aging strategos of the Balkans could not help but kneel before his prince and offer the boy his service. "My prince, my soldiers are at your command. Just let me know what we need to do and I will give the order." Alexandros gazed upon the elderly general and was quick to inquire about his forces. "Tell me, Palladius, how many men do you have left over from your retreat?" A look of shame appeared on the elderly man's face as he bowed his head in regret before informing the prince of his request. "Roughly 3,000, your highness." An intelligent glint appeared in Alexandros' eyes as he remained silent for several moments while thinking about how best to deploy the soldiers. After a while, he sighed heavily before giving out his commands. "I do not wish to spill any unnecessary blood, even if these criminals are running rampant in our city. Your men are armed with lethal weapons and are best deployed in the city's defense. Secure strategic locations across the city. I'm talking about warehouses where weapons are stored, guard posts, gatehouses, the ramparts, etc. The last thing we need is for these rioters to turn into well-armed revolutionaries. The barbarians will soon be at our gates, and we need to hold out long enough for my father's reinforcements to arrive. It is your solemn duty to ensure that no man escapes or enters the city, especially not any nobles. I have a sneaking suspicion that one, if not both, of the political factions in the Byzantine court is backing these rioters. You can rest easy and leave the quelling of the riots and the arrests of ringleaders up to my father's marines." Palladius did not rise from his kneeling position before he was given the command to do so and merely nodded his head in acceptance of his orders before responding in the affirmative. "As you command, your highness." After saying this, Alexandros dispatched Palladius and his men to do as they were instructed, while he personally took charge of the Byzantine royal guard and the German forces as they attempted to quell the riots through less than lethal means. Whether or not the city of Constantinople, let alone the Palaiologos dynasty, would survive the current chaos had yet to be seen. However, Alexandros had faith in both the men beneath his command and his father. One way or another, law and order would be restored and the Golden Horde would be defeated. There was no other option for the Byzantine prince. Chapter 965, A City on the Verge of Collapse Part LL. Cyril Karelarios was a prominent Byzantine nobleman who currently acted as the leader of the hawkish faction within the Byzantine court. After the untimely death of the second prince Decentius Palaiologos, he and his allies lost a significant amount of power and influence within the empire's politics. What was supposed to be the resurrection of a glorious and expansionist Roman Empire instead devolved into a pacifistic if not outright cowardly Greek state led by the first Prince Quintus Palaiologos and his dove backers. It was precisely because of this that the eastern successor of the ancient Romans now found themselves in the most precarious position since the fall of Rome nearly 1,000 years prior. With the ever-decreasing popularity of the Palaiologos dynasty and the disastrous consequences of their actions, Cyril had been working tirelessly in the background to see the royal bloodline dethroned and instead replaced with his own dynasty. Currently, the man sat back in his noble villa and watched as the city of Constantinople burned in the flames of revolution. He had a sneer of disdain on his face as he sipped from a glass of wine. Behind him was a young woman who was his household slave. She approached the man and rubbed his back, knowing that his plans were finally coming to fruition. "Dominus, the city burns and soon you will rise as the new emperor. All is going as planned." However, when the man heard these words, he instantly groaned in regret. Recent intelligence from the rioters reported the German troops stationed at the embassy were intervening in his schemes by deploying a poisonous mist. He could not help but curl his fists in rage as he thought about those up-jumped barbarians getting involved in this foreign affair. Everything would be going to plan if those filthy barbarians hadn't interfered. The rioters are dispersing and my agents, who act as instigators, are being arrested. If something is not done soon, I fear that my years of planning will have been for nothing. I have no choice but to siege the German embassy. With the Kaiser's wife and children held as my hostages, the German troops would not dare to intervene any longer. When the young slave heard these words, a hint of malice formed in her eyes. As a result, she reached into her waistband and pulled out a small folding knife which she had hidden away in her person. Without the conspirator even realizing it, his slave had turned against him. The woman silently caressed the back of Cyril's neck with one hand and whispered into his ears something sinister. "So you have chosen death?" Before the man could even react to this threat, the steel blade slid across his neck and cut open his carotid arteries, spilling blood across the windowsill. The man instantly lost the strength in his body as the blood flowed out of his body like a river and collapsed to the floor with shock and terror in his eyes. Cyril struggled to call out his slave's name, but it was no use. He could not speak now that his throat was cut open. As the man gurgled on his own blood, a sadistic smile formed on his slave's pretty face as she grabbed hold of the man's gilded chalice and drank the wine that was now mixed with his blood. Prince Alexandros sends his regards. With this said, the light faded from the Byzantine nobleman's eyes as he fell to the ground, truly and utterly dead. On the other side of the city, an intelligence officer approached the young Prince Alexandros Palaiologos, who was in the act of coordinating the attempt to restore order to the Byzantine capital from the safety of the German embassy. Unlike the Byzantine palace, the embassy was designed from the ground up as a covert fortress. Even if Cyril had managed to mobilize his forces to attack the building, it would have ended in a brutal slaughter of his agents. The intelligence officer had a list of reports in her hand from her field agents embedded in the city, which she quickly spoke about. Your Highness, as you have anticipated, it would appear that the majority of the politicians within both the Hawk and Dove factions are guilty of conspiring against the Palaiologos dynasty. I have ordered the agents your father has long since embedded in their households to eliminate them. As far as their deaths are concerned, you won't have to worry about being held responsible. I have given the command to our agents to raid their villas to make it look like an act of murder done by the rioters. By the end of this ordeal, only those noble households who support your claim to the throne will have survived. The boy prince stared coldly out the window and gazed at the burning city in the background. It was only after he had taken control of the German forces within the city of Constantinople did he realize the depths of his father's preparations. An entire network of spies and assassins was hidden in the household of every Byzantine noble family. A single order from the von Kufstein dynasty was all that was needed to eliminate those who opposed the Kaiser's vision. All Alexandros needed to do was take advantage of this hidden network and eliminate his rivals. The boy may be young, but he had learned enough from his father's tutelage over the years to know when the best time to strike was, and that time was now. Thus, there was not even the slightest hint of emotion on the prince's youthful face as he ordered the death of hundreds of people with a single command. I have to admit, my father's preparations for my ascension to the throne are beyond anything I could have anticipated. It would appear that he had never trusted Palladius to actually live up to his end of the bargain and had prepared these assassins so that the moment my royal grandfather died, all backers of his other heirs would be eliminated, leaving the crown in my hands. Though my royal grandfather has enough wisdom to name me his successor, I can't dare to allow the chance that my uncles will betray me in a bid for power. For the sake of my mother's mental health, I will permit them to live, but any semblance of political authority they once had is now gone forever. Even if those fools were to attempt to rally others to their claims, there is now nobody left to support them. Well played, father. The intelligence officer shuddered in silence. She had known about the failsafes Berenger had established long ago. In fact, her job as an agent under the purview of the German embassy was to coordinate these efforts. However, the woman had never expected that a boy as young as 10 would be the one to enact these orders, let alone do so without a single regard for the lives that he had ended with a simple command. The progeny of the Kaiser were truly frightening. Born and raised by their father to be benevolent rulers, but those who would do whatever was necessary to ensure the survival of their dynasty and civilization. Alexandros, Ghazi, and Berengar's other potential heirs had all been raised to follow a Machiavellian philosophy of rulership, one mixed with a sense of noblesse oblige. In other words, they were trained to do whatever was necessary to maintain power, but to use that power for the benefit of their people. It was because of this that the young prince was so easily able to give such a frightening order to his father's agents, knowing that he would be condemning hundreds of people to death, some of them innocent, all for the sake of maintaining control over his future throne. Thus, while the city of Constantinople burned from civil unrest, all while a barbarian horde gathered outside its gates, Alexandros Palaiologos had ruthlessly cemented his future as the next ruler of the Byzantine Empire, and nobody was any the wiser. Chapter 966, Fall of the Golden Horde Part LL. Corrigan gazed upon the city of Constantinople with intense anxiety in her dark eyes. Though the iron eagles which the spirits had forewarned her about had yet to reveal themselves, she knew it would be soon before her brother's army fell, and along with it, any hope of the Golden Horde becoming a true power. For whatever reason, smoke was in the air. Its origins appeared from within the ancient Roman capital. The Mongol princess did not know what form of civil unrest had been going on within the walls of Constantinople, but she could make a fair assessment. After all, she was more than just a pretty face. However, she would not say a word, as her vow of silence was still in effect. Instead, she glared into the sky, waiting for the threat that would usher in a life of servitude to arrive. While this was happening, Shagadai merely laughed at his sister's foolishness. You see, the only thing that separates us from the gates of Constantinople is the Bosporus itself, but there are no iron eagles who will bathe our forces in fire. Do you not feel foolish now, my dear sister? Despite his taunts, Corrigan did not even bother looking upon her scoundrel of a brother and merely continued to watch the skies above. The act of which caused the great Khan to clench his teeth before giving an order out of frustration. Well, what are you waiting for? Begin the construction of ships at once. I want to cross this section of water as soon as possible. During the Golden Horde's conquest of Georgia and Anatolia, many talented individuals had fallen into slavery. As a result, there were more than one shipwright, and plenty of slaves capable of manual labor to build a fleet to ferry the Golden Horde across the waterway which separated them from the mighty Theodosian walls. Shagadai was an impatient man, especially since he desperately wanted to prove his sister's ramblings false. Thus, he was a rather cruel taskmaster, as he ensured that those who failed to endure their brutal workload were whipped into shape. Days passed since the Golden Horde arrived on the other end of the Bosporus, and in that time plenty of barges were constructed. Whatever trees they could find in the nearby land were chopped down and converted into timber, while they reforged the weapons and armor that they had previously scavenged from the battlefield into nails. The effort of tens of thousands of slaves had constructed the vessels necessary to cross the Bosporus in merely a single week. Thus, with his fleet constructed, Shagadai gave the order to sail and lay siege to the mighty Theodosian walls, which had stood proudly for nearly a millennium. As Shagadai boarded the first barge, he gazed upon his younger sister and gave his soldiers a command that would ultimately save her life. "Keep my dearest sister in my tent under guard. I don't trust her to enter the battlefield by my side." Corrigan merely sighed internally as she heard this, knowing from the spirit's warning that this would ultimately be why she survived long enough to find herself in captivity while her brother and the majority of his army died horribly in the flames of war. Yet she did not say a word to remind her brother of this fate and merely abided by his commands, knowing that resistance to her fate was no longer an option. A small squad of the Khan's most elite warriors did as they were instructed and locked up the Mongol princess into her brother's tent, ensuring that she could not escape. In fact, they felt rather irritated that they would not take part in the glorious conquest of Constantinople, yet they did not speak a word of their misgivings. After securing his sister, Shagadai boarded the first barge, along with as many of his troops and their equipment that could fit on board. Several other barges set sail at the same time as they slowly ferried the troops across the strait which connected the western world to the east. Within a matter of hours, all 100,000 Mongol horsemen were standing across from the gates of Constantinople, gazing savagely upon its glory. None more so than the Khan, who impatiently eyed the city which would become the capital of his great empire. With a confident grin on his barbarous face, Shagadai spoke the words which he believed would be written in history until the end of time. "These walls have stood defiantly for 1,000 years, protecting the city's inhabitants from the horrors of the outside world. I think it's about time they came crumbling down. Unleash the cannons." With this command given, a series of cannons, which had mostly been scavenged from the scattered Byzantine and Georgian forces, were loaded and primed before the first barrage opened fire upon the mighty Theodosian walls. There were 3 sections of walls which guarded the city from the outside world, and until now no hostile army had ever breached them. However, this was no longer the age of trebuchets and crossbows. This was the era of steel and shot. Because of this, Alexandros knew that they would not hold out for long. Thus, in an act of desperation, the young prince had ordered the German Marines who were stationed at the embassy to deploy their machine guns to the inner wall. Assuming the Mongols were able to breach the first 2 sections of the city's defenses, the only thing that would await them at their final destination would be a torrent of bullets. During this past week, after the riots had been quelled, the German Marines had spent some time instructing Palladius legions on how to wield these modern weapons of war. Their training was brief, but not much was required to learn how to operate Berengar's buzzsaw from a static position. The Marines brought out whatever 8x57mm munitions they had stored away within the embassy and supplied them to the Byzantine machine gunners. All that remained to defend the German embassy were 2 machine guns and 2,000 rounds of ammunition. While the Mongol artillery pounded the outermost defenses, Alexandros stood on top of the inner wall with a hint of disdain on his youthful face. A small group of German naval special forces, as well as Palladius and his elite guard, flanked him. The aging Byzantine general had but a single question on his mind as he asked the boy about his overall plan for defense. "Do you really think we can hold out long enough for your father's forces to arrive?" Despite the young age of the child next to him, there was not a single hint of fear in the boy's green eyes. Instead, he merely scoffed in response to this before stating with the utmost confidence that there was not a reason to worry. "My father's forces are stationed in Cyprus, which is roughly 761 kilometers away from our current location. I have received word that they have already deployed and are en route as we speak. With a speed of roughly 400 kilometers per hour, it will take less than 2 hours for reinforcements to arrive. When they do, the enemy is as good as dead. With our current defenses and the weapons we wield, the enemy won't even be able to breach the outer wall before the Luftwaffe arrives to save the day. You do not need to worry so much, Palladius. From the moment my father married my mother, the Byzantine Empire's future was secured. Just make sure your men stationed on the outer wall use their artillery to target the enemy's cannons. If these barbarians actually manage to breach our second line of defense, then they will be walking straight into machine gun fire. Now that I think about it, you haven't had the chance to witness how effective my father's weapons are, have you? If I'm not mistaken, my father defeated the Hungarian army before you could arrive to witness their slaughter. If that's the case, then you should treat this as a learning experience." Palladius had been stunned by how quickly the boy had taken charge of the city's defenses and quelled the riots. He vowed from that moment on not to underestimate Alexandros simply because he was a child. If the boy had such confidence in this battle, then he need not worry. Ultimately, he could only sigh in defeat and express his true thoughts on the matter. I sure hope you are right. Thus, the Golden Horde had arrived at the gates of Constantinople, but they only had 2 hours to breach through 3 sets of walls before the Luftwaffe arrived. Whether they could accomplish their goals in this amount of time would ultimately decide whether or not the Khan and his horde of nomads would emerge victorious. Chapter 967, The Luftwaffe Arrives. An exchange of artillery fire took place between Constantinople's defenders and the besieging army belonging to the Golden Horde. While this was occurring, Alexandros stood firmly upon the inner walls of the city, watching the battlefield from afar. Since he had decided to take control over the city's defenses, the boy prince had chosen to remain on the battlefield even if he was standing in the furthest area away from immediate danger. Standing beside the young prince was a group of German Naval Special Forces operatives who acted as his security detail. Along with those members of the Byzantine Royal Guard who were steadily waiting for the walls to crumble so that they could make use of the advanced weapons their allies had temporarily gifted them. Palladius watched the outermost wall become filled with cracks. He was very concerned about the fall of this barrier. It had not even been an hour since the siege had begun, and yet one of the 3 levels of defense was already on the verge of collapse. He quickly voiced his worries to the young prince standing by his side. If the low wall falls, then we will be left with only 2 means of defense. Are you sure these weapons of yours can hold off the enemy long enough for reinforcements to arrive? There was not the slightest hint of worry on Alexandros' face as he nodded his head in agreement before boasting about the capabilities of the machine guns referred to by German troops as Berengar's buzzsaw. A single MG-27 general-purpose machine gun is capable of firing roughly 1,200 rounds per minute. With such a high volume of fire along with multiple guns covering the area directly outside this wall, we will be able to kill tens of thousands of these barbarians in a matter of minutes. The only problem is that we don't have much ammunition. Still, the attack will be enough to make the enemy think twice about attacking the last barrier. So even if the outer wall collapses, the inner wall will be perfectly safe, at least long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Once the Luftwaffe is here, we do not need to worry about the enemy even if they were to have 1 million men standing outside our gates. It shocked Palladius to hear the rate of fire these weapons were capable of. As a man who was most accustomed to his troops wielding flintlock muskets and muzzle-loading cannons, which could fire perhaps 2 to 3 rounds a minute, this was simply an absurd amount of firepower. Though the men had been trained on how to load, aim, and fire the weapons, they had not actually fired any shots from the guns. This was specifically because of the limited amount of ammunition which was stored in the German embassy. Under current circumstances, every round was precious and had to be conserved for the actual battle, assuming it was actually needed. In fact, outside of the 2 guns posted within the walls of the German embassy, there were only 4 of these guns in total. Thus, the Byzantine defenders would have to make use of 4 machine gun crews mounted on their inner wall if the enemy were to break through all other defenses. Palladius was practically biting his nails in anxiety while the blood-curdling screams of men shot by musket fire filled the air. However, the defenses were set in stone and the aging general could do nothing but pray for his men's safety. After all, they had the advantage of hiding behind the large stone walls to aid in their protection from the enemy fire. Not long after, a gap appeared in the outermost wall where the nomadic warriors of the Golden Horde rushed through with their muskets in hand. Unfortunately for them, they found themselves in a dire situation. The distance between the 3 walls was not large by any means. Once they had broken through the outermost barrier, they were, in fact, stuck between the men behind them and the defenders on the wall above. The Byzantine soldiers made use of this opportunity to rain fire down upon the Mongols with their muskets. A plume of smoke filled the air as lead balls propelled down from the ramparts above, piercing through the thick armor which the Mongol warriors wore as if it were made of butter. The projectiles tore through their flesh and claimed their lives without remorse, causing the front line of the Mongol horde to become utterly devastated. However, the men behind them quickly retaliated by firing upon the Byzantine defenders who hid behind the stone merlons for cover, all while reloading their weapons as quickly as they could manage before once more firing a volley upon the attackers below. Unfortunately for the Mongol artillery, once they had breached the outermost wall, they were not able to advance into a position where they could fire on the second without actually thoroughly destroying the outermost wall. Thus, their cannons suddenly became far less effective in destroying the next barrier which prevented the Mongols from conquering the city. Their only option was to continue to fire upon the outermost wall, hoping to create enough space to attack the next defense. Another hour passed, and by now Palladius was far more calm. He could understand now why the boy standing next to him was completely free of anxiety. For the Mongols to successfully bring down the Theodosian walls, they needed their siege to go on for weeks or even months at a time. While the Golden Horde had managed to penetrate through the outermost wall, they had only created small gaps for their infantry to pass through, and any attempt to bring in ladders or artillery were immediately met with retaliation by the Byzantine defenders. Ultimately, it was not long before the Luftwaffe was seen in the sky above. When Alexandros witnessed this, he decisively made an order to the Byzantine general standing next to him. "Withdraw your troops to the city. The Luftwaffe has arrived." Palladius did not dare question the boy's commands as only Alexandros was aware of the destructive capability which the German armed forces were capable of unleashing. With a quick order, the Byzantine defenders fled into the city. Palladius himself was about to follow suit when Alexandros grabbed hold of his sleeve and shook his head before uttering one simple word. Observe. Shagadai was calm as can be. Within the first hour of his assault, the Mongol artillery had penetrated through the outermost layer of Constantinople's defenses. While it was true that he could not advance his siege weapons beyond the low wall and into a position where they could attack the second barrier, he had all the time in the world to thoroughly dismantle the city's defenses. Or so he thought. The Great Khan would never have believed that the Germans were en route with an explosive payload that could send his entire army to the depths of hell in a matter of seconds. Thus, he sat back in the rear of his forces and munched on a piece of citrus while casually watching the battle unfold. It was not until the sky darkened above that he became concerned. At first he thought the weather had turned sour and as a result he would have to delay his plans to siege the city. However, upon further inspection he realized that the clouds did not blot the sun out above but instead it was done by hundreds of aircraft. That's right, for the defense of Constantinople, Berenger had not just sent the 100 bombers previously located at Cyprus Air Base. Over the past week, when word first reached the Kaiser's ears that the Golden Horde was constructing barges on the other side of the Bosporus, Berenger had dispatched every Mi-264 bomber from across the fatherland and the Mediterranean to Cyprus with the intent to engage in one massive bombing campaign. This time around there were roughly 1,000 strategic bombers all outfitted with a payload of napalm bombs flying in the sky above Constantinople. When Shagadai gazed upon the scene, he instantly dropped the food that was in his hand and repeated the two words that his little sister had always warned him about throughout the entirety of his campaign. Iron Eagles? He instantly regretted mocking his sister's words and felt compelled to ride off and escape from the fiery fury which he knew he was about to receive. However, before he could do so, the first wave of bombs dropped. They not only dropped outside the outermost defense of Constantinople where the bulk of his army laid, but in between the outermost and secondary walls as well. A sea of flames erupted upon the earth's surface as they reached towards the heavens above as if their goal was to devour God himself. Naturally, they could not accomplish this, but they had succeeded in consuming everything in their path. Before Shagadai could even yelp in fright, he himself had been lit aflame. His dying screams filled the air and lasted for a matter of seconds before his body turned into ash along with that of his entire army. The only thing remaining between the city of Constantinople and the area where Shagadai once stood were the scorching stones of the city's outermost defenses. The attack had disappeared as quickly as it had begun, leaving Palladius and all the city's inhabitants in a state of utter shock. Even Alexandros was surprised at the level of destruction the Luftwaffe was capable of. Though he had heard from his father just how powerful a fleet of Mi-264 bombers were, words did not do it justice. Gazing upon the fiery pillars which consumed the area in a sea of flames while smelling the stench of napalm turning 100,000 bodies to ash, it was an experience that Alexandros was certain he would only ever see once in his lifetime. After taking several moments to calm his nerves, the boy recovered his stoic expression before turning to the Byzantine general and asking him one simple question. Now that you have witnessed it for yourself, are you finally convinced of the Reich's power? Chapter 968, Fall of Devagiri. With the Golden Horde defeated and the city of Constantinople under the direct authority of Prince Alexandros Palaiologos, the crisis which the Byzantine Empire was facing had ended quicker than it had come. However, Alexandros was far from pleased with just the elimination of the Golden Horde's army. He would not rest until the barbarians were driven back into the lands from whence they came. Thus, he quickly ordered the Byzantine troops to sail across the Bosporus with the Byzantine fleet and attack the enemy's camp where the late Shagadai kept the women, children, and slaves of his massive following. Corrigan had watched as the skies blackened under the wings of the Iron Eagles. She had borne witness to the sight of her brother and his army being consumed by what could only be compared to a volcanic explosion. Yet, she did not weep, for the spirits had warned her long ago that this would be her people's fate should they march on Byzantium. Rather than encourage the men who guarded her to flee for their lives, the Mongol princess stood her ground and waited to be greeted by the Byzantine army, knowing full well that her fate was sealed. As for the remainder of the camp, many of the women, children, and slaves tried their best to flee off into the wilderness of Anatolia, taking their chances on an arduous journey home, rather than face the wrath of the Byzantine Empire, who until just seconds ago were at the mercy of the Great Khan and his mighty horde. Though most of them would not get far. Soon enough, the Byzantine army, or what remained of it, arrived in the encampment where Corrigan, guarded by the men her brother had tasked with restraining her, knelt before Palladius. She still did not say a word, as she had taken a strict vow of silence, one that she would not break even after Shagadai's defeat. It took one glance at the woman and the men who guarded her for Palladius to understand that she held a prestigious position among the Khan's horde, though he did not know the exact role she played. He could still make an educated guess. Thus, with a swift voice, he ordered for the woman to be detained. Arrest her. The Mongol guards raised their muskets in an attempt to defend their princess from harm, but Corrigan merely shook her head and forced them to surrender. The men beneath Palladius' command quickly bound the Mongol beauty and dragged her back to the city where she would wait in the dungeons until her identity was ascertained. With this, the Golden Horde had been thoroughly defeated and what remained of their people was either scattered to the wind or captured by the Byzantine army. Ultimately, their fate of their culture would be left up to the boy prince to decide. While the enemies of the Byzantine Empire had been thoroughly trounced by their German allies, the Indian subcontinent was not as peaceful. Currently within the Yadava dynasty, the siege of Devagiri was taking place. The Bengal army had broken through the capital's defenses and intense fighting was occurring in the streets. In truth, the Bengal emperor was not expecting this level of resistance. Every house that his troops tried to take over was filled with brutal urban warfare, as men, women, and children made use of matchlock muskets and primitive explosives to deal a death blow to as many of their attackers as possible. All of this, of course, was coordinated by Germany's Sturm Commandos who had the intention of inciting a massacre. These elite warriors had long since fled the city and were simply observing the flames of war unfold below as the Bengal army struggled to deal with this new type of warfare. Asha sat at the rear of his forces and cursed as his men struggled to gain control of the city. The more casualties his troops suffered, the more enraged he became. Eventually the man could not endure his growing wrath any longer and gave a command that even his troops found shocking. If these Yadava mongrels continue to resist their fate, then bury them. I will not lose any more men in this conquest. Load the cannons and wipe this pathetic city off the face of the earth. You are free to do what you wish to any of the survivors. Though the officers in the Bengal army found this order shocking at first, they did not dare to disobey. Quickly the Bengal army was given the order to withdraw from the city where the locals sung their victory cries, foolishly believing they had driven back their attackers. However, in the next moment, the boom of artillery echoed in the air as explosive shells came raining down upon the city's inhabitants. Those who had gathered in the streets to celebrate now found themselves blasted into meat paste by the advanced weapons of their enemies. The barrage continued and while it occurred, the hidden Sturm Commandos recorded every moment of it. This would be all the evidence they needed for their Anangpur allies to justify their intervention in the Bengal's conquest of the Indian subcontinent. The bombardment continued for several minutes as hundreds of guns unloaded their shells, destroying buildings and annihilating most of the life within the city. However, after a while, a white flag flew over Devagiri's destroyed gates, causing the Bengal army to halt their hostilities. If only for the briefest of moments. The Bengal army quickly responded to this state of surrender by rushing into the city and taking the survivors captive. Starved from their lust, the Bengal army, who were no longer restrained by Atami's so-called rules of war, raped every woman and girl they could find while killing the men with bayonets and enslaving the boys. All of these atrocities were recorded by the nearby German Sturm Commandos. No longer wanting to watch such human suffering unfold, the captain of the Sturm Commandos ceased his recording and gave the order to withdraw back to the borders of the Anangpur Empire. We've seen enough. Now is the time to present this evidence to the Anangpur Emperor so he can interfere before anything worse occurs. Annihilating a city that continued to resist? That was something the Germans had done more than once in their previous campaigns. Enslaving and raping the survivors? Such a thing was simply barbaric and could not be tolerated. In fact, after witnessing such a sight unfold before them, many of the Sturm Commandos wanted nothing more than to interfere. However, orders were orders and their job now was to withdraw from the field and use what they had seen as a justification for war. Berenger stood in his war room surrounded by his general staff. The highest-ranking military officers of all branches of the German military were standing nearby, all of whom were observing the map that was sprawled out across a large table. As new intelligence came in from the field, the pieces representing all factions in play were shifted. One thing was certain, the enemies of the Byzantine Empire were annihilated and what remained of the Golden Horde was either captured or scattered to the wind. Though this was good news, there was no time for celebration as immediately afterward the fall of Devagiri was announced by a nearby comms officer. In doing so, the next stage of the Indian proxy war had truly begun. General Feldmarschall Heinrich von Graz, who was the leading officer of the Reichsguard, immediately moved the pieces representing the Heer's 12th Panzer Division along with the Anangpur army forward and into the borders of Bengal-occupied Yadava. There was a sadistic grin on his face as he announced his thoughts to his Kaiser and all of his peers. The war for India is now in full effect. Any moment now we will receive word that Emperor Daryatamara has declared war on the Bengals and as planned, he will be calling upon our alliance to aid him in his campaign to expel the Bengals from the Indian subcontinent. Let us show the Japanese what our armies are truly capable of. Adelbrand, however, was far less enthusiastic about the upcoming war in India. In fact, he shook his head before responding to the man's claims. Let's just pray we can defeat the enemy before Emperor Asha calls upon his Japanese allies. I have a sneaking suspicion that this proxy war might escalate into something more serious. It was at this point Berenger finally broke his silence. With a confident tone in his voice, he assured all of his generals that everything would be all right. Whatever happens, we will be ready to face it. We have prepared for years just for this moment. The Bengal army will fall and India will permanently enter our sphere of influence. Not even Empress Atami Ryo can prevent this from happening. With this, the Byzantine Empire's troubles had come to an end while the war in India had only just truly begun. Chapter 969, An Enchanting Dream. Berenger stood within a thicket of the densest woodlands he had ever stepped foot in. He was not dressed in his usual regal attire, which signified his authority as the emperor of all Germans. Instead, he was dressed in rather primitive wool clothing fashioned in the style of the ancient Germanic people. There was blue war paint across his handsome face as well as across his chiseled body. The most powerful man in the world stood in bewilderment with a sword in one hand and a round shield in another. He had no idea how he had gotten to this mysterious area nor why he was dressed in such a barbaric fashion. All he knew was that someone or something had brought him here. Whatever the reason, Berenger did not want to stick around to find out, and as such he quickly sheathed his blade before cautiously making his way through the dense forest. He could not see far into the distance as a mysterious fog obscured even his immediate surroundings. As a man who had previously encountered several hidden deities, Berenger knew exactly what this meant, but that did not mean for one moment that he would leave his guard down. No matter where he stepped into the mist, he appeared to be led by some mysterious force to a specific destination. In the end, the German emperor found himself at the base of a small pond which was surrounded by ancient runestones and a tree larger than any other in the forest. The tattooed back of a red-headed woman could be seen seated within the pool whose water was steaming, the mist of which exuded into the air and out towards the rest of the forest. Before Berenger could ask a question, a sultry voice that he was all too familiar enveloped his entire being. "So you have finally arrived, and here I thought you would keep me waiting for another few years." After saying this, the woman turned around to expose her divine face and perfect body. However, what shocked Berenger the most was that this was a woman he knew and loved more than any other, and yet despite this, she was so foreign to him at this moment. The red-headed bow-tie sky-blue eyes gazed seductively at the man standing across from her as she enticed him to join her in the heated pool. "Won't you join me, Berenger, son of Sieghard?" Berenger looked around at his surroundings and immediately concluded that he was dreaming, which he was quick to give voice to. "I'm dreaming, aren't I? And you are not the woman I love." A pouting expression which Berenger was oh so familiar with appeared on the strawberry blonde-haired bow-tie's face as she feigned her offense. She was quick to confirm his suspicions. "You are correct. However, I promise you I can be so much more than your little lover. So how about it, won't you join me for a bath?" Berenger scoffed when he heard this. However, he did not deny the bow-tie's request and immediately dropped his shield before undressing himself. The moment his trousers came off, a hint of lust appeared on the stranger's beautiful face, her eyes never gazing away until the moment the misty water concealed her prize. Before she could speak again, Berenger exhaled heavily as if all his pent-up stress was being released by the boiling pool. "This may be a dream, but it has been some time since I have enjoyed the experience of a hot tub. I give you points for making this so realistic. So which divine figure do I have the pleasure of speaking to?" A sly smirk appeared on the woman's face as she swam across the pool and entered Berengar's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her substantial bosom up to his broad chest before whispering seductively into his ears. "I'll give you 3 guesses." Berenger leaned back in the pool of the water, not falling for the temptress's wiles as he thought carefully on the matter for several moments in silence. There were plenty of goddesses like her across the many religions of this world. However, if he thought about it clearly, there was really only one name that fit this divine beauty sitting naked on his lap. "Freya. To what do I owe the pleasure of you invading my dreams?" A satisfied smile appeared on the woman's pretty face as she rested her dainty chin on the man's muscular shoulder. She was thoroughly impressed by his ability to guess her identity so quickly. Thus, she could not help herself but to compliment him. "You are good as they say. No wonder why little Wird has become so enamored with you. I must say, I wouldn't have to visit your dreams if your little lover was half as good as her job as she thinks she is. Despite years of effort, she has found very little trace of little old me, thus I have no choice but to play this little trick. We need to talk. Meet me in the Black Forest at the dawn of the midwinter solstice." Berenger merely scoffed when he heard this before bonking the goddess on her nose with the tip of his finger. The act of which caught Freya off guard, who quickly blushed in response. No mortal had ever dared to treat her in such an irreverent manner before. However, before she could protest, Berenger lectured her. "Are we not speaking right now? Why must I travel all the way to the Black Forest simply to speak with you? The winter solstice is quickly approaching, and I am in the middle of war. I do not have time to play your games. Why don't you just tell me what you need to say here and now?" A fierce glint appeared in the red-headed bow-tie sky-blue eyes as she gazed upon the man sitting under her as if he were no simple mortal. After all, there was at the very least one part of a divine being infused with his flesh. When she recalled what the Norns had told her, the man had also drunk from the well of fate, and a substantial amount at that. This alone made him a being above that of your average mortal. Despite these factors, there were some things better off said within the safety of her divine domain. Thus, she was rather insistent on her previous point. With a stern expression on her gorgeous face, Freya chastised the man for his lack of reverence. "You dare lay a finger on my divine face? Bold? Very bold, Berenger. If you were not Odin's chosen, I may have forced you to pay a hefty price for your lack of worship." Even though there was a fearsome tone in the woman's alluring voice, Berenger scoffed once more before responding to the goddess while claims. You're the one sitting naked on my lap, so what, you have the right to touch me however you desire, but I can't lay a finger on you? Freya glared menacingly at Berenger, however in the next moment her expression changed from wrathful to charming as she leaned in close and whispered into Berengar's ear with all the seduction she could muster. Exactly. Now be a good little boy and do what I say. If you come to visit me at the appointed hour, I promise you will be well rewarded for your efforts. If it were any other man in Berengar's position, they would have fallen under the goddess spell then and there. However, Berenger remained entirely unfazed and instead responded with a sly grin on his face. Well, see. After saying this, Berenger forced himself awake, where he found himself entangled in the loving arms of his favorite wife, Linda. She looked identical to the appearance Freya had chosen to show to him. Other than one slight detail, her skin was completely flawless and utterly devoid of tattoos. After placing a gentle kiss on the sleeping Bowtie's lips, Berenger rested his head in the woman's substantial bosom and drifted back into sleep, this time free from Freya's influence. Chapter 970, Preparations for a Brief Journey. Berenger awoke the next morning with a fierce internal debate in his heart. As of this moment, the war in India had entered its next stage. However, when a divine being invades your dreams and summons you to her domain, you typically do not reject her call. Since the beginning of Berengar's rise to power, he had established the means for his military to act independently without his oversight. Now was the time to test these preparations. However, currently the man was seated across from his foremost lover, who looked almost identical to the appearance which Freya had shown to him the night before. There was a hint of a concern on Berengar's face, and Linda was quick to notice. After all, she was well accustomed to her man's behavior, so much so that the slightest fluctuation in his expression was instantly detected, almost as if it was instinctual. Without a second of hesitation, the red-headed beauty was quick to inquire about just what was troubling her man. So, you want to talk about it? Berenger instantly looked up from his cup of coffee and his plate filled with breakfast and gazed into the loving eyes of his favorite wife. There was genuine concern on her face, which Berenger could not help but feel thankful for. With a heavy sigh, he began to spin his tale of woe. Nothing gets past you, does it? Very well, last night I had a rather peculiar dream. In this dream, the goddess Freya appeared to me and told me to visit her during the autumn solstice within the Black Forest. She had something important to say to me. However, the proxy war in India has recently started heating up, and because of that, I feel like I am needed here in Kufstein. I can't seem to make up my mind about what to do. Besides, the thing that bothers me most is she attempted to charm me during my sleep. Lindy's face frowned ever so slightly when she heard the last part of her husband's words. A goddess was trying to steal her man away from her? Absolutely unacceptable. She did not mind sharing Berenger with the world's most beautiful princesses, but an ancient goddess known for her beauty and fertility. That was simply out of the question. Despite these concerns, Linda was also aware of some details regarding the ancient Germanic deities. After all, she had been searching for their whereabouts for some time now. If one of these divine beings had reached out to Berenger and voluntarily revealed their hidden location, it was an immense opportunity for the man. Thus, after thinking about the situation carefully, Linda sighed before giving her husband her thoughts on the matter. If the gods are reaching out to you now after all this time, it must be something important. I suggest that you follow this path and meet with Freya at the time and location she has given you. However, if that bitch so much as touches a hair on your head, I will never forgive her. This fierce response startled Berenger as he chuckled to cope with the intense fear he was feeling at this moment. Linda was a terrifying woman when she wanted to be. Berenger was incredibly lucky that she was so supportive of his harem. One might even call her the glue that kept them together as one giant family. The thing Berenger feared most in this world was that one day his loving wife would turn bitter and filled with envy. When that happened, there would surely be hell to pay. For Linda to suddenly refer to a woman who attempted to seduce her man as a bitch that was unworthy of her forgiveness, it meant that she felt threatened by the goddess. Thus, Berenger immediately tried to calm the woman down, who was practically trembling in rage at the idea of Freya seducing her man. Relax, sweetheart, Freya tried her best to seduce me during our time together, but she got no response from me. I have no intentions of sleeping with her. After all, you are far more beautiful. Linda flushed in embarrassment when she heard her man say she was more beautiful than the Germanic goddess of beauty and fertility. She was instantly curious what her rival looked like and was quick to ask about it. Oh really? How did she appear to you? Berenger chuckled and sipped from his coffee, completely unaware that his next words were about to trigger his wife beyond his comprehension. Actually, she looked almost exactly like you, the primary difference being that her skin was marred with tattoos. Such a shame that she would defame your beauty in such a way, thinking that it would appeal to me. Linda was already aware from her previous discussions with Berenger about his past encounters with supernatural beings that they could take the form of whomever they pleased. For her rival to seduce her man with her own appearance, the insult was too great. So much so that Linda had unknowingly cracked the ceramic cup that was in her hand out of sheer rage. Berenger immediately became concerned as the coffee mug shattered, sprinting to his woman's side and checking to see if she had been cut by any of the ceramic shards. Luckily, there was not a scratch on Lindy's perfect hands, and thus he could only kiss them gently and thank the gods that she was all right. An act of which immediately pulled the red-headed beauty out of her state of fury. Though she was no longer consumed by rage, there was still a hint of bitterness in the woman's tone as she made a vow that even Berenger found to be frightening. If I ever lay eyes on that bitch, I'm going to make her pay for what she has done. There was complete and utter silence when Berenger heard these words, partially because he did not know how to calm down the enraged beauty from her state of wrath, and partially because he was terrified to think about what would happen if Freya and Linda ever met in person. After several moments of awkward silence, Berenger finally spoke up and in doing so had sealed his fate. Well, as you previously suggested, it would be unwise to ignore a goddess summons. So these next few days I will be preparing for my journey to the Black Forest. I promise you, nothing will happen between me and Phrygia. You have my word. Berengar's word was worth more than most kingdom treasuries. He had seldom made promises to Linda regarding other women, and for the most part, the red-headed beauty was tolerant of his polygamous tendencies. However, the man could see how upset his woman was over Freya's advances, so much so that he was convinced if he were to ever make a move on the goddess, his wife would never forgive him, and no woman, not even a divine being, was worth such a terrible fate. Soon enough, Linda finally managed to gain control over her emotions. There was a stoic expression on her flawless face as she nodded her head in silence 3 times. She trusted her man to keep his word even in the face of a goddess. Still, she would not sleep easy these next few days, knowing that the love of her life was about to enter a divine temptress domain. With this journey determined, Berenger shifted the topic to something that was arguably less troublesome. He sighed heavily as he poured his wife another cup of coffee before explaining his thoughts. As for the proxy war in India, I trust you to ensure that my generals don't do anything foolish while I'm away. The plan is simple enough, and as long as the Anangpur infantry does their part, victory is assured. Are you aware of the current situation? Linda gracefully sipped from her new glass of coffee while pondering over what she knew of the strategies that the German and Anangpur armies would employ within the Indian subcontinent. Your plan is essentially to ferry the Anangpur infantry into battle by having them ride on top of our tanks and IFVs, which will provide direct fire support and a means of cover. While you do this, you also intend to make use of the Luftwaffe and Kriegsmarine to collect intelligence on the enemy forces and blockade their ports so they can't receive aid from their allies in Japan. It's a bold strategy, one that will undoubtedly result in a quick victory. However, it will also invoke the ire of the Japanese Empress, but since we have damning evidence of the Bengal Army's wrongdoings in Devagiri, that should be enough to shut the bitch up regarding the matter. Berenger simply smiled when he heard his wife's assessment and was quick to praise her. I'm glad to hear you agree with my strategy. Since you are already aware of how we will wage this war, just make sure my generals don't do anything foolish. Okay? Linda merely smirked in response to this and nodded her head. Of course, you just focus on enjoying your journey. Just leave everything to me. Chapter 971, Japanese Military Reforms. While Berenger had been dealing with matters regarding their Byzantine allies, Itami was hard at work overhauling her empire from the ground up. Naturally, any significant reforms that seized power from the nobility and distributed it across the realm was not going to be a popular move. Until now, Itami's Japan was essentially still a feudal state, one that had transitioned from an agrarian society to an industrial one. All of the major factories were owned by the samurai clans of old, and their workers were still the peasant class. Nothing had really changed except for the work that was being done. One could even go so far as to say that the overwhelming majority of military officers were also members of the samurai class. This made things extremely difficult to change. Unlike Berenger, who had made strives to gain the support of the commoners early on, Itami had pretty much alienated that section of her population as mere subjects whose value was determined by how they contributed to the war machine. Any attempt now to liberate the peasant class could easily provoke the samurai clans who held immense financial and military power within the empire. Because of this, Itami had to take things slowly and designed a 5-year plan to completely overhaul Japanese society. The first item on her list was to pass a law which allowed educated peasants to climb the ranks of the military. This would be a controversial move, but with enough coercion on the Empress' part could ultimately prevent any form of insurrection that she could potentially face in the coming years. Thus, Itami was hard at work creating this law. She used the light of the divine mirror to enhance her political understanding. After all, she was not the best politician, which was evident by the empire she created. It took significant effort on her part to draft laws that were any good, and something as important as this needed her utmost effort. After several hours, she finally dropped her pen and sat back in her leather-bound recliner in total exhaustion. She honestly could not believe how strenuous such a task was on the mind. After calming her shot nerves with a bit of sake, she gazed over at the portrait of Berenger which hung proudly in her room and sighed heavily. She honestly did not know what the man had done to her spy, Imina, but Itami had come to deeply regret her decision of sending the woman over to Germany. The fact that she was discovered so quickly meant that the Germans had an unbelievably robust intelligence organization. Itami had no way of knowing that it was Berengar's divine eye that had granted him the ability to see a human being's true intentions. If she had, she obviously would not have sent her spy deep behind enemy lines with the intentions to seduce the man. Thus, after signing the bill into law, Itami decided she would do everything in her power to get Mina back. However, it would not be an easy task. All Itami knew about Mina's fate was she was caught in her actions as a foreign spy. This meant that any appeal to Germany would be met with mockery, as her enemy would not willingly hand back such a valuable asset. Itami did not know that as far as the world at large was concerned, Imina was already dead, executed on the grounds of conspiracy to assassinate the Kaiser and his family. In reality, the woman had been dragged to a black site where she was kept for interrogation purposes. Everything Mina knew about Itami and her empire she had given to German intelligence, and as a result they kept her alive but completely confined to a padded cell. Any criminal who was valuable enough or had committed heinous enough crimes to warrant a lifetime of torture was kept in these black sites. They were officially executed, and therefore nobody would ever come looking for them. Their treatment varied upon the severity of their crimes and their level of cooperation with the German authorities. If Itami wanted to save Mina's life, then she needed to first condemn her as a traitor and request extradition back to Japan so that she could face her punishment at the hands of her own people. Naturally, Itami did not want to do this, but it was the only way to get Mina back. Thus she spent the next few moments drafting a formal request to the German embassy in Beijing to hand over Mina to the Japanese authorities. Once she was done, Itami called upon a servant to ship the message to its destination. It was only after her work was done that she crawled into bed, attaching herself to her Julian body pillow. She was close to entering a deep sleep when a knock resounded on her door, followed by a voice which she wanted nothing more than to dismiss. "Wunchin, Mother has ordered the kitchen to prepare a feast for you. Won't you come down and spend some time with your family?" Itami had locked herself away in her room for several days, only escaping from its confines to take care of her personal hygiene. She realized that if she stayed indoors any longer, her family and perhaps even her subjects would become concerned. As a result, she instantly jumped out of her bed with a rather irritated expression on her pretty face before dressing in a white kimono. After doing so, she opened the door with a frown and glared at her younger sister. The act of which frightened the girl until Itami sighed and revealed her true intentions. "Very well, lead the way." A large smile appeared on Momo's face as she hugged her sister and stuffed her face into the oblino bowtie's substantial bosom. The very act caused Itami to flush red in embarrassment before forcing her little sister away. Momo responded to this aggression by tightly gripping Itami Ryo's forearm and dragging her off to the dining area where their mother, Mibusaya, was waiting for the two of her girls with a drink in her hand. Upon noticing Ryo had finally climbed out of her room, Saya smiled before offering her daughter a drink. "Ryo, it's good to see you. I was getting worried about you after you have secluded yourself away in your room again." Itami Ryo merely sighed and sat down before accepting her mother's gesture, downing the sake like it was water before expressing her discontent with her life. "I've just been busy working, Okayasan. I am in the middle of drafting some very important reforms and I can't be distracted." Mibusaya was a cunning woman, more than she let on. The moment she heard the words important reforms, she immediately became curious and also protective of her precious daughter. "What kind of reforms?" Itami drank another glass of sake as quickly as it was poured before informing her mother of her work. If there were two people in this world she did not need to hide any secrets from, it was her mother and sister. Thus she was rather carefree as she vented about her lot in life. "Military reforms. It is time I ended the stranglehold over commissions that the samurai class has. So long as a peasant is educated, they should be allowed to rise through the ranks of the armed forces the same as any man." This remark caught Saya off guard. In fact, she was deeply concerned about the impacts this would have. If one samurai clan took offense to this, which was incredibly likely, Itami could be facing a potential coup. Thus she was quick to voice her disagreement with this sudden transition. "Far be it from me to tell you how to run an army, but I think that is very unwise. There are many among the nobility who see your reign as illegitimate and are looking for the first opportunity to depose you. If you step on their traditions any more so than you already have, they are likely to act against you." Itami smirked with a face full of confidence when she heard this and responded to her mother's warning with a hint of disdain on her face. "If that should happen, then I would crush those rebels the same as I have done to all others. It is the dawn of a new age, and unless we reform our society, we will be left behind by the Germans and their fucking Kaiser. I will start with the military, and once I have consolidated it under my authority, then I would like to see how those damned nobles resist my will." Saya could only shake her head in disagreement. Her daughter was so focused on chasing after the accomplishments of the Reich and its Kaiser that she was starting to expect that the girl had become infatuated with the man. In the end, all she could do was cheer her daughter on as she pursued her ambitions. "I sure hope you were right." Not long after the food arrived and Itami and her family enjoyed bountiful feast. Chapter 972, A Union at War. With the fall of Devagiri and the multitude of war crimes committed by the Bengal army, the Anangpur Empire, and by extension, their German allies now had a reason to interfere in the conflict. At this very moment, General Arnwald stood by Emperor Daria Tomara's side as he addressed the troops who had gathered on the border. "For too long we have sat idly by and watched as the Bengal Empire conquered our neighbors. Without warning or just cause, Emperor Asha has marched his soldiers throughout the region and put any resistance to the sword. Today that comes to an end. Thanks to the intelligence provided by our German allies, I have come to learn of how atrociously the Bengal army treats their newly conquered subjects. I will not sit by any longer and wait for our borders to be invaded, nor will I bear witness to the rape of Devagiri without responding. As of this moment, I, Emperor Daria Tamara, first of my name, hereby declare war on the Bengal Empire with the intent to liberate our neighbors from the cruelty of the Bengal army. Soldiers of Anangpur, stand proudly and act as the spear which will save India from 1,000 years of darkness. Those men who had the distinguished honor of serving beneath Daria Tamara saluted their emperor after his brief speech had concluded. They stood by awaiting orders to deploy to the battlefield. Daria looked over towards his German advisor and spoke in a voice so low that nobody besides the two of them could hear it. Are you sure a single armored division is enough to deal with the Bengal army? They have been supplied and trained by the Japanese for some time now. I am worried that our numbers won't be enough. Despite the Anangpur emperor's concerns, Arnwald merely grinned before speaking to the Anangpur emperor in a casual manner. My men have spent the last year training in the art of jungle warfare within the colonies of Adelheim. I would say there is no greater ally you could call upon in this hour of need. After saying this, Arnwald raised his voice and addressed the armored division who sat in the background of the gathering waiting for the fighting to begin. Men of the Reich? Who are we? Immediately, the 25,000 men who were sitting back and waiting patiently jumped to attention before shouting in unison at the top of their lungs. We are proud warriors of the German Empire. We fight for the glory of the fatherland and the prosperity of the German people. We serve the Kaiser and his vision with honor, loyalty, and valor above all. Second to none. Having heard this chant, which was ingrained in the German soldiers from the moment they graduated basic training, Arnwald smiled before accepting their pledge with a simple response. Second to none. Having heard this, the soldiers stomped in unison before throwing up their salutes to their general who responded in kind. Once they had concluded the ritual, Arnwald turned to the Anangpur emperor who was standing by his side while stunned into silence and smiled before confirming that a single division was more than enough to deal with their enemies. A single division of support should be enough. After witnessing such a powerful display, the Anangpur emperor no longer had any concerns. Thus, with a far more confident expression on his face, he gave the order to invade the Bengal-occupied territory. Go forth and liberate India from our enemies. Immediately after saying this, Daria and Arnwald departed from the scene, returning to the safety of the Anangpur capital where they would command this campaign from afar. As for the Anangpur soldiers, they reached into their pouches and pulled out a small tube which, when opened, revealed a large collection of pills. As instructed by their officers, the Indian soldiers quickly swallowed one of these pills before stashing them away on their person. Once they had done this, they climbed onto the backs of the Panther tanks and Martyr IVs whose engines were howling upon activation. They had no way of knowing it, but what they had just taken was a healthy dose of methamphetamines. The moment the substance entered their bloodstream, the soldiers of the Anangpur Empire would be far more focused and far less concerned with death. After every available soldier had climbed onto an armored vehicle, the army began to move forward into the borders of the Yadava dynasty, which was now occupied by the Bengal army. The Bengal army's discipline had completely collapsed following the death of the Japanese advisors. Not expecting any resistance after seizing the city of Devagiri, the soldiers of Asha's army had taken up residence in the ruins while digging up anything of value so that they could keep it for themselves. The women and girls who had survived the siege were treated as playthings by the soldiers who, when they weren't looking for treasures, took advantage of in every way they could. At the moment, there were not even any sentries protecting the borders of the city, nor were there scouts in the field keeping a lookout for a possible Anangpur advance. After all, they had not expected Daria Tamara to capture evidence of their misdeeds and use it as an excuse to not only declare war on them but to drag their most powerful ally into the mix. As for Asha himself, the man was sitting in a relatively intact dwelling, surrounded by a harem of the most beautiful women he had seized during his campaigns. A pipe existed in the man's hand which he smoked opium from. He had a fat smile on his face as he declared his thoughts about his current existence. There is nothing better in this world than conquest. However, the man's peaceful state was interrupted by a sudden growl which could be heard in the distance. Neither he nor any of his soldiers knew what this noise was, but whatever was responsible for it appeared to be closing in on his location. As the irritating noise became louder and louder, Asha got up from his seat and decided to investigate it. Perhaps it was sheer luck or maybe even the will of the gods, but the moment after he stepped out of the building, a loud thunder crackled in the air, and a 15 centimeters shell landed upon the dwelling where the Bengal Emperor's harem currently rested in. The resulting explosion turned the building into dust and those within it into freshly ground meat. Asha had been knocked to the ground by the blast which caused him to become covered in blood and debris. The Bengal Emperor had entered a state of total shock as he gazed upon the destruction, struggling to believe it was real. Before he could even come to his senses, the crackle of machine guns and other weapons resounded in the air, followed by the blood-curdling screams of his own soldiers who rushed out of their hiding holes and into the fray. What Asha saw next was a steel behemoth, larger than any of his war elephants, roll onto the scene, flanked by an entire squad of Indian soldiers. The panzer easily crushed the meager barricade which stood in its path and in doing so rolled over one of the Bengal troops who could not get out of his post in time. The man's screams as he was trampled to death by 45 tons of German steel would forever be ingrained in the Bengal Emperor's brain as he gazed upon the sight in total confusion. He could not help but shout as he slowly came back to his senses. What the hell is that? Before he could even understand what it was that was destroying his army, a Bengal soldier rushed forward towards his emperor with his lever-action rifle in hand and fired a shot towards an oncoming enemy. The bullet tore through the Anangpur soldier's stomach but did not halt the man in the slightest. With a bayonet attached to his rifle and pupils so wide one might think that perhaps he had gone mad, the Anangpur soldier rushed towards the Bengal emperor despite having blood flow out of his gut like a river. The inhuman tenacity of the enemy frightened Emperor Asha to his core. As the battle raged on around him, all he could see was the inches of sharpened steel which fastly approached his person. His life flashing before his eyes, Asha braced for death, but it did not come. Instead, a wave of Bengal soldiers rushed into the area at the exact moment and fired a volley into the enemy's body, cutting him down just before he could claim the Bengal emperor's life. Everything had happened so fast that Asha struggled to believe this was his reality. Ultimately, it was the words of his soldiers who fiercely gripped onto his arm that woke him from his stupor. "Your Majesty, we have to get out of here." While his mind was still muddled with confusion, Asha was escorted out of the area by his soldiers while the rest of his army crumbled beneath the union of the Anangpur and German armies. Chapter 973, Rejecting a Goddess. Transportation within the Reich had evolved tremendously since Berenger first came into contact with a supernatural being all those years ago. The journey from the Tyrolean Alps to the Black Forest was a brief one. Traveling via high-speed rail before transferring to a 5-ton truck, Berenger was able to complete the journey in a matter of hours. Here in the woodlands of Old Germania, Berenger was completely free from all his concerns. There were no worries that plagued him regarding ongoing proxy wars with Japan, nor was he concerned about the internal development of his nation or even important matters of the state, such as managing the economy. Instead, the Kaiser stalked through the forests of his homeland, desperately searching for his prey. What was this prey? The Germanic goddess of beauty and fertility, known most commonly by the name of Freya, who surprisingly enough had made the ancient woodlands her home. This was not the first time that the man had encountered a divine entity, and he was most certain it would not be his last. However, this time was different. This time, Berenger had come alone. Perhaps it was because of his brief interaction with the goddess within the depths of his dreams, but he knew deep within his heart that Freya meant him no harm. Despite walking through the vast terrain of the Black Forest, which had been named a national park via an act of parliament, Berenger had still yet to find his target. Ultimately, the sun began to fall from the sky, and in its place the light of the moon shone down upon the lone wanderer. As a result, Berenger had no choice but to establish camp, which he did via a lightweight backpacking tent meant for 2 people. After eating a healthy serving of military rations, Berenger took a swig from his flask and laid down for the night, expecting to begin his search once he had woken up at the next dawn. It was only after he had finally fallen asleep that his fire extinguished itself and a great fog had taken over his campsite. An alluring smile appeared on the lips of a naked red-headed beauty who slowly walked through the camp without leaving the slightest footprint. She approached the small backpacking tent and reached through its barrier as if she were nothing more than a spirit, silently invading the Kaiser's retreat and entering into his covers beside him. It was only after the goddess was clinging tightly to the man that her physique became corporeal once more. The sleeping face of the German Kaiser was far too tempting for Freya to resist, and thus with a flushed expression she leaned over and kissed the man who was entirely unaware of the goddess' presence. After sucking on his lips for several moments, Freya broke away and pouted, realizing that her prey had entered a deep sleep and would not easily be woken up. Although after several moments of thought she thought this was perhaps a good opportunity, spurring her to reach under the covers and remove the man's undergarments. The material was foreign to the goddess as his shorts were made of spandex, but she did not struggle to remove them. It was only after Berengar's naked body was exposed did Freya lick her luscious lips. Just when she was about to taste her prize, the Kaiser's mismatched eyes opened wide and gazed upon the sight of the ethereal beauty attempting to lick his cock. With a slight sigh, Berenger pushed the goddess away and sat up, causing her to pout once more while she muttered a single phrase beneath her breath. "So close?" Berenger sighed in a similar fashion before shifting his stern gaze onto the goddess' naked figure, which was virtually identical to his favorite wife's, but with one exception. The Germanic runes were tattooed across her body, giving her a more primal sense of beauty than the sophisticated nature of his most beloved. With a hint of disappointment in his voice, Berenger lectured the divine woman as if he were scolding a child. "I find it hard to believe that you enticed me to come all this way just so you could suck my cock. If you don't explain your reasoning for summoning me, I will be leaving." Freya had been completely astonished by this brief interaction with this man. There was no mortal on this planet who could resist her charms, and yet despite giving herself away to Berenger, he still refused to take part in her flesh. There was one thing she had instantly become certain regarding the Kaiser: his will was superhuman. With an alluring tone in her voice, the goddess began to explain her reasoning for summoning Berenger, no longer willing to test his patience. "I asked you to come here for 2 very important reasons. The first of which is that the god who summoned you into this world desires to speak with you in the land of ice on the day of the winter solstice." Berenger was stunned. For some time he had wanted to meet with the man who had brought him into this world and gave him a second chance at life. However, he had not been able to find any trace of the divine entity. He had heard previously that the Allfather was responsible for his transmigration and was easily able to guess by that title that Odin was the god behind it. However, Berenger never expected the deity to be hidden away in Iceland, a region that was completely out of contact with the rest of the world. Hell, it was very likely that the secluded island was entirely unaware about the power shift that Europe had undergone throughout the past decade. After hearing this, Berenger was certain that he would make the voyage at the appropriate time. However, after reflecting on this for a few moments in silence, he recalled that Freya had said there were 2 reasons why she had summoned him, and was quick to ask about this. "You said there were 2 reasons you dragged me here. What is the second?" Freya instantly licked her luscious lips in the most seductive way possible before leaning in close to the man and whispering in his ear the words she thought for sure would break his resolve. "The gods have decided that I am to bear your child. What do you say, champion? Do you not desire to bring a demigod into this world?" Berenger was stunned when he heard this enticing offer. Who was he, a mere mortal man, to deny the will of the gods? However, he had made a promise to the woman he loved that nothing would happen between him and Freya, and despite being overwhelmed with an intense lust at this very moment, Berenger merely sighed in defeat, and whispered back to the divine woman who was doing her best to seduce him. "It is a pity. Though you take the form of the woman I love, you are not her equal. In fact, you are inferior to my dear Linda in every imaginable way. I'm afraid I'm going to have to reject your request." A hideously twisted expression formed on Freya's pretty face when she heard such a brutal rejection. At first she could not believe her ears, but the stoic expression on the man's face and the lack of a reaction from his lower body proved that his words were true. She, the Germanic goddess of beauty and fertility, a figure whom all gods lusted after, had been rejected by a mortal man. To add insult to injury, Berenger made another statement that thoroughly outraged the woman. "Perhaps if you were Nerthus I might be tempted, but alas, this is not the case." Upon hearing this, Freya could no longer contain her rage. With the clench of her fists, the mist in the air suddenly turned into a chilling hailstorm which fell at such a high velocity that it tore through the protection of the tent and pelted the man who lay naked beneath. Blood began to pour from the wounds which had accumulated over Berengar's chiseled body, but he did not make a single move. Instead, he stared down at the madwoman while she screamed obscenities at him. "Nerthus? Nerthus? That old hag? You desire her over me, the great Freya? Have you gone mad?" "No, if it was just a matter of preference for another deity, then I would not be so enraged, but to think you dare to say that I am inferior to a mere mortal woman? I should hang you from the world tree with your own intestines for such a grave offense." Freya's eyes suddenly glowed the color of frost as an icy aura spread across Berengar's body and began to freeze even his own blood. Yet there was still not the slightest look of concern on his face as he patiently waited for the goddess to vent her fury. Just before his heart froze over, a loud but aging voice echoed throughout the entirety of the forest, in doing so shattering whatever power Freya had commanded. "If you dare to lay your hands on my champion, I will bury you in the lowest pit of Helheim." The old but gruff voice immediately instilled a sense of dread inside Freya's heart as she fell to her knees and bowed in the direction of Iceland with reverence. With tears flowing from her eyes, the enraged goddess was practically kowtowing as she pleaded for forgiveness from the Allfather. "Odin, I apologize. I did not mean to offend. But this mortal, he has rejected the will of the gods. Surely he needs to be punished." Bitter, enraged, and hopeless, Freya continued to bow on the floor, awaiting a proper decision from the man who stood at the peak of her pantheon. In the end, Odin's voice was as authoritative as ever as he released Berenger from his constraints. "My champion is free to go. He has deemed you unfit to carry his child. If it is Nerthus he desires, then it shall be arranged at a later date." These words stung Freya's already wounded heart, but she did not dare to speak up any further. Instead, she merely glared in silence at the first man to ever reject her in her entire life. Berenger cupped his hands and bowed with respect in the direction that Freya was kowtowing to before thanking the benevolent deity for his interference. "I thank the Allfather for his assistance in this matter. I promise to visit you at the appointed hour. Until we meet again." After saying this, Berenger quickly dressed himself and packed up his belongings before hiking his way out of the divine domain, no longer wanting to be anywhere near the enraged beauty whose gaze was filled with murderous intent. Chapter 974, The Battle of Devagiri. Emperor Asha was dragged through the ruins of Devagiri by his own soldiers. Everywhere he turned, an armored vehicle supported by the combined might of Anangpur and German infantry had broken through his meager defenses and unleashed a killing spree upon his people. Still in disbelief by the sudden, rapid onslaught, Asha gazed towards his war elephants in hopes that they could break through these hunks of steel and tear through the enemy lines. However, as he witnessed one of his men sitting on the back of these beasts unleash the might of his Gatling gun upon a single Panther tank, his heart immediately imploded. The .4570 bullets barely even scratched the paint job of the Panther tank, which responded to the attack by shifting its turret in the direction of the war elephant, and unleash a 7.5 centimeters high explosive shell onto the target. The war elephant's massive body burst apart like a beached whale as it fell over onto the ground lifeless in a pool of its own blood and guts, the sight of which had thoroughly destroyed whatever morale the Bengal army had left in their hearts. Perhaps it was because copious quantities of methamphetamines fueled them, but the Anangpur soldiers rushed through the battlefield completely unafraid of the Bengal army's attacks, gunning down their enemies and running them through with bayonets. The zealous manner in which their Indian allies attacked the Bengals shocked even the German soldiers. As for the German infantry who had deployed from the interior of the IFs, they were standing behind cover and aiming their automatic rifles down upon the enemy, providing support to the Anangpur troops who boldly charged forward without a slightest care in the world. It took all of 5 minutes for the Bengal army's front lines to break, causing a massive upheaval of tens of thousands of troops who fled through the ruined city's various districts as if the Grim Reaper himself was chasing after them. No matter what the enemy attempted, they could not damage the steel behemoths which boldly pushed through the city's streets, using their twin MG-27 belt-fed machine guns to gun down any hostile infantry who entered their vicinity. The Bengal troops hid behind barricades and attempted to fire their lever-action rifles at the tanks, but to no avail. No matter how many bullets they fired at the heavily armored vehicles, they could not even dent them. The Panther tanks protected the less armored Martyr IFs, whose main armament was a 20mm autocannon which fired fiercely upon the Bengal troops, shredding through their cover and claiming their lives without mercy. As the second line of defense crumbled even quicker than the first, Asha had practically fainted from shock. His men continued to drag him further and further into the interior of the city, trying to avoid the enemy armor as best as possible. In the end, the Bengal emperor regrouped at the very rear of his formation where the horses were located. One of the man's highest-ranking generals approached him and asked just what the hell was going on. Being so far removed from the front lines, he did not even know the horrors which his troops were currently facing. "Your Majesty, what is happening? Why are so many men fleeing towards the rear of our defenses?" Asha had barely managed to recover his senses and was exhausted from the long sprint. He panted heavily as if trying to recover his wits when responding in a relatively incoherent manner. "No chance? We must retreat." The general was stunned to hear this and did not entirely understand the circumstances that they were facing. He shook his emperor with an intent to wake the man out of his crazed stupor, but the looks on the faces of the soldiers who had brought the man this far into the rear lines told him everything he needed to know. Something extraordinary had occurred and the chances of the Bengal army emerging victorious had dropped significantly. The Bengal emperor was in no condition to give orders, and thus, the general looked towards the nearest high-ranking officer who had seen the front lines. The man was ghostly pale, having witnessed the steel behemoths tear their war elephants apart as if they were made of butter. When he heard the general's shrill voice, he nearly shat himself in fear. Just what the hell is going on up there? After taking a moment to calm himself, the officer was quick to report what he had seen. "I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. The Anangpur army has advanced into the city, supported by some kind of massive steel beasts. These vehicles are completely impervious to our weapons and can tear apart a war elephant with a single shot. Most damning of all is the fact that no matter how much we fire upon the enemy infantry, they continue to advance forward as if their wounds do not harm them in the slightest. It is utter madness. The emperor is right, we have no chance of victory. We must withdraw from the city." The sound of gunfire, explosions, and the screams of dying men filled the air. So much so that they completely drowned out the noise of the tank's engines. However, one thing was certain, with each second the Bengals spent arguing about what to do, their enemies gained more ground. Bloodied and battered men rushed through the city and towards the rear lines, only resting when they felt that they had gained safety in numbers. Many of them refused to believe that if they joined hands and fired upon the steel beasts all at once, that the enemy would remain unharmed. However, Asha knew better. Whatever the Anangpur army had used to attack them, it was not something they could face. Perhaps not even the Japanese, with all their advanced weapons, could resist such overwhelming might. There was only one power in this world that the Bengal emperor was aware of that could possibly create such machines of death. The German Empire had interfered in his conquests, but why they had done so he did not know. If Asha knew that Germany had a dozen armored and mechanized divisions at their disposal, similar to the one that was assaulting them right now, he might just jump onto his own sword. But he did not know this and instead made the assumption that Germany had deployed its full might into the region. However, one thing was certain, against such overwhelming might, their defenses would not last for much longer. It was impossible to know just how many men he had lost in this brief assault, but it was surely within the thousands, if not the tens of thousands. With a hysteric voice, the Anangpur Empire cried out to all his soldiers the command that would see the undoing of his army. "Flee! Flee for your lives." After saying this, the man struggled to his feet and grabbed the nearest horse, where he was quick to mount it and ride off away from the battlefield. His cowardly actions had happened so suddenly that his soldiers stood there in shock for several moments in awkward silence before finally realizing that their emperor had completely abandoned them to save his own skin. After coming to this conclusion, the men who had witnessed this dropped their weapons and fled from the city. As for the thousands of poor souls who were holding onto their positions with everything they had, they were completely unaware that the bulk of their remaining forces had abandoned them. As a result, they were soon encircled by the combined might of the German and Anangpur armies and were thoroughly massacred. The Battle of Devagiri would go down in history as an absolutely masterful display of the German Empire's brilliant means of adapting to their latest weapons with the most effective tactics. By the time Berenger returned home from his visit to the Black Forest, he would be met with news of the Bengal army's total collapse. Chapter 975, Run Through the Jungle. The combined forces of the German and Anangpur armies did not stop its onslaught after surrounding and eliminating the remainder of the Bengal troops who stayed within the confines of the ruined city. Instead, they quickly marched forward with the Anangpur infantry hopping back on top of the Panthers and Martyrs before riding them towards the fleeing enemy. Unfortunately for the Bengal army, most of them were on foot, and against the overwhelming speed of the Panther tank, modified with a superior suspension and a modern engine, they could not outrun the pursuing enemy. The jungles were thick with the scent of blood as the German armored division rode down and opened fire upon tens of thousands of fleeing men. It was as if the apocalypse had descended upon the earth and the Bengal army was facing the wrath of the heavens. Hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles plowed through the trees and rained hellfire upon the enemy who desperately fled for their lives. Against such war criminals, there was no reprieve. Many of the men screamed for their lives as the 45-ton steel tanks ran them over and squashed them like bugs. The slaughter continued until the sun fell, where the Germans holed up in their tanks in a defensive formation and refueled before preparing their next attack on the following morning. As for what little remained of the Bengal army, they continued to run for their lives. This included Emperor Asha. He wanted to get as far away from the enemy as possible, however, after so many hours of flight, his horse was exhausted and he knew it would no longer carry him forward without rest. Thus, he had hid in a barn within the countryside of the Yadava dynasty, hoping that the enemy, which was not far behind him, would overlook his location. What Asha did not know was that in the sky above, a reconnaissance aircraft had tracked his every move since he abandoned his army behind in the city of Devagiri. At this very moment, a transport aircraft was flying in the air above the barn where the Bengal emperor hid. Colonel Andreas Ritter von Jaeger was standing in the cargo bay with a STG-32 in hand. This weapon was modeled after the STG-44 from Berengar's past life, but was equipped with a new prototype device. A scope was mounted on this rifle. However, this was no ordinary optic and was instead a primitive night vision device. The night vision scope was attached to a battery pack which Andreas and his JAG commandos wore on their backs. This imaging system was based upon the World War II era Vamper, which saw service in the German army at the end of the war during Berengar's past life. There was a stoic expression on the battle-hardened veteran's face as he relayed his orders to the squad of special operators beneath his command. Men, our orders are to capture the Bengal emperor alive and bring him back to the city of Anangpur where he will undergo trial. Lethal force is only authorized in the event of clear and present danger to one's life. Otherwise, shoot to maim. The soldiers beneath Andreas' command saluted their officer before responding to his words with the battle cry that the German armed forces were all too well known for. Hail victory! Immediately after, the green light appeared within the cargo bay and the hatch opened, allowing Andreas to jump before any of his soldiers. The rest of the men followed him shortly thereafter, where the unit of elite commandos fell from the sky without the slightest bit of emotion on their chiseled faces. After deploying their chutes at an extremely low altitude, the JAG commandos landed in the jungle below. Utter darkness prevailed in the region as dark storm clouds covered the light of the moon and stars. Despite this, the German commandos simply activated their night vision scopes and looked through them, giving them a clear sight of their immediate surroundings. Once they regrouped on the ground below, Colonel Andreas led his soldiers towards the location that the Luftwaffe had marked as Emperor Asha's hiding place, where they proceeded to surround the building. Emperor Asha held onto his revolver while his hands shook with an overwhelming sense of anxiety. He had found this location only after his horse had nearly run itself to death. In fact, the only reason he dared to stop and hide within this barn, which was filled with farm animals, was because he heard the screams of his soldiers die down. Despite this, there was no sense of ease within the Bengal emperor's heart. In fact, he struggled to remain calm as he constantly searched through the darkness, in fear that at any moment the enemy would reveal themselves. It was at this moment that Asha heard a slight creak near the barn's gates, causing the man to raise his revolver and fire all 6 shots towards the entryway. Though his ears were ringing from firing a weapon in an enclosed space, he did not see any movement and thus sighed in relief. However, in the next moment he felt a fist collide with his face, knocking him down to the ground. A bonus to this attack was that the empty revolver fell from his hands and onto the floor where another man secured the weapon. Asha screamed at the top of his lungs, but there was nobody nearby who would aid him, and even if a soldier of his army had heard his cries for help, he would not answer. After all, Asha had abandoned his army to their fate, and those few who survived the German onslaught would not easily forgive their leader for such a cowardly move. Help! Help! I'm being attacked. Despite his words, no aid appeared. Instead, this merely prompted the JAG commandos to behave viciously, striking their captive with their fists in order to beat the man into submission. Andreas merely sneered in disdain as he gave his captive a command with a stern tone in his voice. Shut the fuck up before I cut your vocal cords. As a result, Asha remained quiet and submitted to the German commandos, who quickly finished their task. Once the Bengal emperor had been secured and was no longer able to make a noise, he was thrust over a soldier's shoulder and dragged out of the barn. The first part of the JAG commandos' mission was complete. However, unfortunately for them, this was also the easiest part. Now they needed to haul ass through the jungle, which was filled with anxiety-stricken Bengal troops seeking to flee the German advance. If they were to encounter any of these men, they would be in for a firefight. Thus, the German JAG commandos began their journey to the extraction point, which was located at the Tapi River. It only took them a half a click before they made contact with a hostile company. Deep within the jungles of India, a company of Bengal soldiers were trekking through the night. Though they could not see much, they managed to find their way through the darkness with a series of improvised torches. Naturally, the Germans spotted the enemy long before they could see them. Thus, they hid behind the cover of trees and bushes while waiting for the Bengal soldiers to pass. If not for their camouflaged uniforms, it was highly likely that the enemy would have spotted them. However, under the cover of darkness, the Bengal soldiers merely marched by, completely unaware that a squad of Germany's elite soldiers were nearby, with their emperor as a captive. Asha tried to make some noise to alert his soldiers to his position, but was quickly knocked out by the JAG commando who carried him. As a result, Andreas glared at the man who made a simple gesture which conveyed his thoughts. What? We were ordered not to kill the guy, but we were never told not to harm him. As if communicating telepathically, Andreas merely nodded his head in silence while clutched his rifle to his shoulder, continuing to aim down his sights at the passing Bengal troops in case their situation was to turn hot. Luckily for the JAG commandos, the enemies simply passed them by without notice, and only after they were out of earshot did Andreas give the order to continue moving. Before long, Andreas and his men reached the River Tapi, where a river patrol boat was waiting for them. The squad of soldiers tossed the Bengal emperor on board before hopping in themselves, where the boat's crew activated the engines and sent them down the river and to the Bay of Kumbat. The entire time they coasted through the jungle, a soldier in Andreas' squad sang the lyrics to Run Through the Jungle, which was a classic rock song used by US GIs during the Vietnam War of Berengar's past life. Under Berengar's influence, the song made its way into the German army, specifically in use by the troops under Arnwald's command, who had spent the last year training in the art of jungle warfare within the German colonies of Adelheim. The German commando continued to sing the song until he and his unit had reached the safety of the German fleet, who would provide the means to transport Asha back to the Anandpur capital. With Asha in the custody of Daria and the Bengal army completely collapsed, the war in India had come to a swift and brutal end. All that was left was to capture the remaining regions of the Indian subcontinent under the banner of the Anandpur Empire and make one final push into the heartland of the Bengal Empire. When Empress Atami Ryo finally learned of her proxy's stunning defeat and the implementation of tanks among the ranks of the German army, she would feel compelled to make her own machines of war in whatever limited capacity she could manage. Chapter 976, The Will of the Gods. Berenger returned home as quickly as he had left. His journey was one of mixed results. While he had learned of Odin's location and went to meet with him, he had also somehow managed to severely piss off the goddess Freya, who might have just become an eternal enemy of his. Perhaps she would get over his rather brutal rejection of her offer in time, but in his experience, women, especially the most beautiful among them, tended to hold on to their petty grudges until death. When Berenger finally entered his palace, Linda was there waiting for him. She was not smiling. In fact, she appeared to be in a rather foul mood. Perhaps she did not trust Berenger to restrain himself around a literal goddess of beauty. However, before the man could defend himself, Linda merely asked him a single word. Well? Though it was just one word, it was enough for Berenger to feel the killing intent behind it. As if she were threatening to seriously harm him if he had broken his promise to her. Berenger merely chuckled at the petty jealousy which was exuding from Lindy's heavenly figure and instead approached her with a smile on her face before wrapping his arms around the woman and kissing her passionately. This startled Linda, who was not expecting such an intimate response, and while she was being kissed, she tried to work out in her head just what this meant. Was this the act of a guilty man, or a loyal husband who had returned from the trap of a temptress unharmed? Ultimately, Berengar's whisper into her ears confirmed this to be the latter. You should trust your master more. Linda merely blushed in embarrassment and looked away in shame. She had nothing to say, but the thought of her man getting it on with an actual goddess filled her with rage, especially one who was shameful enough to take her appearance. Knowing that her man had resisted such an immense temptation filled the red-headed bowtie's heart with pride. As the director of intelligence, Lindy's mind quickly came back to important matters regarding his meeting with the goddess, and thus all of her shame, envy, and embarrassment flooded away and was instead replaced with strict professionalism, albeit still with a hint of spite in her words. So tell me, what did the harlot want? Berenger scoffed when he heard this. He knew the answer would outrage Linda even more, but he decided to be honest with her. He had never hid things from the woman in the entire time they had been together, and he would be damned if he started to do so now. She had two things to tell me. One is that Odin is waiting for me in Iceland, and two, apparently the gods, or at least her pantheon, have decided they want me to sire a demigod. It would seem that Freya was the one chosen to do so. However, before you get all pissed off, just know that I rejected her. It nearly costed me my life, but I remain unsullied. Still, I've got to admit I was quite tempted. Though I may have gone too far in my rejection and earned Freya's ire by mistake. Lindy's heart was immediately filled with a variety of complex emotions, enraged that Freya wanted her man's precious seed, concerned for Berengar's safety, and curious about just what he had said to piss off the goddess to the point where she nearly killed him. Ultimately, she could not help but ask this last question. What exactly did you say to her? Berenger smiled as he dragged Linda through the hallways and to a more secluded spot in his office, all while explaining what he had said. I told her she was inferior to you in every way and that if the gods insisted on me breeding with one of their goddesses, it would have to be someone like Nerthus. Apparently, she did not take either of those two things well. If not for Odin's interference, I would certainly be a dead man right now. Linda was deeply shocked that Berenger had gone so far in his rejection. A simple no would have sufficed. Either the man had a death wish or he was a goddamned fool. On the one hand, she was filled with joy knowing that her man thought so highly of her. However, she was consumed with envy at the mention of Nerthus. Which was what her next question was about. You're not actually going to go through with it, are you? Berenger smiled when he heard this and brought Linda into his lap as he sat down at his desk. He stroked the woman's silky strawberry blonde hair before confirming that if the gods did present such a gift to him, he would not reject it. Who am I, a mortal man, to reject the will of the gods? I'm sure the birth of a demigod into their pantheon must be some way for them to ensure their continued survival. It's the least I can do to pay back all the goodwill they have shown me. After all, without the aid of Odin, I would not have ever entered into this world where I was able to meet the love of my life. The only reason I rejected Freya was because she had made the foolish decision of taking your appearance. And also because I had promised you that I wouldn't have sex with her. Linda merely pouted when she heard these words. After all these years, she could still behave so childishly. However, Berenger enjoyed that aspect of her character. It took some time, but in the end, Linda sighed heavily before revealing her thoughts on the matter. Very well, since you owe the gods a debt, you must repay it. However, I don't want her in your harem. This has to be a one-time thing. Berenger chuckled when he heard this before petting Lindy's hair softly. He kissed her on the lips once more before whispering something in her ear that made her blush again. Are you so worried that a little divine pussy is all it will take to sway my favor away from you? You should know by now that you're my soulmate, so why are you acting so jealous all of a sudden? Linda had no response to this remark and merely rested her head on her husband's shoulder. She deeply enjoyed being called the word soulmate by her man. It was a term he had never uttered to any of his women before, and she knew that out of all of them it was a title only she could have. Though Berenger loved all of his women with all his heart, there was only one woman who his soul belonged to, and that was Linda. The red-headed beauty had known this for some time but had never heard it from her man's lips before. Thus, at this moment, she genuinely no longer cared if Berenger hooked up with a goddess or not. After calming down his wife's wrath, Berenger was quick to ask about more important matters, things he desperately wanted to know about during his brief journey to the Black Forest. So how goes the war in India? It was only after hearing these words that Linda snapped out of her daze and regained her professionalism. Better than we had anticipated. Within less than 30 minutes, the Bengal army crumbled beneath the might of our forces. Emperor Asha fled the scene, abandoning his army to their fate. He was later captured by our JAG commandos and is currently being transported back to Anangpur to await his trial. As you had expected, the use of methamphetamines in the field greatly increased the performance of the Anangpur soldiers. Now all that's left is to study their addiction rates and come up with a comprehensive treatment for our own soldiers. I estimate the war will end within a month. All we need to do is allow Daria's forces to occupy the rest of India and make one final assault on the Bengal Empire. Though their emperor is captured, there are still troops in their home territory which need to be eliminated. As far as the Japanese are concerned, they have yet to realize that their advisors were assassinated or the crimes that Asha's troops committed in Devagiri. We might even be able to take over the entire subcontinent before that albino bitch realizes that her proxy has been utterly defeated. Berenger was not entirely surprised that the war was already over, or at least in any meaningful capacity. He had invented a combat doctrine that even a true peer would find difficult to overcome. By combining the advantages of German blitzkrieg at a tactical level with the Soviet deep battle doctrine at a strategic level and organizing his troops in a manner similar to the late WW II U.S. armored warfare doctrine, he doubted anyone in this world would be able to defeat his military. Let alone a second-rate power whose army was operating at a technological level on par with the Victorian era. Thus, all the man could do was smile and nod as he made a simple statement about the grand scheme of this world's affairs. Good. Everything is going according to the plan. Chapter 977, Seeking Vengeance. Freya glared towards the three Norn sisters who were the masters of fate within the Germanic pantheon. After being thoroughly rejected by the target of her desires, the goddess was not only outraged but on a warpath, seeking a way to get back at Berenger for his most heinous of sins. Never before in her life had Freya been rejected by a man. The gods of all pantheons would fight among themselves to get a chance at entering her pants. And yet one minor emperor from the mortal plane had thoroughly disregarded her advances. It not only hurt Freya's pride as a woman but as a goddess of beauty as well. If she could not seduce a mortal man, then she was undeserving of her position. In an attempt to seek vengeance for this humiliation, she had opted to learn more about her target. As a result, she decided to visit the various deities and supernatural being who had come into contact with the man to learn more about him and especially his destiny. Wyrd gazed at the red-headed beauty who, as if in an act of defiance, stubbornly clung to Lindy's form with a nervous expression on her cute face. No longer was the Weaver of Fate wearing Adela's adolescent appearance. Instead, she wore the form of a teenage blonde-haired girl with a petite and skinny figure. Her hair was tied into twin tails like before, but instead of modeling them after Adela's appearance, they were curly and mid-length, along with center-parted bangs. Her arms, shoulders, and upper chest were covered in Norse tattoos the color of blood. She appeared as an unnatural mixture of a naive and innocent teenage girl while still having the mature stoic expression of one who had seen the weave of fate and understood everything that had ever happened and would eventually come to pass. Naturally, she knew why a major player like the goddess Freya would be visiting her and her sisters. Thus, with a slight sigh of defeat, Wyrd was quick to give voice to her thoughts. "You have come to inquire about Berenger, son of Sigurd. Am I correct in this assumption?" A petty sneer appeared on Freya's pretty face as she crossed her arms beneath her hefty bosom and pouted in silence. This response was enough for Wyrd to understand the truth of the matter. She was quick to give voice to her past dealings with the man, even if she knew it would bring him some trouble. After all, though she herself had a bit of attraction to Berenger, she would rather not make an enemy out of Freya. It is true that he once came here where I spoke with him about matters of fate. He drank from Urebrunner and saw that which destiny had in store for him. If you wish to do the same, then I can summon forth my well. However, not even you, as powerful as you are, can change the man's fate. After saying this, Wyrd summoned forth her well, where she handed a ladle filled with the starry water over to the goddess Freya. Without hesitation, the divine beauty drank down the contents of the well of fate. In doing so, she witnessed Berengar's destiny, from birth to death, in both lives. When she finally come to her senses, she shuddered in confusion as a simple question escaped her lips. How can this be possible? For the first time since meeting with Freya, a slight smile emerged on Wyrd's lips as she taunted the goddess without fear. Now you see why Odin has chosen him. Do you still wish to get your vengeance now that you know the truth? The clenched fists that Freya had arrived with suddenly loosened as her determination wavered upon learning the truth. After a heavy sigh, she shook her head before a wicked grin appeared on the goddess' flawless face. No. Now that I know the truth, I won't harm the man. However, I suddenly have thought of a much more devious way of getting my revenge on him. A look of concern appeared on Wyrd's face as she shook her head in silence. Just why did Berenger have to go and provoke a frightening entity like Freya? However, now that the goddess had learned the truth, there was no turning back. Thus, Wyrd could only ask her to leave the world tree in peace. Now that you know, you are free to leave. Despite the rude tone in which Wyrd spoke to Freya, the goddess did not take offense, and instead, with a glint of determination in her sky-blue eyes, she left the domain of the Norn sisters willingly and without incident. Only after she was gone did Wyrd manage to sigh in relief before uttering her thoughts aloud. I hope he is okay. Berenger lay in a muddy trench with his rifle in hand. He was dressed in the combat uniform that was currently issued to the German JAG commandos. However, instead of a weapon modeled after the STG-44, he was wielding an MPIK MES-74N, which was the East German AKS-74N from his past life. As a 75mm shell erupted nearby and the shrapnel pinged off of his steel helmet, Berenger screamed the words he never thought he would say in his life. Die you Japfuckers. Afterward, he took aim down the iron sights of his AK series rifle and squeezed the trigger with his finger just long enough to fire a 3-round burst. The trio of bullets flew through the air and rapidly collided with the enemy's torso before spewing blood and flesh across the mud below. After killing this hostile soldier, Berenger released his trigger finger and readjusted his line of sight before firing towards another oncoming enemy. It was at this moment that a chemical shell containing mustard gas erupted in his trench line, causing the men beneath his command to spill out of the defended position and into machine gun fire in a desperate attempt to equip their gas masks. However, Berenger was too slow, and as he choked to death on the poisonous miasma, a beautiful figure appeared in his vision. His last dying breath was the names of the woman he longed for. Linda? In the next moment, everything faded into a white mist. All that remained of the previous scene were Berenger and the red-headed beauty. It was only now that Berenger realized he was dreaming. Knowing that the beauty standing across from him with a pleasant smile on her pretty face was not his wife, he threw up his hands in defeat and sighed. I didn't think you would be invading my dreams again so soon, Freya. I find it hard to believe that you wasted so much energy just so you can apologize to me. So, to what do I owe the pleasure? An alluring smile appeared on Freya's lips as she gazed at the heavenly light that existed within their surroundings. In an instant, she closed the distance by dragging Berenger into her arms with an invisible force. Once the man was in her embrace, she violated his tongue with her own. An act that Berenger immediately tried to refuse, but suddenly realized he was powerless to do so. After Freya finally let the man go, she whispered something in his ears that made him shudder. Here, in your dreams, I am in control. If I can't have you in the real world, then I'll just have to visit you while you sleep. Get ready, Berenger, son of Sigurd, because I am going to violate you every night until you get on your knees and beg for me to be the mother of your child. Nerthus? How dare you mention that old hag as a superior alternative to me? I will show you why I am the most desired woman in all the cosmos. After saying this, Freya's appearance shifted. She no longer took the form of Linda, but instead her appearance was that of a golden-haired tattooed beauty who was so remarkable that even Berenger could not resist her charms. With the snap of her fingers, both Berengar's clothes and her own disappeared. Meanwhile, the two of them appeared within a peaceful meadow that Berenger could only surmise was Folkvanger, the legendary Hall of Freya, an afterlife for half of those who died on the battlefields. In the next moment, Freya and Berenger were transported inside of a longhouse where a bed filled with furs was waiting for the two of them. Meanwhile, a fire was blazing in the center of the house whose warmth spread to every corner of the building. Berenger could not say a thing, as if an overwhelming force was restricting him from doing so. He had no choice but to play along with the will of the goddess, who dragged him onto the bed and stuffed his face into her flawless twat. As much as the man wanted to resist, he could not do so. Instead, he was forced to lick at Freya's nether regions for what appeared to be a lifetime, bringing her to climax on his face over and over again. Perhaps Freya had enjoyed herself too much during this time, because for the briefest of moments Berenger felt her control over him fade, which he used to teach her a valuable lesson as she was squirting from the skill of his tongue. Berenger repositioned the goddess and stuffed her tight twat with his massive cock, an act of which caught her by surprise. She immediately called out and tried to stop the man, but her commands no longer worked. "Stop. Please. You aren't supposed to." However, Berenger ignored the woman's request and pulled tightly on her long braided hair while ramming her as hard and fast as he could. "You think you can take advantage of me while I'm asleep? They'll show you just how much of a man I am. By the time I'm done with you, you will be coming to my dreams every night just to worship me." Thus, Berenger had taken control of the situation, and within this dream where time and space were what one made of it, Berenger fucked Freya in every position he could manage for what seemed like 100 lifetimes. In the end, he awoke with a fat smile on his face, one which his women would not understand when they saw it. As for Freya, when she awoke within her divine domain, she felt violated. What was supposed to be an act of vengeance against the man who had rejected her had turned into the man's personal pleasure system. Out of all her years as a goddess of fertility, she did not believe that she had been ravaged so ruthlessly and for so long. Though she gritted her teeth in rage, thinking about how to teach the man a lesson the next time he fell asleep, there was something engraved in Freya's beating heart that she did not yet realize. An unhealthy obsession for the man who rejected her. Chapter 978. Ready when you are. Berenger awoke the next morning in the arms of his wife, Yasmin, and his concubine, Priya. Though Yasmin had always struggled to embrace the idea of sharing her man in bed, she had taken charge as a motherly figure of the young Indian princess and by extension had guided her through the art of lovemaking. As a result, whenever he shared his bed with Yasmin, Priya was insistent on joining in. There was a wide smile on Berengar's face, and for the first morning in over a decade, he had woken up without pitching a tent in bed. This fact surprised Yasmin, who was well accustomed to relieving her husband's condition every morning that they woke up together. With a mocking expression on her pretty face, Yasmin made a joke at Berengar's expense. "You're getting old." At first Berenger did not know what the woman was talking about, but when he looked down beneath his covers and realized that he was completely flaccid, he felt the need to explain that he had just endured 100 lifetimes of rough sex with a literal goddess in his dreams. However, after thinking about this for several moments, he realized how insane this sounded and thus did not disclose the reason behind his morning impotence. When Priya finally awoke a few seconds later, there was a look of excitement on her face, as she was prepared for the morning ritual that happened every time she woke up by the Kaiser's side. However, upon gazing at the man's current state for a few seconds in confusion, she began to pout as she questioned whether Berenger was all right. "Why is it so soft? Are you all right? Do I need to fetch a physician?" Berenger had never felt so compelled to slap a woman in his life until this moment. However, he restrained the urge to do so and forced a smile before responding to the woman's question by turning her against her mentor. "Yasmin already took care of it while you slept. You snooze you lose, my sweet Priya." A look of offense appeared on Priya's young and naive face as she glowered at Yasmin for stealing her morning's fun. Yasmin merely smirked in response. She did not deny her husband's statement despite it being patently false and instead remained silent on the subject. However, her amused expression caused the young Indian princess to misunderstand, and as a result, the girl simply pouted. Upon witnessing all this, Berenger merely chuckled before climbing out of bed and getting himself dressed for the day. After taking a bath and eating his breakfast, the Kaiser returned to his office where he undertook his daily burdens of paperwork, wondering the entire time whether Freya would actually visit his dreams again, now that he had taught her a lesson. The war in India progressed smoothly. As the days passed, the German Armored Division along with the Anangpur Army strolled through the Indian subcontinent as liberators, placing the Anangpur banner across every town and city they passed through. After the cruelty of the Bengal Army and their occupation, much of the local inhabitants were happy to see the Anangpur troops replace their previous rulers. Unlike their Bengal counterparts, the Anangpur Army along with a German engineering brigade attached to the division helped reconstruct many of the towns that had suffered in the fighting against the Bengal invasion. At the very least, they repaired critical structures like roads, wells, irrigation systems, etc. Though the pale-skinned foreigners initially frightened many of the villagers, their acts of kindness in support of the reconstruction effort gained them a reputation of kindness and generosity, one which would spread far beyond the borders of India. The 12th Panzer Division continued to steamroll through the continent, splitting up into smaller combat brigades to cover more ground as swiftly as possible. Fighting was virtually non-existent after the Battle of Devagiri, as the overwhelming majority of Bengal soldiers had stripped out of their uniforms and abandoned their equipment, before fleeing to the borders of the Bengal Empire disguised as civilians. Those who were intelligent enough merged in with the villages of central India, knowing that their homeland was doomed. With Emperor Asha's disgraceful defeat and the complete and total collapse of the Bengal army, there was not a slightest chance that what little troops remained in the homeland could defend against the overwhelming power of the German army. Currently within the Anangpur Empire's capital, Emperor Daria Tamara stood beside General Arnwald Gerwig as the two men discussed their absolute victory. Daria's youthful face was no longer filled with the creases of unnecessary worries. In fact, after smashing through the enemy's lines and crushing their entire army in a single battle, he felt as if a giant weight had been lifted from his heart. So much so that he looked as if he had lost 5 years of age on his face. For the first time since he had become emperor, Daria felt truly thankful to Berenger, and after having won too many imported beers, he said something that he probably shouldn't have. When you finally return to Kufstein, inform the Kaiser of my thanks and tell him he can have my sister if he really wants. Arnwald chuckled when he heard this. Even though he had been outside of the fatherland for the past year, if the Priya truly desired to be intimate with Berenger, then they were already likely involved in a relationship. Thus, he could not help but make a joke at Daria's expense. You want me to tell the most powerful man in the world, a man who sent a single division of his armed forces to crush your enemies, that he has your permission to fuck your sister? Since when did he need your permission to do anything? They'll convey your message, but don't be surprised if it offends him. It was as if a bucket of cold water had washed over Daria's head as he heard these words. He now felt foolish for suggesting such a thing. With a bitter smile on his face which exemplified his embarrassment, the Anangpur emperor muttered under his breath, just loud enough for Arnwald to hear him. On second thought, you can forget I said anything. Though Daria did not know how many armored divisions the German army had available, he knew it was more than one, and one was all that was needed to end his reign. After a bit of curiosity, Daria could not help but inquire about the exact number of troops the German army had in its service. So, how many panzer divisions do you guys actually have at your disposal? Arnwald did not mind sharing such details with Daria. It was not like this was classified information. After taking a sip from his beer, he smirked with arrogance before responding to the man's question. We have roughly 24 Panzer and Panzergrenadier divisions at the moment, each with about 12,000 men and roughly 561 armored vehicles. The tanks that were used in this campaign are of an older design. The newest models that are being released have improved main guns, superior turrets, and infrared optical systems, allowing our tank crews to see in the dead of night. In fact, once this war is over, the tanks that have taken part in this conflict will be shipped back to the fatherland to be retrofitted with the newest improvements. As you may already be aware, the Kaiser is preparing for war with the Japanese, and he wants the best equipment he can field in the hands of our soldiers. In case Berenger hasn't already told you, we expect your support in the war. Maybe not fighting on the front lines, but in terms of logistics, we will call upon you when the appointed hour arrives. You can consider it a down payment on the debt you owe us. Daria remained silent as he took another swig of his beer while gazing off into the setting sun through the windows of his palace. He knew sooner or later Berenger would call upon him for his upcoming war with Japan and had been doing everything he could to prepare for it. After witnessing the results of a single panzer division in action, the Anangpur emperor couldn't help but feel sorry for the Japanese. They had foolishly provoked a truly fearsome opponent. With a single sentence, Daria responded to Arnwald's claims. I am ready when you are. Chapter 979, The Fate of the Golden Horde, Part 50. Corrigan sat in silence within the darkness of her cold cell in the city of Constantinople. She had not seen the light of day for some time. Despite this, she was rather content with her situation. By the warning the spirits had given her, she assumed that by now her purity would have been tarnished by her captors. Instead, they treated her to 3 square meals a day, a nice cot with proper coverings and a proper chamber pot, as well as a bronze tub to bathe herself in. The fact that she was being treated so well, despite being a prisoner of war, was something that truly astounded the young woman. It was, in fact, the orders of Prince Alexandros that had caused her and her comrades to be cared for with such humanity. Currently, the Turco-Mongol princess was meditating, listening to the winds, hoping that she could catch a glimpse of the spirits and their infinite wisdom. However, since she had been taken captive, the spirits had gone completely silent, as if the defeat of her brother marked the end of their support for herself and her people. With a heavy sigh, Corrigan expressed her sense of defeat in silence. In the next moment, the sound of the doors to the dungeon being opened echoed throughout the cold and dark corridor. In doing so, Corrigan straightened her back and waited for the unknown visitor to arrive. As she had expected, the boy prince who first oversaw her captivity had come to speak with her again. Though she continued her strict vow of silence, the boy would reveal his thoughts to her, and in a way the two of them communicated without a proper exchange of words. However, this time Alexandros was not alone. Instead, a tall and handsome blond man who wore a far more extravagant uniform stood by his side. Under the illumination of the candlelight, Corrigan caught a glimpse of Berengar's mismatched eyes and could not help but voice her surprise aloud. The golden-eyed man? This caused Berengar's brow to raise slightly, whereas Alexandros reacted in shock. Since he had taken the beautiful Mongol woman as a prisoner, she had not once said a word. Yet upon witnessing his father in the flesh, a peculiar expression emerged on the woman's face, one that was riddled with dread, along with a chilling yet alluring voice. One he did not expect the princess to have. A third man stood by Alexandros' side, a man Korigin was all too familiar with. This man was the translator who converted the Greek tongue into the Mongol one. However, Korigin's eyes were not focused on this background figure and were instead glaring at Berenger as if she were his worst enemy. With a confident smirk on his face, Berenger gazed down upon the woman in front of him and introduced himself to her. My name is Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, ruler of the German Empire. My son here has told me that you are an important figure within the Golden Horde. Is this true? These words were translated into the woman's native tongue, where she reacted by looking away, not willing to dignify this question with a proper response. As for Berenger, he remained stoic and motionless, gazing upon the woman's beauty with a hint of admiration in his eyes. In the Reich, there were plenty of beautiful women, their looks enhanced by the high-grade cosmetics that were produced within the empire's interior. However, it was rare for such a primitive woman to appear so lovely and yet so barbaric at the same time. Among Berengar's current lovers, only one was remotely martial in any way, and that was the Aztec princess. Most of Berengar's women were living dolls who appeared as they were sculpted from the finest jade. Tlexicli, on the other hand, was an example of what a woman could be when she trained her body for the sole purpose of warfare. Yet Korigin was a fine balance between the two types of beauty. She was athletic and fit, but not overly muscular, while at the same time she was refined and soft in all the places that mattered. A true barbarian princess, if he had ever seen one. Korigin understood the way Berenger was looking at her and could not help but bite her lower lip in frustration. The spirit said this man would consume her. She could only assume this meant that he would take her purity and treat her as his plaything. Judging by the way the man introduced himself, the iron eagles who rained volcanic fire upon her people belonged to him. If she dared resist, her fate would be worse than death. Yet to be nothing more than a sex slave to this man was a dishonor and humiliation she would never endure. The Turco-Mongol beauty was about to bite her tongue off in an attempt to end her own life when Berengar's words caught her by surprise. Release this woman, have her bathed and dressed in the most extravagant attire you have available. Then bring her to the dining hall so that she can enjoy a nice, fresh meal. I'm disappointed in you, boy, treating a princess in such a rough manner. She deserves better. Alexandros was stunned by the Mongol bowtie's identity. He knew that she was important, but for her to be the princess of the Golden Horde, he did not expect it. As for Korigin, she gazed upon the golden-eyed man with caution. Though his actions sounded benevolent, she was certain that it was a trick. Ultimately, it was the humble bow of the Byzantine prince's head which convinced her to play along with Berengar's games. I'm sorry, father, I did not know. I will make sure she is well taken care of. After saying this, Alexandros ordered the guards to release Korigin and for the maids to make sure she was properly bathed and groomed. Meanwhile, Berenger took the boy back to the dining hall to have a private chat with him while he waited for the Mongol princess' arrival. Alexandros bowed his head respectfully to his father at the dinner table while silence prevailed within the room. It wasn't until Berenger finally spoke that the boy jumped to attention. During the siege of Constantinople, you, a boy no older than 10, not only took charge of the city's security by quelling the riots in a timely manner without shedding unnecessary blood, but you also commanded the city's defenses, allowing enough time for the Luftwaffe to arrive so that they could save you from the Golden Horde. In doing so, you not only brought peace to the city but secretly eliminated the political backing of your rivals so that they will pose no threat to your ascension when the time comes for you to be crowned Emperor of Byzantium. To say I'm impressed is an understatement. The fortitude you displayed during a time of crisis, as well as the fact that you took advantage of every opportunity which presented itself to you while under immense pressure. I must say even the most veteran of rulers would fail to live up to your results. If your brothers display half the capability that you have shown here when they finally come into their own thrones, then perhaps our dynasty may be able to create a better world after all. Well done, Alexandros, you have made me proud to be your father, and you have my utmost thanks for protecting your mother and siblings when I could not. Berenger seldom complimented his children in such a way. In fact, he was a very strict parent, one who believed only the best results should receive praise. Alexandros had competed for years with all of his brothers for his father's affection, and yet in all that time the man had never spoken to him in such a manner before today. To suddenly receive such words from his father, who he deeply admired, brought tears to the boy's eyes. But knowing how Berenger felt about men crying, the boy quickly wiped them away before wearing a stoic expression. He bowed his head respectfully to the man and spoke the words contained within his heart. You do not need to praise me so dearly, father, I only did what was necessary. Berengar's lips turned into a smile when she saw the boy conquer his emotions before ultimately humbling himself before his father. A lesser child would be basking in the praise he was just given, which if not corrected could negatively affect his ego. Yet Alexandros was not a lesser child. Ultimately, Berenger praised the boy once more. There are times when a man must be humble, but there are also times when he should take pride in his achievements. What you accomplished here in Constantinople was truly remarkable. You do not know it yet, but your actions have changed the course of the Byzantine Empire's fate. For the first time in many years, the people of Byzantium have hope. Hope of a better tomorrow. The actions of your grandfather and his errant sons over these past few years have ruined this empire, and yet in the darkest hour a young boy rose to the occasion and saved Constantinople. This selfless act has restored the people's faith in the monarchy. As a result, when the time finally comes for you to wear your crown, you will have the support of the people, and that is a powerful weapon in the world of politics. Alexandros finally allowed himself to smile as he looked up at his father's proud gaze. He silently vowed to remember the words that were spoken by the man on this day for the rest of his life. Chapter 980, The Fate of the Golden Horde Part LL. Shortly after speaking with his son in private, Berenger noticed the arrival of the Turco-Mongol princess. No longer was she dressed in such simple attire which was covered in furs. Instead, she wore a fine red and gold dress in the fashion that was popular in Austria. The high heels which adorned Korijan's precious feet were a cause for concern as the woman struggled to walk in them properly. Despite her fumbling about, Berengar's eyes could not escape the woman's face. The minor amount of makeup which had been applied amplified her beautiful Asiatic features. Alexandros could tell by the look on his father's face that he might have just accidentally set the man up with his next lover. He could not help but sigh in defeat as he gazed with envy upon the man who had so many beautiful women by his side. Seeing that Korijan was having a difficult time moving within her new shoes, Berenger rose to his feet and offered to escort the woman to the table. "Please, allow me to assist you." Despite his polite tone, Korijan glared upon the man, expecting him to have arranged this whole thing just so that he could look good in her eyes. Even with the cynical nature, she had to admit she did not want to walk the distance without the support of someone else. Thus, she sighed internally before accepting the man's gesture. Berenger led the Turco-Mongol princess over to her seat, where an empty porcelain plate and some fine silverware were waiting for her. Korijan was honestly surprised that such valuable substances were being used to eat with. When she had finally settled down, the Byzantine palace's kitchen staff brought out some choice dishes which had been prepared during the woman's absence. Despite being treated relatively well during her captivity, it had been a long time since Korijan had eaten anything besides basic German field rations. Though they tasted better than anything she had ever eaten in her life, she had to admit nothing beat a nice, fresh-cooked meal. While being overwhelmed by the alluring aroma, Korijan was still ever vigilant, worrying that perhaps Berenger had drugged her food. When Berenger saw this, he sighed before ordering for their plates to be switched. It was only after she was eating the meal reserved for the Kaiser that Korijan began to dig in. Berenger allowed the woman to eat for some time before surprising her with an interesting bit of information. "Princess Korijan, that is your name, isn't it? I must say, you are nothing quite like how I imagined you would be. Tell me, now that the Khan is dead and your people have routed, what are your plans for the future?" Korijan debated whether or not she should break her vow of silence within her own mind while glaring at Berenger in an attempt to get a gauge of his character. Seeing how the woman still did not wish to speak, Berenger sighed before revealing his thoughts to the woman. "I once had a field agent, I suppose the closest thing your people have to this would be a scout. This man was a father and a loyal husband, but most of all he was a man who served the crown with his entire heart. I had sent him on a classified operation that involved spying on your people among other clandestine activities. In the end, the Golden Horde caught him and brutally tortured the man until his last breath. Though his body was recovered where he was buried with full honors, I must admit that I have never been able to properly avenge him. At least not in any capacity that would do his exemplary service justice. So imagine my surprise when your brother, the newest Khan of the Golden Horde, attacked the Byzantine Empire, a nation with which my realm has a military alliance with. I must say, I have your brother to thank for giving me the perfect opportunity to finally put Jurgen Speck's spirit to rest. It was simple, really. All I needed to do was wait for you all to converge on Constantinople, where I deployed my bombers to wipe them out with a single coordinated strike. Now that Jurgen has been avenged, as well as my soldiers who fought your people in Poland all those years ago, I can say that I have no animosity towards you or what remains of your horde. However, just because I hold no grudges against you does not mean that the Byzantines and Georgians will be so forgiving. They will demand more blood than has already been spilled, as well as compensation for your horrific acts. So, I genuinely want to know, what are your plans? Will you go back to the lands which your people have roamed for centuries and rebuild your strength? Because I warn you, the world had changed deeply these last few years in a way which you nomads can never compete with. Or will you try to settle your lands properly in an attempt to create an actual civilization instead of your society of overglorified raiding tribesmen? Perhaps you will simply abandon your people to their fate and flee to the east in an attempt to live the remainder of your days peacefully. A noble choice for a princess of a defeated nation, but one I believe will be difficult to achieve. Korijan honestly hadn't thought of what she would do after her brother was defeated and she was captured. She figured her life would essentially be that of a slave. As for her people, they would be on their own. The fact that Berenger was asking these questions made it seem like she had a choice in the matter. Thus, she was finally compelled to break her vow of silence and pose a question to her captor. "Am I not your captive? What does it matter what I intend to do?" Berenger gazed at the women with a questioning look on his handsome face. He made a simple gesture, pointing to the woman's wrists, before smiling and speaking in a polite tone. "Do you feel like a captive? I have freed you from your bondage. You are no longer in a cell, and here you are eating at my table. How is that the life of a captive?" Say the word and I will help you return to your lands safe and sound. Though I wonder if a life-hurting sheep is truly what a woman of your caliber deserves. Corrigan eyed Berenger with a suspicious gaze. She could not help but ask a second time whether or not she was truly a prisoner. I am free to go? Berenger maintained his smiling and polite facade as he nodded his head before speaking once more. If that is what you desire. Though I have a counter-proposal if you are willing to hear it. This statement made Corrigan even more suspicious of the man's intentions. But she was certain if she did not hear him out then he really would take her as a prisoner. Thus, she nodded her head in silence, signaling for the man to continue, which he quickly did. To put it simply, the lands that you already occupy are rich in minerals and resources that you have yet to discover. If you were to build an actual civilization in your lands, it would be a thriving state within the next 100 years. What you need is investment and I can provide that for you. If we go with this plan, your people who have been rounded up and captured will be freed and deported back to the lands which your tribes occupy. I will make sure both the Kingdom of Georgia and the Byzantine Empire take no reprisals against you or your people under the condition that you promise to pay them back tenfold in reparations for the damage you have caused. You do not need to repay them immediately but will be given a span of 50 years to fulfill the terms of our treaty. I will allow you to reign as queen of this mighty kingdom. After all, your brother left no successors and all the mighty warriors within your horde are now nothing more than ashes on the steps of Constantinople. With my assistance, I will help you build a wealthy and semi-modern state. This offer sounded too good to be true and Corrigan was quick to realize that Berenger left out just what he got out of this deal. Thus, she immediately inquired about this fact. And what exactly do you get out of this treaty? You mentioned what I will obtain from it and what your allies shall receive. Yet you have not spoken a word about what I will have to pay you in return for your generosity. A slight smile carved itself upon Berengar's face as he nodded his head before voicing his approval. You're smart, I figured as much, but it's good to see you're not some naive little princess, otherwise my plans will most certainly won't come to fruition. I'll be honest with you, I will get several things of importance from this treaty. First, I gain a powerful ally, one who can keep the Caucasus under control for me. 2, I have a new and wealthy trading partner, one who can easily spread my goods across Asia from the trade routes I don't currently have access to. 3, I want exclusive mining rights to the territory which your kingdom will be founded upon for a fixed period of 100 years. And finally, the largest demand I will make of you will be that you will carry my child, who will be your sole heir. Though this last point doesn't need to happen until you feel comfortable with the idea. I'm a patient man. I can wait a few years for you to develop feelings for me. Corrigan did not react with the slightest bit of shock, which honestly surprised Berenger. Instead, she merely scoffed. She knew since she first set eyes upon Berenger that he would devour her. It was just as the spirits had said. However, she assumed the man would take her by force and make her his plaything. Instead, he was offering to crown her as a queen and only enter her bed when she approved of it. Compared to what she initially expected, this was a far more favorable situation. The Turco-Mongol princess also knew that this was likely the only chance her people had for survival. They were already in a dire situation when Shagadai marched the horde to the Byzantine Empire. Their goal was to permanently settle down and build an empire off the spine of the Romans. Why would they attempt such a thing? Because they truly believed their lands were a barren wasteland. Yet according to this man, whose knowledge and might far surpass what Corrigan had ever expected, they were actually rich in natural resources. Knowing this, how could Corrigan possibly let her people fade away into the pages of history? After several moments of serious contemplation, she nodded her head and sighed heavily before agreeing to Berengar's terms. Very well. I accept your terms. If you can really do as you claim, I won't mind taking such a capable man as my husband. A smile emerged on Berengar's lips as he nodded his head with a hint of joy on his face. Good, I am glad to see you are as wise as I expected you to be. Please, enjoy your meal. If there is anything you need in the coming days, you need only ask and I shall provide it to you. I'm afraid I have another meeting that I must attend, so if you will excuse me. After saying this, Berenger tidied himself up before departing from the room, leaving Corrigan alone with Alexandros. There was a curious expression on the boy's face, one that immediately drew the Turco-Mongol princess's attention. After being stared at for so long, Corrigan spoke in a bit of irritation. What is it? Alexandros had an innocent expression on his face, one that a boy who had just recently purged his political rivals was not supposed to have. He raised his brow before posing a question that Corrigan thought she would never hear. Do I have to call you mommy now? The Mongol beauty nearly spat out blood when she heard this remark. Instead, she simply choked on the water she was sipping on. Ultimately, after calming herself down, Corrigan did not dignify the childish question with a response, rather she continued to eat her meal in silence. Chapter 981, Paving the Way. Tyranny stood upon the docks of Constantinople. Though he had just returned to the capital of his empire after campaigning against the Saracens in the south, his vision was drawn away from the palace where his family lay in wait for him and to the area immediately outside the Theodosian walls. The vibrant landscape which had for centuries welcomed visitors to the grand city of Constantinople was now a scorched wasteland of ash and dust. The Theodosian walls themselves were undergoing reconstruction efforts after the damage they had received during the siege. Unlike what the aging emperor expected, there was not an immediate greeting by Palladius or the men of his royal guard. Instead, a group of German Marines were standing at the docks with instructions to escort Vetranis back to his family's home. The sight of this immediately made the man concerned, but he decided not to resist. Having witnessed the power of the German military firsthand against the Saracens, he could easily guess that such an overwhelming display of force is what defeated the Golden Horde. If that was the case, any resistance to the Kaiser's will was a futile effort. After being escorted to the Byzantine palace by the German Marines, Vetranis found himself forced into a small room where nothing but a table and a set of chairs awaited him. Seated upon one of these chairs was the Kaiser himself, who seemed to be sipping from a cup of coffee with a satisfied expression on his face. When Berenger noticed Vetranis' arrival, he did not stand to greet the man, but rather gave him a command as if the Byzantine emperor was his subordinate. "Sit." Vetranis did as he was commanded and waited for the Kaiser to speak his thoughts, knowing that any attempt on his part to defend himself would only enrage Berenger, who continued to sip on his coffee for several moments of awkward silence before finally informing the Byzantine emperor on just what had transpired during his absence. "It is quite a thing to march into the Levant with a half-baked army expecting to sacrifice yourself in a vain attempt to defeat your enemies. If not for your daughter's pleas, you would be a dead man and your empire a ruin. I don't know what you were thinking, but you have Alexandros to thank for the very survival of the city." This statement caused Vetranis to raise his brow in suspicion. He could not fathom what role the young prince had played in the city's defense and thus could not anticipate the story Berenger was about to tell him. Before he could ask any questions, the Kaiser continued his tale in a rather mocking tone. "While you were off seeking your own death, a riot had broken out in Constantinople. Your sons hid behind their mother's skirt while the city burned in the background. It was Alexandros who took command of the situation and quelled the riots without shedding any unnecessary blood. He then seized control of the city's garrison and established a proper line of defense against the Golden Horde. Just long enough for my reinforcements to arrive and annihilate them. The boy fought a hard battle and came out on top. He is to be commended for his efforts, don't you think?" Vetranis said nothing. Instead, he slightly nodded his head just enough to convey his understanding of Berengar's intentions. Upon seeing this, the Kaiser smiled before speaking of other matters. As for the Golden Horde, their army was burnt to ashes and their Khan along with them. Only their princess and a few thousand followers remain. I have negotiated with the Princess Corrigan and promised her people safe passage back to their lands under the condition that they pay you and the Kingdom of Georgia back tenfold for the damages they caused over a 50-year period. In addition, the Jalayirrid and Mamluk sultanates have been weakened to a state which matches your own. For the next few decades, they will not be a problem. You can now rebuild in peace. When the time comes for Alexandros to seize his throne, he will lead his armies in a conquest of these pests so that they kneel beneath the banner of Byzantium once and for all. Now that I have solved all your problems for you, is there anything you wish to say to me, father-in-law?" Vetranis bowed his head with humility. He faced the German emperor as if he were a lesser man before responding to the Berengar's question with an overwhelming appreciation on his weathered face. "Thank you, Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, for once again aiding my family's empire in our time of need. I don't know how I can ever repay you for what you have done, but I will make sure the court does not cause any petty squabbles once your son succeeds me." Berenger simply scoffed when he heard this response before lecturing the man about the current state of his court. "You want need to worry about such a thing. That boy is a far more shrewd politician than I gave him credit for. It seems he has taken my lessons to heart. To put it simply, there is nobody left in your court who will cause Alexandros any trouble when he takes the throne." A look of confusion spread across Vetranis' face when he heard this before questioning how this was possible. Never in a million years would he suspect a boy as young as 10 to be so ruthless as to purge his political opposition and blame it upon the rioters. As for Berenger, he had an exceptionally proud smile on his face, but despite this, he told Vetranis the official story that Alexandros had concocted to cover his tracks rather than the truth of the matter. It would appear that a lack of faith in the monarchy and the aristocracy in general is what motivated the rioters. Before my son could fully mobilize what little forces he had to quell the unrest, many of these men took it upon themselves to break into the homes of the wealthy elite and murder their families in cold blood. Coincidentally enough, it just so happened to appear that the majority of these aristocrats who were killed belonged to the factions which acted against our interests. Thus, as it stands now, your court is united for the first time in a very long time. Vetranis knew this was no mere coincidence and suspected that Berenger himself was behind these murders. It never would have dawned on him that it was the boy Alexandros, not his father, that had ordered the deaths of his political rivals. Still, even if the Byzantine emperor expected his German counterpart of foul play, he would never openly accuse him of such a thing. The difference in power between their two realms was as vast as the distance between heavens and the earth. Upon recognizing this, Vetranis chose to remain silent, knowing that a petty matter like this wasn't worth pursuing. Instead, the Byzantine emperor had one question on his mind, which he was quick to give voice to. "Just what do we do now?" A slight smirk appeared on Berengar's face as he finished what little coffee remained in his cup before responding to the man sitting across from him. "Now you rebuild. At least as best as you can. Ultimately, it will be Alexandros, not you, who restores the glory of the Romans. Oh, by the way, you should work on finding a proper fiancé for the boy. If you wish, I can arrange for a nice German princess to marry him. Or you can betroth someone from one of your noble houses to the boy. Did Aretha's not leave behind several small children? By now, they should be of a similar age to my son, if not a bit older. Perhaps my old friend's daughter would be the most appropriate bride for Alexandros. What do you think? Vitranes thought about this question for several moments in silence before nodding his head in agreement. Though he did not promise Berenger anything, instead he responded with a simple notion. I will look into it. If Aretha's daughters are unwed, then we can see fit to betroth one of them to the boy. If not, we will have to look elsewhere. Is that all you needed me for? If so, I would very much like to speak with Palladius about some important matters of state. Berenger smiled and nodded his head before motioning for Vitranes to leave. You may leave now, go and rebuild. With this brief meeting, Vitranes had regained his purpose as a ruler, even if it was only to pave the way for his grandson's eventual coronation. The last thing the man wanted was for his successor to inherit a state on the edge of collapse. Thus, with all of their enemies beaten into submission, the next few years would be a time of reconstruction within the Byzantine Empire. Chapter 982, Brutal Retaliation. A young Korean boy in his adolescent years clutched the stock of his MP-3008 submachine gun to his shoulder. His arms were shaking from anxiety as he aimed down the barrel towards the face of a middle-aged man who was pleading for his life and that of his family. Cha Jongsu had been a member of the Joseon resistance for some time now, narrowly avoiding a cruel fate at the hands of the Japanese army by virtue of being a young child. In fact, he had committed many attacks against the Japanese occupiers over the past few months and had gotten away with them all. Now, under the orders of their German backers, Jongsu and his squad of insurgents had invaded the home of Princess Mina's adopted family and taken them hostage. All across the Korean peninsula, attacks on collaborators and their families were taking place as an act of revenge against the Japanese empress for sending a potential assassin into the home of the Kaiser. Hua Jinsang was a middle-aged man who was a wealthy merchant within the southernmost tip of the Joseon dynasty. For many years, he had ties to the royal family and as a result was selected to be the foster father of Mina when she was just a little girl. He did not know why his family was being targeted by the Joseon insurgents, as he was entirely unaware of his daughter's misdeeds. In fact, he himself had supported the rebels' cause by aiding them with intelligence on the Japanese army and plenty of resources. With tears in his eyes, the man begged for himself and his family to be spared. Please, boy, I beg of you. Just walk away and I will pretend like this never happened. I will even continue to provide your people with the support I have given them since this occupation began. You're a freedom fighter, not a terrorist. You don't have to do this. A cold light existed in Jongsu's dark eyes. He had witnessed far too much cruelty to have the sense of innocence a boy his age should normally have. There was not a hint of mercy on the boy's face. Instead, there was only disdain. Though Hua Jinsang may have been an avid supporter of the resistance movement, his daughter, Mina, was among the worst traitors. Rumor had it the Japanese Empress Atami Ryo had ordered her to assassinate the Kaiser and his family. Though this was a foreign matter, the very idea of attacking an innocent man and his family filled Jongsu with disgust. For a man who had raised his daughter to be such a horrible human being, Jongsu could only surmise that Jinsang was supporting the resistance for the sake of monetary value. Thus, he was nothing more than a merchant taking advantage of the Joseon people's crisis to make himself a hefty profit. War profiteers were not allies, only useful tools, and Jinsang had lived out his use. With a heavy sigh, Jongsu lowered his submachine gun for the briefest of moments, the act of which caused a slight bit of hope to emerge on Jinsang's face. However, it lasted for but a mere second before Jongsu raised his weapon once more and spoke the last words that Jinsang and his family would ever hear. I'm sorry, but I really do. With this said, Jongsu pressed the trigger and held it down as he sprayed Jinsang and his family full of lead. The bullets effortlessly tore through the family's flesh and turned them into a bunch of bloody sieves. Once they were dead, he took a deep breath to calm his heart before reloading his weapon. While this happened, the members of the boys' squad gazed at him with a bit of dread in their eyes. No matter how ugly the task was, Jongsu would handle it and without the slightest bit of hesitation. The boy had earned himself quite the fearsome reputation among the members of the Joseon resistance. Though they were thankful that he was on their side, it did not mean that his ruthless actions did not scare them. Ultimately, it was the deadpan childish voice that was completely devoid of any joy which woke the grown men from their stupor. What are you waiting for? This was just a sideshow. Our real target is the Kempitai headquarters. Hurry up. With this said, the guerrillas quickly disregarded the corpses that lie in the home and bailed from their current location. They stalked through the alleyways for some time while making their way to their target. Once they were about 15 meters out from the Kempitai headquarters, the guerrillas halted their advance and gazed upon the entryway of the building that was more akin to a stronghold than an actual office area. Despite the attacks occurring across all the Korean peninsula where collaborators and Japanese spies were being eliminated left and right, the soldiers of the Kempitai had not been dispatched away from their headquarters to deal with this ongoing crisis. Instead, they hunkered down, waiting for further orders. Jongsu took command of his unit and waited for the Japanese sentries to pass before stealthily leading his troops through the fencing that blocked off the headquarters from the outer world. To silently make their way into the enemy stronghold, these men needed more than just luck on their side. With some bolt cutters, they were easily able to cut through the chain link fences and make their way through the compound, though they were very careful in the way they moved. If one agent of the Kempitai spotted them, then the entire compound would be on their asses like butter on toast. Luckily for the guerrillas, Jiangsu had planned extensively for this operation and thus he was able to successfully navigate the Japanese defenses without him or his men being spotted. Once they had made their way to their target, the guerrillas sighed a breath of relief. The target of the guerrillas' attack was the munitions storehouse located within the compound. If they applied a couple pounds of thermite to the munitions, it would cause the entire stronghold to light up in flames. Which is exactly what the guerrillas did after breaking open the lock. Jiangsu and his men stacked a pack of thermite grenades onto the largest pallet of explosive munitions. After doing so, the boy held one of these grenades which had been supplied to him by the Reich and ordered his troops to withdraw. Alright, this is it, boys. Once I pull this pin, completely disregard stealth and run like hell because we only have so much time before this whole place is consumed by fire. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. After his brief countdown, Jiangsu pulled the pin on his thermite grenade and threw it onto the pack which contained the other grenades. Once he had done so, he bolted out of the storehouse like a bat out of hell. He and his men quickly came under notice of a nearby squad of Japanese sentries, but before these men could bother with the fleeing insurgents, the munitions storehouse exploded in a massive blast. Its fire rapidly spread across the stronghold, consuming everything in its path. Rather than fight one another pointlessly in a compound filled with flames, the Japanese sentries took flight and ran alongside the Joseon insurgents, completely afraid of being caught up in the flames which were spreading at a rapid rate. As if competing with one another in an Olympic sprint, the Joseon guerrillas and Japanese soldiers ran side by side until they were far enough away from the compound to ensure their safety. After the group caught their breath, they realized that they were both hostile to one another. Before the Japanese could raise their semi-automatic rifles, Jiangsu had hip-fired on them at a distance of 3 meters, unloading his entire magazine into the 5 or so men which killed them on the spot. Once they were well and truly dead, Jiangsu spit on their corpses before giving the order to his men to retreat. Withdraw to the rendezvous point. There is nothing left for us to do here. With that said, both Mina's adopted family and the Kempitai headquarters in Busan were utterly annihilated by the Joseon guerrillas, thus concluding Berengar's brutal retaliation against Empress Atami and her most beloved agent. Chapter 983, Convicting a War Criminal. Emperor Asha Sarkar sat within the confines of a cell in the city of Anangpur. For the past few weeks, the Anangpur Empire had held him captive while the German army and their Indian allies liberated his newly conquered territories. Despite being a prisoner of war, being charged with a multitude of war crimes, the cell which Asha sat in was not, by any means, inhumane. A simple cot existed for his sleeping needs along with a chamber pot and a bathtub. This was obviously the influence of the German Empire, who treated their prisoners of war with some dignity and respect. 2 guards protected the cell, but they were given strict orders not to interact with the prisoner other than to help fulfill his basic needs. They were prohibited by law from insulting or degrading the man, despite the horrific damage he had caused to the region. Thus, all they could do was stand and protect a war criminal until the trial commenced. Asha was currently enjoying his breakfast, which came in the form of German field rations. Though they weren't the most extravagant of meals, they were nutritious and free from any possible poisoning attempts. After scarfing down the field rations as if it were his last meal, the door to the cell opened and a finely dressed German man stood before the Bengal emperor. Asha knew who this man was as he had several encounters with him over the past few weeks of captivity. The man was named Rolf Muller and he was the lawyer attached to Asha's case. However, after weeks of dealing with this man, there was something different about today, for today Rolf was not alone. Instead, he was flanked by several armed guards. There was also a noticeable expression on the man's face, one which showed a tinge of pity, which he was quick to express the reason behind it. I'm afraid your trial has been moved up to today. Emperor Daria is convinced the war will come to a close in the following weeks, and as a result, he wishes to put you on trial before its end. Come with me and I will do my best to get you a fair sentence. Asha could only sigh in defeat after hearing such grave news, though he supposed it was better to get this over with now rather than live under what he perceived to be abysmal conditions for the next few years. Thus, he stood up from his seat and followed after the lawyer, where he was led into a courthouse. When Asha was escorted out of the back of a wagon, German reporters had gathered to take photos of the man and ask him questions. The first of which was a bombshell of a blonde woman who stuck a microphone in his face. Emperor Asha Sarkar, is it true that you gave the orders to your soldiers which protected them from criminal acts such as a rape, torture, and the mass murder of unarmed civilians? Are you going to plead guilty today? Emperor Asha quickly heard the words translated into his native tongue, where he felt compelled to respond to. However, before he could do so, he felt a shove from his back, which came from his lawyer, who took charge of the conversation. My client will not be taking any questions at this moment. Thank you for your understanding. After saying this, Rolf pushed Asha forward and into the building, where the reporters quickly followed after. After a while, the 2 men entered the courtroom, where the Bengal emperor was stunned by what he saw. Gathered together in the seating assigned to the jury was a group of world leaders. Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein was immediately noticeable. However, seated by his side was a young boy, no older than 10, who had bronze skin, golden hair, and amber eyes. He was dressed in the imperial regalia which belonged to the Sultan of Al-Andalus. Next to Sultan Ghazi al-Fadl was Emperor Vitranes of the Byzantine Empire along with Sultan Salan Mirza of the Timurid Empire, who was in turn flanked by Emperor Darya Tamara of the Anangpur Empire and Emperor Suratman of the Majapahit Empire. The last defining figure in the jury was none other than the Ming Emperor Zhu Wudi, who sat gracefully with a keen expression on his face. The Ming Emperor knew that this trial was a farce created by Germany in an attempt to establish some semblance of international law under their authority. It was the whole reason that Empress Tatami Ryo of the Japanese Empire was not invited to this event, as she was the Kaiser's only true rival. On another note, the petty kings of Europe, though present for this international trial, were not permitted to partake in the jury, as their realms were now client states of the Reich, and therefore they were not Asha's peers. It was only now that he was surrounded by so many important figures where Asha truly began to understand the severity of his situation. The judge entered the courtroom, but to nobody's surprise except for Asha, it was not an Anangpur official who was presiding over this trial, but a German one. Everyone, including the jurors, rose when the judge entered the scene and only sat down when they were given permission to do so. With the judge now present, the trial had begun. Though Asha's lawyer did his best to defend his client's actions, it truly did not matter. For the defense had video evidence of the Bengal army's atrocious actions. Once the video of Asha's war crimes was shown to the court, a look of overwhelming condemnation appeared on the faces of the jurors. All except for one. Berenger was as stoic as could be, knowing the outcome of this trial long before a decision was actually made. In the end, after hours of debate between the lawyers, the jury was brought to a secluded area where they were left to deliberate on Asha's fate. It was only now that Berenger, who was the foreman of the jury, spoke to the other jurors. With the evidence presented, I believe there is no possible outcome except for a guilty verdict. Under German law, which as we all know is the most advanced and comprehensive legal system in the world, Emperor Asha is guilty of a multitude of war crimes. If any of you disagree with my assessment of the situation, then speak now or forever hold your peace. The room went dead silent for several moments. None of the world's rulers were willing to defy the Kaiser or his whims. None except for Zhu Wudi, whose pride had forced him to speak up against what was clearly an attempt on Berengar's behalf to assert his authority over the entire world. So we are allowing Germany to dictate what is acceptable in warfare now? Have any of you actually agreed to this? Did Asha accept these conditions before engaging in his campaign? It sounds to me like you are just attempting to punish the defeated even more than he has already suffered. Tell me, why should Asha be convicted under German law when he is not a German citizen? Just because your empire is the world's most preeminent power does not mean you can force your laws and customs on the rest of us. Berenger smirked when he heard this. He honestly did not expect Zhu Wudi to speak up against him. However, he was glad to put the man in his place. After all, if he truly wished to impose some semblance of international law under his authority, then he would need the Ming dynasty's compliance in the matter. I know it is hard for you to accept Zhu Wudi, but do I need to inform you that we are living in a new era? This is not the age of trebuchets and crossbows. Weapons now exist in the hands of many of our nations that are far more destructive than anything we once thought possible. I myself must admit I have underestimated the power of these weapons and used them to horrible effect. We are talking about weapons with the capability of annihilating an entire city and all its inhabitants with relative ease. Can any of you honestly say that if you were to break out into a full-scale war with another empire present here, that you would desire to wage war in a completely unrestricted manner? Think of the sheer loss of life we are talking about. Your entire nations could be destroyed in a single war. Centuries or even millennia of history burnt to the ground, never to rise again. All because technology had advanced faster than the laws of our people. Make no mistake, if we, as the world's rulers, do not come up with some form of international law regarding warfare that we can all agree upon, then I assure you, the only thing that will await this world is utter annihilation. If you wish to behave like barbarians where the destruction of cities, the enslavement of their people, and the rape of their women and girls is not only tolerated but actively encouraged, then I am afraid I have misjudged you and your ancient civilization. Zhu Wudi did not expect a bloodthirsty man like the Kaiser to play the humanitarian card. After all, he himself was the one with access to the most destructive weapons in the world. Yet he was willing to limit the way in which he waged war from today forward. The Ming Emperor could only surmise that Japan's capabilities were not far behind the Reich's and that Berenger wanted to ensure that if Atami conducted warfare in such a barbarous manner that she would be punished severely for it after the war was over. Having reflected on this point, the Ming Emperor's opinion of the Kaiser had risen slightly. Perhaps there was a way to conduct warfare in a more civil manner. However, if such a thing were to occur, then a lengthy discussion would be needed, one where all parties present would have to agree upon. Thus, he was quick to voice this idea. I apologize if you misunderstood my intentions. I am not advocating on behalf of a scoundrel like Asha Sarkar. In fact, what he has done is utterly reprehensible even by the standards of the most callous society. I am simply fearful that you are using this situation to impose your laws and customs on the rest of us. If we are to come to some form of international agreement regarding how warfare should be conducted, then it will need to be unanimously agreed upon by all of us. So long as you promise to have this convention, then I will agree with the guilty verdict. This was the exact response Berenger was looking for. After all, if he were to create an international treatise regarding the rules of warfare, he needed to make sure that it appeared as if he was working with the other world leaders to make a better future rather than simply imposing his will on the world. Thus, he could only smile his head and nod to Zhu Wudi's suggestion before asking for clarification one last time. So we are all in agreement then? With this said, Emperor Asha Sarkar of the Bengal Empire was found guilty of multiple war crimes in accordance with German law. What followed after this trial was over would be the world's first international convention regarding the rules of warfare. One which Berenger would make use of to pressure Japan into fighting fairly when the war finally arrived. Chapter 984, Hallowed be Thy Name. Emperor Asha Sarkar sat in his cell with an eerily calm expression on his face. He was given a guilty verdict earlier in the day after all the evidence of his misdeeds was laid out for a jury of his peers. The leaders of the world's most powerful empires unanimously agreed on this. He was guilty and the penalty for his crimes was execution. Having been convicted of war crimes and sentenced to death, Asha now sat in his cell dining on what the German guards referred to as his last meal. There were no tears in the man's eyes, nor any indignation towards his destiny. From the moment he had witnessed the overwhelming might of the German army firsthand, he knew this would be his fate. Time passed and Asha's meal soon came to an end. The Bengal emperor wiped his mouth with his napkin and listened to the bells chime, knowing that he did not have much time left. Shortly thereafter, a priest and several armed guards entered his cell, symbolizing that this was truly the end. There was a grim look on the Hindu priest's face as gazed upon the convicted war criminal, knowing full well what awaited him the moment he stepped out of this room. The priest could only shake his head before saying a slight prayer to his gods. I pray that you enter the cycle of reincarnation safely and live a better life after you have been reborn. Asha simply snorted in response to this before regaining his silent and solemn state. With the priest having said his prayers, the guards grabbed hold of Asha and bound his hands and feet in chains where they dragged him through the cell block and towards the courtyard where his fate awaited him. It was only after Asha was led out of his cell that the tears he had worked so hard to conceal began to flow. But why was he crying? Was he not already resigned to his fate? Surely he did not feel the fear of death in this moment. Perhaps it was the lingering regrets of all he failed to accomplish in his relatively short life. As the Bengal emperor passed by another cell, a prisoner called out to him, giving the words he hoped one would say to him when he himself finally walked to the gallows. Gods be with you. To Asha, this was preposterous. If there were truly any gods in this world, why would they let him go on this journey to the afterlife? Yet he did not rebuke the man and merely nodded silently to him before taking the final steps into the courtyard where the rope awaited him. Standing on a large platform was a noose held high where an executioner waited patiently to fulfill his duties. With each step of the way, Asha felt his feet become heavier, and yet despite the monumental effort it took to walk towards his death, he continued to do so. In the end, the Bengal emperor wore a solemn expression as he stepped onto the platform and allowed the rope to be placed around his neck. He had no last words to give to a world that had gone terribly wrong for him. With complete and utter silence, the ground beneath his feet let loose and the fall broke his neck. With Asha's execution as a war criminal, the world had taken its first real step towards a form of international law. As for the convention where the rules of war would be discussed by the world's leaders, Berenger had convinced his peers to hold them in Vienna a month later. Why was this monumentally important global affair being held in the second largest city in Austria? Well, for two major reasons. Firstly, as the leading world power, it was only right for this international treaty to be signed within the borders of the Reich. However, what was probably Berengar's most important reason for holding this diplomatic conference in Vienna rather than his capital was because he felt like the name Vienna Accords sounded better than the Kufstein Conventions. Thus, after Asha's execution, Berenger returned to the Reich where he began to make the preparations necessary to hold such a large meeting of the world's many leaders. As the foremost power in this world, Berenger ensured that the Reich would handle everything. Transportation, security, accommodations, logistics. The leaders of the world would not have to worry about any of that. They just needed to step on the plane, which the Reich provided for them, and fly to Vienna. The full hospitality of the German Empire would be on display for those rulers who were a part of Germany's sphere of influence. Before he knew it, a month came and passed, and Berenger was seated on a train heading towards Vienna. With his high-speed rails, it took a matter of hours before the Kaiser would arrive at his destination. Aside from the young boy Ghazi, he did not take any other family members with him to this important meeting. Ghazi gazed up at his father with a hint of pride on his youthful face. For the past few years, he had been training daily on how to become an effective ruler like the man sitting next to him. The boy had learned a lot and knew that at this moment he was merely a puppet of the Kaiser. But as the Sultan of Al-Andalus, his presence at this monumental occasion was required. The father and son sat in silence in the royal train car for some time before Ghazi finally spoke up. Father, I know my place and will support whatever stipulations you wish to establish, just like I did at Asha Sarkar's trial. I just want you to know that you can count on me. I won't speak out of turn, nor will I go against your will. Berenger was holding onto a newspaper and reading its contents when his son spoke up to him. There was a hint of curiosity in the boy's eyes, and Berenger could tell that Ghazi was wondering just what he had in mind for holding this convention. With a slight sigh, Berenger revealed his plans to the boy. Ghazi, you are the Sultan of Al-Andalus, and though I am your regent, I suppose I have left you in the dark long enough. You're probably wondering why I was so adamant to establish universally agreed upon rules of war? Especially when I command the world's most powerful military and can do whatever I want to foreign powers. Is that correct? It did not surprise Ghazi in the least that his father had seen through his intentions, and thus he nodded his head in silence, letting the man continue his speech like an obedient child. Which Berenger was quick to do. The Japanese Empire rises in the east, and they have committed many atrocities to their enemies in the wars of expansion they have waged. Not only against disarmed combatants, but against the civilian population as well. It is no secret that their military poses a threat to our own. Will they actually be able to defeat us in a war? Absolutely not. There is no doubt in my mind that should our two empires come to blows, the Reich will emerge victorious. However, what I worry about is how they will treat my soldiers who are captured in warfare. Though Japan is not invited to this convention for obvious reasons, I will use the international community as a way to pressure them into fighting with a degree of respect for their opponents. As for any limitations on weaponry and warfare, or the treatment of insurgents and rebels, I will fight against any prohibitions on these matters. For the security of our state, we must be free to manage our own internal affairs as we see fit. Anything else will be an attack on our sovereignty, and such a thing can never be tolerated. Thus, this treaty will explicitly apply to two or more internationally recognized states fighting wars against one another and will have no bearing on internal revolutions, civil wars, and other means of quelling civil strife. Do you now understand why this matter is so important to me? Ghazi had a glint of understanding in his amber eyes. He was initially worried that perhaps the Japanese were posing such a threat to the Reich and its allies that Berenger felt compelled to limit himself and his adversary in what weapons they might use. Instead, this whole ordeal was merely a way for the Kaiser to force his enemies to treat his civilians and soldiers with the respect and dignity they deserved even in a time of war. This made Ghazi sigh in relief before nodding his head in agreement with his father's vision. Of course, father, I am much more relieved after hearing your intentions. Don't worry, I shall do my part to support you in any way I can. Berenger smiled and placed down his newspaper before rustling his son's golden hair while speaking words of encouragement. I know you will. You are my son, and I know that you will make me proud. Chapter 985, The Vienna Accords Part 50. In the center of Vienna's city hall there was a large gathering of monarchs from across the globe. From the petty kingdoms of Europe who bent the knee to the mighty German Empire, to the North African and Near Eastern sultanates, all the way to India and beyond. If you were a monarch in this world who had even the smallest amount of respect from your peers, you were invited to this meeting. All except for one. What was noticeable to everyone was the distinctive lack of representation from the Japanese Empire. A statement which spoke to the host's true intentions. Berenger had personally greeted all of his so-called peers and shook their hands, welcoming them to the first ever international peace conference which would go down in history as the Vienna Accords. Among these guests was one High King Alvar of the Kalmar Union. As if following the previous trend, the man had grown even more rotund than his last visit to the Reich. Evidently, life was good for the man as his realm prospered from the overwhelming amount of trade which flowed from Germany into his lands. Alvar stood in front of Berenger and greeted the man who was once his lesser with a wide smile on his face. To think in less than 2 decades you could accomplish so much. When I first met you, you were nothing more than a minor upstart. One who had a target on his back from the almighty Vatican. Yet here you are, having the entire world's many leaders answering to your beck and call. I am so glad I decided to align myself with you rather than listen to the poisonous whispers of the church. Berenger smiled at what he could only describe as the distant past, even if it were not been too terribly long ago. He had indeed accomplished much during this time. Perhaps in all of human history there was only one man who was his equal, and that was Alexander. No, that would not be right to say, for Alexander did not have the benefit of having future knowledge to build his empire. Nor did he have the military advantage of overwhelming superior technology. Perhaps Alexander the Great had no equal in history, nor would he ever. Still, that was not a point of contention to Berenger, and thus he could only smile and nod his head before expressing his thanks to Alvar for coming to this event. I am glad to see you here, old friend. Make yourself comfortable and enjoy the food and beverages that I have provided. Soon enough, the meeting will commence. Alvar had a hearty expression on his face as he bellowed in laughter while grabbing hold of his massive gut. I am sure I will take you up on that offer. Until we speak again, Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein. After saying this, Alvar walked off towards the food table where a bountiful assortment of treats were arranged for the guests. Over the next hour, Berenger greeted every guest who entered through the gates of the city hall before finally leading them into the conference room where the meeting would take place. Once everyone had sat down in their assigned seats, Berenger took his own, which was at the head of the room, where he spoke into his microphone and introduced himself to his guests. I am sure you are all aware by now, but I am Berenger von Kufstein, Kaiser of the German Empire. I want to take this time to thank all of you for visiting today. I look forward to engaging in a civil discussion with all of you about the future of our world and how we conduct ourselves in warfare. Recent events in the Indian subcontinent have shown us the atrocities that those in possession of more modern weapons can commit. Without some form of strict international guidelines, it is entirely possible for the most heinous of crimes to be committed against those who are the most defenseless. I'm talking, of course, about civilians and unarmed prisoners of war. Yes, that is correct. This meeting will not be a discussion about limiting the type of weaponry that we all use in warfare. I am sure you all have your own opinions regarding this. Instead, our conference will be about protecting civilians and prisoners of war from the disastrous consequences of conflict. Some of you may be more aware of this than others. However, I would like to say that for the most part, I have always had a policy of conducting warfare in the most civil of manner. Since my first campaign against the barony of Kitzbühel 13 years ago, I have specifically outlawed things which I find reprehensible, such as the rape and murder of civilians and prisoners. So the first topic I would like to debate is outlawing the rape and murder of civilians and prisoners. I am opening up the floor to whoever wishes to contest this point. Simply press the button at the base of your microphone and speak clearly into it. Thank you. Berenger knew that this stipulation would definitely catch the ire of those who were not directly under his control. After all, this was still for the large part a medieval world with medieval notions of morality, justice, and especially warfare. To convince everyone here to unanimously agree on the prohibition of rape and murder in war itself would be a difficult task. Or so one would think. The first to speak up against Berengar's demands was the Sultan of Tlemcen, who had yet to have the honor of witnessing the wrath of the Reich in person. One of the many translators who existed in this room translated his words. Just like Berengar's speech had been done to his guests. For centuries, rape has been a natural part of warfare. It is the right of every victorious army to treat the defeated as they wish. Are you suggesting I tell my soldiers not to ravage the women and girls of the conquered territory, as is their right as warriors? Berenger wore a smiling facade when he heard this, but was quick to contest it in the most ruthless manner possible. I am not only saying you are to command your soldiers to behave themselves while engaging in warfare, but you as a monarch are to punish them with death should they break the law, as I have done to my soldiers in the past who have fallen out of line. If you fail to do so, you will be held responsible should you be defeated. Discipline is the backbone of any modern military, and if your soldiers violate the rules of war, then they are not warriors, as you say, but are in fact nothing more than wild beasts. Regardless of how warfare has been conducted in the past, we are in a new era. One where new laws and regulations must come into play in order to limit the devastation that wars can cause. If you do not wish to sign these accords, that is your choice. However, I assure you, if you refuse to sign and ratify these accords, then you and your entire realm will not protect by them. Meaning that any nation here who does sign them is free to behave however they wish to your kingdom should they find themselves at war with you. Imagine, if you will, a scenario where you have chosen not to agree to this stipulation and you find yourself at odds with the Reich. In this proposed scenario, I, for whatever reason, decide to order a full-scale invasion of your country. If my soldiers were to act out of line while invading your lands and say forcefully put a German baby in the womb of every woman and girl who is capable of bearing offspring within your realm, while killing every man and boy who draws breath, I would not be obligated to punish them. Despite having signed these accords myself. Now would I punish them? Absolutely. However, I would not be obligated to do so, and nor would anyone else here who signs and ratifies these accords into international law. I am proposing an end to the rape of civilians in warfare, and you should be grateful that your people will no longer have to suffer such a heinous act. Because I assure you, if I wanted to, I could make this proposed scenario a reality. The Sultan of Tlemcen, along with every other world leader who had initially planned to object to this stipulation, was now covered in a cold sweat. The mere prospect of a foreign military coming into their lands and annihilating every man and boy while forcefully impregnating every woman and girl had silenced them completely. To do such a thing would be the destruction of their very civilization. Hell, it would mean the complete and total eradication of their people as a whole. This was something that everybody in this room knew for a fact that Germany was capable of. For their leader to voluntarily come forward and make this illegal in warfare, they could count their lucky stars that Berenger was such a benevolent person. Thus, after a brief speech about the virtues of this rule and how these accords would function, not a single monarch dared disagree with the stipulation prohibiting the rape and murder of civilians and prisoners in a time of war. How this would be defined would be their next subject of discussion. Chapter 986, Trolling the Japanese Empress once again. In the city of Hyankyo within the Imperial Palace of Japan, Empress Atami Ryo sat upon her throne with an extremely displeased expression on her flawless face. For the past few months, she had a total blackout in communication with the advisors she had sent to the Bengal army. So much so that she had sent a team to investigate the issue. However, without a means of long-range radio communications, it had taken some time for her to receive the news of her pawn's defeat. After all, her agents had to dock in the Bay of Bengal and make their way across the Indian subcontinent in search of their men, before making the same journey back to the Japanese mainland. While the investigation was ongoing, Itami was forced to worry about other more important matters. The invasion of the region that was once known as the Philippines in her past life was going smoothly. The southernmost isles were now under her full authority, however the northern islands still remained within the Ming dynasty's sphere of influence, and if previous negotiations were anything to go by, Emperor Zhu Wudi would not allow another tributary to fall into the hands of Japan. Still, Itami had gained what she wanted, and that was access to the vast reserves of oil and natural gas which lied within the Philippines. Something she had begun the extraction of almost immediately after taking the region. In fact, Itami had been in the process of designing a proper tank for her armed forces when she was summoned to her great hall by one of her servants. Normally, she would reject any visitors at such an important time. However, the man who had visited her on this occasion was someone she could not dismiss easily. Unfortunately for the albino beauty, her visitor had come from the German Empire and was a man she was all too familiar with. Tillich Schaffhausen was a lawyer of well-renown, one who was employed by the German embassy in Beijing. After being so rudely thrown out of the German embassy, Itami had to rely on this particularly troublesome individual to convey her intentions to her rivals in the far west. Whenever Tillich presented himself to the Japanese empress, he always had some means of antagonizing her. Today was no different. The Japanese empress was in an exceptionally foul mood after hearing about the difficulties that had presented themselves to her rule within the Korean peninsula. No doubt, agents of the Reich orchestrated these attacks as an act of retaliation for E-Mina's espionage attempts. Thus, Itami wanted more than ever to extradite the poor woman, which she was quick to announce. Mr. Schaffhausen, I would like to say it is a pleasure to see you again, however I cannot in good conscience lie to you, so before we get to your reason for visiting me at this ungodly hour, I would like to thank you for the trouble your people have caused me in the Joseon dynasty. I must say, I did not expect you to brazenly carry out such attacks against my people without a fear of the consequences. Tillich was an experienced lawyer and diplomat. To him, navigating this minefield was a simple task. He was quick to deny the allegations that the Japanese empress had laid upon him and his homeland. Empress Itami, you are as beautiful as ever. Unfortunately, I have no idea what you were talking about. The Reich is not responsible for what the Joseon people do. I am well aware of the insurgency you are currently facing, but to blame us for these attacks, it is a baseless claim. Wouldn't you agree? The eerie sound of teeth being ground echoed throughout the great hall as Itami Ryo tried her best to control her internal wrath. After taking a deep breath and releasing it, the Japanese empress stated her demands. You can deny these acts of terrorism all you want, but in the end, you have made your stance clear, so allow me to do the same. You will extradite E-Mina into Japanese custody, or I assure you, I will make your Indian proxies bleed in the same way that my soldiers have. Despite her threat, a smug smile emerged on Tillich's face, which caused Itami to become incredibly unnerved. This was not the response a man in his position should have. She was just about to threaten him again when the man spoke up. You know, that actually reminds me why I have come to visit you today. I have a gift and would be honored if you accept it. A pair of blood-red eyes gazed upon the German lawyer with caution. The Japanese empress was hesitant to accept his gift, but ultimately she decided to do so. When Itami opened the package and gazed upon its contents, she nearly had a heart attack. Inside the box was a severed head which belonged to the Bengal Emperor Asha Sarkar, along with photographic evidence of his war crimes. Below these photos was a letter written and signed by Berenger, which read as follows. Dear Empress Itami Ryo, do you enjoy my gift for you? I must say you should have chosen a better dog. One that doesn't bite the hands that feed him. As for my pup, he is a good boy, one that is loyal to his master. I would know. After all, I was the one who raised him. I don't know whether you are a sadistic psychopath, one who enjoys arming war criminals of whom commit the most heinous of crimes, or whether you are indeed nothing more than a foolish woman devoid of moral virtue. But your puppet was found guilty by a jury of his peers and executed for his crimes against humanity. In this package lies the photographic evidence which Emperor Asha Sarkar was convicted upon. I figured after all the trouble you have given me these past few years, the least I could do was give you a souvenir of your efforts. As of now, the Indian subcontinent has fallen into my sphere of influence. The Bengal army is defeated, and with each passing day, more lands are liberated from their tyranny. It won't be long before what remains of the Bengal Empire enters the control of their Anangpur rivals. When that happens, Darya Tamara will announce to the world that he is the one true emperor of all Indians, and in doing so, he will create the Indian Empire. In addition, I know you are concerned about your little friend, Princess E-Mina. Unfortunately for you, she was executed after being convicted of conspiracy to commit assassination. I assure you that the recent attacks on your government holdings within the occupied section of the Joseon Kingdom, as well as any murders of known collaborators and their families, has nothing to do with my empire, and is merely the result of your own actions. With love from your most ardent admirer, Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein. P.S. As a result of the atrocities which your puppet has engaged in, the world leaders will be gathering in the city of Vienna to discuss international regulations in regard to warfare, and for the record, you are not invited. Itami's substantial chest heaved with her heavy breathing as she read the letter over and over again. No longer caring about the severed head sitting within the box in her lap, nor the photos which displayed his crimes. All the Japanese empress cared about was the last part of the letter. With love, from your most ardent admirer. After rereading this several times, Itami expressed the signature aloud, an act of which that caught the German diplomat by surprise. In truth, he had no idea what was in the letter, as it was not for his eyes. However, judging by the sheer rage in Itami's sanguine eyes, he felt like he had just delivered yet another attempt on his master's part to troll the albino beauty. Surely enough, in the next moment, Itami howled with rage and ripped the document in half. Her fury now focused entirely upon Tillich. The Japanese empress screamed at him with a shrill voice. I don't believe for a second that you executed Mina. I demand you give her back to me or there will be war. Do you understand me? I have had enough of your Kaiser's games. Tillich was one of the few individuals who was aware of Mina's actual fate. As the only man who had contact with the Japanese Empire and who would be negotiating with their empress, he was educated on the truth of the matter. Thus, with a heavy sigh, he admitted this fact to Itami in a rather obscure way. If the Josian princess was still alive, the Kaiser would not give her up easily. She would be a valuable asset. You would need to pay a hefty price to retrieve her, assuming she is still alive, that is. Itami gritted her teeth and narrowed her gaze as she just barely managed to hiss out the following words. How much? In response to this, Tillich smiled before giving the enraged Japanese empress his master's demands. 14.369 kilograms in gold. If you do not pay this in full, then you should understand the consequences. Itami's eyes narrowed as she heard the price. It was a very specific amount of gold, one which she could immediately recognize. When converted into the imperial system, it was 4,000 pounds. The same amount of gold Rome was forced to pay the Visigoth king Alaric as a ransom to prevent him from invading their empire. In other words, if Itami did not pay the expressed amount, then Berenger was more than willing to meet her on the field of battle. Something she was not yet ready for. After careful contemplation, Itami sighed and nodded her head in silence, agreeing to the terms presented to her. With a satisfied expression on his face, Tillich spent the rest of his meeting with Itami negotiating the details of Mina's release. As for Itami, she was secretly conspiring on how she could crash this international conference that she was explicitly not invited to. Chapter 987, The Vienna Accords Part LL. Itami's wrath had settled after lengthy negotiations with the German diplomat. Though the man had a way of getting on her nerves like few others, she had finally conceded to a point which was satisfactory for both parties. The Japanese Empire would pay a ransom of 4,000 pounds of gold in exchange for Princess Mina. It would be conducted covertly as to not raise any brows from the German or Japanese public, as both sides would be outraged to learn of this matter. As part of the negotiations, the German Empire had agreed to bring Mina to the Beijing embassy, where she would be handed off to Itami's royal guards in exchange for the agreed-upon price. Though the amount of gold was staggering, especially for Itami, who did not have access to the plethora of gold mines which the Germans owned, she could easily make up for the loss by introducing a form of fiat currency. Thus, after a brief period of silence, Itami posed the next question which she was most curious about. So, Mr. Schaffhausen, when is this international conference happening? Tillich was in the middle of drinking some fine Japanese tea when he heard these words. His brow twitched slightly as he gazed up from his steaming cup and into the sanguine eyes of the Japanese empress. With a smug grin on his face, he told her the words she least wanted to hear. Oh, it's currently ongoing. I believe you are not invited, since you are probably one of the most notorious war criminals in the world right now. All of Asia knows what you have done to the people you have conquered. I'm afraid to say that it would most certainly go against the spirit of the conference to invite you after executing Emperor Asha for the same very crimes. In fact, we are still investigating if you are directly responsible for his actions or if he acted independently. The calmness within Itami's heart was once more stirred into a frenzy as she glared fiercely at the man sitting across from her. Not only had the Kaiser sent her this taunting message, but he had also ensured that there was no feasible way for her to crash the party. Thus, she could only let go of her previous plans to interfere with the Vienna Accords and squash her growing fury before she did something foolish. What defines an internationally recognized state? What exactly is a civilian, and in what way is an enemy combatant considered a prisoner of war? These are the questions we must ask ourselves. If you would all take a look at the board behind me, I have outlined the answers to these questions myself. Now, whether we can all agree on these definitions, that is another story. After saying this, Berenger moved out of the way where a projector displayed the contents of his report onto the board behind him. The various world leaders reacted in shock at this alien technology but managed to contain their curiosity, if not simply for the fact that they were currently in an important meeting. Compared to the airplanes which flew them out from their home countries, this projector was far less impressive. Thus, after a brief upset, the world's leaders sat back down in their seats and paid attention to the presentation. Berenger nodded his head in approval before continuing on his lecture. We will first start with what we can define as a legally recognized state. For this, I have established 6 key principles which we must abide by. If we are to recognize a state that is to be protected by this treaty, it must meet these requirements. Centralized government, organized religion, job specialization and social classes, arts, architecture, and infrastructure, writing, a permanent population, a defined territory, the capacity to conduct international relations. Any culture or society which does not meet these conditions is not to be considered a legally protected state. Instead, they are more akin to savages and thus are not afforded the protections guaranteed by these accords. So, for example, if you find yourself in some piece of land that does not have a pre-existing state with these elements and is instead inhabited by various tribes, you are free to conduct warfare and conquest however you see fit. Does anyone have any arguments with this proposed definition of an internationally recognized state? Berenger left the room up to discuss where the various monarchs debated with themselves for several minutes. The savage clause was greatly appreciated by several of the monarchs, as many of their empires had what could be considered barbarians at their borders. In the end, there was no resistance to this point, and Berenger was allowed to continue, which he was quick to do so. As for how we define a civilian, if you will look at this next slide, you will see what I have come up with. Like the previous topic, it is open to discussion, but I would appreciate it if you all considered this carefully. A civilian is defined as anyone who is neither a member of a state's armed forces nor a member of an organized armed group with a continuous combat function nor a participant in national conscription. If someone meets these requirements, then they are to be considered a civilian by law and are thus protected from murder, torture, rape, or any other form of brutality. Nor are they to be directly targeted by any military operation. Now allow me to make a clear distinction here. If you are attacking a military target but there are civilians in the vicinity, you are allowed to disregard the collateral damage in the pursuit of military victory. However, directly targeting civilian populations is prohibited. Are there any disagreements with the information I have provided? Once more, the room broke out into a brief debate, but ultimately Berengar's opinions were settled pretty quickly as the appropriate definition of a civilian as well as their legal protections, which allowed the Kaiser to quickly move on to his next point. Now, as for the definition of a prisoner of war, I define a prisoner of war as any of the following who have fallen into the power of the enemy. Members of the armed forces of a party to the conflict as well as members of militias or volunteer corps forming part of such armed forces. As for the legal protections that prisoners of war are afforded, first and foremost, any enemy soldier who has made an attempt to surrender is to be taken prisoner, where they are to be treated with dignity and respect, such as being afforded 3 meals a day, being given a proper shelter, etc. Prisoners of war shall also not suffer insult or injury of any kind, and of course, we are all prohibited from executing prisoners of war unless, for example, they commit a crime worthy of such a sentence while in captivity and only after having gone through a proper trial to determine his guilt. Now you are all free to deliberate as you please. It was no surprise that a minor discussion formed among the world's leaders. Though some argued against certain points and required some convincing, in the end they all agreed that these definitions and protections were all perfectly valid. However, it was ultimately the Ming Emperor who spoke up about a certain concern. What about rebels and terrorists within one's own borders? Do these definitions and protections apply to them as well? Berenger smirked when he heard this before shifting to the next slide where he presented the information he had regarding this concern. As I said before, these accords are only regarding wars between two internationally recognized states. Internal security is not related to this treaty. Thus, if, for example, one were to have a rebellion on their hands, they will be free to deal with the rebels and their supporters however they believe is most appropriate. This also applies to newly conquered regions and any resistance movements which might appear. So long as the land is legally annexed, you shall be free to deal with any rebels, terrorists, revolutionaries, criminals, freedom fighters, or what have you, as you see fit. Are there any other questions? It took several minutes of debate among the various world leaders, however, in the end, they all came to a unanimous agreement regarding the treaty Berenger had established. They, of course, each read the fine print of the treaty to ensure that there were not other stipulations or definitons that Berenger had glossed over. However, as promised, this meeting was merely to afford protections to civilians and prisoners of war during an armed conflict between two internationally recognized states. As for Berenger, he was truly losing nothing from this treaty, as he had ensured that there were loopholes allowing him to completely disregard civilian casualties in a zone occupied by enemy combatants. There was one minor exception to this rule. If, for example, one were to bombard a city that was occupied by a military force, then they would first have to inform the civilian population of their upcoming attack, giving them a chance to flee before all hell let loose. Of course, Berenger had already operated under similar rules in the past, and now with the ability of air power, dropping leaflets into a city before attacking it was a simple enough task. Thus, he had barely, if at all, restricted how he waged warfare. Thus, after every major monarch west of Japan signed and ratified the Vienna Accords, Berenger smiled and concluded the meeting with a simple gesture of gratitude. Very well, with this, we have all agreed to these rules of war and thus will be held accountable by the international community if any of us were to break them. Just to make this clear, you are also protected by these rules. So for example, if you engage in a military conflict with a foreign power who has not signed or ratified these rules of war and you emerge victorious, you can hold them accountable for breaking these laws with all of our support. Since you are all here in the lands of my empire, I would appreciate it if you took the next few days off and followed me around my realm so you can experience everything the German Empire has to offer. I assure you, you won't regret this. With that said, the Vienna Accords had come to an end and Berenger now had a powerful weapon to leverage against his rivals in Japan. Chapter 988, Matters of Intrigue. Yamina sat in her cell with her knees held closely to her chest. She did not know how long she had been in captivity, but it felt like a lifetime. In truth, the days and nights just seemed to blend together when you no longer had access to sunlight. Since she had begun cooperating with the agents of German intelligence, her life had become much better, but she was still nothing more than a pretty bird trapped in a cage. It was while she was reflecting on this that the door to her cell opened. However, unlike before, there were no longer any guards who would forcefully bind the Korean beauty. She had proven herself a submissive prisoner, and as a result, her captors no longer took such precautions against her. To Nobita's surprise, the same interrogator who used to play Russian roulette with her had entered the woman's cell. For the past few months, this man had been the only human contact the Joseon princess had received. Perhaps out of a sense of Stockholm Syndrome, she had begun to see him as a close friend and possibly even more than that. Unlike past visits where the interrogator was usually in a cheerful mood, today the man had a grave expression on his otherwise handsome face as he approached Mina with a folder in his hands. After sitting down on the woman's bed, he gave her the bad news. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but your release has been secured. In the coming days, you will be taken to Beijing, where you will be handed off to the Japanese empress in secret. However, before we do so, I feel as if there is some information you are entitled to. I don't really know how to say this, my sweet Mina, but I will just come out and say it. Your family is dead. A simple scoff escaped Mina's luscious lips, followed by a single word. Her indifference was present on her face as she did so. Good. However, unlike what she was expecting, the man sighed and shook his head before handing the folder he carried over to his captive. After doing so, he said the words that broke the woman's heart. Not that family. Upon realizing that the man was not talking about the Joseon royal family but instead her adopted one, Mina quickly grabbed hold of the folder and surfed through its contents. A detailed account on what had happened to her loved ones was written inside, along with several pictures that were taken after the fact. A stream of tears fell down the Korean bowtie's face before she became overwhelmed with rage. At this moment, she wanted nothing more than to rip out the throat of whoever was responsible with her teeth. Upon seeing the young woman sobbing, the German agent comforted her by wrapping his arm around her shoulder and dragging her in close. A sigh escaped his lips as he informed Mina just what had happened. We were hoping to keep your collaboration with the Japanese a secret from your people. However, it would appear that in order to sell your cover, Empress Atami Ryo placed a warrant for your arrest across the entirety of her empire, saying that you were a traitor to the crown along with a detailed list of your alleged crimes. Because of this, the Joseon resistance considered you a top priority to eliminate. However, since you had fled to the Reich and were already executed, they turned to your adopted family for vengeance. They, along with several dozen other known collaborators, were murdered in their own homes as an act of retaliation for the slaughter of an entire Joseon village by the Imperial Japanese Army. I'm sorry, I know you're my prisoner, but I genuinely feel bad that a group of innocent people were caught up in your mess and were killed as a result. It would appear that Empress Atami Ryo did not anticipate such a violent reaction from the Joseon people, nor did she make any preparations for it. If she had, perhaps your family would still be alive right now. The German agent's words were both true and yet filled with hidden intentions. By blaming this attack on Empress Atami Ryo, he knew that he could turn Mina against the woman. In doing so, the Reich would gain a valuable asset. That is assuming, of course, she were to harbor a great hatred against her former master. As for Mina, she easily fell prey to the scheme. In the depths of her grief, a newborn hatred had consumed her, and yet it wasn't placed towards her captors nor towards the Joseon rebels who had killed her family but the Japanese empress herself. Knowing that she would soon re-enter the service of the woman who was responsible for her family's death, the Joseon princess began to grit her teeth in rage while the tears streamed from her eyes. For now, she continued to lean on the German interrogator for comfort in this time of darkness, which the man was more than happy to allow. Linda sat at her desk within the headquarters of Imperial Intelligence. She was currently dressed in her uniform, something she had seldom worn over the past few years. Hema was standing in front of the woman with the usual bags under her otherwise pretty eyes. A cruel smile emerged on the red-headed temptress' face as she read over the report she had received from the hidden black site. It would appear that everything is going as planned. Princess Mina's release has been properly negotiated and she will be returning into the arms of the Japanese empress soon enough. Unknowingly, Atami Ryo has just paid a fortune to acquire an agent of her own destruction. On a more important note, how's the relationship between Agent Friedrich Ziegler and our pretty little captive progressing? Hema scoffed when she heard this question before placing down a report written by the German interrogator. In this document was the exact exchange of words and gestures between himself and Mina over the past few months. When Linda read this, her lips curled into an even crueler sneer. As for Hema, she outlined the contents with a brief summary. As you expected, the Joseon princess has developed feelings for her captor. It would be no exaggeration to say that, after learning about her family's death and Atami's betrayal, he is the only friend she has left. I would go so far as to suggest Agent Ziegler to become the primary contact between Mina and the Reich from now on. After all, he is the only one who will be able to calm her wrath and keep her from doing something stupid like attempt to assassinate the Empress. Linda nodded her head in agreement with this assessment before adding her opinions on the matter. I agree. However, you should stall the exchange for as long as possible. Give Mina some time to process her grief before presenting the option of becoming our operative. This way we will have an agent embedded in Itami's inner circle. Once she has agreed to our request and tempered her rage, Mina will become a valuable asset. After a bit of training in the art of espionage, we will ship her to Beijing, where, upon returning to the Japanese mainland, she will begin working for us. Hema nodded her head before taking a sip from her flask. After doing so, she stashed the container, which was filled with alcohol, away before asking the next question on her mind. What about the counterfeit operation? When will we begin? A smug smile appeared on Lindy's face as she placed the folder down on her desk before reaching into a filing cabinet and retrieving another. After doing so, she handed it off to Hema while summarizing its contents. This trade will bankrupt Japan. In order to keep her economy running, Itami will need to print massive amounts of banknotes to replace the gold she will be giving us. Once she does so, our agents in Japan will smuggle some of them back to the Reich, where we will begin printing counterfeit copies en masse. However, we will not be shipping this false currency back to the Japanese mainland until after the war has already started. With the war underway, Itami will be far too busy to notice the counterfeited banknotes flooding her economy until after it is already too late. Hema nodded her head in understanding before leaving one final comment. I've got to say, Linda, your cunning knows no bounds. Is the Kaiser even aware of your scheme to undermine the Japanese economy? A proud smile emerged on Lindy's flawless face as she laid back into her chair and rested her dainty chin on the palm of her hand. After doing so, she responded with utter confidence to her subordinate. No, not yet. However, I don't need his personal approval when it comes to matters of intrigue. When he finally learns of what I have done, I am sure my reward will be excessive. The excited expression in Lindy's sky-blue eyes immediately alerted Hema to the woman's amorous thoughts, causing her to blush and look away. When Linda saw this cute reaction, she giggled before dismissing the deputy director. If that is all, then you are dismissed, Hema. If you desire, you can take the rest of the day off. I have things covered from here. A day off? Hema did not remember the last time she had one of those. Thus, all she could do was bow her hand and thank her boss for her generosity. Thank you, Linda, I promise to make good use of it. After saying this, the woman departed from the room, leaving Linda to her work. Chapter 989, Japan's Weapons of War. Empress Itami Ryo spent a significant amount of time speaking to the German diplomat after negotiating Mina's release. During their discussion, she had learned a lot about just what had happened in India, something she was entirely blind to. It was true what they say, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Despite doing her best to keep Asha Sarkar on a tight leash, he had relapsed into his wicked ways the moment after her officers were no longer around to keep an eye on him. Itami had no doubt that Germany's special forces had eliminated her advisors to the Bengal army in an attempt to provoke Asha Sarkar and his band of misfits into committing war crimes. However, she could not prove this. Thus, the Japanese empress tried her best to glean as much information about the conflict as she could manage. After drinking a few glasses of sake with the German diplomat, Itami smiled pleasantly. This was the first discussion the two of them had endured, which did not make her want to tear the man's eyes out. After building such a rapport with Tilak, she could not help but bait him into answering one of her deepest questions. Still, to break the Bengal army's advance in a single battle. I wonder just how your Nagpur allies managed to accomplish this feat. As far as I'm aware, the weapons that your Kaiser equipped them with were on par with those I had sold to the Bengals. Even then, to traverse the difficult jungle of the Indian subcontinent within a month all the way to the Bengal Empire's core territory, this is not an easy feat. The logistics alone must have cost your allies a fortune. There was a proud smile on Tilak's face which obscured his obviously reddened cheeks as he made a comment he otherwise would not have had he been sober. Please, Empress Itami, you flatter me and my people. It was really a simple matter, something that a panzer division could easily accomplish. When Itami heard the words Panzer Division come out of the German diplomat's mouth, she trembled. The very core of her being was shaken. Panzer Division? Just what kind of military might was that? It immediately dawned on her why the Anangpur victory had been so swift. Against the armored hull of a proper panzer, no weapons which the Bengals employed would stand a chance. Itami was so shaken from this news that her fingers instinctively released the grip they had over her sake cup, which fell to the floor and instantly shattered. It was only after this occurrence that Tilak realized he had made an unforgivable offense. After neatly placing down his cup on the table that lay in between him and his host, the German diplomat stood up and struggled to find his balance before making another comment that he should not have. Well, I believe I have spent enough time here in your lovely homeland. However, if I am going to catch the next flight out of Beijing, I will need to set sail at once. Until we meet again, Empress Itami. After saying this, Tilak swayed out of Itami's palace and towards the docks where he immediately set sail for Beijing. As for the Japanese empress, she sat there in utter disbelief for several moments. Panzer's aircraft? How had she fallen so far behind the Reich? Now that she had begun the extraction and refinement of oil, there was no longer a need to hesitate. After careful consideration, the young woman immediately rose from her seat and quickly made her way to her quarters where her desk, along with the divine mirror, lied in wait for her. After activating the divine object and ushering in the light of wisdom, Itami began to draft the designs for a new weapon, one that would become the backbone of her army in the war she feared would soon transpire between herself and her German rivals. Based upon the Type 4 Cheeto medium tank, which was a weapon designed and developed by the Imperial Japanese Army in extremely limited numbers towards the end of the Second World War in Itami's last life. Itami had brought to life a tank that could have been a major game changer for the Japanese had they designed and implemented it earlier in the war effort. The The Type 4 Cheeto medium tank had 75 mm of hardened steel armor along with a 75 mm main gun. The armored vehicle had a secondary armament of two 7.7 mm Type 97 heavy tank machine guns. The vehicle made use of a supercharged V12 diesel engine gaining a max speed of 45 km per hour and a max range of 250 km. All in all, it was an equivalent to the German Panzerkampfwagen V Panther which Berenger had modeled his own tanks off of. The difference was that Berengar's tanks had improved suspensions and engines to maximize reliability and performance. Aside from the Type 4 Cheeto medium tank, Itami designed a fully enclosed variation of the WW2-era Type 1 Hokkai armored personnel carrier to use as a means of transport for her army. The only other vehicle Itami designed for use in her armed forces was a 5-ton transport truck of a similar design to Berengar's. After designing armored and motorized vehicles for her army, Itami suddenly realized that she had a significant problem. Until now, she had been relying on her Bengal puppets for a very critical resource, one that they had only really just begun the extraction and shipment of before completely collapsing against the combined German and Angkor offensive. Bauxite was a very important mineral, one that was used to create aluminum. If she desired to construct an air force of any actual significance, then aluminum was of the utmost importance. However, she no longer had a reliable source of bauxite, nor had she acquired much before her puppet was defeated. When Itami first heard that Asha had fallen, she completely forgot about this fact. In truth, there were far more pressing concerns to be worried about. However, now that she actually sat down and started developing aircraft, she realized what a serious issue this was. After thinking through everything that had transpired over the past few years, Itami's pen suddenly came to a stop. Her eyes shifted to the portrait on her wall before she began cursing at it. "You fucking bastard. This was your plan from the start. No wonder the Ming dynasty invaded South Indochina. You were making sure that I couldn't get bauxite after your victory in India. Clever, real fucking clever." Everything Itami accused the Berengar's portrait of was 100% true. Berenger had emboldened the Ming dynasty and helped them conquer South Indochina so Itami would not have the means to acquire its vast bauxite deposits. While at the same time, Berenger had stoked fears among the Majapahit Empire and trained their army to properly resist a Japanese invasion, betting that Itami would, in fact, choose to invade Borneo rather than Ming-occupied territory. When Itami realized this fact as well, she was livid. Her hands trembled with wrath as they reached into her pockets and grabbed hold of a torn slip of paper. After pulling this scrap out of her pocket and reading its comments, the woman felt betrayed. "With love from your most ardent admirer, Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein." Was such cruelty an act of love? She hardly agreed. Even if the letter was nothing but an attempt to troll her, Itami had been slightly smitten with her rival when she saw those words for the first time. Now she knew they were nothing more than the false pretense of a smug asshole. After realizing such a thing, Itami brought the slip of paper over to a nearby candle and set it aflame before shifting her attention back to her work. Since she did not have an immediate access to aluminum, she would have to make a plane mostly out of wood. There were obvious drawbacks to such a design, but if she manufactured enough of them, she doubted the German Air Force would not feel the sting of her wrath. Luckily for Itami, the Japanese had designed one such fighter at the end of the war as sort of a last-ditch effort to field aircraft after their logistical network was thoroughly trashed by the Americans. The Tachikawa Ki-106 was an aircraft modeled after the infamous Nakajima Ki-84 but was designed almost entirely out of wood. What little aluminum components it had could easily be replaced with steel even if such a thing would decrease its overall performance. In her past life, this aircraft only ever made it to the prototype phase with 3 ever being built. However, with her engineering skills, she could easily make it a reality in this world. Though she doubted it would be a match for whatever fighter interceptor the Germans were employing, she planned to make a swarm of them to compensate for its clear deficiencies. Something that was much easier and less expensive to do with would being the main material. As for bombers, transport planes, or anything else that Itami would need to actively compete with the Reich, these simply weren't feasible. Not with wood. She ultimately would need to secure a new source of bauxite if she wanted to produce such weapons of war. Thus, with all this work done, Itami could only sigh in relief. As long as she began production of these weapons immediately, she might have a chance of defending her empire from the German Empire and its Kaiser. It was beginning to look like defeat was more and more certain. The Japanese Empress could only hope that she could make Germany bleed enough to enter negotiations. Chapter 990, A Whole New World. The city of Vienna was one of Austria's most developed locations. As the former capital of the region, its importance was second only to Kufstein, where the Kaiser and his family resided. As a result of this, much effort had gone into producing a large and functional city with all the modern wonders that existed in the kingdom's capital. The leaders of the world's most prominent states were all gathered in the city. After signing and ratifying the Vienna Accords, they were free to explore the city. Zhu Wudi, among many others, took this opportunity to see just how powerful the Germans really were. The Ming Emperor, like many of his counterparts, was utterly surprised and albeit a bit terrified by the ability to fly in the air. The Germans accomplished an ancient dream that had long since been deemed impossible by the rest of the world. This was more than enough to show how distant their two realms were in terms of technology. However, when it came to the sights that the man saw in the streets of Vienna, one might say he was even more surprised. Trucks, cars, and buses roamed the streets where they followed the directions of the lights hanging above. The complete and utter lack of horses was an astonishing sight to these medieval kings. Zhu Wuti was so astonished by this that he felt compelled to ask Berenger the question most prominent on his mind. Where are all your horses, and what are these metal beasts I see everywhere? Berenger pondered this question carefully, hoping not to scare the foreign monarchs too much with how well developed his nation had become. Horses? We have no need of beasts of burden anymore. A combination of buses, trolleys, trains, trucks, and planes manages transport. While agriculture has been completely mechanized with tractors, combine harvesters, and any other number of machines being used in the fields. A few years back we used to have a massive amount of the mighty beasts, but nowadays they have all been either shipped to the colonies to use in their less developed agriculture or have been sold off to foreign countries for the same purpose. What horses remain in the fatherland are the purest breeds, who are the pets of the wealthy elite. Zhu Wuti was stunned to hear these words and carefully contemplated them before coming to a false understanding which he was quick to voice. I see, so aside from being used in your colonies and sold abroad, the primary use of horses in your empire is for your cavalry. Berenger sucked on his teeth as he realized his next words would probably deal a major blow to the Ming emperor, but after thinking about it carefully he decided it would be best to inform the man of the truth. That way Atami would learn just how out of depth she was and perhaps back off from her aggressive stance. You see about that. In the military, tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and armored trucks have replaced the need for horses in our cavalry. To put it in terms you understand, think of the machines you see here on the streets, but larger and made out of hardened steel. Capable of resisting bullets and explosives alike. Zhu Wuti had practically had a heart attack on the spot. Germany had gotten rid of horses in agriculture, transport, and warfare. Just how far behind was his own empire, which once stood at the top of this world? It was only now that he was finally understanding the vast difference between Germany, Japan, and the Ming dynasty. Upon seeing that the man was close to fainting, Berenger grabbed hold of his shoulder and brought the man, along with the other world leaders who were equally stunned, to the nearest bus stop. After sitting down on the bench for some time, the men gave voice to their confusion. I'm sorry, but what are we waiting here for? Berenger smiled before pointing at a large double-decker bus which was approaching their location while explaining the reason to them aloud. The bus? We're going to take it deeper into the city. There's a local tavern where we can get some good food and some great beer. I figured I'd show you what's commonly available to my people. Berenger had used the term tavern rather than beer hall because in his empire there was a distinction. A beer hall served traditional German food and was in a setting like one would expect should they visit Munich during Oktoberfest in his past life. As for a tavern, it was basically just an American bar with the same style of food that they were known to serve. Once the double-decker bus arrived at its stop, Berenger and the rest of the world leaders climbed aboard where they sat next to the common men and women of Germany. Judging by the large party of exotically dressed men, the people on the bus could tell the Kaiser was hosting some kind of meeting. But they could not fathom why he had opted to take a bus with the men who gazed around at their surroundings as if they were looking at a whole new world. After choosing their spots, Berenger and his guests patiently awaited to arrive at their stop, where they disembarked from the vehicle and walked further down the street towards a decent-sized tavern which had music playing on the radio loud enough to be heard from the streets. The name of the tavern was displayed on a bold neon red sign which spelled the name Irwin along with a large neon pink horse. Berenger had a bitter smile on his face as he saw the tavern which was clearly named after his first horse. Afterward, he boldly entered into the building where he saw a bunch of common men dressed in tailored three-piece suits, smoking cigarettes, drinking beer, and eating hot wings and burgers. When the Kaiser and the other world leaders entered the room, the people already inside gave Berenger a nod of respect before getting back to their drinks. Even though Berenger was the Kaiser, he did not require his people to get up from their seats and bow every time they saw him. A simple sign of respect was more than enough, which they were happy to voluntarily fulfill. Though the men started whispering to themselves, Berenger did not mind, he was well accustomed to such attention. Instead, he sat down at a large enough table to accommodate him and his guests. Once the world leaders were seated, they gazed over to a particular attraction, which was a large black and white television that sat in a corner of the bar displaying a live kickboxing fight. The motion pictures astonished Zhu Wuti and the others where they gazed upon it for several moments in silence before finally asking just what the hell the contraption was. Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein. There have been a lot of things in this empire of yours that have truly shocked me to the core, but how are those men fighting inside that small box? Berenger chuckled when he heard this before ordering a round of drinks for his guests. After doing so, he began to explain just what the television was. A recent invention on the part of my scientists. We call it a television. What you're seeing is a live fight taking part in some other corner of the Reich, but it is broadcasted via radio waves across the empire and can be seen anywhere there is a TV. Just as Berenger was saying this, one of the fighters on the TV threw a head kick that completely knocked his opponent unconscious. Screams erupted in the bar, some in excitement, some in lament. Clearly, by the expression of more than a few of the patrons' faces, they had lost money on the fight. When Berenger saw this feat, he clapped in joy. Clearly, it was a good fight up until this point. After the knockout occurred, a round of drinks showed up at their table where Berenger made a toast to the otherworld leaders. For the future of warfare, may it be as civil as a German diplomat. After saying this, he downed his beer, along with the otherworld leaders. They would spend the rest of the night traveling across the city of Vienna and witnessing all it had to offer. Chapter 991, An Average Day in the Reich. An elderly man sat within a lecture hall belonging to the University of Vienna with a confused expression on his aging face. Throughout his entire life, he had studied the art of alchemy within the University of Oxford, where he had been amongst its most honored professors. However, after their crushing defeat at the hands of the German Empire, which saw their entire army obliterated in a matter of minutes, the Kingdom of England had entered the German sphere of influence as nothing more than a puppet of the Reich. As a result, this aging professor had been dispatched to the University of Vienna in an attempt to learn what secrets the German people held within their sacred halls of higher learning. Currently, the man sat in a lecture hall where he was being taught the course labeled as Chemistry 101. In this class were a bunch of bright-eyed 22-year-olds who were fresh out of military service. These young men, like all who attended this prestigious university, would form the backbone of the Reich's future academic pursuits. Naturally, having learned the basics of science from the robust education system that the Kaiser had established, these young men understood every word that the professor spoke and quickly jotted down their notes. When comparing himself to these students who were nothing but children in his eyes, the old man felt as if he was a fish out of water. He had spent a lifetime pursuing the field of alchemy only to realize that it was all utter nonsense. Chemistry and its basic foundations had completely shaken the aging alchemist's reality. Currently, the class was being lectured on the basics of atomic structure, something that the alchemist could hardly comprehend. As a professor at the University of Oxford, which had existed centuries before any German university had sprawled up in this world, the old man had come to the school with a haughty attitude. However, after spending a single day listening to the German lecturers, the aging alchemist now realized how utterly foolish he had been. While he scribbled down his notes, the old man could not help but question the information he was writing. The words used in this course might as well be ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics, as he could not decipher their meaning in the slightest. Seeing that he was falling behind, Nigel felt compelled to ask the question on his mind, which he did by raising his hand. Upon seeing that the guest from England had a question, the German professor, who was less than half the old man's age, had a smug grin on his face as he called upon the man. "Professor Nigel Bradshaw from the University of Oxford, was it? Do you have something to add?" All eyes were cast upon the old man and his hunched back as the German students whispered and chuckled at his expense. Every word spoken was laced with arrogance, something which Nigel found hard to endure. Finally, after several moments of awkward whispers, the old man rose from his seat and spoke the words that filled his mind. "What exactly is this atom you keep speaking of?" Immediately, the entire class broke out into laughter as the German students openly mocked the elderly English professor in their native tongue. With the raising of the German professor's hand, they suddenly silenced themselves. The German professor tried to keep a friendly facade, but deep down he had only contempt for the old fool who had dared to enter his lecture hall without having so much as a basic high school level understanding of science. Naturally, his response was as arrogant, if not more so, than the students who openly mocked the English professor. "Sir, I believe it would be best if you spent your time in a less advanced course. If you do not even know what an atom is, then I'm afraid you are not fit to study at our prestigious university. I'm sure one of our many high schools would be happy to educate you on the basics of physics and chemistry." Nigel was stunned into silence. Never before did he ever think in his wildest dreams that he would be laughed out of a foreign university's lecture hall. However, with the German professor's crass remark, this is exactly what happened. In the city of Königsberg, a finely dressed young woman sat within a doctor's office with her child in her lap. The little girl was in her formative years and had a wide smile on her face while playing with the toys left in the lobby for her and the other patients' entertainment. Suddenly, the door opened and a nurse appeared with a clipboard in her hand. She called out into the lobby with a single name. "Monica Wagner?" The mother immediately grabbed hold of her child and stashed the toy away back where it came from before walking toward the nurse with a rather nervous expression on her face. "That would be us." The nurse had seen such a sight too many times to count and thus had a comforting smile as she handed the mother the clipboard while giving her a brief summary about what would soon occur. "Just fill out your daughter's information and we will have her immunized in a matter of minutes." The mother was obviously anxious. As someone who had been immunized herself, she felt as if sticking a hypodermic needle into her little girl's arm was a bit excessive. However, the Kaiser had decreed that all children were to be immunized against certain diseases such as smallpox, polio, measles, and several others. Thus, she had no choice but to fill out the form regarding her daughter's personal information and health background. The girl followed her mother into the doctor's room where they waited for his arrival. It was not long before the pediatrician arrived with a wide smile on his face. "So this is Monica? She's gotten big since the last time I saw her. Well, I'll make this quick so you don't have to waste any more of your time." After saying this, the man pulled out the measles vaccine and held onto the girl's arm. There was a slight bit of fear in the girl's eyes as she saw the needle coming her way, but she did not resist. Instead, she looked at her mother with a pleading gaze, but the woman simply responded to her daughter with a defeated tone. Monica, be a good girl and stay still for the doctor. Once we are done here, Mommy will take you out for some ice cream. Upon hearing she was getting a treat after this, Monica looked away from the needle which was quickly approaching her arm and gritted her teeth. Without even realizing it, the needle had entered her flesh and the vaccine had been distributed into her bloodstream. By the time Monica looked back, the needle was already retrieved where the doctor properly disposed of it. With a friendly smile, he handed the girl a lollipop before complimenting her for her bravery. Monica is really brave. Here's a lollipop as a reward for your courage. Upon seeing the piece of candy, a wide smile formed on the girl's face as she completely forgot about the vaccine she had just been given. After it was over, the mother sighed a relief and had a brief discussion with the doctor about the girl's next checkup before departing from the hospital. For the German Empire, occurrences like this were a common thing, and with the robust public health system in place, the parents of the children need not worry about the expense. After all, in Berengar's eyes, healthcare was a necessity in life and the people should not be charged for such services. A group of high school boys walked through the streets of Kufstein in their uniforms. With classes over, they had decided to hit the town where they would enjoy themselves in some fashion before finally going home for the evening. However, the trio could not easily agree on what to do at this time and were thus debating on how to spend their afternoon. Man, I think we should go to the cinema. There's a new movie that just recently came out called Frankenstein. I doubt any of you guys would be able to sit through it without pissing your pants. However, another of the friends immediately disagreed with this proposal and presented his own ideas. Nah man, screw that. We should go to the carnival. I hear it's back in town again. Think of all the fun we could have there. Games, prizes, food. Who needs the cinema when we have such an option? The third boy, who had remained silent until this moment, was quick to dismiss both ideas as he spoke about something the other two had neglected. Hey, isn't there a fight at the Grand Kufstein Arena tonight? Why don't we see if we can get ourselves some tickets? If not, we can always hit up the local tavern and watch it there. Hell, I could go for some hot wings right now. What do you guys say? Immediately upon hearing this option, the other two boys dropped any notions of going to the cinema or the carnival and nodded their heads in agreement. However, before they could speak, a feminine voice interrupted them. That's the best idea I've heard all night. You boys mind if we join you? Upon hearing this, the trio looked around to see three girls roughly their age, dressed in uniforms from a different school. 2 out of the 3 of the boys instantly became nervous when they saw the girls so boldly approach them. As for the boy who suggested watching the fight, he had a confident smirk on his face as he approached the leader of the 3 girls. Sure, I don't mind, but won't your parents worry if you don't return home before it gets dark? The teenage girl responded with an equally confident expression while crossing her arms. They'll just tell Daddy that I was at a friend's house. However, don't think that just because we're joining you that you can take advantage of us. If anything happens, it'll have you take responsibility. The boy merely chuckled when he heard this and nodded his head before responding to the girl's taunt. I can accept those terms. After all, I wouldn't mind having a girl as cute as you as my wife. Upon hearing this, the girl blushed and looked away for but a moment before latching onto the boy's arm and following him to the Grand Kufstein Arena along with their friends. Chapter 992, A Devious Scheme. While Berenger was spending the weekend in Vienna entertaining the world's leaders, Linda was hard at work in the city of Kufstein. It was not easy negotiating a high-level defection. For Mina to switch sides and learn how to competently spy on Tommy, it would be among the most difficult tasks the red-headed spy master had ever participated in. Naturally, she could not get involved herself. However, Linda had a very powerful pawn, one who would be able to thoroughly convince Mina to side with the right, since she had first been taken captive. The Josian princess had unknowingly begun to develop feelings for the German agent responsible for her interrogation. After informing Mina about her family's deaths, Agent Friedrich Ziegler accompanied the woman for some time, ensuring that she received the comfort she needed before finally returning to the headquarters of German Imperial Intelligence, where the veteran agent knelt before the Kaiserin and bowed his head as if he was the most obedient of dogs. Linda did not even pay the man any attention as she looked through the report in her hands. To her, it was only natural that her agents kneel before her. This was a level of respect that not even the Kaiser was afforded by his soldiers. Why did the men of Imperial Intelligence bow their heads and kneel before their boss in such a submissive manner? Because she was without a doubt the most terrifying human being on the planet. If they accidentally gazed upon the woman with lust, she would have them blinded for their sins. Or so the rumors had said. In truth, no agent had ever been so cruelly punished, but no man was foolish enough to test the director's patience. Everyone knew how much Linda loved her husband. The devotion she showed the man was borderline fanatical. Any man who gazed upon her with lust was practically tainting her, something she would never allow. In fact, in the entirety of German Imperial Intelligence, Linda had practically become a goddess, worshipped by her own cult of devotees. An idol never to be tarnished with impure thoughts. If Agent Ziegler even so much as looked at her the wrong way, he would have to deal with more than a few of the woman's angry admirers. Thus, he was sweating bullets as he kept his head hung low. Never before in his life had he been graced with the presence of the director. Now, kneeling before her, he did not dare to even speak in fear that he might upset her. After several minutes of intense silence, Linda finally sighed before tossing the folder aside as if its contents had disinterested her. After doing so, a stern expression appeared on her flawless face as she scolded the man for his lack of effort. I am told that it is highly likely that one of your prisoners has developed feelings for you. It's no surprise, after all, you are a relatively handsome man, and an experienced girl like Mina is bound to fall for a pretty face, especially one who treats her nicely. This is actually the reason why I selected you to interrogate the Josian princess. Well, that and your apparent psychopathic tendencies. At the very least, I know that whatever happens, you will never grow attached to the woman. So answer me this, Friedrich, how certain are you of your ability to charm Mina further? Cold sweat dripped from Friedrich's forehead as he contemplated a precise answer to this question. He feared that if he was off by even a single percentage, it would be the end of his career. After several moments, he spoke up with a cracked voice. I am 99% certain that I can make Mina fall for me. In fact, now in her depressed state, she is certainly most vulnerable to such a thing. However, forgive me for asking God, Director, but what purpose would such a scheme have? A slight sneer appeared on Lindy's lips as she heard the agent slip up. Naturally, she was aware of the cult of personality that had been formed around her. In fact, she did not mind what her devotees called her behind her back. After all, the only woman fitting to be Saint Berenger, the blessed soulmate, was a goddess. However, she never wanted to hear such unprofessionalism in person. After careful consideration, Linda ultimately decided to ignore the slip-up and simply lectured the man on his responsibilities instead. I want you to make Mina fall so head over heels in love with you that she will do whatever you say without question. Once she is charmed, I want you to float the idea of working for Imperial Intelligence. I want her to spy on Empress Atami for us. If she resists such a suggestion, I want you to assure her that you will be in her corner as her sole means of contact. Once she agrees, I will have her appropriately trained in the art of espionage before selling her back to Japan. I'm sure this won't be a problem for you, will it? Agent Ziegler shook his head frantically. There was a noticeable sense of anxiety was written all over his face, but not because of his orders. Rather because of the cold glare that Linda was giving him. After taking a few moments to find his courage, he finally spoke in agreement with the terms that were presented to him. No problem. I assure you that I will follow your orders to the letter. Lindy's stern expression turned into a warm smile as she heard these words, a smile which was more than enough to melt even the most cold-hearted killer's heart. Agent Ziegler gazed upon the beautiful expression for but a single moment before bowing his head once more, afraid that as he was to continue to gaze upon the woman's flawless appearance for even a single second more, then the red-headed temptress would steal his soul away. The man's panicked expression caused Lindy's pretty smile to sneer into a sadistic grin while she nodded her head 3 times in approval. Only after silence prevailed in the room for several moments did she deign to grace the man with her heavenly voice. Good. Then I won't keep you any longer. If you find yourself having any complications with your task, report them to your direct superior. I am sure that I don't need to remind you about the consequences of wasting my precious time. Agent Ziegler immediately nodded his head and gathered his thoughts before departing from the room. When he left, he gave one last gaze towards the director, who had immediately returned to her paperwork as if their discussion did not even faze her in the slightest. With a sigh of relief, the agent departed from the headquarters, only letting his thoughts escape from his mouth once he knew nobody was listening in on him. Such a terrifying woman. I will never know how the Kaiser has managed to tame her. As for Linda, she continued to fulfill her work until the sun began to set, where she departed from her office and returned to her home. Although her beloved husband was not there to greet her, 4 out of 5 of her lovely children were. Seeing their brimming smiles was enough to fill the woman with a joy that only a mother could truly experience, and thus allow her to relax after a stressful day at work. Chapter 993, Formation of the Lundian Empire. As the Vienna Accords came to an end and in doing so ushered in a new era of human relations, so too did another world-changing event occur on the other side of the map. In the jungles of Burma, the 12th Panzer Division along with the Anangpur Army poured through the easternmost territory of the Bengal Empire and brought the local population beneath their heel. Unlike the time when the Bengal troops entered the jungles of Burma, where they proceeded to commit any number of atrocities, there was no major act of bloodshed this time around. In fact, the German soldiers had been exceptionally kind to the natives of the region, understanding full well just how they had been treated in the past by their previous conquerors. What could only be described as a celebration occurred when the combined forces of the German and Anangpur empires swept through the streets and rid Burma of any Bengal presence. When the people realized that they had been liberated, they greeted the Allied soldiers with open arms. The war for India, a conflict that had been ongoing for quite some time, had come to a close. Naturally, this news was transmitted back to the Reich as quickly as it had occurred. When Berenger heard of this news, he was at a local tavern with the other world leaders. A member of Berengar's Leibgard had entered the facility and reported the words to his Kaiser in a slight whisper. Upon hearing the good news, Berenger ordered another round for himself and his guests. Right before they were all about to take a sip, he stood up and announced his victory to the rulers of the world's mightiest empires. I have some good news to discuss with all of you. As we speak, the last bastion of Bengal resistance within Asia has fallen. The war is over, and because of this fact I now proclaim in front of all of you that Darya Tamara is no longer the emperor of Anangpur but of all of India. Darya was stunned to hear this news. though he knew that any day the Bengal Empire or what little remained of it would fall. However, now that the day had finally come, he was finding it a bit too hard to believe. Surprisingly, to noon but Daria himself, all the other monarchs who were seated alongside the man gave him their congratulations. After all, a unified India allowed for many trade opportunities between their empires. Despite their words of praise to Daria, more than a few of the monarchs eyed Berenger with envy, fully aware that this newly formed empire with unlimited potential was nothing more than a puppet of the Reich and its cunning Kaiser. It was only after things had settled down that Berenger posed a question to Daria that the man had not considered. So tell me, Daria, will you be proclaiming the formation of your new empire here in Vienna, or will you wait to make the announcement until you return home? The boy emperor looked over at the man who had in many ways been his foster father with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He had not received much training on how to become an effective ruler. In fact, all he really learned was how to be an exceptional puppet. However, if Berenger was asking this question, he clearly had ulterior motives. Thus, Daria was forced to think about it clearly, which he did so for several moments of awkward silence. While pondering on this topic, all the other monarchs exchanged glances between the two men, wondering what the boy would choose. Everyone knew the meaning behind the act of announcing the formation of the Indian Empire within the city of Vienna. Daria was invited as a guest to the Reich for an international peace conference, and while he was away, his forces emerged victorious in a campaign against the army of a convicted war criminal. Even though the monarchs had technically finished their work early, the Vienna peace accords were officially lasting all weekend. To announce the formation of an empire during this conference was a strong statement of commitment to the ideals which this treaty was founded upon. It was also, in a sense, a symbolic recognition of the German Empire's role in the formation of this newly unified Indian state. While Daria sat in silence thinking about how he should proceed, Berenger sipped from his drink with a smug smile on his handsome face. In truth, he already knew how Daria would respond, even if the boy himself didn't realize it. Not only did Berenger have the eye of Horus, which displayed one's hidden emotions towards him, but he was also a master manipulator and an excellent judge of character. To put it simply, from the moment Berenger first sent his forces into India, he had planned for these two events to converge at approximately the same time. All for this very moment. After several moments of awkward silence, Daria sighed and forced himself to smile as he responded to Berengar's question in affirmation. It would be my honor to announce the formation of my new empire here in Vienna, assuming you are willing to accept this. Berenger chuckled lightly before gripping Daria on the shoulder, partially to show his approval of the boy's actions but also as a sign of dominance before all the other major world leaders. With a satisfied expression on his face, Berenger said the words Daria was already expecting. My friend, the honor is all mine. After saying this, Berenger, Daria, and the other world leaders enjoyed a night out within the city of Vienna, celebrating all which they had accomplished on this day. The following day, the world leaders gathered at the City Hall of Vienna once more, where in front of a large audience of journalists from across the Reich, they made a major announcement. Berenger stood by Daria's side as he eloquently spoke the words that would usher in a new era of Indian politics. As of last night, the last remnant of the Bengal army surrendered to the coalition of German and Anangpur troops. With this, the war for the region has come to a close, and I would like to formally announce the unification of the Indian subcontinent beneath the Anangpur Empire. Since we are no longer just a small state in the northwestern portion of the Indian subcontinent, but rather now encompass the entire region, I hereby announce the formation of the Indian Empire to be ruled over by the Tomara dynasty from this day, until the end of days. I assure you all that I will work hard alongside Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein to ensure that relations between India and the Reich are well maintained. Thank you all for your time. With this said, the Indian Empire was officially formed, and Daria was now the ruler of Berengar's largest and most powerful puppet, one he intended to mobilize against the Japanese when the time for war finally arrived. As for how India developed, like all of his allies, Berenger fully intended to transform it from a feudal state to a peak pre-industrial civilization. The military, of course, would be well-funded and supplied by the Reich with a level of technology on par with the Joseon Kingdom and the Majapahit Empire, if not slightly superior. In the coming days, Berenger would work side by side with Daria to overhaul the Indian military and introduce agricultural reforms to the entirety of the newly established empire. He also had plans to smuggle tea plants from the Ming dynasty into India so that he could produce his own supply of such a valuable substance on German-owned lands. After all, if there was one luxury good that Berenger was lacking domestic production of, it would be tea. Something many of his citizens had begun to enjoy as much, if not more so, than coffee. With this in mind, Berenger intended to occupy a section of the market for himself, which was now a possibility with the formation of the Indian Empire. As for Daria, he would stay within the borders of the Reich for a few days longer, visiting Kufstein and his much-beloved sister. Little did the Indian emperor realize his German counterpart had already impregnated his dearest little sister. A fact that would cause quite a bit of concern in the man's mind when he learned about it. Who was the Kaiser, if not the most cunning and manipulative man to ever walk the earth? For the Indian princess to enter the man's harem and carry his child, it only meant one thing, that Berenger von Kufstein had intentions to place his own offspring on the Indian throne, one which Daria had only recently established. Upon understanding this fact, Daria would become deeply concerned about his future. Chapter 994, One Lineage to Rule Them All. In the middle of the German Aerial Warfare Academy's cafeteria, a pretty young blonde woman sat alone while staring at the contents contained within one of the nation's more popular tabloids. An image of herself seated on the back of the German prince's motorcycle was plastered across the front page, along with a scandalous headline. Is the Princess of Bavaria Prince Hans' new side piece? It took significant effort on Anna's part not to scowl at this piece of trash. However, she maintained a pretty face, albeit a stern one, while waiting for her boyfriend to arrive. After all, the last thing she needed was to be scowling when Hans finally sat down next to her. Despite her facade, the moment Hans arrived at the table with a tray in his hands, he immediately noticed that and was in a sour mood, and thus he was quick to inquire just what had caused her to be so angry. And what's wrong? The Princess of Bavaria remained silent and instead handed the tabloid over to the boy, which quickly caused him to smirk. A confident expression was on Hans' handsome yet youthful face as he was quick to console his girl. Is this it? So what? Isn't this a good thing? Now that news is spreading about our relationship, that fat sack of crap will come into the limelight. In fact, if I really wanted to, I could get my mother to manipulate the media to expose his sinful behavior. Once everything he has done is in the public eye, Prince of Saxony or not, he will be in hot water. And merely sighed as she nodded her head. She understood that this would undoubtedly help expose her fiancé's cruelty, and in doing so might actually get her out of the betrothal her father had forced upon her. However, she still found fault with the headline and was quick to express her grievances. Is this all that I am to you? Just a side piece? It astounded the young prince that the woman had taken such offense to what was clearly a salacious headline designed to attract the audience from a quick glance. Even so, there was a clear expression of discontent on Anna's face, which caused Hans to grab hold of her hand and comfort her with his words. Of course not. I already told you, once my betrothal to that bitch is broken, I will gladly take your hand in marriage as one of my lawful wives. I'm not like my father. I have no intention of keeping several mistresses despite having 4 wives. 5 women are more than enough for me to be happy. If Anne had grown up in the previous generation, she would have found that statement laughable. However, she was raised for the most part in the polygamous society that Berenger had created. As a result, the idea of one man having several wives was as normal to her as having breakfast every morning. As for the concept of mistresses or concubines, whatever one might call them, it was not exactly a normal practice in the Reich. However, as the Kaiser, Berenger could pretty much do whatever he wanted, thus he kept a few women on the side. This was something that Hans took exception to, believing these women, aside from his Aunt Henrietta, were unworthy of his father's time and energy. In fact, Hans sighed in lament when he thought about the idea of his father taking another mistress, which he could not help but express his thoughts on. I heard that my father took another foreign beauty into his harem. This time it was the Princess of the Golden Horde. Apparently, it was part of his negotiations with her that she bear his child. I can't help but think that my father intends to seat his own offspring on all the world's major thrones. And scoffed at this remark. Her first instinct was to deny it, frankly, because it was ludicrous. However, when she thought about it more clearly, Berenger had taken wives and concubines from across the world. The Sultan of Al-Andalus was his own child, and the heir to the throne of Byzantium was another one of his sons. It would be no exaggeration to say, with the right amount of scheming, the future Emperor of India would also be a child of Berenger. The same could be said for the Majapahit Empire. Now the Princess of the Golden Horde had fallen into the man's clutches as well? Upon further inspection, all the petty kingdoms in Europe had at least one of their princesses engaged to one of Berengar's sons. Those who didn't would actually be ruled over by one of the German princes when they finally came of age. After several moments of awkward silence, Anne stared at Hans with a gawking expression. She could hardly believe it, but the more she thought about it, the more this theory turned out to be true. She could only shake her head and sigh before expressing her thoughts on the matter. Your father is truly unfathomable. Such a scheme is nigh impossible, and yet in 100 years every kingdom and empire in this world will be ruled by members of your father's dynasty. If you had not said a thing about this, I never would have expected it. Hans scoffed when he heard this before shifting his gaze to Anne. There was a look of fear in his eyes as he murmured his thoughts beneath his breath. I highly doubt this is my father's doing. There's only one person in this world with the cunning and lascivious nature to even concoct such a massive conspiracy, and that would be my mother. No disrespect to my father, but I doubt he would even think of such a thing without my mother whispering it into his ears. When Anne heard this, she did not know how to react. She could not fathom why any woman would want her husband to go around impregnating other women. In fact, she was quick to disagree with Hans' assessment. No, that doesn't make sense. What would Linda possibly get out of such a thing? After all, these are not her children who will be ruling over the world, but her husband's. A bitter smile emerged on Hans' lips as he shook his head in disagreement before arguing his point. When he did so, a look of shock appeared on Anna's face, as well as a flush of embarrassment. You don't know my mother very well, do you? First and foremost, the woman can be incredibly petty, possibly more than anyone else on the planet. Though she was elevated to the level of empress, she was born a lowly count's daughter. I don't doubt for one second that she gets some form of sick joy watching the man she chose deflower and taint those noble princesses, taking them as mere concubines rather than giving them the wedding ring they would surely get with any other man. Second, my mother is what you might call a cuckween. She derives pleasure from watching the man she loves be intimate with other women. In fact, the entire royal harem is her brainchild. You have no idea what levels of degeneracy my father gets up to with his wives and concubines, and my mother is the mastermind of it all. Third, and most importantly, my mother is fiercely devoted to my father. She loves him more than anything in this world. I mean, she practically worships the man as her god. Naturally, because of this, she wants nothing more than to help him accomplish his goals in whatever way she can. Building an empire that will last 1,000 years is something my father has already set the foundations for. But making that empire rule above all others as the world's only superpower? That requires a level of stability that can only result from all the world's leaders sharing a common lineage. My father's lineage. After hearing all of this and could no longer look Hans in the eye, she felt like she had learned more about the boy's mother than she ever wanted to. To think that the stunning and beautiful Kaiserin who she always looked up to actually had such a fetish, it was something she had never expected. However, after thinking about this for some time and had one question on her mind which she was compelled to ask. I'm sorry, but how do you know all this about your mother? Hans simply sighed and shook his head before answering the girl with a defeated expression on his face. I'm a keen observer. Let's leave it at that. Though this only created more questions for the girl. She decided to leave the topic be, fearing that if she delved further, she would discover something even more intense than she had already heard. Chapter 995, Training Day. In the Austrian Alps there existed a large military base where thousands of conscripts worked together to pass their basic training. A young man no older than 18 was doing push-ups while dressed in his Feldgrau fatigues along with the rest of his unit. Manfred Krauss was a young man from Austria who had recently concluded his time in high school as well as the German Cadet Corps. Now he was nothing more than just another cog in the German war machine, fulfilling his mandatory service like all other young men had to do. As Manfred continued to engage in the physical exercise, he heard the shouting of his drill instructor who was screaming at another conscript. You unbelievable fat sack of shit, when I was your age, we had nothing to eat but a single roll of bread a day. How on earth did you manage to get so fucking huge, you lard-ass land whale? You are an utter disgrace to the fatherland. Look at those around you. They are effortlessly doing this exercise because they have trained their entire lives for this. If you do not fulfill my quota of push-ups today, I will have you scrubbing the latrines with your toothbrush. Do you understand me, Private? There were practically tears in the eyes of the heavy-set fellow as he heard these words. He was by no means morbidly obese. In fact, he wasn't all that big, at least not when compared to the American people during Berengar's past life. However, in the Reich, where discipline, exercise, and martial training were the virtues of all men, to have anything other than a six-pack was to be considered fat. Maintaining such a physique was more difficult for some than others, and this young conscript simply liked his beer and hot wings a bit too much. Because of that, his muscles were not clearly defined like everyone else. Despite the insults hurled at him, the conscript endured and responded to the drill instructor with an enthusiasm that Manfred struggled to comprehend just where the man had conjured it from. Yes, sir? After this brief incident, the physical training continued for some time before Manfred and the others were lined up at the firing line and issued their training rifles. Like most soldiers of the German army were issued, these training rifles were modeled after the FG-42 from Berengar's past life. After loading the 20-round box magazine into the side of the gun, Manfred aimed down his sights and pulled the trigger. The bipod stabilized the weapon, allowing for much easier hits on the steel plates, which sat at a distance of roughly 100 meters. Having hit all his targets in a sufficient amount of time, Manfred was scored fairly for his shooting capabilities, where he and the rest of the men continued on their daily routine. After all their work was done for the day, Manfred arrived at the mess hall where he saw the fat man eating all alone. After careful consideration, he took his tray of food and sat down next to the guy while introducing himself. I'm Manfred Krauss. What's your name? The fat man looked up from his tray of food and gave Manfred one glance before staring at his plate again. He responded in a rather dejected manner as he did so. Wolfgang. Wolfgang Bergman. Upon getting a name, Manfred smiled and tried to ease his way into a friendly conversation. He honestly felt bad for the guy after what he went through earlier in the day. Thus, he had opted to befriend the man on a whim. So, what job did you sign up for? I'm a Panzercrewman. Personally, I want to ride into battle in one of those new Panther tanks, you know, the Model B? I hear they have a sighting system that allows them to see in the dead of night. Isn't that awesome? When Wolfgang heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. At first, he thought Manfred was being an annoyance, but after learning that they both had the same job, he suddenly became more interested in the conversation. Thus, he was quick to respond with a rather enthusiastic tone in his voice. Really? I thought I was the only one in our unit. It's nice to see there's a guy I can rely on who isn't just another numbskull with a rifle. Manfred chuckled when he heard these words. It was true that there were a lot of men in this camp who wanted nothing more than to rush into machine gun fire with a rifle in hand at some vain shot of glory. The infantry was never lacking in those wished to enter its service. However, in Manfred's opinion, it took a more cultured man to operate a panzer, and thus he felt something akin to a bond forming between him and Wolfgang. With this in mind, he expressed good intention to the man before continuing to eat his meal. Well, I hope we end up in the same unit. With a simple nod of his head, Wolfgang silently expressed the same sentiment. While Wolfgang and Manfred shared a meal together within the mess hall, another group of German conscripts were training on the sea outside Trieste. These men weren't going through basic, but rather their specialized training, which consisted of learning how to operate a German U-boat. One man in particular was eyeing the sonar as the U-boat and its crew slipped beneath the surface of the Mediterranean. For their mission, they would be making a short journey outside Gibraltar where they would intercept a dummy target and destroy it with their torpedoes. The Type 1 U-boat was modeled after the late-war Type XXI submarine with some much-needed upgrades. It was a submarine that was designed to operate primarily underwater, and as a result it could go several days beneath the surface without ever revealing itself. As the sonar operator watched his device closely, he noticed a few blips appear, which he was quick to report to the commander. "Sir, there appears to be a small fleet of what I presume to be wooden merchant ships approximately 200 clicks to the west. We are quickly approaching them. What are your orders?" The commander of the submarine simply scoffed before giving his orders to the crew. There was a hint of arrogance in his gruff voice as he did so. "Maintain our current speed and depth. As long as we are not on a course for collision, you do not need to report your findings to me. Continue as you were." With a slight sigh, the sonar technician accepted his orders. Upon seeing how the man's overeagerness was rejected so swiftly by their commanding officer, a nearby sailor patted the man on the back before attempting to cheer him up. "Relax, Reiner, you don't need to be so uptight. I know we're underwater, but these things are pretty solid. There has yet to be an incident regarding a submarine sinking." Reiner Schulz took a deep breath and sighed in relief upon hearing this. When he first heard about the existence of submarines, he had become fascinated with them. However, now that he was actually inside of one, he felt as if his stomach was twisted into a hefty knot. It turns out that exploring the depths of the Mediterranean, let alone the world's oceans, was a lot more terrifying than the man had thought it would be. He was not alone in this regard, as the man who comforted him appeared to also be sweating bullets, which Reiner was quick to joke about. "You all right there, Klaus? You don't seem to be faring any better than me." Despite being visibly anxious, Klaus chuckled and laughed off Reiner's attempts to console him as if they were one giant joke. "Me? I'm fine. It's you I'm worried about." The two men shared a brief laugh before going about their business. Their slight interaction helped calm one another's nerves, even if they were not willing to outright admit how terrified they truly were at this moment. Chapter 996, Settling Affairs Part 50. Berenger sat in the dining hall of his royal palace. Seated across from him were both the Byzantine Emperor and the Princess of the Golden Horde. Despite the treaty that both sides had agreed to, neither of them had ever actually spoken in person and simply relied on the Kaiser to draft and organize the event. In the wake of the Vienna Peace Accords, Berenger ensured that both Daria and Vetranis had stayed behind and followed him back to Kufstein for two separate reasons. While the Indian emperor was off visiting his sister and catching up on their lives, Berenger sat down with these two rivals to settle their affairs once and for all. Corrigan had a cold expression on her beautiful face. She did not seem to care for Vetranis in the slightest, nor recognize his authority as the once mighty Byzantine emperor. Whereas Vetranis sat across from the Mongol princess with a stoic expression and a graceful facade. Upon witnessing the atmosphere that was created when these two rulers came together, Berenger felt as if the air had gotten colder. Thus, with a heavy sigh, he expressed his thoughts on the treaty that he was practically forcing the two monarchs to sign. "As I have already informed the both of you, the terms of this treaty are that the Byzantine Empire will make their best effort to help relocate the scattered Golden Horde back to their previous holdings. Any ground gained in this war by the Golden Horde shall be forfeit and returned to their previous owners. The Golden Horde will pay reparations to both the Byzantine Empire and the Kingdom of Georgia in the form of silver and gold, which they are obligated to pay within the next 50 years in an amount that is worth roughly 10 times the damage they have caused in their conquest. As for the Reich, by virtue of brokering this agreement, the Golden Horde recognizes our right to mine wherever we see fit in the borders of their new kingdom for the next 100 years. In exchange for these liberties, I, Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, hereby pledge to invest in the creation and development of your new state for the foreseeable future. As a token of my sincerity, I will start with a sum of 500 billion marks. How does that sound?" Vetranis nearly choked on his own spit when he heard this figure. 500 billion marks? His entire empire in its current state wasn't even worth such a massive fortune. All of a sudden, he felt like he was the one being cheated here. After all, he had to invest his own money into the reconstruction of his empire. Yet Berenger was going to invest 500 billion marks into the creation of a semi-modern state in the middle of the Caucasus, all in exchange for mining rights? Just what natural resources was the Golden Horde sitting on? Despite the Byzantine emperor's expression of utter shock, Corrigan did not seem the slightest bit fazed. This was largely in part because she had no idea just how much 500 billion marks were worth. However, judging by the Byzantine emperor's reaction, it seemed to be a lot. Thus, she nodded her head in silence, signaling for Berenger to continue, which he was quick to do so. Alright, since we have all agreed on these terms, then if you would sign your name on the dotted line, we will be able to wrap things up shortly. Having said this, Berenger took the initiative and signed away his own name on the document before handing the treaty over to Emperor Vitranes. The man had barely recovered from his shock. Perhaps if he was in a more coherent state he would have tried to renegotiate his part of the agreement, but because he was so stunned by this news, Vitranes mindlessly signed his name away on the document while still thinking about everything he would do if Berenger had given him such a vast fortune. Corrigan made use of her interpreter to make sure everything was in order and was just about to sign her name when she realized something important was missing. Her brow raised slightly as her cold black eyes shifted over to Berengar's handsome face. There was a rather stiff expression on the woman's plump lips as she struggled to find the resolve to voice her complaint. After taking a deep breath, she went all out and boldly stated her problem with the treaty. "Where's the stipulation that demands I carry your child?" When Vitranes heard this, his eyes nearly shot out of their sockets. Did Berenger seriously force this woman to agree to such a thing? He could hardly believe his ears. The Kaiser already had 4 beautiful wives and 3 stunning concubines, which Vitranes himself was aware of. Yet the man so shamelessly wanted another foreign beauty added to the list? Just what kind of sex drive did this man even have? What was even more shocking was that Berenger did not deny this and simply smiled politely before responding to the woman's concern. "Pardon me, but I genuinely did not think such a thing needed to be written into law. You can imagine the trouble I would be in if such an agreement came to light later in life. It would be quite the scandal. So I have decided to leave that particular stipulation to your own discretion. I am sure you will live up to your promise when the time finally comes. Now, would you just sign your name so we can be done with all this mess?" Vitranes was practically gawking at his son-in-law when he heard the man so openly admit to this accusation. He thought for sure that the Mongol beauty would fly into a fit of rage when he rejected her cause for concern, but instead she simply sighed in defeat before doing as she was told. "There, I have signed your treaty. Now you have to fulfill your end of the bargain." Berenger smiled and nodded his head in agreement before responding to the woman's curt behavior. "Oh, believe me, I always live up to my agreements. After your people have been rounded up and returned to their lands, I will send my men and their equipment to begin the construction of a proper city. Perhaps somewhere close to the Black Sea, so trade between our realms is easier. We will teach your people proper agriculture and begin the construction of our mines, which, as agreed, will be leased to the Reich for a period of 100 years, after which you and your people will have full rights to whatever remains. You have my word." Corrigan didn't entirely trust the golden-eyed man. If she could trust him, the spirits would not have warned her about him. However, they had been oddly quiet ever since she was first taken into captivity, and thus she could only rely on her instincts to navigate the complex relationship that had been forced upon her. As for Vitranes, he was still in disbelief. No matter how he thought about it, he could not comprehend why Berenger was investing so much into the development of an empire in the Caucasus. Naturally, he would feel this way as the man was completely unaware of the rich deposits of oil, natural gas, uranium, and other critical resources that lied across its vast landscape. With the treaty signed, Berenger felt like he had more important matters to take care of, and thus he stood up from his seat and bade his guests farewell for the time being. "I will speak to the both of you at a later time. For now, I have some affairs to settle with the Indian emperor and his little sister. Until we meet again." Having said this, Berenger exited the room, leaving the princess of the Golden Horde and the Byzantine emperor alone together in awkward silence. Chapter 997, Settling Affairs Part LL. While Berenger was negotiating with Emperor Vitranes and Princess Corrigan, Daria was in a room alone with his sister. The beautiful young Indian woman had a healthy glow to her appearance and a wide smile on her face as she was finally able to see her brother after what felt like a lifetime away from him. For the early part of her life, Priya had been locked up in a small room where the only person who ever bothered to care for her was her elder brother. However, the life she once knew had drastically changed when the boy emperor willingly went into exile, all for the sake of her health. In the years Priya had spent in Kufstein, she had developed a love of the German culture and the people who contributed it. She no longer dressed in the traditional Indian attire and instead wore some of the finest silk dresses that the Reich had to offer. The only time she ever bothered to wear a sari was when Berenger was feeling in the mood for it. The Indian princess had even fallen in love with her foster father and was now carrying his child, which was thanks in part to Lindy's manipulation of the man. Though she wasn't an official wife, Priya felt content with her lot in life as she lived in lavish luxury and was showered with love from her foster family. It wasn't just Berenger who Priya had fallen in love with, but his entire family, especially his wife Yasmin, who was the mother which the girl had never known. Though she was still a bit naive and immature, the man she loved more than anything wholly protected her from the dangers of the world. As for Daria, since he had retaken his family's throne, his life had been harsh. He had no time to worry about taking a wife or a lover and spent nearly every waking hour of every day managing his realm. Agriculture, plumbing, waste recycling, advancement of the military, and the sale of spices abroad. These were just a small list of the intense matters which required his constant management. If not for the brief education he had received in the Reich, he would surely have failed by now. Restoring a collapsing state to its former glory was something that Daria could not manage on his own. Instead, he had a long list of German advisors who assisted him with every step. He thought for most of his life that he wanted to be free of his uncle's tyranny and to reign as he saw fit. But in reality, the throne itself was a chain that he could never be free of. Where his sister lived the fantasy life of a spoiled princess, he had been neck-deep in the filth that only a ruler could properly understand. To top it all off, he did so not for the glory and prosperity of his own people but for the sake of his foreign masters who were themselves wolves in sheep's clothing. While the Germans were the most powerful ally he could ask for, one who was willing to invest countless funds and effort into the construction of a prosperous client state, they were also the worst enemy one could make. If Daria ever had any thoughts about liberating his people from the servitude of their German masters, his fate and that of his people would be worse than death. Naturally, Daria could not tell any of this to his beloved sister, as she had fallen in love with the tyrant who presided over the Reich. He was certain that should his lips become loose, the girl would undoubtedly tell everything he had said to the man. Thus, the conversation he had with Priya was entirely superficial. However, the young woman's next words had completely caught the young Indian emperor off guard. "By the way, I'm pregnant." Daria stood there in silence as if his head had just been hit by a baseball bat and he was trying to recover his senses. What did his sister just say? She was pregnant? Then who was the father? Of course, he already knew the answer to this, but he could not help but question the words Priya had spoken to him. What? Who? Who dares lay their hands on my precious sister? They'll rip his intestines out and nail them to his body inch by inch. Before Priya could properly react to her brother's sudden rage, a slight knock resounded on the open door behind the two of them. Berenger stood in the doorway with a smug smile on his face before gloating at the young man. That would be me. Are you going to rip my intestines out and nail them to my body inch by inch? Though I don't know how such a thing would be possible, I'm pretty sure you would run out of torso long before you could accomplish such a feat. Of course, it was Berenger. There was literally nobody else who could have impregnated the Indian emperor's little sister. However, to see the man so boldly admit it in front of him caused Daria to be filled with rage. He instantly turned around to Berenger and walked up to the man as if he intended to strike him, which Berenger found laughable as he was substantially taller than his Indian counterpart. However, before he could make a comment about this, Daria went off on him. You promised you wouldn't. As long as I obeyed your commands, you swore to me that you would not touch her. Berenger frowned when he heard this while looking down on Daria. He was very quick to clear the air in front of Priya. I promised you that so long as you did not make my life difficult, I would not force myself on the girl. However, I do believe I made it abundantly clear that if she approached me of her own accord, I would not deny myself the pleasure of becoming intimate with her. I lived up to my promise, so don't go making me out to be the bad guy here. Daria had no words for this. Everything Berenger had said was accurate. Perhaps he was simply deluding himself, believing that his sister would never fall for the man. It was only now that he realized that Priya had developed feelings for Berenger long before he left to reclaim his birthright. He could no longer stare at Berenger, whose expression became more smug with each passing second. Thus, Daria simply turned away and walked out the door. Priya was about to run after her brother but was caught by her lover before she could do so. With a cautious tone in his voice, he asked Priya the question that was most prevalent on his mind. Is what you said true? You're really pregnant? Priya nodded her head in silence before looking away. She thought that her brother would be happy for her, but in the end, he was just as childish as she remembered him to be. She could only sigh in defeat before expressing her thoughts to the man she loved. I'm sorry. I should have told you sooner. If I had, we could have avoided this mess. Had I known that Daria would act this way, I would have come up with a better plan. If you will excuse me, I need to go console my brother. Berenger pecked Priya on the cheek in a display of affection before sending her off to go find Daria. He honestly did not expect such a situation to devolve into such a sorry state. With Priya's cute bottom exiting his vision, Berenger could only sigh and express his lament. That boy is way too overprotective of his sister. I believe we used to call guys like him a sis-con. Chapter 998, A Friendly Visitation. After the Vienna Peace Accords came to a close and all the world's major rulers had returned to their homes, Berenger found himself with a shocking amount of free time on his hands. Aside from the issues with Daria, which Priya was in the act of smoothing over at this very moment, Berenger had few concerns to deal with for the time being. Perhaps because of this, he found himself dreadfully bored. So much so that he was soon complaining to Linda about his lack of stimulation. His words had slightly perturbed the red-headed beauty who was busy with work of her own. Linda, my love, how about you take some time off and we go take a bath together? It has been a while since it has been just the two of us. While making this suggestion, Berenger was clinging onto his lovely wife and kissing her neck passionately, an act that would normally elicit a positive response. However, for whatever reason, the woman was not pleased with her husband and instead shoved him away as if he was nothing more than a nuisance. Berenger, my love, though your offer is tempting, I simply don't have time for such a thing at this very moment. If I don't get this work done by the end of the day, there could be disastrous consequences. If you have so much free time on your hands, why don't you go visit your parents? I can count on one hand the amount of times you have spent with your mother and father since you so callously forced them into exile over a decade ago. Berenger feigned offense when he heard these venomous words come from the luscious lips of the woman he loved most of all in this world. In truth, he knew that she had said such falsities because she was annoyed with his suffocating behavior, but still, forcing his parents into exile? Such a thing was practically slander. However, before he could complain, Linda sighed and stood up from her seat before pushing her man out of the room. Go Shu, you're being a bother. Berenger was left speechless as he soon found himself alone outside Lindy's closed door. Ultimately, he decided to take the woman up on her offer and soon found himself departing from his house in casual clothing while taking a car out to the countryside where his parents' villa was located. After a substantial drive outside of the city of Kufstein, Berenger found himself in the midst of the Austrian Alps where a large estate was located. In the past 10 years, he had been so busy that not once had he visited his parents in their own home. In fact, despite designing the villa, this was the first time he had ever seen it in person. Thus, he took a moment to take in the scenery. That was until he noticed another car parked in the driveway. With a hint of confusion on his face, Berenger approached the villa's door and knocked on it, where a young maid was quick to open it. The cute young girl who served his parents gasped when she saw who it was who had come to visit. After taking a moment to calm her nerves, the girl responded with a curtsy while she greeted the Kaiser into his parents' home. My Kaiser, I was not expecting you. Please come in. Berenger took the girl up on her offer and entered the villa where the young maid led him towards a common area where his parents were sitting enjoying tea with another guest. Though he was gazing at the back of the man's head, Berenger immediately recognized who was visiting his parents and quickly smiled while he expressed his shock. Ludwig? You old bastard, is that you? I haven't seen you in years. Ludwig had retired from his job as the lead engineer at the Kufstein Royal Armory some years ago, leaving his position for his eldest son, Jacob. In his twilight years, the man had surprisingly moved nearby Sieghard and Gisella's estate, where he visited them quite often. Both Berengar's parents and his old friend were stunned to see him visit, where Sieghard and Gisela immediately rose from their seats and greeted their son. Berenger, my baby boy, what are you doing here? Don't you have a country to run? Gisela was quick to latch onto her son and shove his head into her hefty bosom, while Sieghard was equally speedy in his shaking of his son's hand. Berenger could only smile and greet his parents, who he had not seen in quite some time. Mother, father, I'm sorry that it has been so long since we last met. Truly, I am unworthy of being your son. Sieghard shook his head when he heard this before responding to his son's shame in a comforting tone. Speak no further. You have brought a level of honor and prestige to our house that I never would have believed possible. It is I who am unworthy to be your father. I left you with a small barony and you have turned it into a mighty empire. I can only imagine how busy you must be. To take the time out of your schedule to come visit your parents is in itself the greatest gift you could give us. Berenger smiled bitterly when he heard this and nodded his head in acceptance of his father's praise. After reconnecting with his parents, the man approached his old friend and grasped the man's shoulder. Ludwig, you are looking well. How has retirement been treating you? The old man had a bitter smile on his face as memories of what only seemed like a lifetime ago flooded his head. Despite it only being a short few years, he indeed felt like he had been in retirement for decades. Upon seeing the man who made his current luxurious lifestyle a possibility, Ludwig only had words of praise for his old friend. Your Majesty, it is good to see you after so long. Though I miss working in that old factory, I can say with certainty that my life has never been better. What you have done to your family's territory, no, for all of Germany, it is something I never would have imagined growing up. My son comes to visit me from time to time and tells me of how far our engineering department has come, and I simply find the things he tells me to be unbelievable. I can assure you that I am well taken care of in my twilight years and I have no regrets. The wealth that you have allowed me to create has gone a long way to providing a healthy lifestyle. Perhaps I might even live a few decades longer thanks to the advances in medicine that your scientists have created. I would love to see my grandchildren grow up to be fine additions to that old department I helped build. Berenger could only smile and nod his head as he listened to Ludwig speak about what he had been going through in life. Among all the friends Berenger had made after coming to this world, Ludwig was the first. Thus, there was a special bond between the two of them. Ultimately, Berenger would spend the rest of the day catching up with Ludwig and his parents. By the time he finally returned home, he felt reinvigorated, knowing that his family and friends were doing so well even though he was no longer an active part of their lives. However, as much as he might desire to make visits to his parents' place a regular thing, he was far too busy to do so. A day like this, where he had little to do, had only occurred once within the past 13 years and he was likely not to see another for at least another few years. Chapter 999, Escalation. Itami stood in her war room surrounded by her highest-ranking generals who were not already deployed to some theater of war. Sitting on the table was a large map which represented all of Asia. In the region once known as the Philippines in her past life sat a mostly conquered chain of islands. With one major exception. In the north of the Philippines lies a territory which was currently occupied by several petty kingdoms who owed their allegiance to the Ming dynasty. For the sake of strategic value, the Japanese Empire needed these islands. After all, if war broke out between Japan and the Reich, the German army could use these islands as a staging ground to invade the rest of the region. Such a potential reality could not be allowed to exist, and thus, Itami had spent a considerable amount of time negotiating with the Ming dynasty in regards to the ownership of the Philippines. Ultimately, these discussions resulted in nothing but animosity between the two realms. Thus, Itami had decided to take the only option she had left, and that was a full-scale invasion of the northern islands. With a wave of her hand, the Japanese empress motioned for the wooden figurines which represented her first fleet to invade the Philippines. A confident expression emerged on her flawless face as she made a bold claim to her general. The time has come. We can no longer sit idly by and wait for our enemies to build up their forces on our own borders. In exactly 6 months, I will launch an invasion of the Philippines' northern islands. Our strategy is simple enough. Our first fleet will blockade the port of Manila as well as any other access to the territory that the Ming dynasty might use as a means of support. From there, our soldiers in the 1st Division will move forward from the island of Panay and into Luzon. Once Manila is under our control, we will announce the official annexation of the entire island chain and, in doing so, root out any further resistance that might still exist within the region. Are there any questions? The various generals gazed upon Itami and the fierce glint in her blood-red eyes with a hint of caution on their faces. They knew that to invade Luzon and the surrounding islands would most certainly draw the ire of the Ming dynasty. So much so that it might risk outright warfare between their two empires. While Japan's armada of destroyers, submarines, and cruisers could easily defeat the Ming Navy, the Ming army was an entirely different beast. Supplied and trained by the German Empire, the machine guns and bolt-action rifles which the Ming soldiers wielded, as well as their overwhelming numbers, could prove to be a matter of concern. There was also the fact that if the situation were to devolve into open warfare, then the Imperial Japanese army would be completely incapable of making any significant gains into the territory of the Ming dynasty. Ultimately, it was one general by the name of Abe Katsuja who voiced this concern to the Empress. Tenno Hikazuma, with all due respect, are the northern islands even worth the risk? I understand your concerns regarding the area being used as a staging ground by the German army, but if we do this, we could risk open warfare with the Ming dynasty. Presuming we do eventually end up in an armed conflict with the Reich, then the only thing this would accomplish is weakening our forces. Despite this obvious concern, Itami simply scoffed before responding to the general who dared to question her orders. Of course I understand the risks. However, I assure you, even if the Ming dynasty is foolish enough to declare war on us, we will emerge victorious and with minimal casualties. After all, we have new weapons that will be entering the field soon enough. These are weapons that are entirely capable of drowning the Ming dynasty in a sea of blood. When those Ming bastards see what our empire is truly capable of, they will think twice before making any rash decisions. Now, are there any more concerns? The Japanese generals did not dare utter another word of discontent. After all, they were aware of what these weapons Itami spoke of were. Machines of war, fueled by oil and entirely impervious to the majority of weapons the Ming could throw at them. Thus, Itami's 6-month plan to invade and annex the rest of the Philippines was officially underway. While Itami was announcing her plans to invade and annex the remainder of the Philippines to her generals, Berenger was in a similar meeting with his own generals who were reporting on the ongoing mission to provide military aid to the Asian powers. General Feldmarschall Adelbrand von Salzburg, who was Berengar's chief of staff, held a list of reports in his hands from the Asian continent. My Kaiser, the sale of arms to friendly nations in the East, such as the Joseon dynasty, the Ming dynasty, the Majapahit Empire, and the recently formed Indian Empire, is at an all-time high. We have simply run out of our stores of old equipment. Yet the demand for more weapons is still there. What do you propose we do about this? This turn of events did not surprise Berenger in the slightest. Since he first formed his army over 10 years ago, he had replaced the standard armament of his army every few years while also expanding his military at the same time. Thus, it was inevitable that this day would come to pass. However, he was not dismayed. After all, the weapons he sold had cleared up storage and netted him a hefty profit. With the threat of the Imperial Japanese military looming over the rest of Asia, Berenger doubted his trading partners would feel safe with a mixture of single-shot bolt-action rifles, repeating bolt-action rifles, Gatling guns, and Vickers. Thus, the time had come to sell more modern equipment to the armies in Asia. After all, he had few if any actual ambitions for the region, and thus, he was more than happy to sell weapons to the armies of the East that were more than capable of making Itami's life difficult. After careful consideration, Berenger gave an order that shocked all of his generals. The solution to this problem is simple. I authorize you to increase the production of G-27 semi-automatic rifles. The Japanese Empire currently fields a semi-automatic rifle as their primary weapon, and it is only fair that we equip our trading partners in the East with a similar degree of firepower. As for their machine gun needs, you can reopen a line of manufacture for the old MG-25 heavy machine guns. We also need to restart the production of 10 cm K-25s. With all of these weapons in the hands of our Eastern proxies, we can rest easy knowing that Japan will have a difficult time making any advances in the region. Adelbrand and his peers were slightly befuddled by this order. Such weaponry was indeed more than enough to make the Japanese pay the price of any invasion attempt. But it would also have a similar effect on the German army should they ever find themselves at odds with their current trading partners. However, Adelbrand knew that Berenger had taken this fact into account and thus nodded his head in approval before voicing his opinion on the matter. Very well, within a year we can effectively replace the obsolete equipment in the hands of our Eastern trading partners with the weapons you have listed. I'm assuming you will also want to increase the production of P-27S pistols to see service as their sidearms. So I will make a note for that as well. Is there any other weapon you can think of selling to our allies in the East? Berenger shook his head when he heard this before responding to Adelbrand's question with a polite smile on his face. No, that will be all for now. If the need for more advanced weapons arises, then we will cross that bridge when we get to it. Until we meet again, gentlemen? After saying this, Berenger departed from the room to take care of more pressing matters. Not knowing that on this day, the escalation between the German and Japanese empires had reached a new level. One that there was no walking away from. Chapter 1000, A Battle Between Two Beauties Part L. Vitranes was among the last of Berengar's guests to leave the borders of the Reich. Currently, he was standing in a room with his daughter and her 3 children. It took some time for the Byzantine Empire to come back to reality after hearing the astronomical figure that Berenger had agreed to give to the Golden Horde as an investment. 50 billion marks were the equivalent of 250 billion United States dollars from Berengar's past life. Naturally, after hearing that such a monumental sum would be given to a group who was only just recently hostile to him, the Byzantine emperor was now scowling as he vented his frustrations to Honoria. I still can't believe that your husband is willing to invest so much into a bunch of barbarians. For over a decade, we have supported the von Kufstein dynasty and their ambitions, and yet the amount of wealth that the Kaiser has invested into our empire is a fraction of what he is now giving the Golden Horde. Honoria was about to defend her husband's actions when her eldest son interfered. Alexandros was in the midst of playing with his younger brother Constantinus, whose age could be counted on a single hand. The two of them were using plastic building blocks to create a castle. Upon hearing his grandfather complain about a lack of investment into his empire on the part of his German allies, the boy prince was quick to remind the man just what such a thing entailed. You know my father, Grandpa. Are you sure you want to accept his money? Because I assure you, he will take something far more valuable in return. And with the German army at his back, you will not be able to go back on the agreement. It's how he got Mother and the canal, remember? A heavy sigh echoed in the room as Vitranes let out all of his frustrations in a single gasp of air. He looked over at the boy and responded with a single phrase while expressing a tone filled with defeat. All too well, my dear boy, all too well. Upon seeing how exhausted his grandfather was with the current state of things, Alexandros was quick to comfort the man with some words regarding the future. Corrigan isn't educated enough to understand what she's doing. I can only commend Father for taking advantage of her in such a manner. If you really think about it, the money Father is investing into this new state will eventually make its way back to us in the form of reparations. Not to mention, by being in such proximity to the Golden Horde, we will become their most valued trading partner. However, I suppose that in the meantime I can talk to Father about financing some cheap loans for our empire to help you get started on your reconstruction efforts. A bitter smile formed on the Byzantine emperor's face as he gazed upon his adorable grandchild who was already more capable ruler than he had ever been. With another heavy sigh, he expressed his thanks to the boy. Thank you, Alexandros. I'm glad to have someone I can count on. I haven't had someone like that since Aretha's left us. Speaking of, your father has left the matter of your engagement up to me to decide. Because of this, I think the most suitable match to be your future wife is Aretha's granddaughter. Serena is an adorable little girl who is currently 8 years old. I think it is a match your father would approve of. How about I introduce you to her the next time you are in Constantinople? Alexandros was stunned to hear that his father had left the matter of his engagement up to his grandfather. However, the boy had heard tales of Aretha's maniacs from his father, and it seemed like the two men had quite a solid friendship before the strategos of Ionia's unfortunate demise. Thus, after careful contemplation, Alexandros nodded his head with a stoic expression on his youthful face. He responded to his grandfather's proposition with a tone filled with indifference. Whatever Grandpa thinks is best. Honoria closely observed her son's expression when her father had brought up an engagement. Such a thing was no small matter, as whoever was chosen would be the boy's partner for life. Yet, her son did not react in the slightest. This caused her to worry just a little about her son's future. However, since Alexandros had agreed to this proposal, she would not interfere. While Vitranes was speaking with his grandson, Berenger was mediating a conflict that was brewing between two of his concubines. Corrigan had maintained her place in the royal palace, not wanting to return to her homeland until all of her people had been gathered. However, on this day there was another barbarous beauty who had entered the palace as the Aztecs' ambassador to the Reich. Tlexically regularly commuted between her villa and the palace to discuss matters of importance with her lover. However, today, of all days, she had encountered Corrigan wandering through the palace with a complicated expression on her pretty face. Since first arriving in Germany, Corrigan had been thoroughly stunned by everything she had witnessed. Trains, trolleys, buses, electricity, refrigerators, televisions, radios, these were just some of the few inventions that had made the barbarian princess head spin. As a nomadic warrior princess, Corrigan had grown up in a vastly different society, and yet in the city, things she could not even imagine not only existed but were commonplace. The grand feats of architecture alone were beyond her wildest dreams. Being so lost in such a vast and opulent palace, Corrigan often struggled to find her way around. Which is how she ran into the Aztec princess. Like usual, Tlexicli was dressed in loose-fitting clothes which she vastly preferred over the intricate dresses worn by German women of the upper class. From the moment the Aztec princess gazed upon her Mongol counterpart, she knew that Corrigan was a warrior, thus she had decided to test the woman by getting in her face. After all, for such a foreign beauty to be wandering the palace, it only meant one thing, that she had another competitor. With this in mind, Tlexicli immediately approached Corrigan and looked down upon her while insulting her lack of muscle. Berenger must be getting soft, the amount of delicate flowers he keeps around keeps increasing. To think that he would take another helpless woman into his harem. I mean, look at you, you are completely lacking in the muscle that is required to be anything more than a victim. At the very least you are no warrior. Corrigan's understanding of the German language was extremely limited, but she could just manage to make out how Tlexicli had insulted her. The woman's finely trimmed brow raised slightly as she looked up at the Aztec princess and judged her. This muscle-stacked woman had appeared out of nowhere and insulted her appearance. Though she might not be quite as ripped as this brown-skinned woman, Corrigan had quite a bit of pride in her accomplishments on the field of battle, let alone her appearance. So much so that she would not let such an insult slide and was quick to counter Tlexicli's venomous words with her own vile tongue. You think those muscles make you a great warrior? They'll have you know that speed and agility are a great asset. After all, no matter how strong you are, you will never be a man's equal. You claim you are a great warrior, yet here you are, walking around the Kaiser's palace as another one of his playthings. Clearly you have already been conquered and are thus not worthy of my time and effort. Tlexicli's brows narrowed when she heard such a bitter remark. Conquered? Was this arrogant woman not the same as she? Little did the Aztec princess know that Berenger had yet to taste her Mongol counterpart. Thus, she became rather enraged and pushed Corrigan against the wall before chastising her. You think you are better than me? Fine, I call your bluff. There is a simple way to prove who among us is the better warrior. It was about this time that Berenger walked in on the two women and noticed that they were butting heads. He quickly broke the duo apart before asking them what was going on. What the hell? I presume this is the first time you have met, and yet here you are, fighting like you were mortal enemies. Just what the hell has happened between you two? Before Tlexicli could even speak, Corrigan responded to the woman's previous words, completely ignoring the presence of the Kaiser as she did so. Very well, I accept your challenge. How shall we test our might? This remark caught both Berenger and Tlexicli off guard. However, after thinking about it for a second, the two of them could understand the reasoning behind such a bold move. Corrigan was a warrior and her pride had been hurt by Tlexicli's remarks. Naturally, she would never let such a thing slide. Thus, Tlexicli shifted her gaze towards Berenger and smirked sadistically as she informed the man of the little game she was about to play. It's a good thing you stopped by. You can bear witness to the winner of this contest. Let's go to the palace's gym. After saying this, the Aztec princess dragged the Kaiser and her opponent to the gym that existed within the palace. Though Berenger was confused about how things had ended up like this, he would not deny the chance to see whatever challenge Tlexicli had concocted. In the middle of the gym was a large mat space where Tlexicli was quick to completely strip out of her clothes before bouncing around like a wild beast. Corrigan witnessed the primal beauty of the naked warrior princess and felt slightly embarrassed. When she accepted the woman's challenge, she did not expect that she would have to get naked. Thus she was quick to call out her opponent's shamelessness. Just what the hell do you think you're doing? Why have you dragged me here? What is this test of yours? Tlexicli merely grinned before shifting her gaze towards Berenger, who was watching her finely toned body bounce around as if he had been completely mesmerized by her beauty. With a pleading tone, she made a request of the man. Berenger, will you be so kind as to fetch us some oil? Obviously there is only one way to settle this dispute. This stuck-up bitch and I are going to wrestle to determine who is the better warrior. Berenger smiled and nodded his head in agreement with Tlexicli's assessment. Corrigan needed to be knocked down a peg, and the best way to do so was to put her through the humiliation of naked oil wrestling. Thus he was quick to do as requested. Before long, Berenger found some hemp seed oil and quickly brought it into the room where the two princesses were staring each other down. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and started applying the oil to Tlexicli's finely toned body, an act which caused Corrigan to blush in embarrassment. This was perhaps the first time Berenger had seen the woman make any real emotional expression, which he found cute. After applying the oil to every inch of Tlexicli's body, he approached Corrigan, whose first instinct was to run away. However, would Berenger allow such a thing? He quickly grabbed hold of the woman and forcefully stripped her out of her clothes. He took one long look at the woman's fit body and nodded his head in approval before applying the oil to every crevice of her figure. Once Corrigan was nice and slippery, Berenger stepped off the mat and stated the rules of the competition. You will be fighting under basic submission grappling rules. The two of you will wrestle until one of you taps or is injured to the point of no longer competing. All forms of submission are allowed, and it is your responsibility to protect yourself at all times. Understood? Tlexicli smiled and nodded her head. She was bouncing in anticipation, an act which immediately caught Berengar's interest. As for Corrigan, she felt completely out of her comfort zone, but since she had been challenged, she had decided to do everything it took to win. After all, wrestling was a pastime of her people, and even she herself was quite competent in the practice. With both fighters having accepted the conditions, Berenger smiled and hung back to the side, planning to witness this feast for the eyes with his fullest attention. As he paced around the mat, he gave the command to begin. Ready? Fight. With these orders given, an epic bout was about to take place between two warrior princesses, one that only Berenger had the privilege of witnessing. Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.